Chapter 1. The fool's wife has gone mad. She plays with excrement. Pain. Excruciating pain. Meng Tong was jolted awake by a heavy, throbbing sensation in her abdomen. Had she not been menopausal for 5 years? Since the onset of the apocalypse, with her awakened spatial and botanical abilities, her physical constitution had undergone a transformation, rendering her menopausal for a full 5 years. But why at this moment did her abdomen ache so acutely? Could it be that 5 years of pain had converged into this single moment? No, this is unbearable. Meng Tong harbored a profound fear of pain. Mother, what's wrong? Is a little brother in your belly causing trouble? What? A little brother in her belly? Meng Tong's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the small girl beside her, who spoke. The child was thin and frail, her cheeks devoid of flesh, her hair a tangled mess, and Meng Tong could even see lice crawling atop her head. How could she be worse off than the children of the apocalypse? A glance at her ragged attire, tattered and patched countless times, suggested it was reminiscent of ancient clothing. Had she traveled through time? Ugh. Her mind still foggy, the abdominal pain intensified. Meng Tong hastily summoned her abilities. Fortunately, they had accompanied her. A wisp of pale green energy enveloped her abdomen, revealing an undeveloped embryo and a trace of toxin. So, she was indeed pregnant. The toxins multiplied, as if an invisible hand were tugging at the quietly resting embryo. And oh wonder the pain was so severe. Meng Tong intensified the flow of her abilities, instantly absorbing all the toxins, and then tendrils of green light swirled around the tiny embryo. Gradually, the abdominal pain subsided, yet Meng Tong felt a wave of acid rising in her throat before she expelled a large, foul-smelling mass of dark substance. This was a concoction of abortifacients laced with poison. It sought not only to kill the child within her, but also to end her life. That a glint of murderous intent flashed in her sunken, yellowing eyes as Meng Tong pushed herself up slowly. She had just assimilated all the memories of the original owner of this body. Her name had been Meng Danny, a resident of Pinko village, sold for a mere 2 taels of silver to the foolish son of the Liu family in Duanshan village, due to her brother's impending marriage. Liu Chuan, the third son in his family, had become simple-minded after suffering from a fever in his childhood. The villagers made him the subject of ridicule, and no one wanted to marry him. Yet, paradoxically, they also envied him, for his hunting skills were exceptional, allowing the Liu family to fare better than most during these dire times. A month prior, Liu Chuan had ventured into mountains to hunt and had not returned. The villagers speculated that the fool had been devoured by a wild beast. Initially, the Liu family had refused to believe it, but as time passed, they came to accept the grim reality. With their son deceased, the daughter-in-law became a widow, and Meng Danny, burdened with 2 mouths to feed, was relegated to the status of a servant in her own home. Yesterday, unable to suppress her morning sickness, Meng Danny was spotted by her sister-in-law, Song Melian, whose eyes glinted with malice. She would not allow Meng Danny's child to survive, for she herself was pregnant. Thus, today, while the family toiled in the fields, Song Melian had forced Meng Danny to ingest abortifacients laced with poison, and so, Meng Danny perished, while Meng Tong seized her body. The original owner may have been weak-willed, but that did not signify weakness in Meng Tong. What others had inflicted upon her, she would repay 100-fold. Raising her small daughter, Liu Yin, who had been kneeling in a daze, Meng Tong endeavored to speak gently. "Do you know where your uncle is?" Liu Yin nodded eagerly, her obsidian-like eyes sparkling with delight. Her mother turned out to be so gentle. In the past, when she was scolded by her grandmother, she would cry alongside her mother. She would say, "What does it matter if I get hit?" Mother went through the same. The tone was so indifferent that it left Liu Yin feeling estranged. She adored her mother now. She was so tender. "Mother, Annie has taken my sister to the back mountain, saying they're going to gather wild vegetables. Come, let's go together." "All right." The little girl cautiously grasped Meng Tong's hand, and together they left the old Liu family, walking down the narrow path to the left. The scorching sun made one's head ache, and some villagers returned home, carrying their hoes. Along the way, they encountered Meng Tong, and a few loquacious villagers began to tease the mother and daughter. Why is the foolish daughter-in-law out? Indeed, could it be that so desperate? Why not come find your brother tonight? Suddenly, a mouthful of cow dung was shoved into the mouth of the speaker, Feng Zhu, who promptly collapsed on the ground, retching. The other two, notorious rascals from the village, remained silent under Meng Tong's fierce gaze, their mouths opening and closing without uttering a sound. Meng Tong held onto the frightened Lu Yin, her eyes glowering at the trio. If you cannot manage your filthy mouths, I have no qualms about sewing them shut. Meng Danny Yuug, do you want some too? Meng Tong turned to the only standing Zhou Bo, shaking his head. He fled in haste. How terrifying, the foolish daughter-in-law has gone mad. Playing with dung. How absurd. With a cold snort, Meng Tong expressionlessly flicked her hand, splattering the mixture onto the face of a curious onlooker. Ugh. Another one fell. Inner, go find a larger leaf to collect this cow dung. Hissed, they hurried away. The villagers did not dare to linger, fearing they might end up with dung in their mouths. Mother, do we need more? Lu Yin pointed to the fresh dung on the ground, where Meng Tong had created a dent. Yes, there are still some who haven't tasted it. Meng Tong personally bent down to gather the remaining dung into the leaf. This posed no threat to her. She had played with human intellect before. Meanwhile, Song Melian, holding her stomach, asked the 5-year-old Lu He beside her. Little He, do you want to eat meat? Lu He remained silent, but her eyes sparkled with longing. It had been ages since she had tasted meat, and her stomach had never truly felt full. The 5-year-old looked as thin as a 3-year-old child. If you want to eat meat, how about helping Annie with a task? What task? Lu He looked up in inquiry. A cunning smile crept across Song Melian's face as she pointed to a small path leading into the deep mountains, saying, just go help Annie gather wild vegetables over there. Following her jur, Lu He indeed spotted a small patch of particularly good wild vegetables, but father had said not to enter the deep mountains. Lu He felt conflicted, yet she did not want to forego the chance to eat meat. She wished to provide meat for her mother and sister. Summoning her courage, Lu He hoisted her small basket and headed toward the path, unaware of a man lurking behind a large tree, his eyes filled with sinister intent. Clutching a couple of silver coins, Song Melian felt no guilt whatsoever. She was already calculating her next transaction in her mind. Heard a clear voice call from behind, and Lu He, halfway down the path, turned to see her mother standing at the intersection. The mother gently held her younger sister's hand, her gaze radiating warmth as she smiled. Sister, hurry back, the deep mountains are fraught with danger. Lu Yin called out anxiously to Lu He, her small frame turning in circles with worry. Meng Tong observed her dazed eldest daughter, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Come here to your mother, she beckoned, and Lu He began to move towards her. Song Melian felt a pang of unease as she cast a venomous glance at Meng Tong. That little wretch, remarkably resilient. Even after a miscarriage, she managed to rise again. Thus, she should not blame her sister-in-law for being ruthless. Signaling to the man who had emerged from the side, Song Melian approached Meng Tong. Why has the third sister-in-law come? I brought something for my sister-in-law to taste. Is that so? A triumphant smile spread across Song Melian's face as she found amusement in the little wretch's predicament. Suddenly, a startled cry escaped her lips as she fell backward, her entire face smeared with filth as the contents of her stomach spilled forth uncontrollably. Naturally, such a grotesque scene was not fit for the eyes of a child. Meng Tong swiftly covered it with leaves. Enjoy it well, sister-in-law. No one will compete with you for it. Meng De Ugh. And I. Ugh. Chapter 2. The unraveling of my sister-in-law's pantaloons. The man who had just emerged from the shadows, upon witnessing the scene before him, found himself frozen with his raised stick, unable to bring it down. Meng Tong pulled Lu He behind her, casting a glance at the towering, burly figure of the man resembling a bear, and inquired, Are you my sister-in-law's paramour? Enough nonsense, Meng Danny. Finally, Song Melian managed to rise, but before she could finish her words, she doubled over and began to retch. Meng Tong, undeterred, turned to the Lu sisters, urging them, Quickly return home and inform your uncle that your aunt is engaging in an illicit rendezvous in the mountains. No, you mustn't go. Song Melian, seething with rage, was on the verge of explosion. Lu He and Lu Yin, frightened, dashed down the mountain, shouting, Uncle, help! Aunt is having an affair, and they're going to silence her. Help! As Lu Feng made his way home, he heard the commotion, and others did too. Who is having an affair in broad daylight? Oh my, hurry! Don't let those two scoundrels escape. The villagers, momentarily forgetting their thirst, surged up the mountain. They encountered Lu He and Lu Yin along the way, and the bustling crowd parted to reveal the old Lu family. The onlookers regarded Lu Feng with an unspoken excitement. The old matriarch sensed something amiss, and upon seeing her two granddaughters, her pupils constricted, followed by a wave of furious indignation. Song Melian, you shameless harlot! How dare you betray my Fengzi? As she shouted and ran, the faces of the old Lu family members darkened, except for He, the wife of Lu Er and Lu Qian, whose smile was barely concealed. On the mountain, Song Melian was in a state of utter panic. She wished to flee but found herself ensnared by the entangling vines beneath her feet, collapsing to the ground in a disheveled heap. Meanwhile, Meng Tong wielded her stick, relentlessly striking the man who ran in circles, unable to escape. For defiling my sister-in-law, I shall strike you down. For tearing off my sister-in-law's pants, I shall end you. A once mighty man was reduced to a pitiful state, his exposed skin marred with bruises and welts. Please stop. I shall never dare again. Help! Someone save me. The man lay on the ground, wailing, his face a mess of tears and snot. Arriving on the scene, the old matriarch found herself at a loss for words. She turned her ire towards the prostrate Song Melian, yanking her hair and delivering several resounding slaps. How low can you sink? Is my Fengzi not enough for you? Must you seek out wild men? The sharp sound of her slaps echoed, causing the gathered villagers to instinctively touch their own faces, their gazes towards the old matriarch tinged with fear. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Meng Tong discarded her stick and sat on the ground, feigning innocence, tears streaming down her face. Sister-in-law, how cruel you are! I believe I have done nothing wrong. Why can you not accept me? I may be a widow, but I am still a daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Is it not difficult enough for me as a lone woman? Do you not wish to leave me any means of survival? Her sobs were so intense they left her breathless, evoking sympathy from the women present. Their eyes glistening with tears. All were women, and it was evident that Song Melian was pushing another to the brink of despair, while she indulged in her own indiscretions. She sought to use others as shields. One could die 100 times, and it would still not be sufficient. The village chief has arrived. A voice rang out, and the crowd parted to make way for a man in his 40s, his face dark and brooding. The village chief, surnamed Lu, was named Lu Daji, a man driven solely by profit. He stepped forward, casting a furious glance at the elderly Lu, who was still striking. Stop it, Lu Feng. Are you dead? Your wife is nearly being beaten to death. She deserves it, Lu Feng replied, his face as grim as a charcoal pot. Yet he still pulled the assailant away from Song Melian. Blood flowed in crimson rivulets down her legs. There was no hope for a child. Fearing the chaos would lead to a fatality, the village chief ordered someone to take Song Melian to the doctor. The man lying on the ground was dragged back to the village by the robust men of the community. Mother, Lu He and Lu Yin huddled close to Meng Tong, wiping her tears with their grimy little hands. Some sympathetic aunts approached to console Meng Tong. The first to speak was a widow, Aunt Lu, whose husband had perished in battle, leaving her to raise 3 sons and 2 daughters alone. At just under 50, her face was etched with wrinkles, a testament to the hardships faced by widows. My dear, your sister-in-law is no human. You must stand strong. Chuanzi was a good man, but he left too soon. Before she could finish, tears streamed down her face. Her gnarled, rough hands trembled as they rested on Meng Tong's shoulder. The other aunts, all with tear-filled eyes, shared their own burdens. Some had lost husbands, others were tormented by their mothers-in-law. None had experienced happiness. A moth covered in mud cannot escape a swamp that devours. Meng Tong felt their kindness and stood up, brushing off the dirt, her pale, emaciated face breaking into a confident smile. I will live well, she declared, not only for the deceased Meng Dani, but also for their imprisoned souls. Yes, that's the spirit. If you ever need anything, come to your aunts. I may not have much power, but I can certainly scold someone. Thank you, dear aunts. No need for pleasantries. Hurry back. I want to see how the village chief deals with that wild man. The speaker was Aunt Meng from the neighboring old Lu family, who had often lent a hand to Meng Dani. Descending the mountain, everyone gathered at the small square at the village entrance, the designated place for discussing significant village matters. The man was tied up and thrown on the ground as the village chief interrogated him about his origins. I am from Jijiakan. I did not have any illicit meetings with Song Malian. It's all that woman's delusions. She is a mad woman. Jijiakan? Village chief Lu Daji, somewhat astute, realized that Jijiakan was 2 mountains away from Duanshan village, and one would have to detour through the town to reach it. Who would leave their home and labor to undertake such a long journey to another village? No one would believe he was innocent. Furthermore, his towering stature was indeed more imposing than Lu Feng's. Any discerning eye could see he was lying. What is your name? I am Zhu Lai Wang. Zhu Fatsai is my father. Oh, your father is the village chief of Jijiakan. Lu Daji's interest peaked. His sharp mind began to whirl with schemes. Indeed, the next moment, Lu Daji turned to his eldest son, Lu Ming, amidst the crowd and instructed, drive the ox cart to Jijiakan and summon the village chief, informing him that there are troublemakers from their village in Duanshan village. Understood, Lu Ming promptly set off in the ox cart, leaving Zhu Lai Wang with no opportunity to intervene. Chapter 3. Mischief spreads throughout the village. Meng Tong was disinterested in their squabbles, as there was still some time before the tearing began. She took Lu He and Lu Yin back home. To her surprise, He Sure was seated indoors, clutching a piece of smoked meat she had already bitten into, accompanied by a small boy. Upon seeing the 3 enter, He Sure jumped in fright, dropping the meat to the ground. T3 sisters-in-law have returned. That second sister-in-law is stealing meat. I have not. Do not slander me. He Sure was taken aback by Meng Tong's directness, having expected her to remain silent as she usually did, since every time she pilfered meat, she would pin the blame on Meng Dani. This tactic had always proven effective, until today. Meng Tong moved to the cool shade of the eaves, grabbed a dry, mealy apple from the table, and handed it to Lu He and Lu Yen. The 2 received it, but hesitated to eat, for He Sure's glare could kill. Unfazed, Meng Tong nudged the small boy aside, seized a stool, and sat down, her waist aching from wielding a stick for so long. What are you shouting about, Meng Dani? Does exposing the second sister-in-law's theft give you strength? He Sure trembled with rage, and Lu Jun, standing beside her, quivered as well, his chubby face following suit. Huh, the boy eats like a pig, while the girl is as thin as a stick. How can that be fair? Meng Tong shoved all the remaining meat from the plate into Lu He and Lu Yan's hands. Eat. If you do not finish today, you're not allowed to call for mother. This threat proved remarkably effective. They devoured the meat voraciously, causing Lu Jun to lick his lips, his gaze darting toward the fallen smoked meat. Then he watched, wide-eyed, as Meng Tong picked it up and stuffed it in her own mouth. Disdain? Not at all. Once satisfied, Meng Tong beckoned Lu Jun, who was eager for more meat. How delightfully plump you are. Third aunt, I want to eat meat. I want meat. As she patted Lu Jun's belly, she looked toward He Sure and smiled. Ask your mother. She knows where the meat is. Mother. Lu Jun turned to He Sure. He Sure, unable to express her anger, shot a glare at Meng Tong while pulling Lu Jun away. Look at all that grease in your belly. Always thinking about eating. Are you a starving ghost reborn? Woo, mother. He Sure took Lu Jun back into the house, and with her interest waning, Meng Tong returned to her own room. The pungent odor drove the 3 out quickly, nearly forgetting that her vomit still lingered inside. Lu He, Lu Yin, if mother takes a rest, I will clean the room. I will do it with my sister. What good children you are. Meng Tong patted their little faces and sat on the stool to rest, feeling no guilt about commanding the children. Once the house was tidy, Meng Tong lay down and fell asleep within a minute. Lu He and Lu Yin dared not make a sound, obediently staying by her side, ready to swat away any flies that dared to disturb them, for a swift strike would send them flying. In the intermittent sound of slaps, Meng Tong slept for a full 2 hours. It was not until the curses of old lady Lu and the wails of Song Malian pierced through the air that she awoke. Revitalized, Meng Tong deftly rose from her bed, moving with a nimbleness that belied her condition as a pregnant woman. She opened and closed the door in one fluid motion, ushering her 2 children toward the entrance. At that moment, He Sure stood at the doorway, watching the unfolding drama. Upon seeing Meng Tong emerge, she quickly stepped aside, unwilling to obstruct her path. In just these 2 hours, Meng Tong's scandalous antics had become the talk of the entire village. Casting a glance at the perceptive He Sure, a smile crept upon Meng Tong's lips, sending a chill down He Sure's spine. This third daughter-in-law was truly deranged. No wonder she resorted to eating things off the ground. Meanwhile, the old Lu family had become the village's greatest source of amusement. Song Melian had just returned from town when old lady Lu intercepted her on the roadside, forbidding her entrance into the home and demanding that Lu Feng divorce her. Song Melian, indignant, refused to acquiesce. The prospect of being cast aside was unbearable. Ignoring her frail, post-miscarriage state, she knelt before old lady Lu, prostrating herself and crying out in desperation. "Mother, I beseech you, do not allow Feng Ge to divorce me. I have not had an affair with Zhu Lai Wang. It is that vile Meng Dani who has conspired against me. Mother, please believe me. Caught red-handed, how could she still deny it?" Meng Dani was merely a madwoman plotting against her. As old lady Lu remained unyielding, Song Melian turned to Lu Feng, who had been silent. Feng Ge, do you not believe me either? How can I trust you?" He replied. Song Melian faltered, unable to voice her intentions with Zhu Lai Wang, yet unwilling to concede defeat. She found herself at a loss for words. Suddenly, she spotted Meng Tong standing at the entrance. In a frenzy, she charged toward her like a rabid dog. Alarmed, Lu He and Lu Yin dashed in front of Meng Tong, declaring, "Mother, there's a brother in your belly." They were determined to protect their unborn sibling. Their small hands raised defiantly before Meng Tong, their faces grave. Touched, Meng Tong felt a surge of emotion. Throughout the years of the apocalypse, no one had ever stood in front of her in such a protective manner. All she had known were betrayals from behind. Gently, she caressed the heads of her two children, murmuring, "Do not fear. Mother will not be harmed. Mother, I will protect you." The resolute little figures refused to budge an inch, steadfastly standing guard before Meng Tong. With her children's bravery bolstering her resolve, Meng Tong bypassed them. Smiling as she positioned herself in front of her daughters, her slender form reminiscent of an unyielding wall. It was a source of comfort to realize that her motherly presence could evoke such a sense of safety. However, Song Melian moved with alarming speed. By the time anyone reacted, she had already reached Meng Tong. "Oh heavens! Stop her! Meng Dani, you should perish." In almost perfect synchrony, Song Melian raised a stone and hurled it viciously at Meng Tong's head. An unforeseen turn of events transpired. Meng Tong seized Song Melian by the throat and flung her away with great force. Everything unfolded within the span of 3 seconds. And by the time anyone grasped what had occurred, Song Melian lay unconscious on the ground. "Mother, it is you who has caused my mother's plight." Breaking free from the grasp of old lady Lu and Lu Feng, Lu Xiaoshuan and Lu Xiaozhu rushed forward, collapsing beside Song Melian, weeping and crying out. Their eyes directed at Meng Tong, filled with animosity. During these 2 time periods, both Lu Feng and old lady Lu were aware of Meng Tong's notorious antics. In their eyes, she had lost her sanity. Now, witnessing their grandson and son rushing towards Meng Tong, both were struck with fear, their faces turning ashen as they stood 3 meters away, paralyzed with trepidation. Meng Tong exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. Chapter 4. The importance of restraint. What is happening? What on earth is going on? Is it true that chaos ensues the moment I leave the village? The village head has arrived, accompanied by Old Man Lu, Lu Qian, and Zhu Fa Kai, the village head of Zhu Jia village. The farcical scene momentarily ceased. Old Man Lu cast an irate glance at Old Lady Lu, muttering to himself about her incompetence in managing even a daughter-in-law. Where is Song Melian? Did she not say she would be returned to the village? The village head searched in vain, failing to find her until Lu Xiaoshuan and Lu Xiaozhu were pulled aside. What is the meaning of this? It was she. She killed my mother. Yes, she is a lunatic. Lu Xiaoshuan and Lu Xiaozhu pointed accusingly at Meng Tong, but their words were quickly stifled by Lu Feng's hand over their mouths. Village head Lu Ji scrutinized Meng Tong with a dubious gaze, questioning how this situation could possibly be acceptable. Standing beside Lu Ji, Zhu Fa Kai glared fiercely at Meng Tong. It was indeed she who had struck his son, costing him a hefty sum of 10 taels of silver. This debt must be settled properly. Meng Tong is a fool. The village head approached Song Mei Lian, discovering her unconscious state. He sighed in relief, then turned his attention to Meng Tong and her two daughters, thin and fragile. Lu Dezhi deemed them weak and easily vanquished. So, it was you who discovered Song Mei Lian and Zhu Lai Wang in their clandestine meeting? Yes. Meng Tong replied calmly. How did you come to this realization? Meng Tong lifted her gaze to Lu Dezhi, her expression one of incredulity. It was my aunt who fed my mother the medicinal soup and then took my sister to the mountains to forage for wild vegetables. When my mother and I caught up, we witnessed the scene. They intended to lure my sister deeper into the mountains to be devoured by wild beasts. And my aunt even exchanged flirtatious glances with that wild man. He appeared behind my mother wielding a stick, had it not been for her prowess. Oh dear, my precious child, what wild man. Pa pa pa. Meng Tong bent down to caress Lu Yan's face, praising her for being so well-behaved. She then ruffled Lu He's hair, affirming her good behavior as well. Lu Yan spoke with startling clarity, recounting the details accurately, and indeed, there were witnesses who saw Song Mei Lian escorting Lu He up the mountain. As for the latter two individuals, the implication was clear. The events unfolded with precision. Song Mei Lian, in pursuit of an affair with Zhu Lai Wang, used Lu He as a cover and even rendered Meng Tong unconscious. Taking Lu Yan with her, she ascended the mountain to find them, inadvertently exposing Song Mei Lian's infidelity. With no turning back, Song Mei Lian sought to have Zhu Lai Wang take advantage of Meng Tong, believing that as a widow, she had no one to protect her. Thankfully, her two daughters bravely descended the mountain to cry for help, while Meng Tong's madness erupted, resulting in a chaotic confrontation that ultimately saved her. As events spiraled to this extent, the old Lu family's reputation lay in tatters. Old man Lu compelled the village head and villagers to witness the proceedings, insisting that Lu Feng draft a divorce decree on the spot. Despite Lu Xiaoshuan and Lu Xiaozhu's cries of despair, their pleas fell upon deaf ears. Meng Tong was quite pleased with this outcome. Having a venomous snake nearby always left her feeling uneasy. She carried Song Mei Lian back home, awaiting the Song family to come and collect her, thus putting this matter to rest. Naturally, the news of Meng Tong's madness spread quickly. Every household began to caution their sons and grandsons to steer clear of her. Meng Tong found satisfaction in this. As long as they did not bother her, she would not lose her sanity. That evening, Old Lady Lu and Old Man Lu had a quarrel, resulting in both of them skipping dinner and retiring to separate rooms. He sure prepared the evening meal without inviting Meng Tong. However, she timed it perfectly. As soon as the food was ready, the three women entered with their bowls. Lu Jun was startled and instinctively shrank into Lu Qian's embrace. Lu Xiaoshuan and Lu Xiaozhu glared at them with palpable disdain. There is no food for you here, the eldest brother remarked. As Meng Tong served herself, she ladled a substantial portion of the already thin porridge, much to He Shi's silent fury. Yet, she dared not voice her anger. Among them, Lu Qian was the most level-headed. He chuckled softly and advised sister-in-law, there are several children to consider, implying that Meng Tong should be more mindful. What a joke. Meng Tong was the least concerned with moderation. The porridge she had intended to reserve was entirely taken, and Meng Tong dumped the only bowl of meat dish she had into the pot, reasoning that it would all end up in the stomach anyway. Thank you for the dinner, second sister-in-law, she said, departing with an audacious air. He Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at Lu Feng and Lu Qian, both of whom wore grim expressions but dared not confront Meng Tong. They vividly recalled how Zhu Lai Wang had been beaten earlier that day. Ultimately, out of desperation, He Shi had to prepare another pot of food, albeit without any meat, since Lu Chuan had ventured into the mountains and not returned. The family's meat supply had dwindled significantly, and now the last remnants had been consumed by Meng Tong and her daughters. In the small, dilapidated room of the third branch, the three women feasted heartily. This was the fullest that Lu He and Lu Yan had ever been since their birth, an experience they had not enjoyed even when Lu Chuan was present. After finishing their meal, Lu He and Lu Yin dutifully washed the dishes while Meng Tong reclined comfortably on the bed to rest. After a day of exertion, she was quite fatigued. Taking advantage of their absence in the kitchen, Meng Tong entered her space to gather supplies. Weapons, food, water, and other essentials were all present. These items had been acquired at the cost of her life during the apocalypse, and the space served primarily as a means of preservation and storage. Fortunately, she had awakened her plant-based abilities, granting her not only healing powers but also control over flora. However, her current abilities were still not a fraction as formidable as they had been during the apocalypse. Protecting the child within her was no small feat. Mother called Lu He and Lu Yin, standing at the bedside. Meng Tong patted the bed, inviting them up. "All right," they replied, removing their shoes and lying down beside her, their large eyes gleaming with delight. "Mother, you smell so nice. Time to sleep. Tomorrow, I will take you both to bathe," she promised. "Really?" Yenner hasn't bathed for over 3 months. Each time she had mentioned her desire to bathe, Mother had always said she was too busy. In these dire times, water was scarce, the wells had run dry, and aside from the water used in the kitchen, they had to find alternative means for all other needs. Some ventured to wash in the great river of the neighboring Xiangshui village, while others sought the mountain pools for their cleansing. In any case, there was a possibility of drinking the water used for bathing. With hearts brimming with excitement, the mother and her 2 daughters fell into a deep slumber, utterly unconcerned about anyone else. The following day, as dawn broke, the air was filled with the vitriolic curses of Old Lady Lu. She hurled insults at Song Malian, lamented the lack of meat left for her from the previous night's meal, and unleashed her wrath upon the crowing rooster. Meng Tong, wrapped in the warmth of her daughters, slept soundly, oblivious to the cacophony outside. Outside, Old Lady Lu cast several disdainful glances at the residents of the third household, noting the unsettling silence within, her murky eyes glinting with malice. The previous night, she had ruminated endlessly, unable to fathom why Meng Danny, who had ingested the poison-laced abortion pill she had provided, had not perished. Indeed, the lethal substance had originated from her own hand. It had been a mere coincidence that she discovered Song Malian brewing the abortion concoction in a corner of her home. The scent had been unmistakable, coupled with Meng Danny's peculiar behavior, leading Old Lady Lu to deduce her pregnancy. However, she felt no joy in this revelation. Old Lady Lu harbored deep-seated resentment towards Lu Chuan, whose foolishness had subjected her to countless slurs and insults, leaving her both hateful yet dependent on him. With his demise, she believed it only fitting that his entire family should follow suit, thus conserving resources and erasing the stain from her life. Chapter 5. A demon emerged from hell unbeknownst to Meng Tong. Old Lady Lu's vile thoughts were brewing. After breakfast, she prepared to take Lu He and Lu Yin up the mountain. In the memories of the original owner, a clearing existed halfway up the broken mountain, where water cascaded down, forming small pools. Owing to the distance, villagers seldom ventured there to bathe or fetch water. Only the original owner had taken Lu He and Lu Yin there for a couple of baths while foraging for wild vegetables. She preferred the tranquility of secluded places. Equipped with the sole change of clothes she possessed and a basket slung over her back, the trio set forth. As for the other members of the Lu family, they were neither inquired about nor welcomed. Following the path they had taken yesterday, they reached a fork and veered right, while the previous day's tumult had continued straight ahead. After approximately half an hour of walking, they ascended for another quarter of an hour before arriving at their destination. Meng Tong set down the basket and gazed towards the pool, its crystal-clear waters inviting and refreshing. Without further ado, she set to work, first washing Lu He, then Lu Yin, and finally herself. The 3 of them spent a full hour cleansing themselves, and, as they lay beneath the shade of a tree, Meng Tong felt as though she had been reborn. "Mother, do I smell nice?" "Indeed, you do." "Mother, you smell lovely too." "Mother, when will my brother come out?" Afternoons were always peaceful, and in that moment, Meng Tong felt she had finally discovered the life she longed for. They lingered by the pool for the entire afternoon, and fortune smiled upon them as they encountered a wild chicken. The energy was released slowly, and it willingly fell into their grasp. allowing the three to indulge in a delightful picnic. Upon their return to the village, those who crossed their path kept their distance. Yet the curious glances could not escape Meng Tong's keen perception. Look, look, it won't cost you a piece of meat. Once out of sight, a few village women huddled together, whispering, they don't seem mad at all. They've cleaned up quite well. What do you understand? They say that madness only strikes occasionally, rather than outright insanity. Alas, it is truly regrettable. She appears quite well. Yet somehow the conversation always circles back to her status as a widow. However, Meng Tong remains unconcerned, as she is currently seated at home, enjoying the spectacle. Just a quarter of an hour ago, Song Malian's parents and elder brother arrived at the Liu family home, launching a surprise attack on Liu Feng, accusing him of being ungrateful and abandoning his wife. Meng Tong chuckled. Is this talent for fabricating lies a family heirloom? The Liu family is certainly not a pushover. Liu Feng, clutching his head, found himself in a scuffle with Song's elder brother. Meanwhile, old lady Liu engaged in a hair-pulling and face-scratching brawl with Song Malian's mother, unleashing a torrent of profanities. As for she occasionally felt the itch to join in, showcasing her stealthy skills, which must also be a family tradition. Liu Qian, embodying the demeanor of a civilized individual, attempted to mediate but ended up getting caught in the fray, leaving red marks on his face that drew sympathy from he. Among the family, only old man Liu and Song Malian's father refrained from engaging, exchanging hostile glances. The scene that Meng Tong walked into was indeed quite unique. She pulled up a stool beside Liu Jun and settled in to witness the unfolding drama. As for the glances from old lady Liu and he directed at her, Meng Tong chose to feign ignorance. She had not provoked them, so why should she be the target of their ire? Outside, upon learning of the commotion, the village head hurriedly summoned his son Lu Ming and Lu Jia to rush over. Upon entering, he immediately unleashed a torrent of scolding, questioning if they thought Duanshan village was devoid of authority running rampant here. What do you intend to do? Incite a rebellion. Village head, you must ensure justice for the Liu family. This Song Malian is shameless. Her entire family has lost all sense of decency, barging in and assaulting my Fengzi right away. Old lady Liu, fueled by indignation, disregarded her battered face and rushed to Liu Daji, beginning to wail. Her cries attracted a crowd of villagers eager to witness the commotion. The antics of the Liu family are indeed a never-ending source of entertainment. Meng Tong, having extricated herself from the chaos, settled at the entrance, observing the scene. Aunt Liu, arriving late, leaned in to inquire quietly about what had transpired that caused such uproar. Oh dear, Aunt, you've arrived too late. Meng Tong feigned disappointment. Instantly capturing the attention of the other villagers at the door, all ears perked up to avoid missing any details. Pretending to glance at the ongoing situation in the courtyard, Meng Tong leaned closer to Aunt Liu's ear, whispering conspiratorially. Oh my, really? Goodness, this is quite the scandal. Hiss, what are they discussing? The villagers were growing increasingly anxious. Meng Tong glanced at the eager faces of the aunts, feeling a mix of satisfaction and envy. Meanwhile, the village head's expression darkened significantly upon hearing old lady Liu's words. His gaze toward the Song family laced with severity. Not wanting Song Malian to be subjected to a public shaming, he swiftly urged them to leave, declaring that such disgraceful individuals had no place in Duanshan village. Indeed, they should be expelled from Duanshan village. The villagers held the interests of the entire community in high regard, as they had daughters awaiting marriage or sons seeking brides. At such a critical juncture, causing a disturbance could jeopardize their future prospects, potentially leading to the village's demise. Inside the room, Song Malian, unable to endure the commotion outside any longer, rose from her bed and exited, followed closely by Liu Xiaoshuan and Liu Xiaozhu. With her swollen cheeks and frail body, Song Malian fell to her knees, feigning innocence. I am not a loose woman. I did not meet Zhu Lai Wang in secret. It was Meng Gang who was about to accuse Meng Danny of orchestrating this, when she suddenly sensed a piercing gaze upon her. Through the crowd, she spotted Meng Tong sitting at the entrance. The calmness in her eyes struck fear into Song Malian. She is not Meng Danny. Who is she truly? Why is she alive? How could she not have miscarried? A torrent of thoughts surged forth, and, as if possessed, Song Melian pointed at Meng Tong and shouted, "She is not Meng Danny. She is a demon, a devil risen from hell. Burn her with fire." She drank the abortion pills. So why is she not miscarried? Why? Oh, how pitiful. The crowd gasped in shock at the cruelty of a person who would administer abortion pills to her own sister. What deep-seated hatred could lead to such an atrocity, not even sparing an unborn child? Heavenly Buddha, how tragic is the daughter-in-law of Chuanzi. This wretched woman deserves to face justice, to be condemned to hell. She is indeed a demon come from the depths below. Lu Auntie and the others were infuriated, and had it not been for the intervention of others, Song Melian might have been beaten to death. In stark contrast, Meng Tong displayed no anger. Her sharp gaze fell upon the trembling, pale-faced old lady Lu. "Ah, it is indeed you." Chapter 6. They deserve to die having identified the poisoner. Meng Tong withdrew her extraordinary abilities from Song Melian. She took the hands of Lu He and Lu Yin and approached the village chief, kneeling before him with tears in her eyes, crying out, "Village chief, please advocate for me, a widow and an orphan. Song Melian seeks to harm the child in my womb. Someone is trying to take our lives." "Get up." Lu Daji, exasperated by the unending legal disputes, found himself compelled to act due to his position. Suppressing his irritation, he instructed his son Lu Jia to assist her. "Who seeks to harm you? Speak boldly. Do not fear, for I, Lu Daji, will support you." Glancing at the terrified old lady Lu, Meng Tong feigned fear. The once furious ants had shifted their focus. Their hearts softened as they regarded the fragile trio of mother and daughters, feeling a pang of empathy. "Chuanzi's daughter-in-law, who is it that seeks to harm you? Speak up, for the village chief stands behind you. What do you have to fear?" "Indeed, they bully you, a widow and an orphan, as though the law no longer exists." The sisters-in-law, unable to bear the thought of their sister-in-law's suffering, directed their accusatory gazes at He Shi, who cowered next to Lu Qian, her eyes wide with terror. "I did not. I am not. I merely stole a few bites of meat," she whimpered. "Then it must be you." Lu Auntie glared fiercely at old lady Lu. "Is it you who wishes to harm these three women?" Old lady Lu, having endured such psychological torment for an extended period, was on the verge of breaking. In a fleeting moment, thoughts of murder crossed her mind. Regret later ensued. Upon encountering the survivor, she felt a strange sense of relief, yet at times questioned the very existence of life itself. Her heart was ensnared in a tumult of conflicting emotions, and now, with accusations hurled at her in public, her defenses crumbled. Her trembling hands and ashen visage betrayed her guilt, proclaiming her as the perpetrator. "Arrest her, this wretched soul." Suddenly, an unexpected slap resounded, and the elderly matriarch of the Lu family collapsed, blood oozing from her forehead. "You disgrace the Lu family with your actions," roared the furious elder, unleashing a torrent of violence upon her. Had the matriarch not been resilient, such ferocity might have proven fatal. The chaotic courtyard resembled a dramatic spectacle, with one being struck after another, leaving the Song family appearing the most subdued. "Enough! I say enough!" The village chief's voice boomed, his lips quivering with rage, his entire being trembling as he cast disdainful glances at the Lu family. He was on the verge of insanity. "Father, are you all right?" Lu Ming and Lu Jia rushed to support Lu Daji, their faces bearing fresh marks of conflict. They had never witnessed such fierce tenacity among the village women before. At last, the clamor subsided. The Lu matriarch, clutching her bleeding nose, retreated to a corner, sobbing. She yearned for her foolish son, the only one who would have defended her against such indignities. The others had forgotten her, consumed by their own lives. "Oh, my son, I was wrong," she lamented, her tears as insincere as crocodile tears. Meng Tong, unmoved by her plight, resolved to strike them down so that they would never rise again. With her foolish husband deceased, she dragged Lu He and Lu Yin to bow before Lu Daji, weeping in despair, her cries echoing through the air. "I implore the village chief to deliver justice for my family and seek retribution for my unjustly departed husband. My mother-in-law has always despised my household, treating my husband merely as a means of sustenance. Ever since his demise, She has subjected my mother and me to relentless hardship, even depriving us of a single meal. It is likely that she orchestrated my husband's death. His pure heart met a tragic end due to her malevolence. Each word was choked with emotion, eliciting sympathy from all who listened. You lie. I did not. My son was slain by you. You are the devil. No, all of you deserve punishment. For over a decade, I have been scorned, labeled as the fool's mother. My hatred runs deep. May you all suffer. With a resounding slap, Meng Tong struck. Those who sought her demise would pay dearly. After all, she bore the weight of a life lost, rendering her undeserving of sympathy. You dare strike me? I am Meng Danny. Another blow followed as Meng Tong seized the Lu matriarch by her collar. Why would I fear striking you? Her calm gaze pierced the air with icy resolve as she leaned closer to the matriarch's ear, whispering, You shall pay for Meng Danny's life. You are a demon. Song Melian spoke the truth. You are indeed a devil, and Meng Danny is dead. She claimed that Meng could not withstand the blow, and when old lady Lu fainted, Meng Tong callously discarded her like a piece of rotten flesh onto the ground. Lu Qian and Lu Feng dared not approach to check on her. It was the village chief who instructed his son to lift her. Thankfully, she was not dead. Lu Daji regarded Meng Tong with disapproval. Was she not spared from death? Why harbor such malicious intent? If this matter escalated, it would bring disgrace to Duanshan village. What concern did the reputation of Duanshan village hold for Meng Tong? Her unfathomable gaze fell upon Lu Daji. She had lost patience for his nonsensical chatter. What she demanded was a fair outcome. Otherwise, Meng Tong would not hesitate to take matters in her own hands. Under the scrutiny of the villagers and Meng Tong, ultimately, old lady Lu was also expelled, deemed guilty of attempted murder and banished from Duanshan village, never to set foot there again. As for Song Melian, she too was cast out, along with a compensation of 10 taels of silver to Meng Tong. The Song family refused to leave the person behind in Duanshan village. As they departed, they left behind a single remark. You may kill or torture as you wish. From this day forth, I have no ties with the Song family. Lu Daji, left with no choice, was compelled to force the old Lu family to pay the 10 taels. With the expulsion from Duanshan village, this matter was ostensibly concluded. Yet for Meng Tong, it was far from over. In the darkness of the night, a frail silhouette stealthily emerged from the Lu family home. While old lady Lu and Song Melian, rooted at the village entrance, would remain forever trapped in this moment. Do not blame Meng Tong for her ruthlessness. In a world of despair, one must be unyielding. It is others who toy with human minds, and this principle applies here as well. Moreover, they were deserving of their fate. In a damp and shadowy cave deep within the mountains, a towering figure rested upon the cold stone. The man bore refined features. His strikingly deep and luminous eyes suddenly opened, sending a chilling aura that momentarily halted the advancing white tiger. With a roar, Lu Chuan, dragging his decayed left leg, rose slowly. He had battled this beast for nearly a month. He understood that it regarded him as mere plaything, yet today he must venture out. There were significant individuals awaiting his return. His robust muscles tensed, and Lu Chuan's obsidian gaze exuded an astonishing intimidation. Should anyone be present, none would dare label him a fool. Chapter 7. Inciting his father against siblings the following morning as dawn broke. Some early rising villagers began to stir and head to the fields. With the weather growing increasingly warm, the midday sun could scorch the skin. The once fertile rice paddies had now transformed into arid land, with a discernible trend of deterioration. However, the entire town was enveloped by the rugged mountains, so the loss of moisture was not particularly severe. With some effort in hauling water, it was still possible to cultivate a modest yield of crops. March was the planting season. With rice paddies unfit for cultivation, the villagers turned to more drought-resistant wheat. Most of the rice fields were situated near the village entrance, and as the villagers arose early, they were greeted with the sight of 2 bloodied corpses. There are dead people, dead people. The once tranquil village erupted in chaos, the village chief's disheveled form rising from bed with a murderous intent. Father, Song Melian and old lady Lu have died at the village entrance. What happened? The motion of dressing halted abruptly, and a look of panic flickered in Lu Daji's eyes. He quickly led his two sons towards the village entrance. At that moment, a crowd had gathered, with some brave souls daring to peer closer. Their necks had been cleanly slashed, blood splattered everywhere. Who could have committed such an act? It couldn't possibly be the daughter-in-law of Chuanzi having a fit, could it? Li Chunhua, always quick to blame others, why not suggest that they took their own lives out of shame? Aunt Lu shot a glare at Li Chunhua, who stood across from her. She was fiercely protective of Meng Tong and could not bear to hear a word against her. Besides, did An, with her temperament, truly have the capacity to commit murder? Even if she did, why would she so brazenly leave the bodies at the village entrance to allow for slander against her? Indeed, it seemed that they were purposefully trying to tarnish the reputation of Duanshan village. It was truly unfortunate. Even after being driven away, they did not leave, clearly seeking to die at our doorstep, inciting us to suspect Chuanzi's daughter-in-law. Oh, how manipulative! The villagers, each voicing their opinions, swiftly condemned the two. And when the village had arrived, a cursory examination led to their bodies being taken away for burial. After all, it was deemed a suicide, and had nothing to do with their village. No one from the old Lu family even cast a glance. Even the two sons who had previously protected Song Melian were fast asleep in bed. If one were to find it laughable, it was also quite tragic. As dawn broke, the household suddenly bore two more orphans, and the task of cooking fell to He Sure. As for Meng Tong, no one dared to provoke her. Even preparing meals required a cautious knock and greeting at the door. Third sister-in-law, breakfast is ready. Coming. Quickly rising, Meng Tong entered the main room with Lu He and Lu Yin in tow. Old man Lu sat in the main seat, feeling stifled. He intended to say a few words upon seeing Meng Tong, but her gaze compelled him to suppress his words. Lu Feng and Lu Qian dared only to engage in a silent battle of glances with her. Meng Tong, unfazed, greeted them with a smile. Good morning, father, elder brother. Second brother. Oh, we're having pancakes for breakfast. Quite nice. Meng Tong sat down, handing 4 pancakes to Lu He and Lu Yin, while she devoured 3 at once. She took a bowl of pickled vegetables from beside old man Lu, and the 3 of them relished their meal. Lu Jun could no longer contain his tears, his entire being trembling with anxiety. Father, Lu Qian looked towards old man Lu, his eyes filled with pressure. Shaking slightly, old man Lu finally spoke to Meng Tong. You 3 are not allowed to eat at the table anymore. There will be no food for you in this household. Well then, here, make sure to eat more. Look how thin you are. Yinner, would you like some pickled vegetables? Meng Tong's indifference was the most potent rebuttal, leaving the family dumbfounded. Sitting beside Lu Feng, Lu Xiaoshuan and Lu Xiaozhu could no longer remain still. They dashed to Meng Tong's side, their dirty chubby hands reaching for Lu He and Lu Yan's pancakes. With a firm grip on their collars, she unceremoniously tossed them out of the main room, her calm gaze directed at Lu Feng. If the elder brother cannot discipline, do not blame the younger sister for taking action. In the courtyard, Lu Xiaoshuan and Lu Xiaozhu rolled on the ground, crying out in pain, Father, it hurts so much. Woo, father. Lu Feng and the old man Lu rushed out, filled with concern. Xiaoshuan, Xiaozhu, are you all right? My dear grandsons. They comforted the sobbing children. Meanwhile, Meng Tong felt a sense of satisfaction as she watched. However, the Lu family was not devoid of clever individuals. The He family, comprising 3 members, understood the situation well and continued to enjoy their meal. After satisfying her hunger, Meng Tong rose to leave, casting a casual glance at Lu Qian, who appeared to be scheming. It seemed that Meng Tong had finally established her position in the old Lu family. Indeed, the use of force was the ultimate solution. Each day, observing the old man Lu's disheveled appearance brought her a sense of contentment. She resolved that if he dared to provoke her, she would not hesitate to retaliate against Lu Xiaoshuan and Lu Xiaozhu, for they were dear to her. In less than 3 days, the old Lu family faced yet another crisis, this time with the old man Lu in tears. He lamented Meng Tong's actions at the village chief's doorstep, muttering about divorcing her. Unfazed, Meng Tong went to the village entrance to drag Lu Xiaoshuan and Lu Xiaozhu to the chief's house, standing defiantly beside the old man. Grandfather, save me. She's going to hit me again. Woo, Help me, grandfather. The two children began to cry even before she made a move, leaving the old man Lu speechless as he embraced his grandsons, weeping alongside them. The village chief, exasperated, waved his hand, urging the family to disperse. Weary of their constant disturbances, it seemed that without a woman, the family descended into chaos. Upon returning home, Meng Tong glanced at Lu Qian, who stood at the doorway. The malice in his eyes was unmistakable. A cold smile crept across her face. Is that all you've got? If you have the courage, come face me directly. With a pointed look at Lu Jun, who sat on the floor, her threat was clear. Among this family, only the chubby little one was endearing, and she hesitated to strike him. However, a little weight loss wouldn't hurt. Little June, come to your third aunt's place, she coaxed. Dragging her bewildered son into the inner room, Lu Qian slammed the door with a resounding thud. Are you scared now? Then don't entertain any ill thoughts. Meng Tong was unbothered by his attempts to persuade his father to draft a divorce petition, divide their assets, and sever ties. Why would she leave? She had a roof over her head, food to eat, and entertainment. It would be foolish to abandon such comforts. If anyone were to leave, it would be them. She had firmly established her claim to this place. Chapter 8. The concealment of grain infuriates the old man, Lu, for several consecutive days. The old Lu family refrained from causing any further disturbances. This was partly due to the gossip circulating among the villagers, and partly because they were intimidated by Meng Tong, particularly Lu Xiaoshuan and Lu Xiaozhu. These two had previously been tyrants in the village, bullying the children of other families without consequence. Under the protection of Song Melian, even if someone dared to confront them, they would be met with harsh reprimands. Over time, the pair had become unpopular in the village, and their recent beating brought joy to the villagers, some of whom even brought food to Meng Tong as a gesture of goodwill. From that moment on, Meng Tong became the head of the old Lu family, and anyone who dared to oppose her would have to endure in silence. Once again, the morning dawned, and Meng Tong rose to have her breakfast. In contrast to the flatbread of previous days, today's meal was a watery soup. The reason for this change was simple. The household's provisions had nearly run out. Previously, old Lady Lu had managed the supplies, ensuring they would last for another month. However, now, neither Meng Tong nor He Shi, who cooked for herself, seemed to care. They were only concerned with filling their stomachs, sometimes even preparing extra meals for themselves. Meng Tong was well aware of this, but chose not to interfere, reasoning that as long as hunger did not befall her, it was of no concern. Sister-in-law, the household's provisions are nearly exhausted. As the head of the family, shouldn't you consider this matter? The 10 taels of silver previously given to you should be used to purchase grain, someone remarked. Indeed, this family will rely on you in the future, another added. Is father speaking nonsense? Would a daughter-in-law take charge? Meng Tong set down her bowl and wiped her mouth, continuing, if this were spread, it would certainly provoke laughter. One might even think you had passed away. Moreover, even if you were to die, there is still elder brother, second brother, and a second sister-in-law. It would not fall to me to take charge. Should you all perish, I would nonetheless manage to hold this family together. After all, I cannot allow others to look down upon us. Old man Lu, Lu Feng, Lu Qian, and He Shi had all been subjected to her words. With a flicker of her eyes, Meng Tong turned to Lu Qian and inquired, "SNT, there's still money in the household? I recall that my husband hunted a wild boar in the mountains and exchanged it for a considerable sum in the town." "What money? All the household's funds have ended up in your pocket." "I have none," Lu Qian retorted. "If you wish to avoid starving, you must produce your 10 taels of silver for me to go to town tomorrow." A flash of panic crossed Lu Qian's eyes as he began to speak rather loudly, making it seem as if Meng Tong had stepped on his tail. Casting a glance at the silent old man Lu and Lu Feng, Meng Tong understood they had their sights set on her money. It was absurd. They could not even grasp what was readily available and yet desired more. A cold smile graced Meng Tong's lips as she stood and walked toward the west room of the second house, muttering, "Perhaps second brother has a poor memory. Let me help you find it. I cannot bear the title of causing others to starve. Hey, you're not allowed to enter our second house. Come back." The reaction from the second family was indeed vigorous, and Meng Tong could sense something amiss. Old Man Lu and Lu Feng exchanged glances and followed her, though they did not attempt to stop her. He sure dashed forward, blocking Meng Tong's path at the door. Meeting Meng Tong's gaze, she declared, "You are not permitted to enter. This is the room of our second family." With a forceful shove, Meng Tong pushed He aside and kicked the wooden door, which fell open with a crash. She entered the second house as boldly as a bandit storming a village. Bags of grain were piled high at the head of the bed, covered with cloth, while a wooden basin held 2 sizable pieces of smoked meat. Beneath the bed, a wooden box contained a full 20 taels of silver. "Do not touch that. Get out," Lu Qian protested. "What is the meaning of this, second brother?" Old Man Lu and Lu Feng looked at Lu Qian, disbelief etched on their faces, regarding him, the one they had internally acknowledged as the most sensible among them. He had secretly purchased an abundance of grain without their knowledge, and even concealed the cured meat from his household. Most disheartening was the realization that after saving for so long, only 20 taels remained. Old Lu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he fell backward, losing consciousness. Fortunately, Lu Qian still possessed a semblance of conscience, assisting Lu Feng in carrying him back into the house. Meanwhile, Meng Tong unhesitatingly stuffed silver into her pockets, casually tossing a bag of grain into his arms, declaring, "Here is the grain. It has arrived. I trouble you, sister-in-law, to prepare something delicious. I'm still hungry. You are being too unreasonable." "Too unreasonable?" Meng Tong glanced disdainfully at the guilt-ridden he, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Shall we invite the villagers to judge you?" He trembled with anger, yet she understood her family's misdeeds, ultimately swallowing her grievances and obediently heading to the kitchen to cook. "Mother, you are so impressive. Mother, Yonner is hungry. Come, let's find your second aunt." At this moment, old Lu regained consciousness, the man in his 50s weeping profusely at the edge of the bed. He felt this was his retribution. For a fleeting moment, he even missed old lady Lu. After satisfying their hunger, Meng Tong changed into fresh attire and took Lu He and Lu Yin to the town. With money in her pocket, it was time to indulge. After all, a new outfit was a necessity. After about an hour's journey, Meng Tong and her daughters arrived at Laoshen's. It was the first visit for Lu He and Lu Yin, their eyes wide with excitement and curiosity as they tightly held Meng Tong's hands. "Mother, where are we going?" "We're going to buy new clothes." "Really?" Lu He and Lu Yan's eyes sparkled with delight, gazing at Meng Tong with admiration, as if she were the most formidable person in the world. They had never worn new clothes while their father was alive. Meng Tong found their gaze quite endearing, bending down to ruffle their hair and smiling. "Of course it's true. You may choose for yourselves, and Mother will pay." "All right, Mother is the best. Mother is the best mother in the world." Such sweet words. Meng Tong pinched their little faces, relishing the delightful experience of motherhood. The trio joyfully made their way to the town's clothing store, arriving in less than 15 minutes. The shopkeeper was a woman in her 30s, currently tending to the garments hanging on the walls. Upon seeing Meng Tong enter with the 2 girls, she cast a sidelong glance for 3 seconds, her expression far from warm. Yet, as a host, she still greeted them. "Feel free to look around." Meng Tong released Lu He and Lu Yan's hands, and the 2 rushed towards the garments suitable for their age like little birds. "How beautiful. I want to wear this." "No, Mother doesn't have much money. We should choose the cheapest ones." Lu He stood before a pink skirt, momentarily unable to move. The 2 whispered back and forth, one yearning for the dress while the other forbade it. The shopkeeper, eyeing Lu He and Lu Yan's attire, curled her lips into a sarcastic smile before raising the skirt higher on the rack. Lu He, holding Lu Yan's hand, awkwardly stepped aside, fear evident in her eyes. Chapter 9. Encountering a tiger during the planting experiment. At that moment, Meng Tong, who had just turned around, witnessed the actions of the female shopkeeper. To be frank, she had not given much thought to the shopkeeper's earlier indifference. However, it was now evident that this was a clear case of disdainful prejudice. Indeed, the world is rife with those who are swayed by status. Approaching Lu He and Lu Yin, Meng Tong bent down with a smile and inquired, "Do you like this outfit?" The 2 girls nodded hesitantly, then shook their heads. Louis grasped Meng Tong's hand and whispered, Mother, I no longer wish for new clothes. I, I feel the same, Lu Yin added, her large eyes reflecting fear and insecurity, which tugged at Meng Tong's heartstrings. She gently ruffled their little heads and reassured them, if you like it, we shall purchase it. Rising, she addressed the shopkeeper, asking, how much for this pink set? Seeing that Meng Tong was indeed serious about buying, the shopkeeper's demeanor warmed a bit as she cheerfully replied, 2 taels of silver per set. Is that so? Bring it down. I would like 2 sets. The shopkeeper, clearly skeptical of Meng Tong's purchasing power, was taken aback. Yet, when she saw the 10 taels of silver that Meng Tong produced, her face blossomed into a radiant smile, and she swayed her hips as she said, please wait a moment. I shall fetch them for you myself. Very well, Meng Tong reassured the 2 little girls, do not fear if you like it. We shall buy it. A few minutes later, the shopkeeper returned with 2 pink skirts, enthusiastically introducing them, and even gesturing for Lu He and Lu Yin to model them. Observing their delight, Meng Tong promptly paid for the outfits and encouraged them to change. She herself selected a light blue skirt, and the total came to a mere 8 taels of silver. The shopkeeper was ecstatic, showering compliments without repetition. However, Meng Tong would not forget the shopkeeper's earlier haughty demeanor. As she exited the shop, she tossed a seed into the crevice of the door. The seed, having gained remarkable vitality in this post-apocalyptic world, would thrive with just a slight infusion of her abilities, allowing its roots to spread far and wide. Indeed, no sooner had she left the tailor's shop than she heard the shopkeeper's furious exclamations. The roots had caused the floor within to become uneven, cracking in several places, leading the shopkeeper to stumble in a rather undignified manner. This incident certainly offered a measure of amusement. The shopkeeper spent several days dealing with the roots that had burst forth from her shop. Clad in their new garments, Lu He and Lu Yin were overjoyed, their earlier discontent forgotten. Mother, I want to eat candied hawthorn. Let us buy it. Mother, I desire a large meat bun. We shall buy that as well. After a trip to the town, Meng Tong found herself 20 taels lighter in her purse, exactly the amount she had anticipated. If others were so keen on coveting wealth, she could indulge in the same sentiment. By evening, the trio returned to the village. The members of the Lu family, upon seeing the new clothes adorning Lu He and Lu Yin, as well as the burden Meng Tong carried, could not help but feel envious, their eyes tinged with jealousy. Yet they dared not voice their thoughts. That night, after dinner, the 3 of them sat on the bed, examining the treasures they had acquired that day. Among them were the seeds Meng Tong had purchased, an assortment of varieties she had never encountered before, including rice, wheat, corn, and sweet potatoes, plenty of which she already possessed in her space. This fortunate turn of events stemmed from Meng Tong's earlier scavenging for supplies during the apocalypse, where she stumbled upon a food base. Although the food there was inedible, it was suitable for planting. Lacking arable land, Meng Tong had no choice but to store everything in her space. Now, she had finally found a purpose for them. She resolved to venture into the mountains the following day for an experiment. On the morrow, Meng Tong did not take Lu He and Lu Yin with her, instructing them to remain at home, assured that the other members of the Lu family would not dare to harm the 2 children. Otherwise, Lu Xiaoshuan and Lu Xiaozhu would surely retaliate. As she ascended the narrow path, Meng Tong headed to the spot where she and her mother had previously bathed. This location not only had a water source, but was also relatively level due to the collapsed ground. Choosing a secluded area close to the pond, Meng Tong began by using a hoe from her basket to clear the weeds and loosen the soil, followed by watering the patch. Once the soil had absorbed sufficient moisture, she waited for about 15 minutes before scattering the seeds. Since it was an experiment, she only planted a small quantity, primarily staples such as rice, corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. After sowing the seeds, Meng Tong gradually channeled her abilities while conserving some energy for the child growing within her. Tender green sprouts began to emerge through the moist earth, with rice and corn quickly showing signs of life, while the larger root vegetables like potatoes and sweet potatoes remained unresponsive. Unperturbed, Meng Tong sat on the ground and continued to channel her energy. After half an hour, nearly all the seeds she had planted had sprouted, displaying vibrant roots and leaves, indicating their viability. Delving into her spatial awareness, Meng Tong gazed at the mountain of seeds, feeling that she was but a step away from becoming a landowner. With her experiment deemed successful, Meng Tong prepared another small plot of land, sowing seeds without the use of her powers, curious to observe the differences between natural growth and her enhanced methods. Once everything was in place, she realized it was already noon. Rather than hurrying home, she decided to bathe in the pond, as the heat had caused her to sweat profusely during her ascent. She unfastened her clothing and waded into the water, closing her eyes to savor the refreshing coolness. Unbeknownst to her, a robust white tiger was stealthily watching her from a distance, its back bearing an unconscious man. Having survived the trials of the apocalypse, Meng Tong sensed the tiger's gaze almost immediately. Discreetly donning her clothing from the pond's edge, she began to use the surrounding foliage to investigate the voyeur. Rustling sounds emerged from afar, akin to a venomous serpent traversing the forest, as the tiger's sharp eyes fixated on her, its front paws poised to strike. The rustling ceased, and Meng Tong became acutely aware of the tiger's presence. Surprised by the encounter, she stepped out of the pond and locked eyes with the formidable creature, which bore an imposing gaze. Suddenly, the tiger lunged forward, letting out a roar before advancing toward her, while the man on its back remained eerily still, leaving Meng Tong uncertain whether he had been slain as a display of dominance. For the sake of safety, Meng Tong began to retreat, and thus they exchanged positions until the white tiger halted at the edge of the ground where she had previously conducted her experiment. It sniffed vigorously at the budding earth, circling as it did so. Eventually, it directed its gaze toward Meng Tong. A tightness gripped her heart as she fixed her eyes intently on its movements. Should it exhibit any signs of aggression, she would wield her powers to constrict it with vines. Fortunately, it remained still. However, the man on its back was shaken off. Meng Tong caught a glimpse, but could not discern his features. The standoff persisted for approximately half an hour before the white tiger finally departed. Casting a glance at the area around Meng Tong's abdomen as it left, had sensed her pregnancy? Chapter 10. The foolish husband who died has returned. It was not until a quarter of an hour after the tiger's departure that Meng Tong felt assured of her safety and slowly approached the man on the ground. He was tall, estimated to be over 6 feet, and bore numerous scars. His ragged clothing was in tatters. Most alarming was his left leg, which was decayed from the knee down. A faint breath hinted at his continued existence. Although Meng Tong was not one to meddle, she felt compelled to investigate. As she crouched down to part the hair from his face, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Upon closer inspection, Meng Tong gasped. This was Lu Chuan, the foolish husband from the original memories. He was not dead, but had been saved by a white tiger. Unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow, she wished to embrace motherhood, but did not desire to take on the burden of a fool, especially one who was the father of Yinner and her siblings. Nevertheless, she resolved to save him, and she would deal with the consequences later. Channeling her powers slowly into Lu Chuan's body, Meng Tong could distinctly sense his breathing becoming stronger and steadier. Some of his minor wounds began to heal, though she knew her current abilities could not remedy his left leg. Even if she could, she would not, as it defied reason. Ensuring that Lu Chuan would not perish and could return home alive, Meng Tong decisively withdrew her powers and descended the mountain without a moment's hesitation. She wished to avoid being seen by Lu Chuan here, and she also needed to return home. Upon arriving home, Meng Tong resumed her daily routine, eating when necessary and sleeping when required. The old Lu family detected no signs of anything amiss until 2 days later when several men from the village came to knock on the door. Isher answered, initially intending to scowl, only to be taken aback by the sight of Lu Chuan, propped up by others. Though disheveled, it was undoubtedly him. His eyes were unmistakable. Second sister Lu, listen quickly. Lu Chuan has returned alive. Indeed, Lu Chuan had returned, and the old Lu family could once again partake in meat. Upon hearing the word meat, Isher's expression softened slightly, and she stepped aside to allow them into the courtyard. At that moment, Meng Tong was in the third room organizing her space when Lu He and Lu Yin burst in, calling for her. The two little girls were so excited they could hardly contain themselves. Mother, father has returned. He is alive. Father has come back. Good, good, good. Father is not dead. Meng Tong sought to soothe Lu Yan's agitated spirit, then took the hands of the two girls and led them out of the house. In the courtyard, Lu Chuan sat against the ground, while old man Lu sat beside him, weeping uncontrollably, as if trying to shed all the sorrows of the past days. As for Lu Feng and Lu Qian, they were indeed quite excited, but not solely because Lu Chuan had returned alive. Rather, in their eyes, Meng Tong had finally found someone to care for her. It was no wonder they lived joyfully, still oblivious to Meng Tong's true nature. "My son, you have finally returned. You did not perish." "Father," old man Lu abruptly halted, expecting his son to utter some heartfelt words. Instead, the man lifted his resolute face and said, so noisy. Enough." Old man Lu fell into despair, beginning to accuse Lu Chuan of being ungrateful, yet the man paid him no heed. His bright, clear eyes, imbued with a hint of childlike innocence, gazed towards Meng Tong and her daughters, who stood at the entrance of the third room. Lu He and Lu Yin could no longer contain themselves, breaking free from Meng Tong's grasp and dashing towards Lu Chuan. "Father, oh father, you have finally returned. Yin and mother and sister have all missed you." They nestled into Lu Chuan's embrace, entirely indifferent to his disheveled appearance. All they knew was that their father had returned, the one who would play with them and protect them. The villagers may have deemed him a fool, but only Lu He and Lu Yin understood that their father was far from foolish. He was quite intelligent. Gently wrapping his arms around his weeping daughters, Lu Chuan uttered a single word, "Good." His gaze then fixated on Meng Tong, his eyes radiating an unmistakable affection. He loved his wife deeply, which left Meng Tong feeling somewhat disoriented, as his love was directed towards Meng Dani, while she was Meng Tong. The two remained in a stalemate until Lu Chuan rose and approached Meng Tong, his clear eyes reflecting confusion. "Wife." His low, rich voice, imbued with a magnetic quality, caused her ears to tingle. Meng Tong looked up at Lu Chuan and inquired, "Are you hungry?" Lu Chuan nodded, standing before her. His tall stature gave off an aura of loyalty, especially now that he bore injuries, evoking a sense of compassion even from Meng Tong. Undeniably, Lu Chuan possessed striking features. Characterized by a wild and aggressive allure, his facial structure deeply defined. Yet, his countenance was softened by his clear, innocent eyes, which resonated with Meng Tong's preferences. Without the need for emotional intimacy, they took a step closer together. "Sister-in-law, I must trouble you to prepare a meal for Lu Chuan. I shall help him change his clothes." He sure initially hesitated to comply, but under pressure, she reluctantly nodded and entered the kitchen. Meng Tong then led Lu Chuan back into the house. The man was obedient, following her wherever she went, albeit with a slight limp that appeared somewhat comical. Behind them, Lu He and Lu Yin stifled their laughter. Father is still as attached to mother as before. After some time, Lu Chuan changed into his patched clothing, his hair tied back with a strip of cloth, and he had shaved off his beard, revealing a sharply defined face. At that moment, he sure entered with a bowl of noodles, placing it on the table before leaving without uttering a single word. Meng Tong paid no heed to this, lifting the bowl and offering it to Lu Chuan, urging him to eat. Upon receiving the bowl, Lu Chuan remarked, "My dear, it is delightful," before he began to enjoy the noodles. Meng Tong couldn't help but feel gratified. All things considered, it was manageable for now. Before long, word had spread through the village that the third son of the old Lu family had returned. "That fool is still alive?" "Indeed. I witnessed Lu Jia and the others escorting him back. Could that be false? Goodness, his life is remarkably resilient. I must see for myself." The villagers flocked to the old Lu household, led by Aunt Meng and Aunt Lu. Unlike the others, their intentions were far more innocent, purely for the joy of Meng Tong. Particularly, Aunt Lu grasped Meng Tong's hand, tears streaming uncontrollably as she murmured, you've endured, dear girl. The days ahead will surely be brighter." "Auntie, I am genuinely happy for you," Meng Tong replied, her smile sincere, filled with gratitude for the support she had received from the aunts. She planned to gift them some of her harvest once it ripened. Chapter 11. The wealthy of the town departed throughout the day. Villagers continued to visit the old Lu family in waves, all eager to catch a glimpse of the returned Lu Chuan. However, Upon noticing his limp left leg, reactions varied. Some expressed concern while others rejoiced. Yet, despite his return, what did it matter? He was still a cripple. He could no longer hunt and now added another mouth to feed. Reflecting on the recent events in the old Lu household, the villagers felt a sense of decline looming over them. What others thought was of little consequence to Lu Chuan. His only concern lay with Meng Tong's thoughts. After dinner, the three families retreated to their humble abode, and Lu Chuan, his eyes reflecting an inner struggle, finally called out to Meng Tong, who was about to leave for her evening wash. "My dear." "Yes," Meng Tong naturally responded, setting down the wooden bucket and turning to inquire, "What is it?" Their eyes met, and Meng Tong did not urge him to speak. She simply gazed into his eyes. She understood what he wished to convey. She had seen the villagers' expectations today, particularly from those of the old Lu family. It seemed that everyone anticipated his ability to hunt and provide meat, but now, with his limp, he was perceived as worthless, especially since he was also considered a fool. Nevertheless, Meng Tong disagreed with this assessment. After the day they had spent together, she believed Lu Chuan was merely a quiet individual who responded slowly to the world around him. His focus on hunting and his interests was remarkable. Perhaps this was the essence of the saying that when one door closes, another opens. Limping towards Meng Tong, Lu Chuan's deep, clear eyes shimmered with a hint of grievance as he declared, "I am skilled in hunting. I can provide meat, but father won't allow it." His intention was clear. He could still hunt well enough to offer her meat, though the old man would not partake. For reasons unknown, Meng Tong found him somewhat endearing as a smile graced his somewhat malnourished face. "I believe in you. Tomorrow, let us go to the town and check on your leg." "I have no money." "I do." Meng Tong confidently extracted 10 taels of silver from his pocket for Lu Chuan to see. He continued, "Once your leg is healed, we can hunt plentifully and feast on meat daily, driving them to envy." "All right." After a moment's hesitation, Lu Chuan finally acquiesced, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. He then wrapped his strong arm around Meng Tong's waist, drawing him close. Leaning his head on Meng Tong's shoulder, he stubbornly declared, "I will earn money for my wife." The seriousness in his tone stifled Meng Tong's laughter. He suppressed his amusement, fearing it might shatter the burgeoning confidence he had just begun to nurture. Though it felt like mere daydreaming, what if it came to fruition? Encouragement was paramount. Little did he know, it truly did come to pass. The following morning, he sure rose with a mournful expression to prepare breakfast. Upon seeing the freshly washed Lu Chuan, she offered no greeting, her eyes reflecting a palpable disdain. Wasn't a fool who couldn't hunt just a burden? With a need for additional bowls and chopsticks, he sure's heart bled at the sight of their dwindling food supplies. The insatiable appetite of the third household was simply unbearable in these uncertain times when the yield of crops was anything but guaranteed. The entire family relied solely on a few bags of grain for sustenance. He sure had finally come to understand the frugality of the elder Lu. Regardless of he sure's complaints, Meng Tong remained unfazed. As long as there was food and drink upon rising, he was content. After breakfast, heedless of the hungry gazes directed at them by Lu Laohan and the others, the family of four boarded the village's ox cart bound for the town. The driver, Uncle Lu, was a relative of Lu Chuan, having fled from Duanshan village together. Upon seeing Lu Chuan, he greeted him with a smile. "Good lad, you seem fortunate. Surviving such calamity surely brings future blessings. You are destined for great fortune. Uncle, may you have fortune as well." "Ha, I appreciate your kind words." Uncle Lu laughed heartily as he settled in. "Let's be off." He was aware that Lu Chuan was going to have his leg examined and did not tarry. Within half an hour, the family arrived in town. Though it was only their second visit, Lu He and Lu Yin were still filled with curiosity. Each took hold of one of Meng Tong's hands, their big eyes wide with wonder. Their destination was a pharmacy named Jujitang, reputed to be run by a skilled practitioner from the capital. Meng Tong intended to leverage his reputation while discreetly employing her unique abilities to heal Lu Chuan's leg. If she prepared in advance, it would ease her own burden. Jujitang was located on the eastern side of the town, an area characterized by a greater concentration of wealth, where the attire of the populace was notably more refined than that of the western side. Is it true that the Zhang family is relocating? Indeed. I heard they are vacating their grain shop. Why the sudden departure? No idea. Three well-dressed scholars passed by Meng Tong, their discussion piquing her curiosity. Why would a grain merchant leave? From her observations, it appeared there was only one grain shop in town, devoid of competition. Had they received some unsettling news? Meng Tong remained alert, contemplating that she would inquire further after Lu Chuan's examination. However, upon arriving at the entrance of Jujutang, they discovered the door was closed. A few patients were waiting outside, and Meng Tong pondered before approaching a woman cradling a child. Greetings, dear sister. I would like to inquire about the opening hours of the relief hall. The woman remained silent, her gaze averted, clutching her child with increasing intensity. Meng Tong cast a glance at the infant in her arms, who appeared to be quite young, perhaps not yet a year old, and remarkably frail, with an unusual flush on their cheeks, suggestive of fever. Looking up at the tightly shut doors of the relief hall, Meng Tong felt an unsettling premonition that something significant was about to unfold. Rising, she turned her attention to other patients and approached an elderly man sitting alone. Squatting down to ask, "Sir, how long have you been waiting here?" "Huh?" The elderly gentleman lifted his gaze towards Meng Tong, his wrinkled face etched with confusion. His hearing was impaired. Just as Meng Tong was about to rise and depart, a boy, around 13 or 14 years of age, called out to her. The youth was similarly gaunt, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. He cradled a little girl, approximately 4 or 5 years old, in his arms, presumably his sister. He inquired, "Are you also here for medical attention?" Meng Tong, after a brief pause, nodded silently and gestured towards Lu Chuan and his companions. Beneath a large tree across the way, a man sat on the ground, holding 2 sleeping young girls. "Do you know when the relief hall will open?" Meng Tong asked. "It won't be opening," he replied. "What?" Meng Tong exclaimed in astonishment. "Why not? Today is the day the doctors from the relief hall have departed. We're merely hoping to wait here and see if they might return to assist us." "Departed?" Meng Tong furrowed her brow, feeling troubled by yet another instance of departure. Could it be that something grave was about to transpire in the town? Otherwise, why would these affluent individuals flee? Chapter 12. Refugees fleeing north. The boy, noticing Meng Tong's confusion, pondered for a moment before sharing the insider information he possessed. He explained that, approximately half a month ago, a massive wave of refugees began migrating north from the southern regions. Since the beginning of the year, the temperature in the Great Wei Kingdom had risen consistently without a single drop of rain, causing the land to dry up and crack, rendering it impossible to cultivate crops. The common folk, left with no alternative, resorted to foraging for wild vegetables and stripping bark from trees, but this was not a sustainable solution. It was rumored that the drought in the southernmost areas had reached a point where survival had become impossible, compelling many to flee northward. Initially, the exodus was small-scale, but it escalated into a large-scale migration about half a month ago. The town of Laozhan was situated along the official northern route, with Pinko village serving as the gateway to Laozhan. This scenario resembled a colossal gourd, with Pinko village as its mouth. Once refugees entered through Pinko, the inhabitants had no other choice but to venture into the depths of the mountains, the dangers of which were well known to all. The most prudent course of action was to leave before the influx of refugees began. This was the reason why the affluent residents of the town had started to depart one by one. Additionally, there were signs of drought beginning to manifest in Laozhan as well. Rather than waiting for conditions to become unbearable, it was wiser to leave promptly. Perhaps they could find a more favorable destination to the north. Meng Tong had not anticipated that this would be the reason behind it. She smiled at the boy and said, "Thank you. No need for thanks." The youth shook his head, his deep-set eyes radiating a striking brightness, imbued with an intense vitality that stirred Meng Tong's emotions. Turning her gaze toward the little girl cradled in his arms, she inquired, "Is this your sister?" "Yes." "What happened to her?" As she spoke, Meng Tong observed the frail girl swathed in tattered garments. She was diminutive, her complexion pallid, drenched in sweat, and dotted with numerous small red spots. Pulling back the sleeve of one thin arm revealed a multitude of these blemishes. It was evident that the heat had caused perspiration, which, left uncleaned, had irritated her skin, resulting in a rash. Gazing at the tightly wrapped child, Meng Tong felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. If the heat didn't claim her, her brother's overzealous wrapping surely would. Being ill does not equate to feeling cold, after all. Taking a deep breath, Meng Tong advised, "You should remove everything that's covering her, and when you return home, gently wipe her down with warm water to keep her skin dry, and she will gradually recover." "Isn't that contagious?" the boy asked cautiously. His reason for wrapping her so securely was to prevent anyone from discovering this was an infectious ailment, but fortunately it was not. A glimmer of hope flickered in the boy's eyes as he began to remove the tattered clothing enveloping the little girl, emerging as if drawn from water. The child displayed a look of comfort on her face, her gaze toward Meng Tong brimming with gratitude. The boy carried his sister home, while Meng Tong returned to the side of Lu Chuan and his two children. Lu He and Lu Yan had already fallen asleep in Lu Chuan's embrace, their faces, nourished over the past few days, now radiated a healthy glow, albeit with sweat adorning their foreheads due to the heat. Lu Chuan was fanning them with a leaf, proving himself to be quite the capable father. Upon noticing Meng Tong's approach, Lu Chuan looked up and said, "My dear, you've worked hard." He then patted the cool ground beside him. Although it was shaded, the breeze that drifted by was still stiflingly warm, indicating the severity of the drought. Yet, in Meng Tong's eyes, such discomfort was trivial. She had endured far worse. Sitting beside Lu Chuan, she picked up a fallen leaf and began to fan the air, casting her gaze upon the increasingly sparse street. Turning to Lu Chuan, she asked, "If the villagers decide to flee due to the famine, would you follow them?" Although puzzled by Meng Tong's sudden inquiry, Lu Chuan replied without hesitation, "Wherever you go, my dear, I shall follow." His words conveyed a commitment to accompany her wherever she might venture. This pleased her greatly. Ever since she learned of the refugees heading north to escape the famine, Meng Tong sensed that the day when her village would face a similar fate was not far off. The desire to conform, combined with a sense of luck, would undoubtedly compel them to journey north as well. Yet, in stark contrast, Meng Tong did not wish to join them. The path of escape was fraught with difficulty, requiring careful consideration of sustenance along the way and a constant vigilance for personal safety. Surviving the journey to their destination would be a testament to ancestral virtue. And as someone not particularly virtuous in her former life, she was certain to encounter numerous tribulations. Thus, she reasoned it would be wiser not to go at all. With such a formidable mountain at her back, Meng Tong was confident that she could sustain the four of them, nay 5. Furthermore, if fortunes improved in the future, she envisioned descending the mountain to claim the entire town as her own, thereby realizing her dreams of land ownership without the need for pretense. The more Meng Tong contemplated, the more feasible the idea appeared to her. However, the most pressing concern at present was to heal Lu Chuan's leg. She roused the slumbering Lu He and Lu Yan, then turned to Lu Chuan, saying, "I once stumbled upon a remedy for leg ailments that is said to be remarkably effective. Now that the apothecary is closed, would you permit me to venture into the mountains to gather some herbs for you to try?" Without hesitation, Lu Chuan nodded in agreement, his eyes brimming with trust in Meng Tong. Ah, how delightful it is to be somewhat naive in such matters, sparing her the need to fabricate excuses. In Pinko village, the once serene and harmonious atmosphere had dissipated. Each household was ensnared in a state of extreme tension. This very morning, they had endured an onslaught of refugees. What manner of individuals were they? Even the most disheveled among them appeared relatively civilized. Yet each seemed like a ravenous wolf from the mountains, devoid of any benevolence. Brandishing their machetes indiscriminately, they spared neither the young nor the old. After committing acts of murder, their faces betrayed an unsettling blend of desire and perverse satisfaction. In the Meng household, Meng Mu was paralyzed by fear. Her once domineering demeanor vanished. Gazing upon her eldest son, who had been grievously injured by the refugees, she wailed as if mourning the loss of her own mother. "My son, how could you suffer such a fate? How could these heartless fiends act so cruelly? I shall ensure they pay dearly for this." Listening to Meng Mu's lamentations, The already irate eldest son of the Meng family became even more incensed. He shot a fierce glare at Meng Mu before turning to his quail-like wife. "You wretched woman, why do you not come to my aid? Do you think you can frolic freely now that your husband is dead?" I did not mean that," she stammered. "You certainly did, you cold-hearted harpy. If you wish to revel in such a fate, then, enough, do not strike my sister-in-law." The second son of the Meng family, who had remained silent until now, interjected. His piercing gaze radiated impatience as he added, rather than squabbling, "We ought to devise a plan to gather the 20 taels needed to escape the village. Otherwise, our entire family will perish before we even manage to flee a mile. But where shall we procure such funds? Most of the villagers have already departed, and our own resources are scant." Suddenly, a thought struck Meng Mu, her daughter, Meng Da, whom she had sold to Duan Shan village. It was rumored that her simple-minded husband was an adept hunter. Surely, over the years, he must have amassed a considerable sum. Chapter 13. Who do you think you are, pretending before me in the stillness of the night? Two men from Pinko village hurried toward the town, Meng Lao Da and Meng Lao Er. Their intention was to seek out Meng Da in Duan Shan village to request financial assistance. Additionally, they aimed to spread news of the refugees infiltrating the village, thereby inciting a larger exodus. In the ensuing chaos, the Meng family could escape and possibly acquire the 20 taels of silver they desperately needed. This plan was concocted by Meng Lao Da and Meng Lao Er, and Meng Mu wholeheartedly endorsed it, never once considering the safety of her daughter. Had not her other daughters been sold far away, she might have even sent both sons to collect money from each one. Meanwhile, Meng Tong remained oblivious to the shamelessness of her so-called mother and elder brothers. After their family of 4 returned from the town, Lu Laohan and Lu Feng presented her with a tremendous surprise. As she beheld the 2 unfamiliar women in the courtyard, along with the children trailing behind them, Meng Tong experienced a moment of utter bewilderment. Standing at the entrance of the second room, he sure observed Meng Tong's bewildered expression, mistakenly believing that she was angry. The mere thought of provoking Meng Tong brought he sure immense joy, and the midday gloom dissipated in an instant. Rubbing her hands together and swaying her hips, she approached Meng Tong with a smile, saying, "Sister-in-law, I forgot to introduce you. This is Jia Shi, the new wife of our father, who will henceforth be our matriarch. And this is Lu Shi, the new wife of our eldest brother, who will be our elder sister-in-law. In a rush, I neglected to mention this to you. I hope you are not upset. Oh, and these children will be part of our old Lu family. Times are tough, but with our family flourishing, surely our future days will become increasingly prosperous. Won't they, sister-in-law?" He sure gazed at Meng Tong with a beaming smile, her eyes eagerly anticipating a reaction. Yet unexpectedly, Meng Tong did not respond with anger, but instead greeted the 2 women warmly. "Hello, mother-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law." Lu Shi, the new wife of Lu Feng, shyly smiled as a little boy beside her was tugged forward. "I don't want him. He is a fool. I don't want such an uncle." The boy, named Zhu Meng, appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, similar in age to Lu Yan. Hearing Zhu Meng speak ill of his father, Lu He and Lu Yan were displeased. The 2 little ones broke free from Lu Chuan's grasp and rushed toward Zhu Meng, pushing him down. "You're the fool. You're not allowed to be in my house. Get out. Yes, get out." Zhu Meng, having been pushed down, was taken aback, while Lu Shi felt quite embarrassed. Quickly pulling the on the verge of tears Zhu Meng up, she gently admonished him, "You mustn't say that about your uncle. He is an elder. Mother beat them. They pushed me." "Wah," Zhu Meng wailed. "How shameful, crying at this age." "Exactly. Get out of my house. You are not welcome here." Lu He and Lu Yan, having spent time with Meng Tong, had not learned much, but their tempers and boldness had certainly grown. Standing before Zhu Meng, they exhibited a somewhat arrogant demeanor. However, Meng Tong found this quite commendable, as it meant they would no longer be bullied. With her arms crossed, she smiled, while Lu Chuan fixated intently on Zhu Meng. The moment he made even the slightest move, Lu Chuan would not hesitate to act. The couple's attitudes caused Jia Shi, who had remained silent nearby, to furrow her brow. Contemplating her future role as the head matriarch of the old Lu family, Jia Shi cleared her throat and turned to Meng Tong, sternly asking, "Is this how you teach your children? They lack even a modicum of decorum and manners. How can you chase someone away like that? If your husband has issues, you should know better than to let them embarrass our family further. You ought to make those two girls apologize to the eldest family." Meng Tong had never encountered such unabashed audacity before. Surely, Lu Laohan and Lu Feng must have conspired to marry someone to keep her in check. What a joke. Meng Tong had no understanding of respecting elders or cherishing the young. Here, the strongest prevailed. Casting a cold glance at Jia, sure. Meng Tong's lips curled into a sardonic smile as she retorted, "Who do you think you are, pretending to be important in front of me?" Everyone was taken aback by Meng Tong's words, including the old man Lu and his companions who were watching the play inside the house. Inside, Lu Feng hesitantly asked his father, "Father, can Aunt Jia really handle the third room? The situation seems rather precarious." The old man Lu, hunched over at the window, glared at Meng Tong with a venomous glint in his dull yellow eyes, infused with a hint of murderous intent. He replied, "Your Aunt Jia specializes in training unruly women. Meng Dani is nothing compared to her." "Really? Where did you find Aunt Jia and Lu?" Lu Feng questioned. "Don't worry about it. All we need to do is live well as a family." As for the third room, a shiver ran down Lu Feng's spine as he glanced at his father's expression. Father seems intent on the demise of the third room. In the courtyard, Meng Tong and Jia were locked in a standoff, flanked by two girls beside Jia who were fuming with indignation. Their eyes, filled with arrogance, reflected their belief that having spent so long in such a place, they had encountered all manner of people. This village woman, seemingly oblivious to her own limitations, deserved a lesson, while others anticipated the consequences from Meng Tong. He had the foresight to act. Ignoring the glares from Lu and Jia, she hurriedly took her son, who was snacking nearby, back home and locked him up. As for Lu Xiaoxuan and Lu Xiaozhu, who were watching the spectacle at the entrance, they felt a tightening in their stomachs and swiftly retreated indoors. A smile crept onto Meng Tong's lips as her gaze flickered toward the two girls beside Jia. She had no qualms about striking women, surely. The justification of disrespecting one's brother and sister-in-law sufficed. Jia was taken aback by the aura emanating from Meng Tong. Her face, not yet 50, darkened with anger as she bellowed, "You little wretch, I am your mother-in-law. How dare you speak to me like that?" The sound of a slap echoed through the air. Clutching her face, Jia could hardly believe it. In all her years, it was the first time she had been struck. Her two daughters, alongside Lu and Zhu Meng, who stood by ready to witness the spectacle, were equally stunned. Lu He and Lu Yin hurried back to Lu Chuan's side, their eyes sparkling with admiration for Meng Tong. "Mother is so impressive. Father, mother is so powerful." Indeed, Lu Chuan nodded, lifting his two daughters to the corner of the wall, clearing space for Meng Tong, while his deep-set eyes remained fixed on her, a glimmer of excitement evident within. She was no longer the same patient woman as before. Lu Chuan found himself more attracted to her current demeanor. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew tense. As Lu attempted to return to the house with her son, only to discover that the door, which had been wide open moments ago, was now inexplicably shut. Behind her, Jia's furious voice mingled with the resounding slaps, sending shivers down Lu's spine and draining the color from her face. It seemed she had indeed encountered an insurmountable challenge. Chapter 14. Division or Estrangement. Meng Dani, are you rebelling? I am your mother-in-law, and I will have the old Lu family cast you aside. A person like you. Just slap. You little wretch. With each insult from Jia, Meng Tong retaliated with a slap, leaving Jia utterly incapable of responding. As for her two daughters, they were so intimidated by Meng Tong's commanding presence that they dared not utter a sound. Cowering in the corner, Lu and her son watched as each slap landed on Jia's face, causing her pallor to deepen with every strike. The intimidation was akin to a soul-crushing force. Even Zhu Meng recoiled into Lu's embrace, unable to bear the sight. Inside the room, old man Lu began to perspire profusely, fearing the arrival of Meng Dani, who might unleash her fury upon him. Truly, they were all mad. The third household was filled with lunatics. After delivering a full 10 slaps, Meng Tong finally ceased her assault. She crouched down to gaze at Jia, who had been rendered speechless, a wicked smile curling her lips. "So, how do you like the gift from your daughter-in-law?" "Yes, I like it," Jia replied, utterly subdued, too intimidated to even glance at Meng Tong. This was the epitome of madness. With a casual flick, Meng Tong lightly tapped Jia's cheek, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her eyes, though she ultimately restrained herself. Despite her disdain, she was not devoid of compassion. Meng Tong was not a soulless killing machine. Rising to smooth the creases in her clothing, she turned her attention to the others huddled in the corner. "Do not strike me. I promise to serve without complaint from now on. We are truly sorry. It is all our fault." The trio pleaded in unison, with Zhu Meng, nestled in Lu's embrace, surprisingly bowing before Meng Tong. "Ah, indeed, a fist is a powerful tool. My lady, water." Old Lu Chuan, who had unknowingly entered the room with a cup of water for Meng Tong, approached, his eyes devoid of fear, even gleaming with excitement. It seemed that only madmen and fools were truly compatible. Accepting the cup, Meng Tong took a few sips, acknowledging the exhaustion that accompanied her actions. She settled into the chair that Lu Chuan had brought, casting her gaze toward the closed main room. Understanding her intent, Lu Chuan stood and strode toward the main room, then kicked the door open with a forceful kick. Old Man Lu and Lu Feng, cowering by the table, trembled in fear at Lu Chuan's actions. The third son was no longer the same man he once was. Exiting the house, Old Man Lu and Lu Feng beheld the disheveled Jia and the others huddled in the corner, fury flashing in Old Man Lu's eyes. Useless wretches. In the second household, Lu Qian, who had been resting in bed, was roused by He Shi. Her eyes darted around as she leaned closer to Lu Qian, whispering, "What are they discussing outside? Should we not go out? Go out to meet our demise? Let us not disturb our second brother and sister-in-law. But this is about dividing the family. We cannot let it go unaddressed." Meng Tong's nonchalant voice echoed from outside. He Shi's eyes widened in shock as she turned to Lu Qian. "Dividing the family? Meng Danny wishes to split the household?" Lu Qian's triangular eyes mirrored her surprise, and after a moment's contemplation, he declared, "Let's go out and see what trouble she is stirring." "Very well." Following Lu Qian, the entire second household emerged from the house. Now, with the children's side, the entire old Lu family had gathered in the courtyard. Meng Tong turned to Lu Feng, who was crouching on the ground, and smiled, saying, "I must trouble my elder brother to summon the village chief, so he may witness our proceedings." Just as Lu Feng was about to refuse, a glance into Meng Tong's eyes made him reconsider. "Since we are dividing the family, surely we will need more than just the village chief as a witness. Who else should we invite?" Meng Tong maintained her cheerful demeanor, yet this smile instilled a sense of dread in Lu Feng. He cast a glance at the old man Lu beside him, but ultimately summoned the courage to address Meng Tong, saying, "Well, we ought to bring in a few respected individuals from the village." With this resolve, he sought out families who maintained amicable relations with the Lu family, determined that the third household should gain nothing. They ought to be expelled from the Lu family altogether. The more Lu Feng contemplated the matter, the more feasible it appeared to him, and his earlier vexation dissipated. He exited the courtyard to seek assistance. In less than 15 minutes, several individuals had arrived at the courtyard. Among them were the village chief Lu Daji and his sons Lu Ming and Lu Jia, along with 3 other men unknown to Meng Tong. Yet their cordial demeanor towards Lu Feng made their intentions quite apparent. Meng Tong, disinterested in quarreling, merely wished for a division of the family or a severance of ties. It would be preferable to ensure that once the Lu family fled from hardship, they would not return, as she had no means to accommodate them. The sooner the separation, the better. "Village chief, you must advocate for our Lu family." Upon encountering unfamiliar faces and the slap marks on their cheeks, Lu Daji glanced at Meng Tong and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Jia, the newly wedded wife of the old man Lu," she replied. "You must stand up for me, village chief." At this moment, Jia became animated, whispering into Lu Daji's ear, recounting Meng Tong's every alleged misdeed. The 3 families who entered with Lu Feng listened to Jia's words, their gazes towards Meng Tong filled with animosity. One younger man even went so far as to openly berate Meng Tong for her disrespect toward her mother-in-law and disharmony with her sisters-in-law. Meng Tong chose to disregard him. But Lu Chuan was quite perturbed and promptly dealt the man a punch, which rendered him compliant. After all, he was a fool. Why bother engaging with him? Village chief. Look, silence. Lu Daji shot a cold glance at the man who had spoken, asserting, "This is a matter of their family. It does not concern you." The man turned a shade of deep crimson with anger, yet dared not confront the issue, for Lu Chuan's gaze was far too intimidating. Lu Feng had not anticipated Lu Chuan's violent response. He regarded his countenance, brimming with fury, yet he too felt restrained by the palpable hostility emanating from Lu Chuan. Thus, they were left in silence, chastened. Meanwhile, Meng Tong communicated her desire for a division of the family to the village chief. With the consents of the old man Lu Feng, and Lu Qian, the division was firmly established. The next step was to allocate land and assets. In terms of rice paddies and dry fields, the old Lu family had no objections. Even if they did, Jia's opinions held no weight. The crux of the matter lay in the distribution of grain and finances. The village chief instructed his two sons to bring forth all the grain belonging to the Lu family and place it in the courtyard. He then inquired, "As for your family's finances, the money has long since vanished, all squandered by Meng Dani." Lu Qian interjected abruptly, addressing the village chief. "We painstakingly saved 20 taels, and she has spent it all. The third household has no share of this grain." "Indeed, the third household has no share of this grain," Lu Feng echoed. "The third household consumes the most at every meal and has depleted all their savings. You cannot allocate this grain to them, village chief." "Good heavens! To have squandered 20 taels entirely, what a waste." "Exactly, village chief, this grain cannot be shared with them." The helpers summoned by Lu Feng began to interject. While Lu Chuan's gaze grew increasingly icy, their voices dwindling to whispers, ultimately falling silent. Lu Daji turned to Meng Tong and inquired, "Did you truly utilize the 20 taels?" "Indeed, I did," Meng Tong replied nonchalantly, "but the family savings amount to more than just 20 taels." Chapter 15. Deciding to enter the mountains after the division of the family Meng Dani. Do not pretend to be innocent after having taken advantage. The entirety of the family's savings has been spent by you, a fact evident to all. You three households have no claim to this grain, nor to this house. At this moment, Lu Qian ceased his silent brooding. His calculating demeanor was truly distasteful. Yet, with his reaction, Meng Tong grew increasingly convinced that they still possessed reserves. Unhurriedly, she rose to enter the second house, causing he sure to erupt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. In just a few strides, she blocked Meng Tong's path, and Lu Chuan, seeing this, followed closely behind Meng Tong, his gaze directed at he sure with a hint of hostility. "You shall not enter the second house. All the savings have been exhausted. They are gone." "Meng Dani, what exactly do you intend to do?" Lu Qian's temper flared. Indeed, he had hidden some money in the house to prevent Meng Tong from discovering it, and he too approached, his face darkening as he finally relented. "The grain can be apportioned to the third household, but," at the utterance of the word "but," Meng Tong continued to advance, and Lu Chuan's large hand intercepted Lu Qian, leaving him and he sure helpless. Just as Meng Tong was about to step into the second house, Lu Qian finally capitulated, shouting in anger, "You can have your share. Meng Dani, you are nothing but an insatiable woman. Were it not for the old Lu family's compassion, you would receive not a single grain." Second brother. Lu Feng and old man Lu hesitated, but after encountering Lu Qian's fierce gaze, they fell silent. With the grain now secured, Meng Tong ceased her commotion. Turning to Lu Qian with a smile, "Thank you for your generous assistance, second brother. My third sister-in-law will not forget your kindness." Lu Qian scoffed and ignored Meng Tong. Yet she paid him no heed as she turned to the village chief, smiling, "I must trouble you to help distribute the grain." "Very well." With a discerning glance at the Lu family, Lu Daji understood the situation and directed his sons to appropriately allocate the grain. Aside from old man Lu's share, each household received a bag of coarse flour, half a bag of white flour, and some rough flour. It was not a substantial amount, but it was rightfully theirs. Meng Tong was unreserved as she had Lu Chuan carry it back to the dilapidated house of the third household. After redistributing pots and pans, when Meng Tong observed he sure splitting a chair in half, giving the legless portion to the third household, she could not help but laugh. She had only heard tales of such actions before, and now she witnessed it firsthand. How ruthless. Finally, regarding the division of the house. The Liu family insisted on separating the third household, but the village chief, showing some semblance of conscience, refused to acquiesce. Nevertheless, the third household was allocated merely that shabby room, with no portion of the kitchen or other facilities. Meng Tong felt no distress over this. Perhaps soon it would all belong to her. After the division was completed, he sure was finally relieved from the burden of cooking for the third household, her face blooming with joy. Old Man Liu and Liu Feng, among others, exhaled in relief. The fate of the third household would no longer concern them. That evening, Old Man Liu finally occupied the main seat in the hall, his face adorned with a long-lost smile. He proclaimed that today marks a joyful occasion for both himself and Fengzi, asserting that the future of the Liu family would undoubtedly flourish. As for the third branch, he declared they would no longer have any ties with the Liu family. Father was right. The first and second branches would honor and respect our parents diligently, ensuring that the Liu family continues to prosper. He sure began to flatter, and even Liu Qian, whose face was typically sullen, could not help but smile at this moment, raising his cup in a toast to Liu Lao and Liu Feng, congratulating them. In the main hall, a harmonious atmosphere enveloped the family, contrasting sharply with the desolate ambience of the third branch's humble abode. Lu Chuan observed Meng Tong, who sat lost in thought on the bed, and mistook her silence for unhappiness. After a moment's hesitation, he rose and enveloped her in his warm embrace, offering a sense of security that she could not refuse. Leaning into Lu Chuan, she looked up and asked, "Are you sad?" They had separated without prior discussion, and Meng Tong believed Lu Chuan might feel sorrowful. But his response was, "As long as my wife is here, I am happy. Wherever mother is, yinner shall be." He chimed in as well. The two little girls, witnessing their parents in an embrace, approached, nuzzling their furry heads against Meng Tong, resembling two obedient kittens. As Meng Tong affectionately patted the girls, a genuine smile graced her face. In truth, she felt indifferent about the separation. Her mind was occupied with contemplating their future path, unaware that the three men had misconstrued her thoughts. However, observing the current scene, it seemed their family would fare well. There were ways to endure both during famine and in times of plenty. With her unique abilities, along with Lu Chuan's hunting skills, she believed venturing into the mountains would pose no significant challenges. After sharing her thoughts with Lu Chuan and the two little ones, Meng Tong sought their opinions, asking, "What do you think? Should we venture into the mountains?" "Yes," the three replied in unison, particularly Lu Chuan, who appeared quite exhilarated. His deep-set eyes locked on Meng Tong as he declared, "We will hunt, and I will provide for my wife." He and Yinner eagerly pledged to assist their mother, their small heads bobbing in agreement, looking irresistibly adorable. Ultimately, Meng Tong made a decisive resolution. The third branch would enter the mountains before the arrival of the refugees, commencing preparations in the days to come. The following morning, before dawn, a loud knocking resounded at the old Liu family's door, accompanied by the terrified voices of two men. Big sister, I am your elder brother. Refugees have entered our village, and mother has sent me to check on you." Refugees have entered the village? The first to rush out was Lu Qian from the second branch, inherently vigilant and perceptive. Upon hearing the voices of Meng Lao and Meng Lao, especially the mention of refugees, he sprang from his bed like a startled fish. He closely followed, though her sudden movement caused her some discomfort, leaving her both pained and slightly embarrassed. "Mother, Junior is sleeping. Let father and mother go see." Lu Jun, huddled in the corner of the bed with a frightened expression, could only be scooped up by He, who followed Lu Qian outside. In the courtyard, Meng Lao and Meng Lao had already arrived, and, similarly, Lu Lao Han, Jia Shi, Lu Feng, and Lu Shi all rushed out to see what was amiss. He cast a discerning glance at the movements of Jia and Lu, his heart already comprehending the situation. Where could the eldest daughter be? Meng Lao turned around but failed to catch a glimpse of Meng Tong, his face etched with irritation. Lu Qian, however, was indifferent to Meng Deni's whereabouts. His sole concern lay with the refugees entering the village. Approaching Meng Lauda, Lu Qian smirked and inquired, "What does it mean when your elder brother speaks of refugees entering the village? What else could it signify but the arrival of refugees? They commit acts of murder and robbery, engaging in all manner of misdeeds." "What?" Upon hearing Meng Laudi's words, the countenance of the Lu family darkened. Lu Qian cast a sidelong glance at the anxious Meng Lauda and questioned, "Are you here to seek some funds for Mengda and I? To leave Laozhan town? You must pay the 20 taels to the refugees stationed at Pinko village, and they are merely the first batch. Many more will follow. She is my mother's daughter. We are family, and we must depart together. We came to gather a bit of money from Der and I," Meng Laudi stated, but his words were met with disbelief. Meng Tong, who lay resting inside, could not suppress a laugh. Indeed, these miscreants kept coming in waves. Chapter 16. Everyone was aware that the refugees had entered the village and committed murder. "Where is Mengda and I? Her elder brothers have both arrived, yet she seems to have vanished." Unlike Meng Laudi, Meng Lauda glared at the Lu family, his eyes darting about. Upon noticing the tightly shut door of the third room, he quickly strode over and was about to kick it open when Lu Chuan unexpectedly swung the door wide. The abrupt loss of balance caused Meng Lauda to fall clumsily at the entrance, his right hand, injured by the refugees, landing painfully on the ground. My hand," he exclaimed. "Elder brother, why such grand gestures for our sister upon your arrival?" Meng Tong, leisurely emerging from the room, saw Meng Lauda at the door and smiled. Get up. It's not proper. I still wish to live a few more years." As she spoke, Meng Tong feigned an attempt to assist the kneeling Meng Lauda, but Lu Chuan swiftly intervened. The strength of a man seasoned by years of hunting was astonishing. As he lifted Meng Lauda as one might a dog, the pain in his hand caused Meng Lauda to forget his initial purpose, and he began cursing with closed eyes. "Chow and I, ma. Mengda and I. You little wretch. How dare you play me for a fool? Today, I shall teach you a lesson." He truly believed Meng Tong to be a soft target, someone anyone could easily push around. With no hesitation, 3 resounding slaps left Meng Lauda's mouth bleeding, his face displaying sheer shock. You dare strike me?" "Yi sui, bang, bang, bang." The couple delivered a combined assault, leaving Meng Lauda utterly defenseless. Lu Chuan held him by the collar before Meng Tong, who took charge of delivering slaps while he focused on delivering punches to the abdomen. Within seconds, the cries of anguish from Meng Lauda filled the air. Meanwhile, Meng Laudi and the others stood paralyzed, terrified by the couple's actions, especially Meng Laudi, whose eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. This was Mengda and I. Villagers drawn by the commotion rushed toward the Lu household, only to find Meng Lauda curled on the ground, lamenting. "What has happened to and I?" Aunt Meng approached Meng Tong with concern etched on her face, asking, "Did your elder brothers come to bully you?" "No," she replied. Meng Tong laughed. "As my elder brother came early in the morning to bow and wish me a happy new year. However, I opposed this, fearing it might shorten my life. He insisted on kneeling, so I had no choice but to ask Lu Chuan to help him up, inadvertently tugging at his wound." Without a hint of embarrassment, Meng Tong fabricated a tale, causing Meng Lao heir to frown deeply. Glancing at the increasing number of villagers in the yard, he quickly began to lament, "Sister, how can you speak such falsehoods? My brother and I came here specifically to inform you that refugees have entered the village and are committing murder. Our mother is worried for your safety, which is why my brother and I rushed here overnight. It was unexpected that you would be so malicious." My brother hadn't even finished speaking. "You strike him, and a person like you is not worthy of our Meng family. How about this? Pay me 30 taels of silver as a severance fee, and from henceforth, the Meng family shall have no further ties with you." Meng Lao heir's calculations were laid bare on Meng Tong's face. 30 taels, did he truly utter that? What refugees entering the village and killing? What is he talking about? Indeed, what refugees entering the village and killing? The villagers hadn't heard the specifics of what Meng Lao had said. They only caught the ominous words about refugees entering the village and murder. For those who had fled from famine, the term refugees killing held immense weight. Some of the older villagers had even witnessed killings and cannibalism during their desperate flight. The expressions of the villagers shifted dramatically as they seized Meng Lao Er by the collar, pressing him for answers. Have refugees entered the village and killed? Where are they? Have they reached your village? My heavens! We must flee at once. There must be many more refugees behind. The yard erupted with voices, and some cautious souls began to rush home to gather their belongings. Meanwhile, the village chief, Lu Daji, was making his way towards the old Lu family, adjusting his trousers. Upon seeing the throng of people surging out from the old Lu family, a flicker of impatience crossed his keen eyes. He casually stopped a younger villager and asked, "What is happening? What is going on at the old Lu family that has everyone in a panic?" The villager replied, "Chief, refugees have entered the village and are killing. We need to hurry." "What?" Lu Daji's eyes widened. "Who said that? I'll break the legs of whoever is spreading such nonsense." It was said by Meng Danny's elder brother and second brother. Lu Daji racked his brain to recall these two figures, and his face instantly displayed shock. "Refugees have entered Pinko village, and they are killing? Is that true?" "Yes, I heard this is just the first wave. Chief, we must flee quickly. Once they come in, we will be doomed." The villagers' fears escalated, viewing the chief as their pillar of strength. More villagers emerged, gravitating towards Lu Daji. "Chief, please make a decision swiftly, or we shall all perish here. Indeed, we have no knowledge of how terrifying these refugees may be." Lu Daji felt overwhelmed by their incessant chatter, and after a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure. With a resolute glance at the surrounding villagers, he commanded sternly, "Quickly return home and pack your belongings. Inform everyone in the village to prepare for departure. I will go inside to inquire further." "Understood." Like a swarm, the villagers scattered, racing home as if propelled by the winds. Those with louder voices began to shout, "Refugees have arrived. Hurry and pack your things to escape. Refugees have arrived." Hastily, people began to gather their belongings and flee. The once tranquil Duanshan village suddenly resembled a droplet of water plunged into hot oil, erupting chaotically. At that time, other villages in the town had also received news of the refugees committing acts of violence in Pinko village. The entire town felt as though it were being violently shaken, akin to a gourd pill rolling haphazardly inside a house. In stark contrast to the villagers' agitation, Meng Tong and Lu Chuan remained remarkably composed. They had not anticipated the refugees' swift arrival. Meng Danny must be terrified. Meng Lao finally regained his composure, staggering to his feet with a cold smile directed at Meng Tong, urging him to gather money quickly, or else what? Meng Tong approached him, yet before he could take a second step, he collided with Lu Daji, who had just entered. "Ha, coward! Who can't see with their eyes?" With a resounding thud, Meng Lao fell to the ground, unconscious from a heavy blow to the head. Lu Daji's face flushed crimson as he clutched a certain area, for when Meng Lao had jumped over, his arm had inadvertently swung into Lu Daji's groin. The pain was indescribable. Unable to endure it any longer, Lu Daji retaliated with a punch aimed at the profane Meng Lao. Everything unfolded in an instant. By the time anyone could react, Meng Tong was already rushing towards Lu Daji, wearing an apologetic expression. "Village chief, are you all right?" "No, I'm fine." Chapter 17. The refugees have arrived in Duanshan village. Gritting his teeth to suppress the pain, Lu Daji struggled to stand upright. He glanced at the unconscious Meng Lao on the ground and asked Meng Tong, "Is this your brother? Who are you to strike my brother? You won't escape without 10 taels of silver today." Before Meng Tong could respond, Meng Lao's second brother interjected fiercely, glaring at Lu Daji and demanding 10 taels of silver. Truly, money had clouded their judgment. Lu Daji was not one to back down. He glared at Meng Lao's second brother, his expression dark. Without further ado, he delivered a heavy blow, knocking the man down. Fortunately, Lu Chuan, swift of foot, hurried over to pull Meng Tong aside. Otherwise, she, a pregnant woman, would have been caught in the fray. "Who gave you the audacity to wreak havoc in Duanshan village? Do you think I, as the village chief, hold no authority?" The village chief, Meng Lao's second brother, was momentarily stunned, covering his face while looking up at the furious Lu Daji. "You are the village chief of Duanshan?" "Yes." Lu Daji replied angrily. It is you who spread rumors throughout the village, is it not? I didn't see. It's true that refugees have entered the village and committed murder. Meng Laoda's second brother epitomized the arrogance of those who feel safe at home. Faced with someone like Lu Daji, he shrank back, stumbling over his words. Seeing he did not appear to be lying, Lu Daji's expression darkened further. He glanced towards the old Lu family, who were hastily packing their belongings, then turned to Meng Tong and Lu Chuan. Why aren't you preparing to leave? We're not planning to flee. Why not? Lu Daji, astonished, felt a flicker of hope. If Meng Dani and her husband had a viable solution to avoid the disaster, it would be the best outcome for Duanshan village. Upon hearing Meng Tong's reply, both the unconscious Meng Laoda and the members of the old Lu family, who were straining to hear the commotion outside, turned their attention toward the two. Meng Tong maintained a constant smile as she gazed up at Lu Daji. My husband is physically impaired, and I am with child, not to mention we have 2 other children. This journey to flee from disaster may not be as smooth as we hope, so we have decided not to proceed. If we encounter any refugees, we shall retreat into the mountains to avoid them. Her tone was tinged with resignation and sorrow, reflecting a sense of unavoidable circumstance. What do you think? Lu Daji inquired, turning to Lu Chuan, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards his legs. He began to ponder the potential inconveniences of having such individuals in their group. The old Lu family, on the other hand, relished the thought of the third household not fleeing. A family like theirs would merely be a burden on the arduous journey. Lu Chuan, undeterred by the opinions of others, replied with a stern countenance into the mountains. It was evident that the couple had already reached a consensus, prompting Lu Daji to refrain from further comment. His primary concern was to hastily organize the villagers to leave Laoshan town. He had not contemplated entering the mountains. The terrors of the deep woods were unpredictable, and as long as everyone united, they would surely reach the north safely. After exchanging a few words, Lu Daji hurried home. While Meng Laoda and Meng Lair were disregarded at the entrance of the old Lu household, completely ignored. Meng Lair, feeling utterly defeated, was astonished at how resolute Meng Dani had become and how formidable the village chief of Duanshan was. He roused the unconscious Meng Laoda, and the two reluctantly exited the old Lu's residence. Observing the bustling villagers, a flicker of inspiration struck Meng Lair, and he exclaimed, "Elder brother, let's hurry home to gather our belongings." "Gather what belongings? We barely have any money," Meng Laoda retorted. "Are you foolish? Look at how many people wish to leave the town." Meng Lair questioned, his cunning eyes fixed on Meng Laoda. Realizing the urgency, Meng Laoda's face, swollen like a pig's head, lit up with understanding. Quickly, let us go home." Now was the opportune moment to depart from Laoshan town. The number of people from the town, combined with those from neighboring villages, would surely surpass the refugees lingering at the village entrance. Strength in numbers would ensure their safe passage, making it a far safer choice than following the people from Pinko village. Inside the third house, Lu He and Lu Yin sat closely beside Meng Tong, their eyes betraying a hint of fear. Clutching her sleeve tightly, they asked, "Mother, will refugees really come?" "Yes." "Will they kill?" "Yes." Meng Tong wished not to shield them from the truth, knowing the reality was essential. The world was harsh, and she did not want to create a facade of beauty and safety that would ultimately harm them, in a time when the plight of women was already precarious. Innocence without any form of defense would lead to tragedy. Only through experience can one grow. Crouching down, Meng Tong gently stroked the heads of the 2 little ones and smiled. "Are you afraid?" "No," Lu He and Lu Yin replied, their wide eyes shaking their heads. "Mother and father will protect us, right?" "Yes, we will protect you," came a simultaneous affirmation from Lu Chuan and Meng Tong. The 2 girls looked at them, their eyes sparkling with joy, as they declared, "We will protect mother and father too." Even the smallest promise can evoke deep emotions. Meng Tong gently embraced the 2 little ones, placing a tender kiss on each of their cheeks. Lu He and Lu Yan's eyes sparkled with joy as they gazed at Meng Tong, their expressions filled with delight. "Mother has kissed us. Mother is so gentle." The atmosphere among the three of them was sweet and beautiful, a sight that Lu Chuan observed with a keen heart. He felt that his wife had changed, and for the better. In the town, the once orderly streets had descended into chaos. Cries of alarm echoed through the air. Murder! Murder! The refugees are coming. Run! Run! Indeed, the refugees who had been stationed at Pinko village had arrived, each one robust and armed to varying degrees. It was evident that these were not ordinary refugees. They were a ruthless band formed from the fittest among countless waves of displaced individuals. Not only were they young, but they also possessed formidable strength. Faced with such a group, the townspeople appeared as helpless as lambs destined for slaughter, utterly devoid of any means to resist, and even if they had, it would only lead to the tragic loss of their lives. Within mere moments, several lifeless bodies lay scattered across the street, the desperate screams of the populace proving futile. People fled in all directions, some seeking refuge in the deep mountains, while others dashed toward the village. By the time Meng Tong and Lu Chuan had finished gathering their belongings, they were met with the chilling sound of screams from the village. The refugees are here. The refugees are here. How could it be so fast? In the main room, old man Lu emerged, his face ashen. He cautiously peered out from the yard, catching sight of a man running, pursued by 3 armed refugees. His complexion paled further, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. He hastily shut the yard door and retreated indoors. What is happening? Have they really come? Joshua inquired. Old man Lu nodded, urging, quickly, find a place to hide and take anything valuable with you. Understood. In a flurry, they began to shut and lock the doors. In the small, run-down house, Lu Chuan retrieved a long and used machete. Wife, hide. No need. Yes. Lu Chuan's tone was grave as he guided Meng Tong to a corner of the bed, covering the 3 of them with various items. While he stationed himself at the door, vigilant of the situation outside, the entire village had plunged into a state of heightened tension. Chapter 18. Severing the arms of 3 refugees. Meanwhile, village chief Lu Daji had also heard the commotion outside. He quickly instructed the women and children in his home to hide, while he called upon several sons to grab knives and pursue the chaos. Some braver villagers armed themselves and followed suit. A few hundred meters from the old Lu residence, the 3 refugees clashed with the villagers who had given chase. I will kill you. Help! The cacophony of chaos reached the ears of the Lu family's small home, and Lu Chuan gripped his machete tightly, refusing to relax for even a moment. In stark contrast, Meng Tong remained the calmest. She soothingly stroked Lu He and Lu Yan's heads, whispering, "Be good and stay hidden here. Mother will go take a look." "No, Mother cannot go out." The 2 little ones clung to Meng Tong, their tear-filled eyes shimmering with fear, their small hands trembling as they held onto her. With a faint sigh, Meng Tong embraced the 2 children, soothing them with gentle words. "Do not be afraid. Your mother will be fine. She merely wishes to see how your father fares. You do not wish for him to be harmed, do you?" However, the children hesitated, and at that moment, Lu Yan added, "But mother, do be careful." "Very well," Meng Tong replied softly, tenderly ruffling Lu Yan's hair. She then moved aside the sack of grain that had been blocking the 3 of them, along with the dark cloth covering it. Hearing the commotion, Lu Chuan turned his gaze toward Meng Tong, a look of confusion flashing in his deep, clear eyes. Nevertheless, he approached and helped her down from the bed. "My dear." Meng Tong responded quietly, her calm eyes turning toward the door as she said, "Let's go outside and take a look." "No, it is fine. There are so many people in the village, and you have a machete. Shouldn't you go out and help?" "I will not go. I will stay by the door." "Is that acceptable?" Lu Chuan remained unconvinced, his gaze flickering toward Meng Tong's abdomen, filled with concern. Glancing down at her belly, Meng Tong assured him, "I will protect myself. Now let us go." With that, she moved to open the door, and Lu Chuan had no choice but to follow closely behind her. Together, they exited the house and walked toward the entrance, where the clamor from outside grew increasingly pronounced. Inside the main room, old man Lu, peering through the window, spotted Lu Chuan and Meng Tong leaving. Rather than feeling anxious, a sense of joy blossomed within him. If they could be slain by the refugees, that would be splendid. Meanwhile, as Meng Tong and Lu Chuan stepped out of the courtyard, They noted that the conflict was unfolding directly below them, given the elevated position of the old Liu family's home. As they emerged, Lu Chuan's expression turned icy, his grip on the machete tightening. The situation below was dire. The refugees were desperate, while most villagers were family men. As the bloodied machete swung menacingly, fear gripped everyone present. In that moment, dozens of villagers found themselves evenly matched against 3 refugees, engaged in a tense standoff, each side testing the waters. Village chief Lu Daji was among them. A gash from a machete marred his right arm, blood soaking half of it, yet he stood resolutely at the forefront. His sharp eyes fixed intently on the 3 refugees as he inquired, "What do you want?" "We will provide anything you desire, as long as no one is harmed." "Umph." The tallest of the 3 refugees sneered, "I want money, women, and lives." Lu Daji's face paled, drenched in sweat as he struggled to suppress his anxiety. Attempting to reason with them, "We can give you money, but we cannot give you women. Name your price, and we will provide whatever we can. Is that so?" The tall refugee, with cracked lips curling into a sinister grin, boldly raised his bloodied blade against Lu Daji's throat, declaring, "I demand 10,000 taels." Thud! A massive stone seemed to crush the spirits of all present, their eyes widening in disbelief. 10,000 taels, surely, even if they sold every villager. They could not amass such a sum. It was clear that this was not about money. They had succumbed to the madness of murder, reveling in the thrill of bloodshed. This realization sent shivers down the spines of all, as they dared not imagine how far the refugees might go in their frenzy. The desire to leave Laozhan town reached its zenith at this moment. Above, Meng Tong observed the standoff between the 2 parties, her unique abilities emanating from her palm, gradually spreading along the roots of the trees beneath. Upon sensing the presence of the 3 refugees, Meng Tong signaled to Lu Chuan beside her, instructing him to descend with his knife, ready to strike should he detect any anomaly. Lu Chuan, his expression taut, gripped the knife tightly as he made his way down. The roots began to slowly emerge from the soil, unknowingly creeping up the legs of the refugees. Silently, Lu Chuan positioned himself behind the village chief. The air was thick with a tense silence, and by the time the refugees became aware of their predicament, the roots had already ensnared them tightly. "Damn! What is this? Crack, crack, crack!" The sharp blade of the knife sliced through the air with the precision of a butcher cleaving ribs, severing the arms of the 3 armed refugees with brutal efficiency. The sound of the sharp crack resonated, causing the villagers to surge forward, pinning the individuals to the ground. It was unclear whether the suffocating weight of bodies or Lu Chuan's strike had severed an artery, but when the crowd dispersed to bind the captives, they discovered that the 3 refugees had perished. As the villagers' nerves tightened in the realization of the deaths, many collapsed onto the ground, their legs giving way. Those with weaker constitutions began to vomit. Throughout this chaos, Lu Chuan remained composed, limping to a secluded spot to observe until he saw Meng Tong descend. Casting aside his knife, Lu Chuan approached Meng Tong, wrapping his arm around her waist and pulling her into his embrace, whispering softly, "Do not fear, avert your gaze." Feeling a warmth in her heart, Meng Tong smiled faintly, lifting her head from his shoulder to ask, "Did you sustain any injuries?" Lu Chuan shook his head, his large hands firmly holding onto Meng Tong, ensuring she did not witness the deceased refugees. After all, she had seen death numerous times. If she did not see it, it was of little consequence. In any case, the refugee issue was resolved. Meng Tong cast a glance at Lu Daji, who sat silently on the ground. What choice would he make? To speak candidly, Meng Tong's intervention was motivated by a desire to provoke the villagers, witnessing the ferocity of the refugees. She hoped they would choose not to remain. If that were the case, this area would ultimately become her domain. Chapter 19. A deity bestowed upon me an artifact with the refugees dead. The villagers began to scramble for escape, and within less than an hour, everyone, except for the Liu family, had gathered at the village square with their families in tow. Old Liu carried the grain allotted to him from his family's share on his back, gripping a particularly thick stick. His demeanor fraught with tension as he scanned the surroundings, fearful of a sudden refugee appearance. "Village chief, we must leave quickly." If the refugees return, it will be disastrous. Indeed, while they're still in town, let us take the mountain path to escape." Voices clamored in anxious agreement, each face etched with worry. Yet, the village chief, Lu Daji, cast glances toward the direction of the Lu family, who had yet to arrive. A sense of emptiness washed over him. Today, it was Lu Chuan who had been instrumental in handling the refugees. He pondered if the lad had accompanied them on the road. Oh well, what can a cripple accomplish? Suppressing the unease within his heart, Lu Daji hoisted the backpack from the ground and placed his little grandson upon the only ox cart in the household. He called out to the villagers, urging them to set off. "Those with children, keep an eye on your own. We shall take the mountain path. If anyone falls behind, they must catch up on their own. We shall not wait." With a serious expression, he delivered a string of admonitions. Leading the way was the village chief, followed closely by Lu Ming and others. Each villager shouldered a heavy load, while some carried their toddlers in their arms. Those who could not walk were secured with ropes against their mothers' chests, all while burdened with nearly 100 pounds of belongings. With heavy hearts and a sense of sorrowful separation, the villagers of Duanshan embarked on their journey of escape, while the Lu family rummaged through the remnants of the old Lu household, searching for items left behind. "Mother, I have found 2 sets of clothes." "Mother, I have uncovered a piece of broken silver." "Wife, jewelry." In their haste to flee, many items in the main house, the second house, and old man Lu's dwelling had been overlooked. The broken silver, for instance, had been secretly stashed away by He Sure, while the jewelry, which Meng Tong examined briefly, appeared to be of outdated design, likely hidden away by old Lady Lu for over a decade. Regardless of who had concealed these treasures, the discerning eyes of the 3 Lu men could not be deceived. After thoroughly searching the old Lu residence, Meng Tong instructed the 3 men to prepare their belongings for the journey into the mountains, while she took up a machete and stepped outside, intending to scavenge before the refugees arrived. Her first destination was the village chief's home, where she had her sights set on his ox. However, upon reaching the cattle pen, she found it empty. No, taking an ox to escape would be rather conspicuous. Quietly cursing Lu Daji under her breath, Meng Tong boldly entered the village chief's house. To her surprise, she found a considerable amount of goods to pilfer: a pearwood table, chairs, a nearly new quilt, and even some food seeds that had been left behind. She gathered everything without hesitation. Next came Meng Tong's scavenging spree. Within less than an hour, she had collected all the useful items the village had to offer. A smile crept across her lips as she prepared to head back, only to spot Lu Chuan standing at the road's end. His countenance was grave, and his once innocent eyes now harbored a barely perceptible anger. Was he upset with her? Meng Tong rubbed the back of her hand as she approached him. "What brings you here? Is your leg feeling better?" Silence hung awkwardly between them, and Meng Tong was acutely aware of her own guilt. However, she could not disclose her secret regarding the space, and it seemed that even a fool was not easily deceived. Clearing her throat, she softened her tone, saying, "I'm tired." The serious man moved closer, silently stepping in front of her to offer support. "Let us go home." Casting a sidelong glance at the still somewhat angry Lu Chuan, Meng Tong spoke as they walked. "I am not as fragile as you might think. I can take care of myself. Besides, I have divine assistance." Stopping in her tracks, Lu Chuan lowered his gaze to meet Meng Tong's as she spoke up to him. "Divine assistance?" "Yes. Regardless, it is merely a ruse. Furthermore, one must be a fool," Meng Tong thought with a sense of self-assurance. "The deities will bless our family. For it was they who advised me against fleeing and instead encouraged our venture into the mountains." As Meng Tong spoke, he observed Lu Chuan's expression, halting alongside him when he noticed her pause, his dark eyes filled with both curiosity and anticipation. "Moreover, the deities bestowed upon me a remarkable artifact." "Artifact?" Lu Chuan's composure faltered. Even he, despite his simplicity, understood the significance of such a treasure. His confusion transformed into concern as his gaze darted around Meng Tong, desperately searching for this so-called artifact. With a light chuckle, Meng Tong patted Lu Chuan's shoulder and remarked, "How could you possibly find the artifact? It hides in a particularly secluded place. Should I encounter danger, it shall rescue me and assist in concealing my belongings. I was merely out for a stroll, gathering various items for it to safeguard, which we can utilize once we delve into the mountains. Lu Chuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he took Meng Tong's hand and exclaimed, "Impressive. Now you need not worry." "Indeed," she replied. Upon returning home, they found Lu He and Lu Yin tidying the bed linens. Seeing the pair enter, Lu He inquired with wide eyes, "Where has mother gone?" Father was quite worried. "Nowhere. Just lingering by the door," Meng Tong replied, a tinge of guilt washing over her as she ruffled Lu He's hair. She then surveyed the room, which was nearly in order, and said, "Let us go. We shall visit the place where mother once took you for bathing." "Mother, is it safe there?" Lu Yin asked. Lu He nodded in agreement, while Lu Chuan had already begun to prepare his backpack. After all, mother possesses a divine artifact. Wherever she deems safe must indeed be safe. Gently squeezing the small adults Lu He and Lu Yin, Meng Tong explained softly, "It shall be safe. We are merely staying temporarily to assess the situation. If it proves unsuitable, we will venture further in." This had always been Meng Tong's plan. She intended to visit the town before they ventured deeper into the mountains. She was aware that Lao Mountain Town resembled a vast gourd, with its mouth located in Pinko Village. If the opportunity arose, once the crowds dispersed, she would seal the exit, preventing refugees from entering, thus establishing her dominion over the area. Once the rains fell and drought ceased, she would emerge as a true landowner. After hearing Meng Tong's words, Lu He and Lu Yin dismissed their fears, even feeling a thrill at the prospect of beginning a new life in the mountains. Assisting Lu Chuan with his belongings, Meng Tong stored the remainder in her spatial realm. Lu He and Lu Yin gazed at her in awe, as though she were a celestial being. "Mother must be a fairy descended from the heavens to aid our family," Lu He mused. "Mother is truly remarkable," Lu Yin added. Truly, the artifact of Sister Lu Chuan is wondrous. None of the three harbored doubts, and Meng Tong felt a sense of relief. Once they entered the mountains, it would only be their family. It would be more prudent to reveal the truth rather than continue to conceal it. After all, she had not explicitly stated that it was her space. This artifact commanded reverence. Chapter 20. The family ascends the mountain and encounters the white tiger. Having stored their belongings in the spatial realm, the family ascended the mountain with ease, making their way toward the waterhole. The heat intensified with each passing day, and by the time they reached the mountainside, Meng Tong was already drenched in sweat. Lu He and Lu Yin, not to mention, were drenched in sweat, their slightly yellowing hair sticking to their flushed cheeks from exertion. Yet, they neither complained of fatigue nor voiced their discomfort, hand in hand as they walked before Meng Tong, occasionally tugging at wild grasses to play with or whispering secrets with their heads close together. Lu Chuan trailed behind Meng Tong, clad in gray shorts that revealed his muscular arms, always ready to lend a hand to Meng Tong when the path steepened or narrowed. After approximately an hour's leisurely stroll, the family finally arrived at the waterhole. "Mother, we wish to bathe," the children expressed eagerly. "Not right now," Meng Tong replied firmly. "Come here in the shade and cool off a bit. I will wash you shortly." It was unwise for the children to plunge into icy water after sweating so profusely, as it could lead to a cold. Obediently, Lu He and Lu Yin returned to follow Meng Tong. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan cleared the weeds beneath a large tree on the left, spreading a coarse cloth from the backpack for Meng Tong and the children to sit and rest. Observing Lu Chuan, drenched in perspiration, Meng Tong patted the space beside her and urged, "You should sit and rest for a moment." "I'm fine," he insisted. "Sit down." "Oh." He obediently wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve and settled next to Meng Tong. Just as he sat, Meng Tong reached out to tug at his pant leg, startling him momentarily until he realized she wished to examine his leg. Swiftly rolling up his pant leg, Meng Tong leaned in closely to inspect, while Lu He and Lu Yin, engrossed in playing with stones, also drew near. "Father, does it hurt?" Lu He inquired. Lu Chuan gently patted Lu He's little head and replied softly, "Not at all." "Yinner, blow on it for father," Lu Yin suggested, her rosy cheeks still glistening with sweat. She leaned against Lu Chuan's leg and puffed air onto his injury, which only tickled a bit. The decayed area had begun to sprout new flesh. Meng Tong secretly infused Lu Chuan with her abilities while he slept at night. It was uncertain whether it was his robust constitution or the efficacy of her powers, but it seemed he would soon be back on his feet with vigor. Pulling his pant leg back down, Meng Tong smiled and remarked, "It seems you're recovering well, almost healed." "Yes, I can feel it," Lu Chuan acknowledged, gratitude shining in his clear, bright eyes as he gazed at her. Meng Tong shook her head, redirecting the conversation. "Shall we stay here for the time being?" "Yes," Lu Chuan replied, surveying their surroundings. He then rose, seizing a machete to clear the surrounding weeds and low shrubs, preparing to construct a temporary shelter. After resting for about 15 minutes, Meng Tong retrieved a wooden bucket from their supplies and led Lu He and Lu Yin to the waterhole for their bath. The weather being warm, the water from the pool warmed quickly, and Meng Tong helped the little ones comb their hair before they could bathe. "Line up, my darlings," she instructed. Lu He and Lu Yin crouched in a row, tucking their hair forward, while Meng Tong used a bamboo cup to pour water over their heads, soaking their hair. Once her hair was thoroughly soaked, Meng Tong retrieved the shampoo she had previously stored from her space. This was the same one she had used for the two little ones before, and they had taken quite a liking to it. Squeezing 3 pumps onto each of their heads, Meng Tong rolled up her sleeves and gently massaged their scalps. She meticulously cleaned their hairlines, the area behind their ears, and the nape of their necks, applying a gentle touch so that Lu He and Lu Yin found it delightful. She recalled her own childhood when her mother washed her hair with such vigor that it felt as if her head might be twisted off. After thoroughly massaging, Meng Tong used a bamboo cup to rinse each of them individually. Once the two little ones were clean, she instructed them to sit and play in the shade of a tree, for it was unwise to bask in the sun immediately after a bath, as it could easily lead to skin blemishes. Next came her own turn. After breaking a sweat, she knew a wash was imperative. Unbeknownst to her, an hour slipped by as the 3 of them rested on the coarse fabric laid out by Lu Chuan, who was busily constructing a small shelter nearby. The afternoon sun blazed fiercely, yet the tranquility of the place was utterly captivating. Lu He and Lu Yin, having expended considerable energy, soon succumbed to slumber on the rough fabric. Concerned about insects biting them, Meng Tong retrieved a bed from her space, laid down a thin blanket, and had Lu Chuan carry them onto it. "Darling, do you wish to rest?" Lu Chuan inquired. Shaking her head, Meng Tong gestured toward the nearly completed house, saying, "Take your time. Don't overexert yourself." He was working at a remarkable pace. They had merely bathed, and had already made substantial progress on the structure. Though small, it was adequate for their family. Hearing Meng Tong's concern, Lu Chuan's dark eyes sparkled with delight, and a smile graced his lips as he replied, "I'm not tired. I'll be hunting soon. You still intend to hunt?" she asked. "Yes, it won't take long," he replied, continuing his work. His bronze skin, accentuated by well-defined muscles, appeared particularly alluring, and Meng Tong admitted to feeling a fleeting temptation. With a shy cough, she lowered her gaze and said, "You focus on the house. I'll see if I can use my abilities to catch some game." "All right," Lu Chuan nodded, but cautioned, "You must not venture too far." He was referring to the depths of the mountains. Meng Tong nodded in agreement, and then walked toward the area where she had previously planted seeds. "Wow, splendid. They've grown remarkably well, nearly reaching my calves," she exclaimed. Crouching down, she inspected each plant and discovered an interesting fact. While the ones infused with her abilities indeed grew swiftly, those without such enhancement were thriving quite well too. It seemed her efforts had been unnecessary. In the future, she could simply plant them directly. Satisfied with her inspection, Meng Tong settled in a shaded spot and began to gradually release her energy. The unique scent she emitted attracted all nearby creatures, including a white tiger curled up in a patch of grass, feigning sleep. Its imposing eyes slowly opened, and its nose twitched slightly as it rose and ambled toward Meng Tong, the rustling of leaves accompanying its movement. Ears perked, Meng Tong watched intently as a particularly beautiful, plump wild chicken emerged. With a smile illuminating her face, she prepared to rise and catch the chicken, only for a flash of white to suddenly cross her vision. And the wild chicken emitted a muffled squawk. The white tiger, clutching a lifeless wild chicken in its jaws, gazed intently at Meng Tong. A sudden jolt of apprehension coursed through her as she recognized the creature, prompting her to slowly retreat a couple of steps, her sharp eyes fixed upon it. Bai Yi. A man's voice echoed alongside the tiger's growl, and in that moment, Meng Tong felt a strong hand encircle her waist. Do not fear, it is my friend. Chapter 21. Zhu Liwang joins the refugee camp, forcefully seizing women. Your friend? Meng Tong recalled the moment when Lu Chuan had been carried by the white tiger, and it seemed plausible to label it as a friend. If it was indeed a friend, then the threat posed by the tiger diminished significantly. She retracted the unusual energy that had concentrated in her palm, observing as Lu Chuan approached the side of the tiger. The man first reached out to stroke the tiger's head, then bent down to retrieve the wild chicken it had been holding. The white tiger gently nudged Lu Chuan's palm with its head, emitting a soft rumbling from its throat. Time to go. The tiger remained still, its gaze shifting toward Meng Tong, revealing an unexpected yearning within its commanding stare. What could it possibly desire? As a small wisp of energy radiated from her fingertips, the white tiger began to move, gliding gracefully toward Meng Tong. Lu Chuan intended to intervene, but the signals emitted by Bai Yi suggested no threat. In order to safeguard Meng Tong, he swiftly positioned himself beside her, adopting a stance of absolute control, his dark, profound eyes locked on the white tiger. Finally, Bai Yi halted approximately a meter away from Meng Tong, lowering its forepaws and resting before her, exuding a sense of docility that even Lu Chuan could perceive. Surprised, Lu Chuan turned to Meng Tong, who wore a serene smile. Dear wife, it seems it has taken a liking to you. Yes, I am aware. Mustering her courage, Meng Tong stepped forward, crouching beside the tiger while inquiring of Lu Chuan, when did you meet it? Casting a sidelong glance at her hand resting on Bai Yi, Lu Chuan's eyes flickered with jealousy before he discreetly leaned closer, whispering, I tamed it. Tamed? Meng Tong had not anticipated such a revelation. She had imagined that this tiger had been raised by Lu Chuan since childhood, given his frequent hunting excursions into the mountains. It was during my last venture into the mountains that I encountered it. Understanding dawned upon Meng Tong, and her gaze shifted to Lu Chuan's leg as she asked, Is your leg injured because of it? Yes. After pausing for a moment, Meng Tong silently stood, lifting the wild chicken and handing it to Lu Chuan. We'll have meat for dinner. Let's depart. Indeed. Accepting the chicken with a gentle demeanor, Lu Chuan remarked as they walked, Tonight, we shall enjoy chicken soup. Very well. Thus, they strolled away naturally, leaving Bai Yi in a state of bewilderment on the ground. Indeed, no one could rival Lu Chuan. Shaking its head, Bai Yi gracefully rose and leisurely followed behind them, remaining silent and unobtrusive. Approximately 10 meters away from the family, it sought a shaded spot to lie down, feigning sleep. As evening fell, the blazing sun had descended, leaving behind a canvas of fiery clouds. Lu He and Lu Yin had awakened, snugly seated beside Meng Tong as she braided their hair. Mother, I just dreamed of you. You have generously purchased an abundance of delightful items for my sister and me, including exquisite garments, delectable treats, and enchanting toys. My sister and I take our adorable younger brother on various adventures. His charm is undeniable. However, Meng Tong mused, how could they know he is a brother when she has not yet given birth? Yet, it seems children possess an uncanny ability to articulate truths, a mystery that perplexes Meng Tong. Having styled Lu He's hair, she turned to Lu Yin, promising, in the future, our mother will surely adorn you both with splendid attire. Mother is truly wonderful. Lu Yin beamed, leaning in to plant a big kiss on Meng Tong's cheek. She was quite fond of their mother, and although Lu He was somewhat shy, she mustered the courage to emulate Lu Yin and bestowed a kiss on the other side of Meng Tong's face. Mother is the best in the world. Indeed, he, and Yin, are the finest treasures in the world. Father is also the best father in the world. At the water's edge, Lu Chuan, bewildered, looked up from his task of handling wild chickens, observing the three women with a puzzled expression. What is the matter? He inquired. Nothing. Meng Tong waved her hand dismissively, her smile unwavering. Surprisingly, life in this secluded mountain retreat was rather pleasant, free from the disturbances of the elite, turning her gaze to the town. In stark contrast to the tranquility enjoyed by Lu Chuan's family, Lao Mountain Town resembled a hellish landscape. The officials and affluent had long departed, leaving behind a populace devoid of strength, compounded by the presence of twisted minds among the refugees. Take, for instance, Zhu Laiwang from Zhu family village, wielding a bloodied knife, standing over the lifeless body of a woman, while his right arm encircled a girl of 13 or 14. What do you think? This is the fate of resistance. The girl, seething with rage and flushed with indignation, cried, Zhu Laiwang, may you suffer a wretched fate for killing my mother. I shall take your life. With a smirk, Zhu Laiwang reveled in her fury, tightening his grip around her neck, pulling her closer, and coldly retorted, You wish to kill me? Perhaps you should first concern yourself with your own fate. You will serve me well tonight. Or else a long knife was poised against the neck of a frail man of about 50. With a mere exertion of force, his head would part from his body. The old man trembled, casting a pleading glance at the girl. Man, please yield to him. I do not wish to die. Indeed, Manea, your mother is already gone. Do you desire the complete annihilation of the Zhou family? Spoke Zhou Man's uncle, a member of the outcast clan in Zhu family village, who had never been well regarded, especially in such dire circumstances. Zhu Fa Kai had successfully led the Zhu family villagers to safety through Zhu Laiwang's connections. Yet a few households of outsiders remained captive. For the other 3 households, Zhu Laiwang demanded money, but for the Zhou family, he sought Zhou Man. He vowed to take lives as long as she resisted him, a grim reminder being the lifeless form of Zhou Man's mother on the ground. Listening to the heartless words of her grandfather and uncle, Zhou Man was overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streaming down her delicate face, unsure if she wept for herself or for her mother. Sister, I do not wish to die, she lamented. Manea, I will succumb to you. Laughter echoed in the air, mingled with despair. Zhu Laiwang's laughter echoed with arrogance, and the faces of his accompanying lackeys contorted into grotesque smiles. He pulled Zhou Man's waist and planted a kiss on her cheek, saying, Isn't this splendid? I shall soon introduce you to your family. The Zhou family was dismissed. Gratefully burdened with their luggage, they departed without casting a single lingering glance. Zhou Man's heart felt extinguished. Zhu Laiwang was utterly indifferent to her feelings, for he had far more pressing matters to attend to. The madman from Duanshan village was to meet his demise at Zhu Laiwang's own hands. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his cold eyes as he strode toward the town's government office. Can you believe it? The once imposing and solemn structure stood empty, now occupied by callous refugee leaders who had no qualms about taking lives. They donned ill-fitting official garb and were often seen clutching unwilling young maidens. The sound of weeping filled the air around the office, as Zhu Laiwang respectfully clasped his hands in greeting to a man clad in black. He stated, Brother Jean, a village lad desires to come in person. Chapter 22. A feast of wild chicken, a family blissful as deities by the pond. A clay pot simmered over a fire pit constructed from stones, containing the wild chicken prepared by Lu Chuan. As time drifted by, the aroma wafted from the pot, enticing Lu He and Lu Yan, who had been squatting nearby observing ants, to abandon their small companions and follow Lu Chuan. Father, can we eat the chicken now? Lu Yan inquired, leaning her small face towards the fragrant steam rising from the pot, eyes closed in delight as she exclaimed, It smells so good. Gently patting Lu He and Lu Yan on their heads, Lu Chuan nudged them away from the fire, lifting the pot lid to peek inside, murmuring, It's ready. Call your mother to the table. Hooray! The 2 little ones gazed at the bubbling hot chicken, their mouths watering irresistibly as they dashed toward the little house. Mother, we're having meat. Mother, Father says it's time to eat. Coming. Meng Tong rose from her reclining chair, playfully stroking Lu Yan's cheek and smiling. Slow down, or you might fall. Although the ground had been cleared by Lu Chuan, stray twigs still lay about, and running too fast could easily lead to injuries. Understanding that Meng Tong was concerned for them, the 2 little ones beamed and nodded. Mother, we want to run. The wild chicken Father made today smells divine. You must eat more. Very well. Grasping one child in each hand, Meng Tong led them to the fire pit Lu Chuan had prepared. She retrieved the table, chairs, and utensils from their space. Having done this numerous times, the three had grown accustomed to their routine. Lu Chuan was responsible for bringing the pot from the fire, while Lu He and Lu Yin washed the dishes by the pond, as the flowing water was deemed suitable for cleaning. Setting the table on a flatter surface, Meng Tong arranged the chairs as Lu Chuan approached with the pot. Wait! Just as Lu Chuan was about to place the pot directly on the table, Meng Tong interjected, swiftly retrieving a small wooden board from their supplies. Place it on the board. The pot is too hot, and the table will be damaged if it's set down too often. Understood. Lu Chuan obediently followed instructions, placing the earthenware pot on the wooden board and lifting the lid to let the steam escape. The chicken within was bubbling enticingly, igniting an appetite. His stomach grumbled unceremoniously as Meng Tong turned to the fire pit, retrieving the flatbreads that Lu Chuan had cooked. Mother, the bowls and chopsticks are clean, announced Lu He and Lu Yin, seemingly eager to showcase their efforts, presenting several impeccably washed bowls. Receiving the utensils and placing them on the table, Meng Tong smiled warmly. Excellent. Please, take a seat. We are ready to dine. The two children obediently settled into their chairs, their wide eyes fixed on Meng Tong as she ladled the chicken soup and meat from the pot. Each was placed before them, the golden broth accompanied by succulent chicken, making it nearly impossible for Lu He and Lu Yin to suppress their salivation. However, they refrained from indulging, aware that their father and mother had yet to eat. Having washed his hands, Lu Chuan approached calmly, taking the spoon from Meng Tong's hand to serve her a bowl of chicken soup. Dear wife, enjoy the soup. She replied, sitting down as she accepted the bowl and took a sip, the flavor far surpassing any chicken she had tasted in later years. It was simply divine. As Meng Tong and Lu Chuan began to eat, Lu He and Lu Yin could no longer contain themselves, eagerly sipping the soup and savoring the meat. Their small mouths were so full they could hardly utter a word, and in no time, they had finished an entire bowl. Here, take your time. No one is competing with you, Meng Tong chuckled, offering them 2 flatbreads. Lu He and Lu Yin accepted, their faces lighting up with joy, their lips smeared with soup grease. Thank you, mother. Meng Tong nodded, also handing 2 pieces to Lu Chuan. On the first day of their journey into the mountains, the family feasted to their heart's content, even Meng Tong feeling a tad overindulged, primarily due to Lu Chuan's culinary skills and the richness of the wild chicken. Reclining in a lounge chair, she gazed at the luminous moonlight above, eagerly anticipating the adventures that awaited them deeper in the mountains. The following morning, the family of 4 woke in the modest wooden cabin that Lu Chuan had constructed. Inside, there were 2 beds for chairs, and a table adorned with several pairs of bowls and chopsticks alongside the earthenware pot. This was their current display of possessions. Lu Chuan was the first to awaken. He glanced at the peacefully slumbering trio of mother and daughters before carefully sitting up. The man instinctively moved his left leg. The pain had vanished. Lifting his pant leg, he noted that it had nearly healed. An unusual glimmer flickered in Lu Chuan's eyes as he turned his deep gaze towards Meng Tong. He understood that his wife was no ordinary woman. She was a celestial being sent from the heavens. It was she who had healed his leg, and he resolved to treat her with utmost kindness. With a silent determination, Lu Chuan dressed and stepped outside, while Meng Tong opened her eyes, casting a brief glance at him before closing them again to continue sleeping. Around the hour of Chun, Meng Tong and the children, Lu He and Lu Yin, rose as well. Mother, where is father? Lu He inquired, noticing Lu Chuan's absence. As she braided the little girl's hair, Meng Tong replied, Father has stepped out. Let's go wash up. All right. Following Meng Tong eagerly, Lu He and Lu Yin arrived at the waterhole, dutifully washing themselves. With their faces cleansed, they felt refreshed. And as Meng Tong scanned the surroundings for the white tiger, she surmised that Lu Chuan had ventured into the mountains. With the presence of tiger, there should be little cause for concern, so Meng Tong did not dwell on it. She heated the leftover chicken from last night and retrieved a pound of rice from her space. Although the flatbread paired with chicken was delightful, Meng Tong found herself yearning for the taste of rice, especially the exquisite chicken soup rice. After washing the rice, she set it to boil in another pot. While the morning sun was still gentle, Meng Tong took Lu He and Lu Yin for a stroll around the vicinity. To their surprise, the trio discovered a nest of wild eggs and a patch of wild vegetables. "Mother, we can have eggs today," Lu Yin exclaimed. "Indeed, I shall fry one for each of you shortly." "Wonderful," Lu He and Lu Yin chimed in. "Mother and father should have some too." "Of course. There are 6 wild eggs in total. That will be sufficient for the 4 of us." After gathering the wild vegetables, Meng Tong carried the wild eggs while Lu He and Lu Yin cradled the vegetables as they made their way home. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan returned, carrying a live chicken and 3 wild rabbits. Following closely behind him, Bai Yi licked the blood off his lips and settled down in a shaded spot to rest. Patting Bai Yi's head, Lu Chuan joyfully approached the wooden cabin, securing the live chicken with vines and placing the basket over the rabbits. He called out cheerfully, "Wife." Receiving no reply, he turned and walked towards the fire pit, observing the chicken simmering and the rice nearing readiness. He felt the presence of his family nearby. Indeed, no sooner had he taken a few steps than he spotted Meng Tong and the 2 children approaching. He swiftly closed the distance, accepting the wild eggs from Meng Tong and the wild vegetables from Lu He and Lu Yin, and looked down at Meng Tong. "Are you tired?" Chapter 23. Zhu Laiwang arrives at Duanshan village. He must be stopped. Meng Tong shook her head. "Not at all. Did you venture deep into the mountains?" Lu Chuan replied, nodding. "I caught a live chicken and some rabbits." "Father, are the rabbits still alive?" Lu Yin's eyes sparkled at the mention of the rabbits. She recalled how the village chief's grandson had once kept an adorable rabbit, and they had often wished for one of their own. "Yes, they are alive." "Ah, that's wonderful." Lu Yin's little face lit up with excitement. She paused and turned to Meng Tong, asking, "Mother, can sister and I keep a little rabbit?" "Yes, but you must provide food for it and take responsibility." Meng Tong was amenable to them having a rabbit, as it would foster a sense of responsibility in them. Lu He and Lu Yin nodded vigorously and dashed happily towards the wooden cabin. Lu Chuan and Meng Tong followed closely behind. He took out the little rabbit and placed it in Lu He and Lu Yin's arms. Then, after a moment's thought, brought another one to Meng Tong. The small, fluffy creature appeared utterly adorable. Meng Tong nearly voiced a refusal, but swallowed her words. Lu Chuan caught a glimpse of Meng Tong's gentle expression and smiled knowingly. He was aware of her fondness for the creature. The 3 of them, a mother and her 2 daughters, each cradled a little rabbit, delighting in their playful antics. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan was by the pond, rinsing the wild vegetables and eggs, preparing to make a dish to lighten the meal. He set aside the warmed chicken and cooked rice, and began frying the wild eggs and the vegetables. In less than a quarter of an hour, 3 dishes were laid out on the table. Although not particularly lavish, they were all quite appetizing. Lu Chuan served the rice without inquiring about the provenance of the grains. He felt content simply to have something to eat. He called out a couple of times towards the wooden cabin, and the mother and daughter, who were enjoying themselves, reluctantly placed the little rabbit back into the basket. As they gathered around the table, the family of 4 began their breakfast. Lu He and Lu Yin were tasting pure rice for the first time, nearly moved to tears by its deliciousness. "Mother, the rice is so good, so fragrant." "Then eat more." Meng Tong had cooked a full kilogram, more than enough for the 4 of them. "When Yin grows up, I will definitely buy plenty of rice for Daddy and Mommy, so that we can have rice for every meal." "Me too." All right. Your parents are looking forward to your rice." Meng Tong laughed, serving them wild chicken eggs while Lu Chuan quietly served her. By the end of the meal, 2/3 of the rice was consumed, and the remnants of the wild chicken from the previous night were entirely devoured. Lu He and Lu Yin obediently followed Lu Chuan to wash the dishes by the pond, while Meng Tong tidied up the table and chairs, taking on lighter tasks. After all, she was a pregnant woman now. After breakfast, the family prepared to return to the village to assess the situation. If feasible, Meng Tong wished to visit the town, primarily to acquire bricks and tiles, which could be stored for future construction deep in the mountains. As they descended the narrow path, Lu He and Lu Yin walked ahead, with Lu Chuan trailing behind and Meng Tong in the middle. Since they needed to hasten their descent, it took them less than half an hour to reach the back of the old Lu family courtyard. "Mother, are we going to the town today?" "Don't speak." Meng Tong's calm eyes suddenly sharpened, and Lu Chuan instinctively pulled Lu He and Lu Yin closer. An aura of coldness emanated from him as his deep, dark eyes fixated on a man standing in the courtyard. This man was unfamiliar to Lu Chuan, but Meng Tong recognized him, Zhu Lai Wang from Zhu family village. What was he doing here? Moreover, Meng Tong faintly heard the sound of a woman weeping. Was this a rogue refugee come to bully the other villagers? Her eyes narrowed with a flash of murderous intent. It seemed that sparing him previously was akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Glancing at Lu He and Lu Yin, who were huddled in Lu Chuan's embrace, Meng Tong whispered, "You take the children back along the mountain path and find a place to hide. I will go in and see what the situation is." "No," Lu Chuan objected. "I'll go. You two stay in the mountains." As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the machete, preparing to rise, but was immobilized by Meng Tong's extraordinary ability. "My dear, trust me. I possess a divine artifact that will protect me," Meng Tong insisted, resolutely seizing the machete from Lu Chuan's hands and boldly striding toward the courtyard. "Mother, wait. Don't speak. Trust her." Lu Chuan cast a glance at Meng Tong's retreating figure before lifting the two children and retracing their steps along the path, taking shelter behind a large tree that provided cover while allowing them to observe the courtyard. At that moment, Meng Tong had reached the entrance of the courtyard. She raised the machete and knocked on the door, instantly alerting Zhu Lai Wang and his companions standing within the courtyard. Zhu Lai Wang narrowed his eyes, signaling his subordinate beside him to open the door. "Brother Zhu, I will do it," the young man stammered, glancing at the threat lurking in Zhu Lai Wang's gaze as he approached the gate. "Who is it?" Meng Tong did not respond. Her right hand gripped a cleaver, an inexhaustible stream of energy coalescing around it, her eyes fixed on the entrance. She had no time for their justifications. Those who associated with someone like Zhu Lai Wang were undoubtedly scoundrels. Besides, there was no one in the village. She had no need to feign innocence. Inside the courtyard stood 8 men, each wielding long knives. Not hearing a reply from outside, a cruel glint flashed in Zhu Lai Wang's eyes as he subtly inclined his chin toward the trembling subordinate and whispered, "Open the door." Taking a deep breath, the young man shuffled nervously and cautiously opened the door. In that instant, a flying cleaver hurtled toward Zhu Lai Wang. There was no time to react. He felt a sharp slice across his throat before collapsing backward. Meng Tong had manipulated the cleaver with her powers, severing Zhu Lai Wang's jugular. Blood sprang forth and splattering onto the others nearby. Their eyes widened in terror as they beheld the gushing Zhu Lai Wang and the whirling cleaver. They attempted to flee, but it was futile. The cleaver seemed to possess a will of its own, accurately targeting each man's throat. In less than a minute, all standing in the courtyard lay sprawled on the ground, including the one who had opened the door. Meng Tong harbored no sympathy. Do not speak to her of redemption. As the old saying goes, a dog cannot change its nature. Pushing through the courtyard gate, Meng Tong entered without a change in her expression, while Lu Chuan, hidden behind a tree, marveled at his wife's extraordinary combat prowess. Indeed, celestial beings are unlike ordinary mortals. "Let us go find Mother." Carrying Lu He and Lu Yin, Lu Chuan refrained from entering the courtyard, mindful of the two children and their capacity to comprehend the situation. Inside, a young girl huddled in the corner, her face ashen, scantily clad, revealing bruises upon her skin. It was clear what she had endured. Perhaps it was the instinct of motherhood or a softening of her heart. But Meng Tong knelt and embraced the girl without uttering a word. She required no comfort. She sought support. A woman's purity is forever imperiled beneath the folds of her skirt. Chapter 24. Scavenging in Laozhan Town. "I shall act for justice." A warm and serene aura enveloped her, igniting a flicker of hope in Zhou Man's despairing eyes. She mechanically raised her gaze to Meng Tong. The calmness in her eyes was as if none of this had transpired, yet her body involuntarily trembled, tears surging forth from her parched sockets, silently cascading down her swollen cheeks. Her cracked, purplish lips quivered, and Zhou Man's heart felt as though it had been mercilessly crushed. She could not speak, her neck taut with the fury and despair that manifested in bulging veins. With a gentle flicker in her eyes, Meng Tong calmly reached out to smooth the disheveled hair from Zhou Man's face, a resonant voice emerging from her chest. This is not your fault. It was they who were in the wrong. This heartless group of beasts who dared to commit such a heinous act at the old Liu family residence. The more Meng Tong contemplated, the more disgusted she felt, even regretting that she had acted too swiftly. The murderous intent that she had suppressed began to stir once more. She lifted the trembling Zhou Man and channeled her supernatural energy from her palm into the girlless body. They were all dead. No one would ever know of this deed, and life would continue as it must. There was no need to punish oneself for the mistakes of others. Yet, Meng Tong understood that this pain would remain for a lifetime. Stepping out of the main hall, she beheld the gruesome sight of bloodied corpses scattered across the courtyard. Zhou Man felt no fear. Instead, there was a glimmer of amusement in her eyes filled with hatred. Indeed, why should she punish herself for the errors of others? From this moment forward, the only one capable of harming her would be herself, and the only one who would love her would also be herself. A cold, desperate smile curled at the corners of Zhou Man's mouth as she paused to glance at Meng Tong. She bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude for Madame S. life-saving grace, stating that she had no means to repay it, only asking for no repayment in return. Meng Tong interrupted her, assuring her that it was good enough that she had come to terms with it. Seizing the opportunity to retrieve something from inside, Meng Tong entered the small, dilapidated room of the third house and retrieved a set of clothes previously found by Liu He and Liu Yin, handing them to Zhou Man. Meng Tong remarked that only by becoming strong could one prevent others from bullying them. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhou Man gratefully accepted the garments, her eyes welling with tears once more, though she resolutely held them back. Thank you, madam. Do you plan to flee afterward? No. Shaking her head, a faint light flickered in Zhou Man's once muted gaze as she declared, I intend to return to Zhujia village and then venture into the mountains. Taken aback by her response, Meng Tong regarded her closely before replying, that sounds good. After changing into the clothes Meng Tong provided, Zhou Man followed her out of the courtyard. Wife, mother. The three men seemed to zero in on Meng Tong, with Lu Chuan's deep-set eyes scrutinizing the frail Meng Tong, while Liu He and Liu Yin curiously stole glances at Zhou Man's wife. The bodies in the courtyard have been dealt with. You go tidy up. I'll take care of these two. All right. Releasing Liu He and Liu Yin, the two little ones scampered to Meng Tong's side, their small hands gripping her fingers tightly. Zhou Man cast a glance at the tender interaction among the mother and daughters, a pang of bitterness filling her heart. Her mother used to speak to her with such gentleness. That would no longer be the case. Yet she would live on, for her mother had once told her that her man would live a long life. In the courtyard, Lu Chuan's dark eyes surveyed the lifeless bodies, his rugged features betraying no hint of fear. He bent down and swiftly removed the corpses from the courtyard, then retrieved wooden planks from the firewood shed in the back. He instructed Meng Tong to ignite the fire. It was not merely to collect the bodies. They feared tainting the village. After all, for their family would return to live here. Watching the flames consume the flesh, Lu Chuan and his family, along with Zhou Man, set off towards the town after an hour had passed. As they navigated the mountain road to Zhujia village, night had fully descended, yet the moon shone brightly, illuminating faces with its radiant glow, a result of the relentless sun during the day. Delivering a person to this place is already a demonstration of utmost compassion. Observing Zhou Man, a solitary figure venturing into the mountains, Meng Tong clenched her fingers, seeing her former self reflected in the girl. She could only hope for her safety. Casually retrieving several apocalyptic seeds from her spatial pocket, Meng Tong inadvertently scattered them along the path Zhou Man took into the mountains. With the output of her supernatural abilities, the seeds began to take root and sprout, distinct from those she had previously discarded at the clothing shop. These seeds possessed a hint of deception. Any intruder into their vicinity would find themselves lost, ensnared in an illusory maze. Yet Zhou Man would remain unaffected, for her body bore the traces of Meng Tong's powers. There was little else she could assist with. The journey ahead was one Zhou Man must traverse alone. As dusk fell, Meng Tong and Lu Chuan made their way back, carrying Liu He and Liu Yin, who were surprisingly calm, nestled in the basket on Lu Chuan's back. The family walked in unison towards the town, with Meng Tong preparing for a night of audacious exploits. Upon reaching the fork leading to Zhu family village, Lu Chuan brandished a machete from the basket, staying closely at Meng Tong's side, his dark eyes exuding a predatory intensity. Meng Tong cast a sidelong glance at him, sensing an underlying tension. Fortunately, it was nothing of great concern, and she chose not to dwell on it. She crouched down to whisper in Lu Chuan's ear, instructing him to stay close, emphasizing their intent to scavenge rather than kill. Though she added, should they encounter any trouble, she would handle it. Waving the machete, Lu Chuan assumed a posture of readiness. After a brief moment of hesitation, Meng Tong nodded in agreement, signaling to begin their foray from the first house. The couple advanced through the town with the audacity of bandits, emboldened by the cover of night. Meng Tong was indiscriminate in her plunder, seizing everything from large furniture to minute sewing supplies without exception. The places they traversed would have left even rats slipping in their wake. In less than a quarter of an hour, they stealthily reached the heart of the town, although they had not yet uncovered anything of substantial value. The thrill of the endeavor was intoxicating, especially after the earlier mention of raiding the refugee stronghold. Lu Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to pounce on the opportunity. Rather than relinquish their gains to others, why not seize them for themselves? Meanwhile, the refugees had congregated around the government office and several wealthy merchants' mansions, engaging in revelry, violence, and debauchery without restraint. No one anticipated that someone would dare to come and steal from them. The streets were deserted, with only the occasional glimpse of corpses, their bodies emitting a foul stench under the relentless sun. Lu Chuan's brow furrowed, his grip on the machete tightening. In contrast, Meng Tong remained remarkably composed. She calmly stepped over the bodies, heading towards the storeroom of the government office, her singular aim in mind: to loot everything and, if necessary, eliminate the refugees. She believed she was enacting justice, amassing virtue. Chapter 25. Heartless refugees, unwittingly inviting a bloodbath, sneaking through the open side door of the government office. Meng Tong spotted 4 men armed with long knives guarding the corner to the left. This appeared to be the storeroom. "My lady, shall I go?" Lu Chuan whispered beside her, making a gesture across his throat. Meng Tong shook her head, raising her hand to signal Lu Chuan to step back. She then summoned her extraordinary power from the palm of her hand, causing the machete she held to levitate. Her abilities only improved with frequent use, much like her current mastery over withered wood. As the machete soared into the air, Lu Chuan's eyes flickered momentarily before he resumed his usual serious demeanor. Under the moonlight, for men gnawed at cooked flesh, their cheeks twisted by insatiable greed. They spat out crude and repulsive words, their mouths tainted with a nauseating stench. A glance at the meat in their hands ignited a fierce resolve within Meng Tong. The machete swiftly ascended, silently approaching the men, and 4 thuds echoed as they collapsed, the scent of blood wafting through the warm air. With no hint of sympathy in her deep-set eyes, Meng Tong stood tall, striding confidently toward the warehouse, followed closely by Lu Chuan, whose sharp gaze scanned their surroundings. Extracting the machete lodged in one man's neck, Lu Chuan stood guard at the entrance like a sentinel, while Meng Tong entered the warehouse. In truth, the interior was less than she had envisioned, as the wealthy merchant's possessions had all been removed. With a decisive wave of her hand, she collected everything without reservation, leaving only a few scattered beams of wood. Observing the suddenly illuminated warehouse, Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Meng Tong. "We're next, my dear," gazing down at the decaying flesh at her feet. The overwhelming stench reminiscent of the apocalypse flooded her senses. She was not one to meddle in others' affairs, yet such a blatant disregard for humanity was simply abhorrent, even more so than the soulless creatures they resembled. They feasted upon the bodies of children, despite the ample cured meats she had noticed in the warehouse. Clenching her fist, which creaked under the pressure, Meng Tong looked up at Lu Chuan and asked, "Do you mind if I eliminate a few more individuals?" Shaking his head, Lu Chuan replied earnestly, "Not at all." He understood that those Meng Tong chose to kill deserved their fate, although he was unaware of the origins of the rotting flesh. He could infer enough. Listening to the soft snoring emanating from the backpack, a surge of suppressed rage colored Lu Chuan's eyes. They all deserved to die. Beneath the bright moonlight, the couple reached a tacit understanding. This night would be one of unrest. A large pot bubbled ominously, exuding a repugnant odor, while the solemn court hall unfolded like a scene from a human inferno. "Help, please spare me. My parents, my child, you soulless fiends." With a sickening sound, a long knife pierced the abdomen, sending shivers down spines. Yet the faces of the assailants gleamed with ecstatic joy, as if they beheld a divine nectar in the pooling blood. They hunched over a nearly lifeless woman, desperately gulping down their grotesque feast. This horrifying scene was witnessed by Meng Tong as she arrived, and Lu Chuan was already too late to intervene. Even the resolute Meng Tong trembled at the sight, particularly upon recognizing a familiar face. It was Meng Lao Er, the timid figure she once knew, now transformed into a demon risen from the depths of hell. A raucous cheer erupted as the pot was lifted. It was already heated, signaling the arrival of meat. The main hall was thronged with a crowd, their faces illuminated by a sinister aura as they shouted in exuberance. They feasted with abandon, with a piercing gaze that radiated menace. Meng Tong gestured for Lu Chuan to guard the entrance, then retrieved her whip from the spatial realm, a weapon forged from the tendons of zombies during the apocalypse, laced with a venomous sting, rendering it lethally effective. She reserved its use for formidable foes or particularly tenacious zombies, marking a grim acknowledgement of the demons before her. As her abilities surged with increasing frequency, she was able to siphon the verdant energy from any plant. Glancing at the towering tree in the courtyard, she channeled her powers, drawing energy from its core into her being. The whip lengthened and slithered along the walls, unbeknownst to the crowd, ensnaring their ankles. When they finally realized, the hidden stingers pierced their flesh. A cacophony of screams erupted within the hall as the crowd collapsed, drained of strength, leaving only a few bewildered citizens to witness the unfolding horror. Had the heavens heard their silent pleas? "Who are you?" A man near the entrance caught sight of Meng Tong and Lu Chuan, their faces obscured by dark cloth, revealing only their sharp, predatory eyes. "You scoundrels, come release your grandfather." Blood gushed forth as the brash man fell, his skin visibly withering, becoming a grotesque sight. None had ever witnessed such a scene, and a chilling silence enveloped the hall, broken only by the bubbling of the pot. Stepping forward, Meng Tong's shoes were stained with blood as she regarded the trembling group of citizens. 3 men and 4 women, all devoid of clothing, their skin glistening with repulsive fluids, their eyes swollen and devoid of light. "You may leave. What right do you have, you wretched girl, to command us?" With a swift motion, Lu Chuan struck the man before Meng Tong 3 times with his cleaver, silencing him. Remarkably, his speed rivaled that of Meng Tong, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity that matched hers. They were indeed a pair of living harbingers of death. "Will you truly let us go?" "Yes," Meng Tong replied, her gaze resting on the youngest among them, a woman appearing no older than 20, her skin marred with bruises that elicited sympathy. "Even saving one is a victory. I will do all I can to help." A glimmer of hope sparked in their eyes as the 7 dropped to their knees, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, young lady. We will never forget your kindness." They had family elsewhere, still waiting for them. Lu Chuan cast a cold glance at the 7, instructing, "Wait at the town's entrance. Do not turn back at any sound." "Yes, yes." They hurried away, while those ensnared by the whip on the ground dared not interfere. Their only hope was that these 2 would show mercy when encountering their brethren in battle, whom they spoke of. Meng Tong had no interest in. The searing pain, akin to venom piercing the bones, rendered dozens unconscious. Harnessing her extraordinary abilities, Meng Tong bound them all with whips. Did they not revel in bloodshed? She had no qualms about orchestrating a deluge of crimson. In Chapter 26, the flames soared towards the heavens, and the aroma of flesh wafted through the air. The bound individuals were dragged along the path by Meng Tong, heading towards the residence filled with raucous cheers. Coincidentally, it was the estate of the grain merchant, Zhang Yuanwei. The crowd here surpassed even that of the official residence. Listening to the wretched screams from within, mingled with the stench of blood in the air. Meng Tong needed no further contemplation to grasp the malevolence of the situation. As she led the procession towards the estate, her gaze revealed no sanctuary. Even the pond in the courtyard bore floating corpses. Arriving at the area most densely populated, an open space that had likely once served as a granary, surrounded by walls. She concealed herself in the shadows. With her extraordinary powers, she hoisted the line of captives and arranged them against the wall, akin to sun-dried vegetables. The revelers inside, engrossed in their violent festivities, remained oblivious to the alterations on the wall. Though it was night and illuminated by moonlight, the distance rendered the details somewhat indistinct. Perched on a gnarled tree outside, Lu Chuan tightly embraced Meng Tong's waist, both observing the unfolding scene as if mere spectators. While the line of captives gradually ascended into the air, in the darkness, the suspended figures appeared as vengeful spirits from the depths of hell. Blood gushing from their necks like a torrential downpour upon the oblivious throng below. What was that scent? Was it about to rain? No, it was warm and somewhat viscous. It was blood. Confused, they looked up, only to have bulging eyes and scalding blood drip onto their faces. Some of the more timid souls were struck with terror, collapsing to their knees and pleading for mercy. "Oh, spare me. I did no wrong. They forced my hand. I'll help. Spare me." The crowd of over 100 began to descend into chaos, some fleeing toward a nearby small house. Within moments, a bare-chested man emerged from the dwelling, towering and robust. With a scruffy beard and bloodshot eyes, he exuded an aura of intimidation. This was the so-called battle brother, Zhang Tao, a deserter from the battlefield. Zhang Tao had leveraged his considerable strength and experience to cultivate a nefarious mindset amid the chaos of flight. Alongside a band of unsavory characters, he relentlessly murdered and pillaged during their escape, indoctrinating capable, strong-bodied men along the way. As he proclaimed, in tumultuous times, only the strongest could survive. His entourage grew increasingly formidable, their capacity for violence escalating, which significantly impeded the pace of the refugees heading north. They embodied the very essence of demons, having tasted blood and forsaking the preserved meats in warehouses to prey upon the defenseless, women, children, and even men. Once the inner demons are unleashed, there is no return. They sink deeper into depravity, becoming puppets of malevolence. Zhang Tao glowered at the trembling man before him, lifting his foot to deliver a solid kick to his chest. With a mouthful of curses, he exclaimed, "If you dare to spread such treacherous words again, I shall end your life." But it's true. You must hurry and see for yourself. A ghost has descended from the heavens, and it is raining blood, hot blood. Clutching his chest, the man struggled to rise, his pallor washed with cold sweat, his lips trembling as he began to pray. As a former soldier, Zhang Tao was skeptical. Tightening his belt, he barked, "You best hope your words ring true, otherwise." The dagger in his hand glimmered ominously under the moonlight, radiating a chilling aura. The kneeling man hastily bowed his head, insisting, "It is true, it is true." Striding outside, Zhang Tao rounded a wall and beheld a dark silhouette suspended in the sky. A sudden constriction gripped his heart, and a flicker of fear surfaced in his mind. Gripping the dagger tightly, he hastened toward the sight, raising his gaze to the streams of blood cascading down. As he reached out, a sticky, icy sensation sent shivers through him, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Zhang Tao's pupils constricted as he shouted angrily, "Pack your things and leave at once." Calling out names, Matsi, Haidin, Lao Lu, he received no response. And it dawned on him that the once bustling clearing was now deserted, save for the crackling of the firewood and a faint scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. Dazed, he looked up once more. The blood rain intensified the scalding, viscous liquid saturating his face. Zhang Tao opened his mouth to scream, only for the blood to pour directly inside. "Do you not relish the taste of blood? Then let us start with your own kin." Watching this scene impassively, Meng Tong raised his hand, channeling his abilities to ensnare the kneeling Zhang Tao, slowly lifting him upward. "Do you not crave excitement?" The grotesque visages of those hung upside down, their bulging eyes and twisted expressions, are surely thrilling. And let us not forget the so-called divine nectar to drink. Jean Tao's widened eyes were obscured by blood, the liquid choking him as it flooded his throat, and he felt as though he had descended into hell. Yet, in this moment, he harbored not a shred of regret. Perched upon a tree, Meng Tong observed the unfolding horror with a frigid glint in his eyes, retrieving wooden planks from the space around him and stacking them upon the ground. The suspended bodies suddenly fell, nearly crushing the oncoming Jean Tao, but it was not so easy to extinguish him. The bodies were transferred to the wooden planks, and with a flicker of fire and a surge of power, they ignited instantaneously, as if an explosion had occurred. Ah, help! It hurts! Save me! The once unconscious bodies jolted awake, the searing flames inciting their cries, some writhing and shrieking like maggots, begging for salvation, while others pleaded with the divine for mercy. Helplessly kneeling in the blood, Jean Tao bore witness to this horror, hearing the cacophony of screams and watching familiar faces reach out to him, desperate for help. With a thunderous roar, Jean Tao's mental defenses crumbled. The iron web he had slowly woven shattered in an instant, and with it came the crushing weight of morality, suffocating him until he could breathe no more, succumbing to despair and regret. Yet, this was far from sufficient. The extraordinary abilities summoned the whip that ensnared Jean Tao, directing it toward the searing flames, eliciting heart-wrenching cries from him. Wouldn't it be better to share the experience together? There was no need for her to ignite another fire specifically to torment him. The flames of this night soared towards the heavens, and the anguished screams could be heard even by the villagers who had sought refuge in the mountains. At the town's entrance, Lu Chuan and over 50 others turned their gazes toward the flickering light of the fire. A man standing beside Lu Chuan inquired in a hushed tone, "Is she all right?" "She's fine," Lu Chuan replied, retracting his gaze and addressing the disheveled crowd. "You are safe now. Those wishing to flee should do so quickly." "What about you?" asked Niu Fong, a woman who had previously questioned Meng Tong. "We wish to accompany you and your wife." "That's unnecessary," Lu Chuan declined. "Your choice to stay or leave is your own affair." Without waiting for a response, he strode purposefully toward the Zhang residence. A few attempted to follow, but were halted by Niu Fong and several rational men. Into the mountains. Chapter 27. Clearing the prison at Laozhan town. Blocking the exits upon Lu Chuan's arrival at the Zhang residence. All had been consumed by the flames, leaving only the acrid scent of charred remains lingering in the air. Meanwhile, Meng Tong was rummaging through the premises, and to her surprise, she discovered several bags of fine white flour hidden in a cellar beneath the main house, likely forgotten in the chaos of the refugee crisis. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Tong unceremoniously gathered all into her spatial storage. Exiting the main residence, Lu Chuan awaited at the courtyard entrance. Upon spotting Meng Tong, he approached, his eyes scanning for any signs of trouble before he let out a sigh of relief. "My dear, shall we find a place to rest?" "All right," she replied. They made their way to a secluded area of the Zhang residence, which contained a small kitchen. Meng Tong lay on the bed she had moved out, nestled beside the two children, while he prepared dozens of pancakes in the small kitchen. Awakening Meng Tong, Lu Chuan also patted Lu He and Lu Yin, but received no response. He turned to Meng Tong. "Don't worry about them." As Meng Tong spoke, she utilized her abilities to awaken Lu He and Lu Yin, who stirred awake moments later, to ensure their full engagement in the night's sweep. Meng Tong had previously sealed their senses while they slept. Groggy yet alert, Lu He and Lu Yin sniffed the air, with Lu Yin murmuring, "It smells so good." After donning their shoes, Meng Tong gently pinched their cheeks and softly asked, "Are you awake? Come, rise and have some pancakes." They had skipped dinner in their haste to send Zhou off and were now quite famished. With a quick scramble, Lu He and Lu Yin jumped up, their stomachs rumbling in agreement. The family gathered around the table, enjoying the pancakes, when Lu Yin, her eyes darting curiously, leaned closer to Meng Tong and whispered, "Mother, where's this place?" "It's just a small kitchen in a manor in the town. Your father and I merely borrowed the stove for a moment." Meng Tong replied nonchalantly, "Now eat quickly. Once we finish, we shall depart." "All right," Lu Yin nodded. After satisfying their hunger, their strength partially restored, the dawn began to break, and the oppressive heat that had just subsided began to creep back in. In just a few days, the temperature rose by no less than 7 or 8 degrees. Now, venturing out at noon meant one would undoubtedly suffer from the scorching sun. Seizing the relatively cool morning, the family of four set off once more, and after rummaging through the town, Meng Tong, accompanied by her husband Lu Chuan and their 2 children, made their way towards Pinko village. Along the journey, the family encountered not a single soul, though several corpses lay scattered about. Adhering to the principle of respecting the deceased and to prevent the outbreak of disease, Meng Tong would always ask Lu Chuan to assist in cremating the bodies. After approximately 2 hours of travel, the family arrived in Pinko village at the height of the blistering noon. The scene before them was one of utter devastation, with dark red stains marking the ground. Inside Lu Chuan's backpack, Lu He and Lu Yin were shielded from the sun by large leaves. Even so, the 2 small faces were flushed and beaded with sweat, their lips chapped and parched. Casting a glance at Meng Tong, who was equally drenched in perspiration, Lu Chuan's eyes flashed with concern as he lowered his gaze and gently inquired, "My dear, shall we find a place to rest?" Nodding in agreement, Meng Tong led the way towards a dilapidated hut nestled near the woods, with Lu Chuan following closely behind. Upon entering, while it remained warm, at least they were spared from direct sunlight. Lu Chuan rummaged through his belongings to find a relatively flat piece of wood for Meng Tong to sit on before he lifted the 2 little ones from the backpack. Removing the wilted leaves, Meng Tong used the only cloth she had to wipe the sweat from Lu He and Lu Yan's foreheads. She then retrieved a bamboo tube filled with cool water from her space, which had been kept refreshingly chilled. Each child took a tube and tilted it back to drink, quenching their thirst. "Mother, I want more water," Lu He said, her eyes sparkling as her small tongue occasionally licked her moist lips. Yet Meng Tong declined, explaining that while the water was refreshing, too much would not be beneficial. After resting for a quarter of an hour, Meng Tong stood and approached the door where Lu Chuan was tending to the fire and preparing a meal. "I will step outside for a moment. I shall return shortly. You all start eating when the food is ready. Do not wait for me." "Understood." Lu Chuan glanced at Meng Tong, wisely refraining from further inquiries, simply advising, "My dear, do take care." With a nod, Meng Tong stepped out, walking along the relatively cool, shaded path toward the exit. In less than a quarter of an hour, she arrived. The exit was just wide enough for 2 horse-drawn carriages to pass, flanked by dense woods on either side. The location was both advantageous and precarious. The villagers of Pinko had no respite when faced with refugees. Narrowing her eyes, Meng Tong retrieved a handful of apocalyptic seeds from her space and scattered them upon the ground, channeling her abilities to infuse the seeds with energy. The previously hardened earth began to crack open, roots sprawling in all directions until they connected with the surrounding forest. Trees grew at a remarkable pace, rapidly becoming lush and verdant, effectively obstructing Meng Tong's view. Yet this was still insufficient. As she could draw energy from the plants, Meng Tong continued to sow seeds, her output relentless. In the end, the exit resembled a formidable wall, with not a single gap visible, interspersed with toxic thorn vines and hallucinogenic trees. She gazed up at the seemingly unbroken mountains, a smile gracing Meng Tong's lips. Clapping her hands, she retraced her steps, stopping midway to return to the former home of the original owner. As she had anticipated, there was nothing left. The house stood merely as an empty shell. With a swift motion, she reclaimed some of the materials for firewood, which would serve her well. After wandering around the village, Meng Tong returned to the small, dilapidated house. "Why aren't you eating first?" she inquired. "Waiting for you, my dear," the 3 men replied obediently, rising to serve rice and vegetables, tacitly avoiding any mention of her whereabouts. This pleased Meng Tong. She appreciated her independence. Taking a seat beside Lu Yin, the family began their meal. Lu Chuan had prepared rice, flatbreads, stir-fried cured meat, and 2 vegetable dishes. Given the heat, they could not indulge in the greasy fare, and the vegetables were much more to Meng Tong's liking. Lu Chuan noticed this and made a mental note to prepare more appetizing dishes for her next time. After their meal, the family prepared to return to the village. This time, Lu Chuan suggested taking the mountain path, which was not only cooler but also offered the chance to forage for wild vegetables. Meng Tong readily agreed. Packing everything neatly into her space, and the family of four set off. With their bellies full, Lu He and Lu Yin were particularly energetic, skipping ahead without needing Lu Chuan to carry them. The mountain path they took was well trodden by the villagers of Duanshan, and Meng Tong allowed her sisters to enjoy the journey freely. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. Meng Tong inhaled the fresh air, serenaded by the sounds of chirping birds and buzzing cicadas. It was a delightful experience. Chapter 28. Ripening crops and chicken stew with potatoes as they frolicked along the way. It was already evening by the time Meng Tong and her companions reached their dwelling. To their surprise, Bai was waiting by the pond. Upon hearing their approach, it sprang to its feet, excitement glimmering in its eyes. Although Lu He and Lu Yin knew Bai was a friend of their father, they still felt a twinge of fear. Seeing it stand, the two little ones instinctively stepped back, clutching Meng Tong's fingers tightly. "Mother, we're scared," they confessed. "Do not fear. Your father and I are here," Meng Tong reassured them, gently patting their heads while glancing at the man who was already approaching Bai. Lu Chuan shot a disapproving look at Bai, reaching out to ruffle its fur with an authoritative tone. "Do not frighten my daughters. Lie down." With a soft growl, Bai expressed its discontent, but eventually complied, lying back down after casting a glance at the mother and daughters nearby. Its intention was never to intimidate, as it possessed a kind heart, but rather to protect the women and children, not out of fear of Lu Chuan. Observing Baihu's obedience to their father, Lu He and Lu Yan's eyes sparkled with admiration for Lu Chuan. "Father is amazing," Lu He suddenly exclaimed, looking up at Meng Tong. "Mother, may I touch it? Are you not afraid?" Meng Tong asked, somewhat surprised. She had thought Lu He, being shy and reserved, would be timid. Shaking her head, Lu He replied, "I'm not scared. It's just as adorable as a bunny, all fluffy and cuddly." Meng Tong expressed her desire to join in, and Lu Yin, gathering her courage, spoke up as well. Seeing her sister's bravery, she refused to back down. This relentless competitive spirit left Meng Tong speechless, prompting her to beckon Lu Chuan over. "What is it, my lady?" he inquired. "They wish to touch the white tiger. Please take them," she instructed. "Very well," Lu Chuan replied, leading one girl by each hand towards Bai. Meanwhile, Meng Tong took a seat beside the small wooden cabin to rest, where a basket overturned nearby contained 3 little white rabbits. Casually extracting one, Meng Tong leisurely stroked its fur, occasionally glancing at the sounds of laughter emanating from the other side. Once playtime was over, it was time for dinner. With Lu Chuan not allowing Meng Tong to assist, she made her way to the experimental field she had cultivated. The growth was remarkably robust. The plants lacking the infusion of supernatural abilities were surprisingly not inferior to those that had received it. Meng Tong found this quite astonishing. Could it be attributed to genetic mutations from the apocalypse? This was the only explanation she could muster. At the current rate, everything would be ripe within a month. But with the weather growing increasingly warm and the water in the pond visibly diminishing, the family would soon need to venture deeper into the mountains. Narrowing her dark eyes slightly, Meng Tong tentatively activated her abilities to hasten the maturing process. In less than 15 minutes, ears of corn began to form on the stalks, a remarkable result. Indeed, frequent use had significantly enhanced her powers. Taking advantage of this interval, Meng Tong hastened the maturation of all the crops planted there, including corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. Setting aside what they would consume that evening, she stored everything else in her spatial realm and, cradling fresh corn and potatoes, approached Lu Chuan. The man had changed into a gray-blue, sleeveless shirt, focused on chopping chicken pieces, beads of sweat glistening on his muscular arms, lending him an alluring appearance. Unconsciously licking her lips, Meng Tong piled her harvest to one side. Lu Chuan glanced up, asking, "Is this what you grew, my lady? Can we eat it?" "Yes, it's ready to eat," she affirmed. Taking a seat on a stool, she retrieved from her spatial realm to shuck the corn, appearing utterly relaxed. After contemplating, Lu Chuan realized that his lady possessed extraordinary abilities, making her feats unsurprising. However, When his dark gaze fell upon the earthy potatoes, he paused his knife and inquired, "What are these, my lady? I've never seen them before." He was referring to the sweet potatoes as well. These tubers were entirely unfamiliar to him. Were they perhaps divine delicacies? They are seeds I purchased on our previous trip to the town, claimed to be from faraway lands. I had never encountered them before and thought I would try planting them, she explained. Shall we see how they taste tonight? He suggested. Indeed, let us stew them with the chicken, Meng Tong proposed, pointing to the potatoes. Lu Chuan nodded in agreement. With deft efficiency, he prepared the wild chicken for stewing and began to wash the potatoes, clumsily peeling them and cutting them into large chunks for later use. Meanwhile, Meng Tong had boiled the corn, its fresh sweetness intoxicating. After draining the hot water, she set the corn aside to cool. Here, give it a try and let me know how it tastes. Thank you, my lady, Lu Chuan replied, taking a bite. The unique sweetness of the corn filled his mouth, and he pondered how he had never appreciated such flavor before. With unwavering concentration, Meng Tong continued her task as she noticed Bai Yi ambling towards her. To her surprise, the once sleek and glossy fur of Bai Yi was now tangled, with the culprit comfortably nestled against its belly, fast asleep. Casting a resentful glance at Meng Tong, Bai Yi remained perfectly still, even the slightest breath causing the two little ones resting on its belly to rise slightly. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Meng Tong, holding a corn cob in one hand, crouched down gently to pat the exhausted and slumbering Lu He and Lu Yan. Unfazed by the heat, their rosy cheeks glistened with sweat. "Oh, my dear children," their soft, melodious voices melted Meng Tong's heart, especially as their tiny bodies nudged towards her. With a tender gaze, she whispered, "Be good, wake up and enjoy the sweet corn, or else your father will finish it all." "I want corn too," exclaimed Yenner, "and I want some as well." Heedlessly awakened, they scrambled up without needing any coaxing, rushing towards Lu Chuan while calling out, "Father, save some for Yenner. Am I the type to hoard food?" Lu Chuan retorted, preparing to grab the cooked corn, only to be halted by Meng Tong. "Wash your hands first. If you eat unclean food, you might get sick." "All right." Lu He and Lu Yin obediently complied, not forgetting to remind Meng Tong, "Mother, remember to keep an eye on father and don't let him sneak a bite." "Of course," Meng Tong replied with a smile, casting a glance at the bewildered Lu Chuan, who, it must be said, had a certain charm about him. Upon returning from washing their hands, Lu He and Lu Yin eagerly devoured the fragrant corn, showering Meng Tong with sweet praises, their little mouths as sweet as honey. As the sun dipped below the horizon, only a fiery red glow remained, and the sultry air held a hint of coolness. The family gathered around the table to share dinner. After an exhausting day, a few ears of corn served as the appetizer. When Lu Chuan brought forth a pot of chicken stew with potatoes, even Meng Tong couldn't help but drool. The tender, sweet flavor infused in the chicken broth was immensely satisfying, especially when paired with steaming rice, leaving them with little time for conversation. Chapter 29, Bathing. Discovering Lu Chuan's unusualness after dinner, night had fully descended, with only the silvery moonlight cascading down and the occasional sound of birds chirping from deep within the forest. Lighting 2 torches in the open area, Meng Tong prepared to bathe Lu He and Lu Yin, who were not particularly dirty but felt uncomfortable from the sweat. "Is the water cold?" "No, Mother, it's very comfortable." "That's good." Meng Tong nodded, glancing at the drowsy Lu Yin. "You go first. Get clean, and then we'll head back to sleep." "Okay." Standing obediently beside Meng Tong, the little girl followed her instructions without hesitation. In recent days, their nutrition had improved, and both little ones, including Meng Tong herself, appeared much healthier, their once sunken cheeks now plumper, and their skin, as soft and fair as could be, was delightful to touch. Once the 2 little ones were clean, Meng Tong led them back to the house for bedtime. Within a minute, they were fast asleep, clearly worn out from the day. Quietly, she fetched a clean set of clothes and stepped outside, preparing to wash up herself. "Darling," Lu Chuan called. "Yes," Meng Tong replied, looking at him as he approached. "What is it? Here, what is this?" Meng Tong lowered her gaze at the cloth bag handed to her by Lu Chuan and inquired with a hint of curiosity. The man's gentle demeanor and his chiseled features radiated an air of seeking approval. "You will know once you open it," he replied. You won't frighten me, will you? Meng Tong naturally tucked the clothes she held into Lu Chuan's embrace and took the bag, preparing to unveil its contents. With a light chuckle, Lu Chuan reassured her. I won't scare you, my dear. Go ahead and take a look. The bag felt substantial, concealing its contents, yet she could sense something moving within. Casting a skeptical glance at Lu Chuan's expression, Meng Tong tilted her head back slightly and opened the bag. Suddenly, a luminescent green insect emerged, followed by a swarm of them. Are these fireflies? She asked, astonished. Do you like them? Lu Chuan inquired, gazing into Meng Tong's eyes. He had stumbled upon them while washing dishes, finding them beautiful and thinking she would appreciate them, so he had gathered a number to bring back. I do, Meng Tong said, her face illuminated by the moonlight and the green glow. They're so beautiful. She had never encountered fireflies, neither before nor after the apocalypse, and was pleasantly surprised to see them after a transmigration. Seeing the genuine delight in Meng Tong's dark eyes filled Lu Chuan with immense satisfaction. As long as she was happy, that was all that mattered. They watched the fireflies for quite some time until they eventually vanished into the night, at which point Meng Tong remembered her desire to bathe. I'd like to take a shower, she said. I'll prepare hot water for you, Lu Chuan offered. No need. It's quite warm. Cold water will suffice. Meng Tong retrieved her clothes and headed toward the water pool, but Lu Chuan intercepted her, glancing down at her and saying, The night is late and the water will be cold. Hot water is better. Please sit and wait a moment. It will be ready soon. With that, he pulled over a reclining chair for her to sit on and, without further ado, began to heat the water. Having hot water was indeed a blessing, so Meng Tong acquiesced. In the tranquil night, the two sat beside the fire, with a pot suspended above it, the water still unheated. They engaged in light conversation. The weather is becoming increasingly harsh. We must prepare to venture deeper into the mountains. You've hunted often before. Have you found any suitable locations? Lu Chuan asked. What do you mean by suitable? He inquired, curious about Meng Tong's criteria. He had several places in mind, but was uncertain of what would please her. After a moment's contemplation, Meng Tong replied, Well, it should have a substantial water source to ensure our daily needs. Additionally, flat land would be ideal for us to grow food and build shelter. The larger, the better. As for safety, will Bai Yi accompany us into the mountains? She tilted her head, posing the question to Lu Chuan. In truth, she had been considering this. The tiger was the king of the mountains, and having Bai Yi along would alleviate her concerns about other wild beasts. Yes, it has become quite attached to you and refuses to leave, Lu Chuan remarked, a hint of jealousy in his tone. He continued, As for the locations you mentioned, I do know of a place that fits your criteria. However, it is quite a distance away. It may take us over 10 days to reach it. Lu Chuan had discovered this location during his last expedition into the mountains over a month ago. It was by Ye's den, which even boasted a particularly large cave. Not far from the cave lies an enormous waterfall, surrounded by nearly 100 acres of land that, while uneven, slopes gently downward. At its highest point, the waterfall cascades gracefully down the incline, eventually vanishing from sight. The surroundings are characterized by cliffs, creating an enchanting, secluded paradise. In a serendipitous turn of events, he had chased a wild deer into this haven and inadvertently provoked a white tiger, narrowly escaping with his life. Fear not. A slow and steady pace will surely lead us there, Meng Tong whispered. Is the area you mentioned vast? Indeed, it is immense. It is the lair of the White Knight. Meng Tong sat up straight, feeling as if fate had conspired for this moment. In that case, let us surrender to destiny. As the water heated, Lu Chuan personally assisted Meng Tong in adjusting the temperature, ensuring it was neither too cold nor overly hot. After filling an entire bathtub, Meng Tong decided to indulge in a leisurely soak, while Lu Chuan went to bathe in the cool waters of the pond. Men bathe with remarkable efficiency within 5 minutes. Lu Chuan emerged, his bronzed physique illuminated by the moonlight, exuding a captivating allure. His broad back did not appear overly muscular, yet it showcased a distinct male charm, while his trim waist highlighted a perfect waist-to-hip ratio. Even his loose pants could not conceal his strong, elongated legs and well-defined posterior. To her astonishment, Meng Tong realized something was amiss. The man approaching her possessed deep, bright eyes devoid of any semblance of innocence. When had this transformation occurred? Doubts began to cloud her mind. Had the infusion of his abilities inadvertently healed the injuries to his childhood intellect? "My lady, what are you pondering?" Lu Chuan inquired, standing at the edge of the bathtub. He gently touched the water before softly suggesting, "The water is cooling. Would you like me to add some hot water?" "No need." Meng Tong sighed, glancing at Lu Chuan's calm demeanor. Indeed, how could she fault him for not informing her? Perhaps his mind had simply become more agile. Observing his commendable behavior over the past few days, she decided to let go of her concerns and maintain their usual rapport. After swiftly washing herself, Meng Tong exited the bathtub and dressed. Being a married couple, she felt no need for modesty. After all, it was merely the physical form, something she had encountered before, and she stepped out unclothed without hesitation. Her skin remained fair, possessing all the necessary attributes, albeit slightly petite, yet undeniably beautiful. The most remarkable transformation was her face, which previously bore a gloomy, sallow complexion. Now, it appeared significantly brighter and plumper, with her refined features emerging, radiating an air of mature grace. Lu Chuan's ears flushed with warmth. The cool water had temporarily subdued his earlier heat, but it now surged back uncontrollably, his dark eyes flickering with uncontainable desire. However, he recognized the inappropriateness of the moment and suppressed his carnal urges, meticulously assisting Meng Tong with her clothing and hair, especially when glancing at her abdomen. His eyes brimmed with tenderness, for it cradled the precious life they would share. Chapter 30. Enjoying roasted sweet potatoes into the deep mountains. On the following morning, before dawn broke, Lu Chuan arose. Last night, he and Meng Tong had already made plans to venture into the deep mountains today. One reason for our departure is the increasing heat. The land in the village is utterly incapable of sustaining crops. Additionally, we aspire to reach the location mentioned by Lu Chuan as soon as possible, allowing our family to settle down and ideally cultivate some grain. Upon arriving at the pond, Lu Chuan began to prepare breakfast, while Meng Tong and the two little ones gradually woke up. They organized the belongings in the wooden house and stored them away, with Meng Tong leading Lu He and Lu Yin to wash up by the pond. "Mother, the water is diminishing," Lu Yin pointed out, her small face filled with concern as she indicated the pond, which had shrunk to nearly a third of its previous size. "Without water, people could perish. I don't want father, mother, or my sister to die." Her little lips trembled, prompting Meng Tong to gently pat her head and reassure her, "Do not fear. We will soon locate more water." "Really?" Lu Yi asked, her small face equally anxious. "Yes, after breakfast, we shall venture into the deep mountains, where water will abound." "Will it be dangerous?" Lu Yi inquired suddenly, her expression mirroring her sister's worry. "It will not be," Meng Tong smiled as she pinched their little faces. "Your father and I will protect you, so do not be afraid." "All right, I will protect father and mother too," Lu Yi declared, with Lu Yin echoing her sentiment. The sincerity in their eyes touched Meng Tong deeply. Indeed, daughters are like warm cotton coats. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan heated the leftover stew of potatoes and chicken from the previous night in a clay pot, while placing several sweet potatoes and more potatoes into the roaring fire. Once the pot was thoroughly heated, he set it aside to cool and prepare to make pancakes instead of rice for breakfast. After cooking 50 pancakes, he finally paused. This would serve as their sustenance for the journey ahead. Enticed by the aroma, Lu He and Lu Yin awaited eagerly, occasionally licking their lips in anticipation. "Father, what is that black lump by the fire? It smells delicious." Lu Yin pointed at the sweet potatoes, which were now emanating a rich fragrance. Glancing over, Lu Chuan replied softly, "That is a fresh delicacy grown by your mother. It is called sweet potato. Keep your hands away from the fire. It will burn you. If you want some, I will bring it to you shortly. Do you understand?" "Yes, we understand." The two little ones nodded obediently, clasping their hands together in quiet anticipation. At the same time, Meng Tong busily tidied up the wooden house, ensuring not a single item was left behind. With all preparations complete, Lu Chuan removed the roasted sweet potatoes and potatoes to cool, then extinguished the fire with earth, mindful of the dry conditions that could lead to disastrous fires. Gathered around the table, the family of four began their breakfast. Lu Chuan broke a still-warm roasted sweet potato in half and offered it to Lu He and Lu Yin. "Thank you, father," they chimed. "Eat quickly." Lu Chuan nodded slightly, then took a smaller one, peeled it, and handed it to Meng Tong, saying, "Here, dear. This one is not too hot." "Thank you," Meng Tong replied naturally as she accepted it, savoring the sweet aroma of the roasted sweet potato, which even oozed with honey. A single bite revealed its soft, sweet texture, instantly brightening her spirits for the day ahead. "This is delicious. Mother, can we plant these when we enter the deep mountains?" Lu Yin asked, her mouth smeared with sweet potato nectar, her little tongue licking her lips, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon hearing her question, Lu He and Lu Chuan looked up at her, their expressions brimming with anticipation. It was truly delectable. Their enjoyment brought joy to Meng Tong, who casually remarked while swallowing her food, "Of course, you can have as many varieties as you wish." "Yay, that's wonderful. I want to eat this every day." With a radiant smile, all the roasted sweet potatoes were swiftly devoured. As for the other food, it was of little concern. They could savor it leisurely on the way. As daylight broke and the time reached the hour of sea, Meng Tong stowed all their belongings into her spatial pouch. Lu Chuan carried only 3 lively little rabbits on his back, feeling remarkably at ease. Bai Yi, as the guide, naturally led the way, followed by Lu He and Lu Yin, the 2 sisters, who were particularly excited to venture into the deep mountains. Clutching the wooden sticks Lu Chuan had given them, they playfully tapped here and prodded there, their curiosity for the forest evident. Meng Tong followed closely behind Lu He and Lu Yin, while Lu Chuan brought up the rear, his stride steady. His large hands always provided timely assistance whenever Meng Tong faced a steep incline, instilling a sense of security. "Mother, look at this flower. It's so beautiful in a deep shade of purple-red. Mother, this leaf is lovely. It has so many sharp points." The cheerful voices of Lu He and Lu Yin filled the air as Meng Tong took on the role of the enthusiastic supporter, occasionally reminding them to watch their step. After walking for over an hour, Lu He and Lu Yin were utterly worn out, prompting Lu Chuan to carry them onward, with the little rabbits occasionally peeking out from the cloth bag hanging from his chest to sniff around. "Shall we take a break?" After another half hour, Meng Tong, noticing Lu Chuan drenched in sweat, asked with concern. The humidity in the forest was higher than outside, and the sun's fierce rays made it particularly stifling within. Wiping the sweat from his forehead nonchalantly, Lu Chuan placed the backpack beneath a large tree and said, "Let us take a break and have something to eat to replenish our energy." "All right." She retrieved a stool, a table, and some food from her spatial pouch, gently rousing the already sleeping Lu He and Lu Yin. "Father," they murmured softly. Responding to their tender voices, Lu Chuan unconsciously softened, lifting them out with a gentle grip under their arms. He helped the 2 little ones brush aside their sweat-drenched hair and quietly asked, "Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat or drink?" "Father here wants water. Yinner does too." "Very well." He led them to the table, which held the remnants of their breakfast, still warm. Seeing Lu He and Lu Yin, their small faces flushed and drowsy, Meng Tong opened her arms and softly beckoned. "Come here, my darlings." With a few quick steps, the 2 little ones nestled into Meng Tong's embrace. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan sat beside them, pouring water for the girls. "Here you go." "Thank you, father." As they gulped down the water, Meng Tong was unaware of the effort they exerted, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "Drink slowly. Save some room for food." "Got it, mother." In one breath, Lu He and Lu Yin finished the water, sitting obediently on the chairs to devour the pancakes filled with soft potato chunks and warm chicken, each bite enveloping them in a delightful aroma. A family of 4 was enjoying their lunch, while Bai Yi had ventured out in search of food. Upon its return, Meng Tong could discern the scent of blood and the crimson stains at the corners of its mouth. In Chapter 31, Discovery of Wild Cherries, Warmth in the Cave. Having feasted to their heart's content, the 4 humans and 1 tiger continued their journey with renewed vigor, traversing the winding paths of the forest. The oppressive heat began to dissipate, relieving Lu He and Lu Yin from the need to fan themselves with leaves. "Mother, look, there's a tree over there, adorned with numerous red fruits. How beautiful!" Suddenly, Lu Yin, who was leading the way, halted and called out to Meng Tong, pointing in the direction of her gaze. Upon inspection, Meng Tong realized it was a wild cherry tree. Those are wild cherries. They are edible. Let us take a closer look. All right. As they approached the wild cherry tree, Lu He and Lu Yin gazed up longingly, their short stature preventing them from reaching the tempting fruits. Just as they sighed in disappointment, Lu Chuan, holding one in hand, quietly remarked, "I can pick a few for us to taste." "Wow, thank you, Daddy. You're the best," they exclaimed, stretching out their small hands to pluck the cherries. The small, ruby-red fruits, though not large, were gathered eagerly and offered to Lu Chuan. "Father, you eat first. Are you sure?" He opened his mouth to savor the wild cherry, which bore a hint of sweetness, predominantly overshadowed by its tartness, accompanied by a slight astringency. Overall, he found it rather unappealing. Conversely, Meng Tong relished the taste, likely influenced by her pregnancy. "Do you like it, dear?" Lu Chuan inquired, observing Meng Tong's enthusiastic enjoyment, as if her affirmation would compel him to harvest more. He genuinely entertained this notion. "It's quite nice. I really enjoy this flavor," Meng Tong replied, channeling her abilities. Within mere seconds, the tree was uprooted entirely and vanished from sight. "When we reach our destination, I will plant it near the house and utilize my artifact to see if I can enhance the variety. This way, we shall have cherries in the future." "Yay! Yane loves cherries too." "And so does he." The two little ones danced with joy, their minds filled with visions of plump, juicy cherries. Mother is indeed the most formidable mother in the world. Yet, despite their excitement, Meng Tong cautioned, even if you adore them, moderation is key. She gathered a handful of cherries for Lu He and Lu Yin to enjoy slowly along the way as the family resumed their journey. As the sun began its descent, the family finally arrived at the cave that Lu Chuan had mentioned. This was a place he often rested during his hunting expeditions, evidenced by remnants of firewood scattered within. After settling Meng Tong and the two little ones comfortably, Lu Chuan ventured out, stating he would seek some wild vegetables nearby. Bai Yi, not accompanying him, lazily lounged at the cave entrance, its belly rising and falling in an amusing manner. Having grown weary, Lu He and Lu Yin lay down on a makeshift bed that Meng Tong had prepared, while she promised to call them once the meal was ready. Seizing the remaining daylight, Meng Tong swiftly kindled a fire, retrieved rice and a pot from her space, rinsed the grains, and set them to steam over the flames. Standing at the cave's mouth, Meng Tong admired the view. The cave's elevated position offered a panorama of lush, verdant woods. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening glow bathed the green trees in a golden hue, creating a breathtaking vista. A profound tranquility enveloped Meng Tong as she closed her eyes, savoring the beauty of the moment. This serene scene was unexpectedly interrupted by Lu Chuan, who returned with a basket of wild vegetables. A hint of amusement danced in his deep-set eyes as he approached her. "My dear, are you enjoying the scenery?" he inquired in a husky voice. "Yes," Meng Tong replied, opening her eyes and turning to him. "You're back so soon." She glanced at the basket he carried, filled to the brim with fresh, tender greens. "The mountains are abundant with wild vegetables. They are plentiful in this vicinity," Lu Chuan remarked as he rummaged through the basket, revealing a dozen wild eggs nestled beneath the greens. "I found a nest while hunting earlier. There were over 20 eggs. So I brought some back for us to fry tonight." "Yes, eggs are good for the body." "My dear, do have a few extra tonight," she encouraged. "Very well," he agreed, and they made their way toward the cave. Bai Yi, observing from the entrance, cast a quick glance at Lu Chuan, whose smile seemed to stretch from ear to ear, filled with a hint of disdain. Once inside the cave, Lu Chuan busied himself preparing a meal. After several hearty feasts, tonight's fare would be lighter. Besides the scrambled wild eggs, there was a soup made from wild vegetables and sot edcorn, which paired nicely with rice. Meng Tong roused Lu He and Lu Yin, and soon the family gathered around the warmth of the fire. The flickering flames provided ample light and comfort against the evening chill of the mountains, creating a cozy atmosphere. In the tranquil forest, Bai Yi stood guard at the entrance, allowing the family to eat with ease of mind. After their meal, while Lu Chuan washed the dishes, Meng Tong discreetly bestowed some of her abilities upon Bai Yi. After all, a token of gratitude was only fitting. Hearing the pleased rumblings from Bai Yi, she gently patted its head and whispered, "Behave, and there will be even more rewards." With a contented smile, Bai Yi lifted its head to gaze at Meng Tong, its tail swaying playfully behind it. She returned to the cave, where Lu He and Lu Yin had already succumbed to slumber. As she entered, Lu Chuan was tenderly wiping their faces and hands. Meng Tong felt that Lu Chuan was fulfilling the role of a father splendidly. "Would you like to soak your feet? There is warm water here," he offered. "Yes, I would like to soak them," she replied. "Very well, I shall pour you some water." "No need, I have a basin," Meng Tong said, producing 2 basins from her space. She divided the hot water from the pot between them. "You should soak your feet too. After a day of walking, they must be sore." "All right," Lu Chuan responded, his voice husky as he glanced at her. "Thank you, my dear." After helping Lu He and Lu Yin clean up and settle comfortably, Lu Chuan sat beside Meng Tong. They each soaked their feet in separate basins. And in the dim firelight, Lu Chuan's dark eyes flickered toward Meng Tong's delicate feet, contrasting sharply with his larger ones. He longed to feel the softness of her foot in his hand. Certainly, it must be incredibly tender. He licked his slightly chapped lips, his Adam's apple bobbing. Lu Chuan was acutely aware that Meng Danny was no longer the same person she once was, but that mattered little. He still cherished her, for she remained his beloved wife. With a casual gesture, Lu Chuan raised his hand to his mouth and coughed lightly before turning to Meng Tong and inquiring if she felt any discomfort. Glancing at Lu Chuan from the corner of her eye, Meng Tong gently caressed her still flat abdomen and replied softly, "I feel no discomfort. I would have almost forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it." Meng Tong spoke the truth. Ever since she learned of the life she carried within, she had been nurturing it with a bit of her extraordinary ability. As time passed, coupled with the absence of fetal movement for over 2 months, she had indeed nearly forgotten its existence. With a tender gaze, the initially sharp features of Lu Chuan softened considerably. He placed his left hand over Meng Tong's and said, "You have worked hard, my dear." Chapter 32, Arrival at the Destination. Bai Yi weary pregnancy is inherently a challenging yet magnificent journey, and Meng Tong would never utter that it was not arduous, nor would she say, "For you, I am willing to endure this." She looked earnestly into Lu Chuan's eyes and stated, "As long as you understand my struggles, treat me well. Otherwise, I shall teach our child to call you a scoundrel." "Very well, I shall treat you well," Lu Chuan replied, a smile gracing his lips as he found her adorably endearing. The water for foot soaking had grown cold. After replenishing the basin, Lu Chuan and Meng Tong nestled in a bed to rest. In the darkness, the white tiger stood guard at the cave entrance while the family of 4 slept soundly inside, occasionally interrupted by the crackling of burning wood. As the night grew colder, Lu Chuan quietly rose to tuck the blankets around Lu He and Lu Yin, who had kicked them off, and added a few more logs to the fire. When he returned to bed, a warm bundle of dough nestled against him. Illuminated by the flickering firelight, Lu Chuan glanced at the sleeping Meng Tong, gently wrapping his arm around her slender waist and pulling the gathered blanket over them, a broad smile spreading across his face. The following day, Meng Tong was the first to awaken. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately felt the warmth of a large hand on her waist and the distinct sensation of being cradled in Lu Chuan's embrace. Without a doubt, she was in his arms, and she slightly tilted her head to sneak a glance at the man whose breathing was steady and peaceful. Carefully, Meng Tong climbed out of bed, covering Lu Chuan with the blanket before stepping out of the cave. Once she had left, Lu Chuan opened his eyes, completely alert and devoid of any remnants of sleep. He had long been awake, but chose not to disturb his slumbering wife. Nimbly, he rolled out of bed and first checked on the 2 sisters still sleeping soundly before approaching the fire to rekindle it. After boiling a pot of hot water for washing, Lu Chuan began preparing breakfast, which consisted of rice porridge paired with cured meat and a few roasted sweet potatoes. Meanwhile, Meng Tong returned after attending to her needs, holding a handful of fresh grass to feed the little rabbit. Skillfully, she approached the bedside to rouse Lu He and Lu Yin. After all 3 had washed up, they joined Lu Chuan in assisting him. Checking the sweet potatoes in the fire was indeed useful. Taking advantage of the cool weather, the 4 of them, accompanied by the tiger, once again set off on their journey into the mountains. Compared to the previous day, it was much cooler, and the surrounding underbrush and trees appeared particularly dense, making it difficult for Lu He and Lu Yin to walk. They had no choice but to curl up in Lu Chuan's backpack, occasionally plucking blades of grass to play without a boredom. "Be careful of the vines underfoot, my dear," Lu Chuan cautioned. She replied. The white tiger led the way, with Lu Chuan gently holding Meng Tong's hand as they strolled along, his gaze continually fixed upon her figure, fearful that she might stumble or be ensnared by a branch. However, contrary to expectations, he himself stumbled twice while Meng Tong remained unscathed, even possessing the energy to caution him. Indeed, she was remarkable in her own right. Slowly meandering along, the family of four finally reached the lair of Bai Yi after half a month. Throughout their journey, Meng Tong had amassed quite a collection, discovering numerous items absent from her space, and most importantly, several precious herbs, including 2 ginseng plants. She could utilize her extraordinary abilities to cultivate them, and once the outside world improved, she could sell them, ensuring she would never lack for money. Gazing up at the towering cliff before her, Meng Tong hesitantly inquired of Lu Chuan, "The place you mentioned, it isn't behind this cliff, is it?" "Indeed, my dear wife, you are astute. It lies just behind here." The entrance felt oddly familiar to Meng Tong, and she hoped it was not a narrow passageway. "There's a gap we can enter," Lu Chuan pointed to the left, while Bai Yi casually moved in that direction as well. Lu He and Lu Yin energetically followed behind, and Meng Tong's lips twitched as she matched their pace. She had indeed guessed correctly. Thankfully, they were on solid ground. Otherwise, she could have taken a wrong turn. Following Bai Ye's lead into the crevice, the humidity in the air became palpable, accompanied by the faint sound of water. With one child in each hand, Lu Chuan held a torch and trailed behind. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Meng Tong spotted a faint glimmer of light, which grew brighter as they approached. The first sight that met her eyes was a vast expanse of lush green grass, adorned with a myriad of blooming flowers and butterflies fluttering about. Surrounding them were cliffs, forming a natural basin. Meng Tong was captivated by the beauty of this place. She adored it immensely. "How beautiful! Yena loves this place." Escaping Meng Tong's grasp, Lu Yin seized Lu He's hand and joyfully dashed across the meadow, laughter bubbling from her lips. Stealing a glance at Lu Chuan, who bore a similarly joyful expression, Meng Tong inquired, "Does Bai Yi reside in this cave?" "Yes." The thought of this place made Lu Chuan feel somewhat embarrassed. He recalled how he had become so engrossed in chasing a wild deer that he had unwittingly followed it into the very crevice they had just traversed, only to encounter the disturbed white tiger. It felt as though he had been led down a treacherous path. "Can we all enter? What if other wild beasts can come in as well? Should we seal this passage?" Meng Tong's concern stemmed from the presence of children. She feared that one day a wild beast might charge in and harm them. Lu Chuan understood her worries and concurred with her assessment. Though he currently lacked sufficient large stones, "I will go chop some wood first," he began, but she interjected, "No need. I have a solution. You stay here and watch the children. I shall return shortly." Meng Tong turned towards the cave, and Lu Chuan contemplated stopping her, but ultimately winked at Bai Yi, signaling it to follow. He had witnessed the extent of his wife's abilities firsthand. Retracing his steps along the crevice, Meng Tong stood resolutely at the entrance where he had previously arrived. Without hesitation, he summoned several apocalyptic seeds from the void, casting them upon the ground to unleash his extraordinary abilities. Within mere minutes, several towering trees emerged, effectively concealing the entrance, so well, in fact, that one would hardly notice their presence. As he occasionally ventured out to hunt, Meng Tong had not entirely blocked the entrance. Now that he was here, he could not return empty-handed. He continued to channel his powers, settling down on the ground to await the arrival of his prey. He soon spotted a wild boar and a rather foolish roe deer slowly materializing before him. Unable to contain his self-praise, he marveled at his prowess. With a decisive flourish, he unleashed his abilities, ensnaring the bewildered wild boar and the unsuspecting roe deer with creeping vines, suffocating them without granting a moment's reprieve. With a casual wave of his hand, both creatures vanished from sight, and Meng Tong, hands behind his back, hummed a tune as he retraced his steps. Nearby, the king of the mountains stood in utter disbelief. Where had such large creatures gone? This woman was certainly not to be trifled with. Shedding all semblance of intimidation, Bai Yi followed Meng Tong like a docile cat, not daring to wag her tail. Chapter 33. Planning the Valley, temporarily residing in a cave meanwhile. Lu Chuan was not idle. Seizing the opportunity, he ventured to the waterfall to gather several stones, intending to construct a small fire pit to address their culinary needs. Lu He and Lu Yin dutifully followed behind him. Upon witnessing the magnificent waterfall, both Lu He and Lu Yin could not help but gape in awe. The silvery cascade plummeted from over 10 meters above, crashing into a sizable pool below, where the water flowed down a slope, gradually diminishing in volume. The stones on either side, smoothed and polished by the relentless water, provided a pleasant footing. Lu Chuan chose a spot in the calmer, shallower section of the stream, sheltered from the sun, making it quite comfortable despite the midday heat that lingered in the deep mountains. Positioned less than 5 meters from the water's edge, Lu Chuan diligently constructed the fire pit, while Lu He and Lu Yin perched on a nearby rock, removing their shoes to dip their feet in the cool water. The stream barely reached their ankles, and while Lu Chuan allowed them this indulgence, he forbade them from venturing further upstream. "Oh, how refreshing this water is!" exclaimed Yin. "Father, can I take a bath here later?" she inquired, turning to Lu Chuan. With a brief affirmative, he added, "You may bathe once your mother arrives." "All right, Yin and sister will wait for mother to come back." Satisfied with his answer, the two girls splashed playfully in the water until they spotted Meng Tong approaching and joyfully shouted, "Mother, we are over here." With fervent enthusiasm, they waved their small hands, as if fearing she might overlook them. Perhaps touched by their innocent exuberance, Meng Tong smiled and raised her right hand in greeting, making her way toward them, with Bai Yi obediently trailing behind. As she drew closer, Lu Chuan rose and walked over, taking Meng Tong's hand. Mindful of the numerous stones that could easily trip them, "Are you planning to set up the fire pit here?" he asked. The temporary arrangements made cooking and washing vegetables rather convenient. After Lu Chuan led Meng Tong to sit on a large stone beside Lu He and Lu Yin, he inquired, "Is the exit blocked?" "Yes, but we can still get out," she replied. "I'll prepare the fire pit shortly and venture out to hunt some game for dinner." "No need." Meng Tong waved her hand, a sly smile gracing her lips as two large game animals suddenly appeared before them. The wild boar alone weighed around 100 pounds, not to mention the foolish roe deer. Collectively, they would suffice for a family for quite some time. Unable to suppress a swallow, Lu Chuan felt a surge of strength with no outlet. "How remarkable my wife is. How does she manage?" Lu He and Lu Yin were equally astonished by Meng Tong's display of skill, having previously believed that procuring meat was a daunting task. Now it seemed so effortless. "Mother, you are incredible." Their admiration for her sword. With a smile, Meng Tong humbly concealed her prowess. Once Lu Chuan had meticulously prepared and cleaned the wild boar and roe deer, Meng Tong took Lu He and Lu Yin for a stroll around the vicinity to survey the terrain. The entire valley spanned over 100 acres, not too large, yet not insignificant. The slope of the cave was the steepest, approximately 30 to 40 degrees, followed closely by the waterfall, which was situated nearby. As they explored, Meng Tong sought the optimal location for building, but unexpectedly found that Lu Chuan had chosen the best spot for the fire pit. The waterfall stream divided the valley into two sections, with the cave side being the larger portion, while a smaller area of about 1 or 2 acres remained. This terrain was relatively flat and conveniently close to a water source, a veritable paradise. Resolute in her decision, Meng Tong led Lu He and Lu Yin back, intending to consult Lu Chuan. At that moment, Lu Chuan had neatly arranged the wild boar and roe deer meat on stones by the stream, preparing to heat oil for cooking. The three women returned, assisting Lu Chuan, while Meng Tong asked, "What do you think about building our home here?" Following her gesture, Lu Chuan squinted slightly and replied without hesitation, "I believe this location is indeed suitable. Being near the water source will make bathing convenient for you." "I think so too," she agreed. Their shared perspective elicited a smile from both, significantly enhancing their rapport. Today's meal was simple yet delightful, consisting of stir-fried wild boar and roe deer meat. alongside scrambled wild chicken eggs and wild vegetable soup, with rice as the staple. They set the table on a patch of open ground by the stream and sat together, enjoying their meal and conversation, living quite comfortably. In stark contrast, the fleeing members of the old Liu family faced a much harsher reality. Although they had narrowly escaped the chaos in town, they were met with a myriad of challenges. Merely 3 days into their journey, someone fainted from hunger, followed by others succumbing to dehydration or sun exposure. In just over half a month, nearly 1/3 of the villagers from Duanshan had perished. The emaciated old man Liu trudged along the dusty official road, devoid of hope, mechanically carrying his grandson on his back. Once plump, Liu Jun has shed considerable weight, now curled up in his embrace, exhaling more than inhaling. Nevertheless, they persist in their journey toward the distant north, fearful of being abandoned. One cannot help but lament the harshness of this world. To return to the matter at hand, in a secluded mountain dwelling, after their meal, Liu Chuan and Meng Tong eagerly immersed themselves in planning for the valley. The foremost task was to clear land for cultivation. As for the house, it could be constructed in due time, and for now, they could reside in a cave. They moved some basic utensils into the cave, with Meng Tong taking charge of tidying up while Liu He and Liu Yin assisted. Meanwhile, Liu Chuan donned a straw hat and wielded a hoe to break ground, aiming to create a small patch for planting vegetables and seasonings. The cave was exceptionally spacious, and Meng Tong chose a spot near the entrance, not only for its brightness, but also for its level ground. She began by removing larger stones, followed by sweeping away dust and dirt. Beneath lay a particularly flat, large rock, reminiscent of an asphalt road set with cement, visually pleasing. Liu Yin was tasked with sprinkling water to keep the dust at bay, while Meng Tong and Liu He each held a broom to sweep the floor. Once the cleaning was complete, it was time for decoration. To the left, a wall jutted out, where Meng Tong arranged a bed and some clothing, ensuring privacy while maintaining openness. Adjacent to the wall on the right, she placed a row of cabinets, all scavenged by her. Some were for storing grains, while others were for hanging cured meats, truly a comprehensive assortment. In the center of the cave, Meng Tong set down only a table and a few chairs, mindful that hunting or sleeping during white nights would require passage through here. Clutter would obstruct their movement. The entire space turned out rather pleasing, appearing simple yet refined, with all essentials present. Chapter 34, Roaring Tiger. Transformed into a plow ox. After dedicating 2 full hours to arranging the cave, it began to take on a semblance of home. With joy radiating from her face, Liu He and Liu Yin dashed outside, claiming they would gather beautiful flowers to adorn their home. Meng Tong did not hinder them, merely reminding them to be cautious. After reclining in a lounge chair for about a quarter of an hour, Meng Tong found a straw hat from her belongings and went in search of Liu Chuan. The man was not far from the cave entrance, and as Meng Tong stepped out, she could easily spot him. His muscles, accentuated by exertion, glistened with beads of sweat that seemed to imbue his sun-kissed skin with a glossy sheen, rendering him particularly striking. The side profile beneath the brim of his hat was undeniably handsome, with a chiseled jawline and a prominent nose, lending a three-dimensional quality to his features. Sweat trickled down his cheek, falling upon his collarbone, exuding an unspoken allure. Meng Tong began to understand why young ladies were often enamored with laborers. He indeed possessed a captivating charm. Blinking to conceal her inner thoughts, Meng Tong approached Liu Chuan, holding a bamboo tube filled with water. "Liu Chuan," she called. The man paused his labor, lifting his gaze to Meng Tong, surprise lighting up his eyes. "What brings you out here? It's hot. You should return to rest." "Here, I brought you some water," she said, stepping closer to him. As he lifted the bamboo tube, Liu Chuan steadied Meng Tong and murmured, "Thank you, my lady. Do drink up." Observing the man's cracked lips and the beads of sweat cascading down, Meng Tong felt a pang of compassion. "Perhaps you should rest for a while. This is sufficient for now." "Nonsense, I am quite strong," he replied nonchalantly, gulping down the sweet water from the bamboo tube. As Meng Tong gazed at the man's bobbing Adam's apple and the droplets of water trickling down due to his hurried drinking, her heart inexplicably raced. She averted her gaze, focusing instead on the uncultivated land before them, squinting thoughtfully. She pondered ways to expedite the land-clearing process. Relying solely on Lu Chuan's labor with a hoe was impractical. Previously, Meng Tong had not paid much attention to agriculture and lacked any advanced machinery, having only glimpsed videos online of others plowing with oxen. Uncertain if any plows were among her collected items, Meng Tong resolved to search for them shortly. You should return and rest. I will consider other methods for clearing the land. In the past, did the villagers use anything besides hoes for this? Grasping Lu Chuan's hand, she inquired as they walked. With one hand holding the hoe and the other entwined with Meng Tong's, Lu Chuan's dark eyes sparkled with amusement. Upon hearing her question, he replied gently, "Primarily, we use hoes. Occasionally, there are ox-drawn plows, but they are rarely utilized. First, oxen are quite precious, and most would not use them for land clearing. Second, the land is uneven, often narrower than the width of an ox, making it impractical for them to navigate. As long as we can find one, it will suffice. Though locating an ox is quite a challenge." Meng Tong maintained a serious demeanor as she entered the cave, only to lock eyes with Bai Yi, who had just returned from foraging. A sudden realization flickered in her mind, and a smile graced her lips. Bai Yi, sensing the woman's mischievous intent, retreated towards Lu Chuan, seeking refuge. This woman is terrifying, he thought. Settling into a reclining chair, Meng Tong delved into her consciousness, swiftly searching for traces of a plow. And astonishingly, she discovered two, one new and one old. The old one was still tethered with a rope for an ox. Meng Tong hastily retrieved them, and as Lu Chuan crouched beside her, he pointed at the old plow, saying that one with the rope belongs to the village chief. Whoever it belongs to is irrelevant. Do you think we could use it on Bai Yi? On Bai Yi? Lu Chuan's deep eyes widened in surprise. Then he turned to gaze at the sulking white tiger with its tail tucked. That seems rather inappropriate, he mused. However, it is quite strong. Lu Chuan found himself conflicted. Having never witnessed a tiger being employed as an ox, Meng Tong, unburdened by such reservations, insisted we can only determine its viability through trial. She beckoned to Bai Yi, adopting the gentlest tone, "Come here." Like a wary little Red Riding Hood, Bai Yi instinctively recoiled, convinced that stepping forward would lead to his unfortunate demise. "Do not fear. I will not harm you," Meng Tong coaxed. "If you assist me, I shall grant you this." With a flicker of her fingers, she unleashed her powers, the enticing aroma drawing Bai Yi closer, unable to resist taking a couple of steps forward. "I keep my promises. As long as you obey and assist me, I shall reward you daily." A low growl emanated from Bai Yi, its nostrils flaring with heavy breaths, its gaze fixated unwaveringly on Meng Tong's fingers. Internally, it was in turmoil. As Meng Tong amplified the aura of his powers, Bai Yi, despite its hesitation, approached Lu Chuan within 30 seconds, nudging the rope on the ground with its head. The man, taken aback, silently secured the rope around its body, which was surprisingly comparable to the village chief's ox. Lu Chuan couldn't help but muse. Could this have been specially prepared for it? Come, let's test it outside. Meng Tong strolled ahead with his hands clasped behind him, followed by Bai Yi tethered by the rope, and lastly, Lu Chuan carrying a plow. This peculiar trio left Lu He and Lu Yin, returning with flowers in astonishment. "What are father and mother doing?" "I have no idea," Lu He replied, equally perplexed. "Should we go take a look?" "All right." Without hesitation, they approached, and Lu He and Lu Yin nestled beside Meng Tong, their curiosity piqued. "Mother, what is father doing? Why is he tying up Uhu?" "They are training," Meng Tong replied, gently patting their heads. "Stay close to me and do not wander off." "Okay, mother." The sisters, nestled against Meng Tong, played with flowers while observing Lu Chuan's actions. The man pressed the plow down, driving the iron blade into the soil, before issuing commands to Bai Yi. Enticed by the allure of Meng Tong's powers, Bai Yi charged forward recklessly. In a flash, Lu Chuan sprinted down, struggling to control the plow, as the previously firm wasteland was transformed into a deep furrow. The results were impressive, albeit exhausting for Lu Chuan, who was left panting after a single attempt. Fortunately, Meng Tong intervened just in time, suppressing Bai Yi's energy. Otherwise, it would have outpaced Lu Chuan. Truly, it was the king of the mountains, exhibiting astonishing explosive power. As they descended the slope, Meng Tong clapped Lu Chuan on the back, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Lu Chuan replied, shaking his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face as he recalled feeling as if he might take flight. His dark eyes glanced at Bai Yi, leisurely licking Meng Tong's fingers. Clearing his throat, Lu Chuan sat up and murmured, "Continue." Now that they were climbing uphill, he doubted it would maintain such speed. With a series of fierce roars, Bai Yi became invigorated, ready to charge once more, but was restrained by Meng Tong. "Reduce your strength by half, otherwise." Having been infused with powers, Bai Ye's energy surged beyond normal limits, and if left unchecked, it would only bring harm to Lu Chuan. Meng Tong would not allow such a scenario to unfold. With a clear threat, Bai Ye's tiger-like face reflected reluctance. Yet upon glimpsing her fingers, it acquiesced, using less than a third of its strength. Bai Yi effortlessly ascended the slope with the plow in tow, making the task considerably easier for Lu Chuan. "Hoo-hoo, you have transformed into a plowing ox." Chapter 35. Dividing the valley and planting vegetables and fruits with Bai Ye's assistance. Lu Chuan's pace in clearing land accelerated remarkably. In less than an hour, the area he tilled surpassed what he could accomplish in an entire day with a hoe. As dusk approached, Lu Chuan patted Bai Ye's head, removing the rope around his body, and said softly, "Well done. Soon, I shall take you to find your mistress and claim your reward." With a fierce roar, Bai Yi tugged at Lu Chuan's clothing, its meaning unmistakable. It was time to go. Lu Chuan's deep-set eyes sparkled with amusement as he extricated the fabric from Bai Ye's mouth, affectionately ruffling its fur before saying, "Let us proceed. First, we must return the tools to the cave." Bai Yi, wagging its tail in delight, bounded ahead of Lu Chuan, occasionally glancing back as if urging him to hasten his pace. Unperturbed, Lu Chuan bore the plow on his shoulder and followed closely behind, ensuring the tools were properly stowed away as they made their way towards the waterfall. Beside the crystal-clear stream, Meng Tong had ingeniously constructed a bathing area. Merely 4 broad wooden planks arranged to span the water's edge, offering both convenience and privacy. When Lu Chuan arrived, the trio of mother and daughters were still inside, laughter and playful banter echoing through the air, while Bai Yi, restless at his heels, yearned to join them. Holding Bai Ye's head down, Lu Chuan guided it downstream, shedding his garments before stepping into the water to swiftly wash away the sweat and dust of the day, with Bai Yi joyfully leaping in after him. Rolling about in the shallows, its snowy fur, wet and tousled, created a comical sight, yet it delighted in the sensation, especially when shaking off the water, causing Lu Chuan to maintain a respectful distance of 3 meters. As dusk fell, Bai Yi curled up at Meng Tong's feet, snoring contentedly while the energy from her fingertips flowed into its body, leaving its feline face in a blissful state. Nearby, Lu He and Lu Yen, now clad in pink skirts, nestled close to Meng Tong, their small hands eagerly stroking Bai Ye's fur, their delighted expressions illuminated with excitement. It was simply irresistible to touch. By the fire pit, Lu Chuan was diligently chopping pork ribs, preparing to cook a corn rib soup for the evening. He first cut the wild boar ribs into smaller sections, rinsing away the blood before placing them in cold water with ginger and other ingredients to eliminate any unpleasant odors. Once the pot roared to a boil, he transferred the contents to a clay pot to simmer gently, adding corn along with a few dates and goji berries he had on hand. Meanwhile, Bai Yi had bounded off, brimming with energy, prompting Meng Tong to rise and assist. The evening staple would include rice and dumplings, a suggestion Meng Tong had made during their travels a few days prior, which Lu Chuan had remembered. Now settled, he was eager to prepare some for her to taste. With the meat filling and dough already prepared, they were ready to assemble, and Meng Tong expressed interest in learning alongside Lu Chuan. His patience was remarkable, his deep, resonant voice soothing as he patiently instructed her, evoking a sense of inner joy. The atmosphere between them was particularly harmonious. However, Lu Yin, wishing to join in, was restrained by Lu He, who whispered conspiratorially in her ear, "Do you not think father and mother are getting along splendidly? And what has that to do with my inability to join them?" Lu Yin retorted, momentarily taken aback by Lu He's earnest expression, which eventually morphed into a heavy sigh of exasperation. With the tone of a little adult, she declared regardless, "You simply cannot go over. Will you not wait for the meal instead?" Perhaps spurred by thoughts of food, Lu Yin acquiesced, sitting obediently beside Lu He, content to play. As dusk descended, the family finally gathered for dinner. The table was adorned with fragrant rice, succulent meat buns exuding a rich aroma, refreshing corn and rib soup, and a dish of stir-fried preserved meat. Though the selection was modest, it was hearty and devoid of waste, as each dish usually lasted for only a couple of meals. Meng Tong was the first to take a bun she had personally crafted. Though it lacked visual appeal, its generous filling was both plentiful and flavorful. One bite revealed a juicy explosion, the savory filling blending delightfully with the delicate skin. "Father, this rib is delicious," Meng Tong exclaimed. "Then eat more," the man replied, serving Meng Tong and her mother each 2 pieces of rib, along with corn, their bowls brimming with meat. Lu He and Lu Yin relished their meal, showering praises with an abandon that made Lu Chuan smile, thoroughly enjoying their joy. After dinner, they tidied up and made their way to the cave. Lu Chuan held a torch in one hand while wrapping an arm around Meng Tong's waist, his gaze fixed on the 2 little ones frolicking ahead. Such simple happiness was immensely satisfying. Upon returning to the cave, Lu He and Lu Yin instinctively climbed into bed, while Meng Tong and Lu Chuan sat at the table discussing their future plans. They deliberated on where to plant rice and how much to cultivate, a realm where Lu Chuan admitted his ignorance, thus deferring to Meng Tong's guidance. Whatever his wife suggested, he followed obediently. The next day, Lu Chuan rose early to clear the land, taking advantage of the mild morning sun to accomplish more work. The White Knight, which had wandered off the previous evening, returned, bringing with it a wild chicken and a rabbit, albeit both had met their demise. They would serve as an additional meal for lunch. Not long after Lu Chuan got up, Meng Tong and the 2 girls awoke as well. After a brief wash, they commenced their tasks. The little ones were tasked with collecting larger weeds and branches from the cleared land, while Meng Tong began sowing seeds. Given their genetically enhanced resilience, the seeds were sure to thrive. First, she designated a patch for vegetables, sowing cabbage, chili peppers, eggplants, tomatoes, climbing beans, cucumbers, and every variety she had in her possession, covering roughly an acre of land. With 4 of them, they wouldn't produce excess, just enough for fresh consumption. Next, they awaited Lu Chuan to clear all the land, which Meng Tong planned to section into 4 large plots. The upper left corner, near the cave, was intended for wheat, potatoes, and corn. Below, she envisioned a fruit garden. Near the waterfall, Meng Tong planned to cultivate rice, while the remaining section would be reserved for medicinal herbs. "Mother, when will we plant the sweet potatoes we had before?" Lu Yin inquired. "What is it?" Meng Tong asked, pulling the little girl into her embrace and leaning down to listen. "I want to eat roasted sweet potatoes," Lu Yin replied, tugging at Meng Tong's clothing with a look of longing. "How long after planting can we eat them?" "About half a month," Meng Tong responded. "Really?" "Yes," Meng Tong nodded, pinching Lu Yan's cheek and smiling. "When the time comes, will you come help me plant them?" "Can I? Will I ruin them?" "No. They are very resilient," Meng Tong assured her. Her fondness for food prompted her to hasten the ripening process, as there were no adverse effects to worry about. In Chapter 36, Pregnancy Reactions, the manifestation of her abilities seemed to diminish. At noon, Lu Chuan cleaned the wild chickens and hares brought back by Bai Yi, allowing Meng Tong to preserve them in her spatial storage. The ribs and buns from last night remained uneaten. After a simple meal, Lu Chuan resumed his work in the fields, while the sisters Lu He and Lu Yin trailed behind him like 2 little shadows, gathering weeds. In an effort to prevent her darling daughters from becoming sunburned, Meng Tong rummaged through her spatial storage until she unearthed 2 hats for them. Holding the delicate yellow sun hats in her hands, Lu He and Lu Yin were particularly delighted, tilting their heads to Meng Tong and exclaiming, "Mother, this hat is so beautiful. Could you help me put it on?" "Of course," Meng Tong replied, bending down to assist Lu Yin first, followed by Lu He. Both hats, adorned with ties, were secured snugly beneath their necks to ensure they wouldn't fall off. Lu Yin eagerly tilted her head back and forth several times. the hat remaining firmly in place, her excitement propelling her short legs toward Lu Chuan to show off her new accessory. In contrast, Lu He was more reserved, gently caressing her hat, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she nestled into Meng Tong's embrace, softly murmuring, "Thank you, mother. I really like it. There's no need to be polite, as long as you like it. Here," Meng Tong said, patting her head. "Now go find Yenner." "Okay." Stepping out of Meng Tong's embrace, Louis dashed toward Lu Chuan. From a distance, Meng Tong caught sight of the gentle smile gracing the man's face as his gaze shifted toward her. Though somewhat far away, she could faintly discern his lips forming words. He smiled and said, "Wife, I want one too." Meng Tong chuckled softly, gesturing for him to return later to claim his hat. After all, there were several more in her spatial storage, and she selected a black-gray one for him. Placing the hat on the table by the cave entrance, Meng Tong reclined in a chair to rest. Whether due to a restless night or the delayed onset of pregnancy symptoms, she felt overwhelmingly fatigued and quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. Lu Chuan entered without noticing her. As a gentle breeze swept through the cave, bringing with it a hint of coolness, Lu Chuan, feeling overheated, immediately spotted Meng Tong sleeping in the chair. He tiptoed over, raising a hand to lightly touch her forehead, relieved to find her temperature normal. His dark eyes scanned the cave, and he bent down to gently lift her. Carrying her to the nearby bed, he carefully laid her down, removing her shoes and covering her with a light blanket. His gaze lingered on the sleeping woman as his calloused hand brushed aside the stray strands of hair from her face. Lu Chuan's Adam's apple bobbed as he leaned down to place a soft kiss on her forehead, whispering, "You've worked hard, my dear." With that, he departed, picking up the hat from the table, a smile gracing his handsome features. After 2 full hours of rest, Meng Tong stirred awake, faintly hearing the voices of Lu Chuan and the others outside the cave. She tossed aside the blanket and got out of bed, slipping on her shoes as she walked toward the entrance. The first to notice her was Lu He, who stood up, affectionately grasping her hand and sweetly asking, "Mother, are you awake?" "Yes," Meng Tong replied. Nodding slightly, Meng Tong turned to Lu Chuan, who was looking up, and inquired, "What are you doing?" "Mother, father is making a rabbit cage. Our little rabbits have had offspring." "Really?" Meng Tong exclaimed in surprise. Ever since the 3 little rabbits arrived in the valley, she had allowed Lu Chuan to let them roam free, and their snowy white figures could still occasionally be seen in the valley. To think that it had only been a few days and they had already given birth. How astonishingly swift. Rabbits reproduce rapidly. And this time, there were a total of 6 little ones, evidently conceived during their journey. "Which one is it?" Meng Tong crouched down to ask, her eyes glancing toward the small cage constructed from wooden planks, where indeed 6 remarkably tiny rabbit kits were nestled, their bodies already covered in fur, resembling little mice. "This one is the mother. The other 2 are male rabbits," Lu Chuan indicated, pointing to the white rabbit lying in the cage. Meng Tong looked around, unable to distinguish who was who, and decided not to bother. Gently reaching out to touch the still blind kits, her first impression was of their fragility and softness. "Will they survive?" She sighed. Fortunately, Lu Chuan possessed some experience, and the home they had fashioned for them was quite commendable, clean and comfortable. Meng Tong sincerely commended him for his efforts. After preparing the rabbit cage, the day had already grown late. Meng Tong glanced at their progress, which was indeed quite rapid. She still went to the stream to prepare dinner, and after splashing her face with fresh water, she felt significantly more awake. She sensed that her pregnancy symptoms had indeed manifested. Even her abilities seemed ineffective. However, aside from feeling fatigued, she experienced no other discomfort, and her appetite remained robust. That evening, Lu Chuan made her chicken soup, and after consuming 2 bowls, she felt warm all over. After several days of clearing land, by mid-April, they had finally cultivated the entire valley. Thanks to Bai Yi, she had infused it with a bit more of her abilities today. It was growing more intelligent, almost on the verge of taking human form to converse. Each day, after completing their tasks, it exhibited boundless energy, returning every morning with wild game, its aura markedly transformed. The white fur now gleaming and lustrous. With the wasteland cleared, The next step was planting. Meng Tong retrieved several planks from her space for Lu Chuan to use to stake out the land, enabling them to distinguish different areas in the future. Today's task was to delineate the land first. Lu Chuan, equipped with a shovel and hoe, ventured ahead, while Meng Tong and her daughters followed closely behind. Upon locating the approximate center of the wasteland, Meng Tong directed Lu Chuan to plant one of the wooden planks. From this point, they would divide the entire area into 4 sections, leaving a pathway for passage from top to bottom and another from left to right, effectively segmenting the land. Got it? Lu Chuan nodded, without further ado, and began working. Starting from the center, he used a shovel to clear the earth to either side, creating a trench approximately 30 centimeters deep and half a meter wide. Truth be told, it was nearly sufficient. This path served mainly to mark the divisions. As Lu Chuan continued to dig, Meng Tong attempted to harness her abilities to control the hoe, but found it ineffective. Strangely, over the past few days, her powers had dwindled further, and even extracting energy from the plants could not sustain her for long. It was as though a colossal vortex were siphoning away her extraordinary abilities. With a pallid complexion, Meng Tong hurriedly supported Lu Yin as shoulders and gently guided her to sit on the ground, retracting her powers just as they were on the verge of depletion. "Mother, what is wrong?" Both Lu He and Lu Yin were startled by Meng Tong's alarm, tightly grasping her hand while calling out to Lu Chuan below, "Father, come quickly. Mother has fallen." Abandoning his iron shovel, the man turned and sprinted upwards, his eyes filled with urgency and concern. "My dear wife." Chapter 37. The struggle for energy and the control of consciousness. Striding swiftly to Meng Tong's side, Lu Chuan's gaze was fraught with anxiety. He gently caressed Meng Tong's pale cheek and quietly inquired, "What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" "I'm fine." Meng Tong shook her head. "I just feel a bit dizzy. Perhaps it's from the sun. Then I shall carry you back to the cave to rest." "All right." He lifted Meng Tong into his arms and made his way toward the cave, with Lu He and Lu Yin trailing behind, both weeping in fear for Meng Tong's well-being. Fortunately, upon returning to the cave, Meng Tong's complexion improved significantly, and her previously depleted powers began to return. Concealing her inner doubts, Meng Tong chose not to voice them, believing it would only complicate matters unnecessarily. "Here, drink some water." Just as she reached for the cup, Lu Chuan gently refused her, his steadfast gaze fixed upon her as he said, "I will feed you." "Very well." With her mouth slightly agape, Lu Chuan sat on the edge of the bed, carefully cradling her as he offered her water, and Meng Tong could hear the rapid beat of his heart. Indeed, he had been frightened. Casting a glance at the 2 little ones standing obediently nearby, Meng Tong could not help but raise her hand, beckoning them closer. Lu He and Lu Yao exchanged a brief glance before stepping forward to stand beside Lu Chuan, their large eyes brimming with unshed tears, which tugged at Meng Tong's heartstrings. With a gentle smile, she reached out to ruffle the little girls' heads. "Do not fear. Mother is perfectly fine." "Woo, mother, do not cry, do not cry." "See, mother's all right. Stop your tears." Yet, the more one tries to suppress tears, the more they tend to flow. After a considerable time spent soothing the little girls, they finally managed to stifle their sobs, though their small hands remained tightly clutched around Meng Tong's clothing. Lu Chuan furrowed his brow, lowering his gaze to Meng Tong as he softly asked, "Are you feeling better? Is there anywhere else that hurts?" "Much better, do not worry. I'm fine now. From now on, you must not go out. I will tend to the fields." "That is not acceptable." Lu Chuan looked at the obstinate Meng Tong with disapproval, but ultimately conceded, saying, "In the future, wherever you go, you must inform me. I will accompany you." "All right." Meng Tong understood his concern for her, and they reached an agreement. No matter where Meng Tong went, someone must accompany her, and she had to inform Lu Chuan whenever possible. Meng Tong had no objections to this. Today, she found herself devoid of any inclination to work in the fields, so Lu Chuan stayed closely by her side. It was not until after dinner, when darkness fell and they retired for the night, that she had the opportunity to thoroughly examine her own body. As her consciousness began to wander with the energy coursing within her, Meng Tong's first destination was the tiny being nestled in her womb. It was quiet and seemingly untroubled, prompting Meng Tong to continue her observation. Deep down, she felt an unsettling suspicion that it was the source of her troubles. As time elapsed, half an hour passed. Meng Tong discovered that her extraordinary abilities were being inexorably absorbed by the embryo within her womb, akin to an insatiable abyss. Her powers began to dissipate rapidly, almost as if they were being entirely uprooted. With a surge of determination, her consciousness surged towards the embryo, halting just 3 centimeters away. Through a veil of misty white membrane, she discerned the scene within the embryo, a tiny, pulsating heart gradually drawing in a strand of green energy. Indeed, it was the source of her troubles, yet the reason for this phenomenon eluded her understanding. Considering it was her own child, Meng Tong tentatively extended her consciousness to brush against the membrane. This mere touch was transformative. The nearly vanished green energy suddenly surged forth from the embryo, coursing through her body. An unprecedented lightness and sense of relaxation enveloped her, reminiscent of the comfort of the maternal womb, as her consciousness began to blur. Within the shimmering white mist, she faintly heard the sound of a wailing. A voice of a small boy echoed, Who is crying?" The weeping persisted, growing increasingly distinct. Driven by curiosity, Meng Tong moved towards the sound. The illuminated water beneath her feet rippled without dampening her legs. The cries drew nearer, and she instinctively placed a hand over her somewhat uncomfortable heart, her sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. This scene felt hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of a difficult adversary she had encountered in a post-apocalyptic world. An individual whose awakened ability was control, governing all that he desired. Meng Tong's mind began to speculate. It seemed her unborn child might have awakened its own powers. How could this be? He was clearly not a being from the apocalypse. Suddenly, she recalled her recent arrival in this world, the effects of poison and abortifacients weighing heavily on her, leading her to fear potential repercussions for the child. Had her own powers inadvertently catalyzed its awakening? The thought struck her as astonishing. As she beheld the scene before her, her suspicions were confirmed. Suspended in midair was an entity that could scarcely be called human, merely an embryo possessing a heart and other vital organs. Yet, this very entity was capable of manipulating Meng Tong's thoughts to enter its realm. "Why have you brought me here?" "Mother called." "I am not your mother," she replied, narrowing her eyes, an unprecedented sense of oppression emanating from her gaze. "You have seized my powers. What is your purpose?" No, a disembodied voice, imbued with urgency, echoed in her mind, its articulation unclear, yet she sensed its deception. Was this the mark of an innate malevolence? A being barely conscious, seeking to usurp the energy that rightfully belonged to its mother? Clenching her fists, Meng Tong's resolve hardened. She could not allow such a creature to exist, nor could she permit the emergence of a child like this. As if possessing the ability to perceive the depths of the human heart, the boy's voice resonated once more, imbued with genuine urgency. He stammered, "I do not want to die. Mother, it will not happen again." The familiar sound of weeping followed as he added, "I cannot control myself." "I'm sorry." With a slight arch of his brow, Meng Tong inquired, "Are you saying you cannot restrain yourself from drawing upon my energy?" "Yes," came the boy's voice, increasingly feeble and laden with a sense of grievance. Perhaps due to his limited powers, just as Meng Tong was poised to pose another question, her mind lost coherence, and she awakened to find herself enveloped in a vast embrace, the tremulous voice of a man whispering, "Wife, you have finally awakened." It turned out that when her consciousness was seized, she had succumbed to a faint, her body cold and trembling. The fear of the 3 men around her had rendered them tearful, especially Lu Chuan, whose dread she could distinctly sense. "I am sorry for frightening you. I am fine." Chapter 38. You dare to let mother suffer? I shall make you eat cow dung. Lu Chuan's words were left unfinished, yet there was a moment when despair enveloped him. Gazing at Meng Tong, who had finally awakened, he felt the moisture in his reddened eyes, unable to fathom how he would endure life without her. Holding her slender waist tightly, Lu Chuan buried his head in the crook of her neck, a single warm tear falling on her chilled skin, causing Meng Tong to shiver involuntarily. This truly frightened him. As if to alleviate their fears regarding her condition, Meng Tong felt it best to speak candidly. Gently pushing Lu Chuan away, she whispered, "You are holding me too tightly. I can hardly breathe." "I am sorry, my wife. It is nothing." Raising her hand to pat his shoulder, Meng Tong smiled reassuringly. "I truly am fine. It is merely the commotion within me. I do not want it anymore." "Ah." Observing the seriousness in Lu Chuan's eyes, she continued, "Has my little brother troubled you?" Lu Yin leaned in to inquire. "Yes, that naughty little brother. I do not want him anymore," she declared, her indignation palpable. "Neither do I," Pierre added. The two sisters glared at Meng Tong's abdomen, while Lu Chuan persisted. "I shall not keep this child. Do not speak nonsense." "I am serious," he replied. "Tomorrow, I will seek him out. He has merely been mischievous. Such occurrences will not happen again. Just ask him." Shifting the topic, Meng Tong placed his hand on her stomach. Under normal circumstances, a fetus of nearly 3 months would not exhibit movement. Yet someone had stirred the ire of the heavens. To preserve her own life, Meng Tong gently tapped her abdomen with her powers. The faint pulse felt through her palm awakened the scant paternal instincts within Lu Chuan. He bent down, leaning close to Meng Tong's belly, and softly threatened, "If you dare to let your mother suffer any further, do not blame me for my harshness. Indeed, if you let mother endure more pain, when you emerge, I shall feed you cow dung. I shall strike you with a stick." Meng Tong's small embryo trembled, diligently learning to control its abilities, no longer daring to cause mischief. Feeling a sense of trepidation coursing through her body, Meng Tong's lips curled into a sly smile. She had yet to make her move, yet her adversary was already intimidated. Quite commendable. The steady influx of supernatural energy flowed back into her being, invigorating her spirit. This young man possessed a modicum of self-awareness. Observing Meng Tong's revitalized complexion, the 3 members of the Lu family exhaled in relief. Though they silently noted a reckoning would eventually be required, a reprimand was inevitable. The following day, Lu Chuan did not venture out to work as usual. Instead, he awoke and fixated his gaze on the peacefully slumbering Meng Tong without blinking. He would occasionally check her breath and gently squeeze her small hand, fearful it might feel as cold as it had the previous night. Meng Tong stirred awake during Lu Chuan's 5th attempt at gauging her condition, turning to look at him with an expression of exasperation. Their eyes met, one filled with awkwardness, the other with incredulity. Sitting upright, Meng Tong found Lu Chuan hastily supporting her waist, his face tinged with a mix of embarrassment and earnestness. "Where are you off to, my dear?" he inquired. "To relieve myself," she replied. "I shall accompany you," he declared, trailing closely behind her with an air of unwavering determination. With a resigned sigh, Meng Tong conceded and made her way towards the cave entrance, turning right to walk a short distance to a makeshift toilet Lu Chuan had constructed. He stood guard outside while she attended to her urgent needs. On the way back, he assisted her and peppered her with questions, inquiring if she had encountered any disturbances. Meng Tong sensed that Lu Chuan had been startled into a state of vigilance. After 3 days of careful observation, during which Meng Tong continued to eat heartily and her complexion improved, Lu Chuan finally relaxed. After breakfast, the family of 4 ventured once more into the wilderness, instructing Lu He and Lu Yin to keep an eye on Meng Tong, while Lu Chuan took up his hoe to labor. Meng Tong wished to lend hand, but Lu Chuan would not allow it. He preferred to work alone, so she settled into a chair on the ground, watching him toil. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his robust muscles were indeed a sight to behold. The barren land had been turned over, the soil still relatively loose. Lu Chuan, in less than 2 hours, had managed to carve out a crossroad. Approaching Meng Tong with the hoe slung over his shoulder, he smiled and said, "My dear, you have been exceptionally good." Without hesitation, he sat beside her, one on the ground, the other on the chair, their heights remarkably similar. Glancing sideways at Meng Tong, Lu Chuan continued, "Do let me know what you wish to plant. I shall take care of it." "Are you serious?" she asked. "Indeed," he replied. A smile lit up Meng Tong's eyes. She felt a spark of joy as she casually picked up a bamboo tube and handed it to Lu Chuan. "Let's take a break, and later I will fetch the seeds." "Thank you, my dear," he responded. After quenching his thirst from the bamboo tube, Lu Chuan had barely rested for a quarter of an hour before requesting the seeds from Meng Tong. Rising, she retrieved the seeds from her spatial storage and placed them in the appropriate spots, while Lu Chuan took on the task of sowing. By evening, aside from a few fruit trees and medicinal herbs that needed to be planted individually, all the seeds had been sown. As Meng Tong observed the diminishing quantity of seeds in her spatial storage, she felt a lingering sense of insufficiency. However, she understood that patience was essential. After tidying up their belongings, they returned to the cave, congregating around the fire pit. To facilitate walking, Lu Chuan laid stone slabs along the path between the cave and the fire pit, ensuring not only safety and convenience, but also a touch of rustic charm that Meng Tong greatly appreciated. By the fire pit, the originally uneven ground had been smoothed out by Lu Chuan, adorned with scattered stones that created a unique aesthetic. Meng Tong had discovered yet another talent of Lu Chuan. Aside from his hunting skills, his craftsmanship, everything that passed through his hands transformed into something exceptionally beautiful. Meng Tong eagerly anticipated the house he would build. Tonight's menu was rather lavish, featuring eggplants, tomatoes, and peppers, as well as green beans, all cultivated by Meng Tong. Eager to enjoy the meal, she used her abilities to hasten their ripening. "Mother, what is this red fruit?" she inquired, pointing. "And this long vegetable? The red one is a tomato, and the long one is a bamboo shoot," Meng Tong replied, glancing at the items in Lu Yan's hands. "Are they delicious?" "Very much so. Your mother will prepare them for you shortly." "Yay!" The sisters joyfully washed the vegetables, eagerly anticipating Meng Tong's promised dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and the cold bamboo shoot salad. This evening, Meng Tong took on the role of chef, while Lu Chuan assisted her. She cracked the wild chicken eggs into a bowl, whisking them together before heating oil in a pan. Once the oil was hot, she poured in the eggs, stirring until they were cooked, and then set them aside. Next, she sauteed the chopped tomatoes, incorporating the cooked eggs back into the mixture. A sprinkle of salt was all that was needed before serving. This dish was the one that Meng Tong could prepare flawlessly, and Lu Chuan quietly observed, planning to try it himself next time. Next was the cold bamboo shoot salad, a dish Meng Tong had only tasted before but never prepared. To avoid any mishaps, she asked Lu Chuan to add the seasonings, which were taken from her storage. A little of each was added, and she mixed the shredded bamboo shoots with chopsticks, letting them marinate for a few minutes before serving. Bringing out the remaining rabbit and chicken meat, the meal was finally complete. As Lu Chuan reached for the bowl of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, Meng Tong and her daughters watched him intently, one filled with unspoken tension, the others eagerly awaiting a taste. Meng Tong was quite astute. Observing the man leisurely chewing, she asked, "How is it? Does it taste all right?" Chewing thoughtfully, Lu Chuan remained silent. Yet his chopsticks once again reached for the bowl of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Lu Yan's bright eyes twinkled as she followed suit, adding some to her own bowl. The dish, with its tangy and spicy flavor combined with the aroma of eggs, perfectly suited a child's palate. "Mother, this is so delicious," exclaimed Lu Yan. "Let me try too," chimed in Lu He, arriving at the same conclusion as her sister. Meng Tong turned her gaze back to Lu Chuan, who was heartily enjoying his meal. Acknowledging her look, he smiled and remarked, "It's so good that I forgot to tell my wife." "You truly are." Meng Tong laughed in exasperation, though relief washed over her. It had been quite a while since she had cooked, and her confidence was lacking. Seeing them enjoy their meal brought a smile to her face. A whole bowl of scrambled eggs with tomatoes was consumed, while the stir-fried asparagus seemed not to cater to the tastes of the three gentlemen, resulting in only a modest portion being eaten, predominantly by Meng Tong. After their meal, they tidied up the dishes, and the family strolled hand in hand back to their cave for slumber. Life was exceedingly pleasant. The next day, after a restful slumber until the sun had risen high, Meng Tong awoke to find that Lu He and Lu Yan were already up. Unbeknownst to her, she had become the one who relished sleeping in. Slowly rising, she donned her clothes and shoes, and upon noticing the breakfast laid out on the table, a bowl of warm red date porridge, she felt a spark of delight. After simple grooming, Meng Tong seated herself to enjoy her breakfast when Bai Yi, who had been absent for several days, sauntered in leisurely. "Ah, you finally returned," Meng Tong teased, gesturing for the cat to come closer. Bai Yi, upon encountering Meng Tong, approached with graceful steps, nuzzling her side as a display of affection. With one hand stroking its head and the other savoring the porridge, Meng Tong casually inquired where it had been wandering all this time. After letting out 3 playful meows, Bai Yi gestured towards the inner cave and gently tugged at her sleeve, indicating for her to follow. Meng Tong understood, but first she needed to finish her meal. After gulping down the porridge and wiping her mouth, she trailed behind Bai Yi into the cave. As they neared the cave's entrance, a metallic scent filled the air, leading her to the exit. There, she beheld a mountain of prey, wild chickens still flapping, a panting wild boar, and even a deceased wolf. Surprised, Meng Tong turned to Bai Yi, who appeared rather proud, nuzzling her fingers. The message was clear. Speechless, Meng Tong offered a rueful smile and channeled a burst of energy towards Bai Yi, subsequently gathering all the wild game into her space. They had claimed to be hunting, yet since entering this valley, the family had not ventured out. On her way back, Meng Tong encountered Lu Chuan, who had come searching for her. Trouble loomed. His expression was heavy with concern, his dark eyes reflecting disapproval, especially when they flicked towards Bai Yi, whose imposing demeanor made the tiger avert his gaze. She had momentarily forgotten that this was the man who had dared to intrude upon Bai Yi's territory. Alas, my dignity is lost, she thought. I merely accompanied it to procure the game. It hunted a multitude. Next time, that shall not be permitted, she conceded. For the first time in her life, Meng Tong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She smiled at Lu Chuan and said, "Let us go. He and Yen are waiting for us." "Indeed," he replied, placing an arm around her shoulder while casting a glance back at Bai Yi. "So you can hunt, huh? Should you dare to abduct my wife again? Just wait and see how I handle you." Lu Chuan's gaze held myriad meanings, while Bai Yi, feeling somewhat wronged, let out a soft meow, following them closely. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Lu He and Lu Yen rushed towards Meng Tong. "Mother, where have you been? You scared Yen." "No worries, my dear. I merely took a stroll and will ensure to inform you in the future, so you need not fret. My apologies. It is of no concern. Yen and her sister have forgiven their mother." Lu Yen tilted her little head and said, "Mother, you must tell father about sister and me." "Indeed, my dear," came the gentle reply as she patted the girl's head, her serious demeanor rendering her utterly endearing. That morning, they had ventured out to plant fruit trees, so as not to cause her distress upon waking. Lu Chuan had left her a note, acknowledging that she had not managed the situation well. A heartfelt apology had garnered the approval of the 3 of them, and in the afternoon, Meng Tong joined them in planting fruit trees and medicinal herbs. Accompanied by Bai Yi, the mischievous tiger, the larger fruit trees had already been planted, including the wild cherry that Meng Tong had uprooted previously, wild apples encountered along the way, and various other assortments. The remaining plants consisted of smaller varieties or seeds. For instance, the grapes were merely tiny seedlings, while the watermelons and cantaloupes were just seeds. All these came from Meng Tong's space, some of which she did not recognize, merely knowing them to be fruits. And Lu Chuan buried them in the soil. His wife had mentioned that these were divine creations of exceptional quality, alleviating any concerns regarding their integrity. Unlike rice or wheat, which could be sown directly into the earth, fruits required a certain distance between each plant, making the planting process rather time-consuming. It took a total of 3 days to successfully plant all the fruit trees and medicinal herbs. The herbs were the most precious and scarce among them. Meng Tong made it a point to inspect them personally every day, employing her abilities to propagate them as needed. In total, they spent nearly a month cultivating over 100 acres of barren land with crops. Now, they could only wait patiently for them to grow. "Darling, shall we begin planning for the house?" One evening, after 5 days of rest, Lu Chuan found it difficult to contain his restlessness. Having spent his days merely eating and wandering, he felt an unsettling anxiety about such a monotonous existence. Unable to endure any longer, he began to prompt Meng Tong. Nestled against the firm chest of her husband, Meng Tong sleepily murmured, "All right." The next day, the 5th of May dawned bright and sunny. Lu Chuan rose early to prepare breakfast by the fire pit, subsequently casting his gaze upon the more than 2 acres of vacant land behind him. When Meng Tong arrived with Lu He and Lu Yin in tow, he remained lost in contemplation until Lu Yin called out, "Father, what are you doing?" This snapped him back to reality. Striding over, he naturally took Meng Tong's hand and softly inquired, "My dear, do you have any preferences regarding the house?" "Huh? Why the sudden talk of a house?" Meng Tong was taken aback, having not clearly heard Lu Chuan's words the night before. However, it seemed the subject of a house had indeed been broached. Casting an awkward glance at Lu Chuan's suddenly puppy-eyed expression, she touched her nose and suggested, "Shall we eat first? We can discuss the house afterward." "Mother, are we really going to build a house?" What do you think, Here and Yenner?" Meng Tong asked, lifting a bowl of rice porridge. Since they had decided to build a house, it was essential to consider each family member's input. Moreover, even after venturing out into the world, Meng Tong would occasionally return, ensuring that this land would continue to be cultivated, regardless of the circumstances. It was indeed a laborious effort made by the human spirit. May we also offer our suggestions? Lu He and Lu Yin gazed at Meng Tong in astonishment, hardly able to fathom that they could contribute ideas in this regard. Of course you may. Chapter 40. Choosing the Foundation features the cunning Lu Chuan, who asserted that one could speak freely without fear of error. Both your mother and father will earnestly consider your opinions. Can Yin have a room to herself? Lu Yin inquired, her sparkling eyes fixed on Meng Tong. In the past, the village chief's grandson had boasted about his own spacious room, which filled her with envy. She desired a space of her own as well. Absolutely, Meng Tong replied with a smile. Turning to Lu He, "What about you, He? Do you wish for a separate room too?" "Yes, I would like that," He replied, her entire countenance flushed with excitement, her eyes reflecting admiration as they met Meng Tong's gaze. "Very well, you shall each have your own room. Do you have any specific requests for the furnishings?" Meng Tong continued, while Lu Chuan sat quietly nearby, already envisioning the room he would share with his beloved wife. Firstly, the room must be spacious and bright, with a sturdy and large bed. Additionally, "Mother, I wish to place many beautiful flowers in my room, so that when they bloom, it will be particularly lovely." Here expressed, "I also desire a writing desk." The two children seemed to have opened a floodgate of enthusiasm, leaning closer to Meng Tong as they shared their imaginative visions for their own rooms. Meng Tong listened attentively, refraining from interruption, recognizing the rarity of such candid expression, and she resolved to fulfill their wishes to the best of her ability. After their meal, Lu He and Lu Yin went off to play with Bai Yi and the little rabbit near the cave entrance, while Meng Tong and Lu Chuan remained at the dining table, planning their next steps. A bowl of cool water rested at the edge of the table, and Meng Tong dipped her finger into it, sketching upon the dark surface. First, she outlined a framework for over 2 acres of barren land, presenting an overall rectangular shape, though the end near the waterfall was slightly narrower than the opposite side. Observing the water-formed outline on the table, Meng Tong lifted her gaze to the impassive Lu Chuan. "What are your thoughts? Where do you believe the foundation of the house should be laid?" Here, Lu Chuan indicated with his right index finger, pointing to the section of the framework that was noticeably wider, specifically at the opposite end from the waterfall. "Why?" Meng Tong pressed further, intrigued by his reasoning, as she personally felt the location was suitable but wished to understand Lu Chuan's rationale. "It is spacious," he replied succinctly. "Is that all?" she inquired, sensing a lack of elaboration. "Furthermore, it is quiet." Thus, Lu Chuan's reasoning boiled down to 2 elements, spaciousness and tranquility, devoid of the sound of cascading water. Meng Tong found herself bemused. Although his reasons differed from her own, at least they aligned in the end. The proximity to the waterfall meant that groundwater was abundant, making it an unsuitable choice for a foundation, a primary reason for Meng Tong's initial hesitation. "Do you have any particular requirements for the house?" she asked. "Just spaciousness will suffice. I shall leave the rest to your discretion." Lu Chuan gazed deeply into Meng Tong's eyes as he spoke. "Nothing else?" Meng Tong queried, perplexed, given that Lu He and Lu Yin had expressed numerous desires. "Nothing more. Whatever you like, I shall like too. Have you taken leave of your senses today?" Meng Tong remarked, observing the beaming smile on Lu Chuan's face. The man possessed an appearance that exuded an air of aggression. His smile carried an insinuation of malevolence. It was evident that he harbored some ill intent. Indeed, Lu Chuan wiped his hands and, with his deep, obsidian eyes fixed intently on Meng Tong, proclaimed, "I desire a particularly spacious room, preferably with an exceptionally large bed, so that my wife and I may share it without the concern of not having enough space to turn over." However, the main point was abruptly interrupted. Meng Tong, exasperated, gazed at him with disbelief at his innocent expression, realizing only now how cunning he truly was. Rubbing his temples, she remarked, "The house is still in its conceptual stage. Is it not premature to discuss such specifics? Let us first determine the framework and the number of rooms." Oh, Lu Chuan blinked twice, pondering why his daughter could voice such desires while he could not. Stealing a glance at Meng Tong's slightly flushed ears, a smile flickered across his profound eyes, dispelling his earlier gloom. He then casually leaned closer to her. The two spent the entire afternoon deliberating over the house, their heads unconsciously drawing nearer. Observing this, the weary Lu He and Lu Yin, tired from play, wisely retreated back to the cave. Bai Yi, already exhausted, felt that the return of the two lively little ones signaled his impending doom. He had never encountered children brimming with such energy. After 2 full days of deliberation, the plans for the house crystallized, divided into 8 rooms based on the terrain, for bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a toilet. The 4 bedrooms were arranged side by side, nestled against the rear cliff, occupied respectively by Meng Tong, Lu He, Lu Yin, and the unborn child. The living room and kitchen were positioned adjacent to their rooms, with approximately 2 meters left in the center, an area Meng Tong intended to transform into a small garden near the waterfall, allowing for a close-up view of the cascading waters. The bathroom and toilet were situated opposite the kitchen, with a spacious courtyard in between. Given that the house's location was lower than the waterfall, Meng Tong conceived a plan to utilize plumbing to channel water into the home, facilitating both cooking and bathing. However, these were merely her aspirations. The execution would require thorough discussion with Lu Chuan. As Meng Tong recounted her ideas, Lu Chuan envisioned a detailed blueprint in his mind, his eyes alight with enthusiasm, eager to commence the construction. On the 8th day of the 5th month, deemed auspicious for breaking ground, the family set out from the cave towards the fire pit just as dawn broke. After a simple breakfast, Lu Chuan set to work. The previous day, Meng Tong had already measured the site and marked it with wooden stakes, as the terrain was uneven and strewn with large stones. His task for the day was to level the high areas and fill in the low spots. Meng Tong took on the removal of the stones, effortlessly displacing a particularly large one with a flick of her whip. This display left her sisters in awe, affirming that their mother was indeed a celestial being. Building a house is no simple endeavor. The task alone consumed an entire day. By evening, Lu Chuan, exhausted, lay down on the ground and fell asleep. Meng Tong, feeling a pang of sympathy, quietly infused him with some of her abilities, alleviating his fatigue while simultaneously enhancing his strength. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Chuan rested, Meng Tong took Lu He and Lu Yin to the vegetable garden to harvest the ripening fruits and vegetables. They had matured remarkably quickly in recent days, far more than they could consume. "Mother, there are so many large eggplants here." "Mother, what type of melon is this?" "Mother," in the verdant expanse of the vegetable patch, the children eagerly called out to their mother. Chapter 41. Father is embarrassed. Mother said not to expose herself. Carrying a basket each, Lu He and Lu Yin walked ahead of Meng Tong, chattering about the vegetables they would have for dinner. Meng Tong remained silent, leisurely strolling behind with her hands clasped behind her back, occasionally glancing at the fields of wheat to observe their growth. Indeed, she could spot some sparse tender shoots, indicating a healthy yield. They meandered to the fire pit, where Lu Chuan had awakened from his slumber. His face, radiant and full of vitality, exhibited no trace of fatigue as he was bathing in the water, his upper body bare. Under the dim sunlight, cool water splashed against his chiseled, angular features, droplets cascading down his jawline and disappearing into the folds of his loose gray trousers. This scene was undeniably captivating, and Meng Tong couldn't help but recall the words Lu Chuan had nearly uttered that day. Her fair cheeks flushed slightly, and the inexperienced Meng Tong felt a flicker of fluster in her eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan emerged from the water, shaking his damp hair and using his shirt to wipe off the droplets clinging to his skin. His piercing gaze, filled with an unspoken fervor, fell upon Meng Tong, creating an unexpected tension. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted when Lu Yan, pointing at the two protrusions on Lu Chuan's chest, exclaimed, "Father, how embarrassing. Mother said we shouldn't expose ourselves." The momentary intimacy was shattered, and Lu Chuan's eyes warmed with embarrassment as he glanced toward Meng Tong, who was struggling to suppress her laughter. With her crescent-shaped eyes and a smile that accentuated her now fair and rosy complexion, Meng Tong appeared particularly charming, her dimples adding an endearing touch. Perhaps her joy was infectious, for Lu Chuan couldn't help but smile in return, then obediently donned his clothes. Taking the basket from Lu He and Lu Yan, Lu Chuan dutifully set about preparing dinner. Meanwhile, Meng Tong affectionately ruffled Lu Yan's hair and bent down to smile at her daughters, saying, "You've done well. It seems you both remembered what your mother taught you." "We remember. What mother said is firmly etched in our minds." "Wonderful." Meng Tong pinched their soft cheeks, her eyes brimming with warmth, rendering Lu He and Lu Yan momentarily spellbound. "Mother is so beautiful and so gentle." Tonight's dinner was still quite homely, with Lu Chuan preparing braised chicken, pork rib soup, stir-fried eggplant, potatoes stewed with green beans, and a cabbage soup. Though it may appear unremarkable at first glance, when paired with a bowl of rice, it becomes particularly delightful. The sisters, Lu He and Lu Yan, each consumed 2 bowls, not to mention Meng Tong. Her appetite now rivals that of Lu Chuan, as she perpetually oscillates between hunger and satiety. "My dear, would you care for some chicken soup?" "Yes, please. This piece of rib has ample meat. Do enjoy it." Thank you." Without hesitation, Meng Tong accepted it and savored her meal, truly appreciating Lu Chuan's culinary skills, which have markedly improved. The following day, the rejuvenated family resumed their construction endeavors, methodically digging and filling the foundation. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed, and the stones within the foundation were set, filled with the glutinous rice mortar that Meng Tong had procured from her spatial realm during her forays into town. According to Lu Chuan, such materials are typically beyond the means of ordinary families, who would merely use yellow mud to bind their structures. With the foundation secured, it was time to erect the walls. Meng Tong brought forth the bricks and tiles she had gathered from her space, arranging them neatly on the ground, forming a continuous line of green bricks. Observing the astonished expressions of the 3 men, Meng Tong nonchalantly remarked, "Let us use these for now. We have more than enough, and excess will only take up space." "Very well." After giving Meng Tong's calm demeanor a cursory glance, Lu Chuan donned a serious expression and set to work. His wife was a woman of considerable experience. He could not afford to lag behind her. As for the subsequent tasks, Meng Tong was of little assistance, and even if she could be, Lu Chuan would not permit her to lift a finger. Reflecting on the many days since she had last inspected the medicinal herbs in the field, Meng Tong decided to take Lu He and Lu Yan for a stroll to survey them. Following the cool stream downhill for about a quarter of an hour, they arrived at Meng Tong's medicinal garden, which boasted a plethora of wild ginseng, dendrobium, huangjing, angelica, and sanchi, among many others. This bounty was a testament to the treasures found in the depths of the mountains during their initial days in the valley. Once she had some leisure time, Meng Tong planned to venture out again, as seeking additional ginseng would be quite advantageous. "Mother, what kind of herb is this?" Lu He inquired, pointing at a particular plant. Glancing in the direction of her finger, Meng Tong replied gently, "That is ginseng." "Is it the expensive kind?" "Indeed, it can be considered quite precious," Meng Tong affirmed. In her eyes, however, the few ginseng plants before her were not particularly valuable. If nurtured for a few more years and enhanced by her unique abilities, they would surely increase in worth. "Mother, may I learn to cultivate medicinal herbs alongside you in the future?" "Do you wish to?" "Yes. I aspire to become an exceptional doctor." Meng Tong, intrigued, crouched down to affectionately ruffle her hair and continued, What inspired this sudden ambition to become a doctor? I have always wanted to be a doctor, but her voice trailed off. The world is unfair to girls. In a great way, kingdom. There are but a handful of female doctors, and with no power or influence, no one would teach me. Even if there were, I doubt anyone would seek my help, and mere rumors could ruin me. Thus, Louis had never shared her true aspirations with anyone, including her mother. Today, however, witnessing the abundance of herbs and Meng Tong's supportive demeanor, the young girl summoned the courage to express her dreams. Mother has changed. Surely, she will support me. Louis' small face was tinged with unease as she gazed into Meng Tong's eyes, a hint of fear evident within them. What was she afraid of? Afraid of rejection? Yet, with unwavering determination, Meng Tong firmly clasped Louis' shoulders and said earnestly, Mother is truly delighted that he has shared her dream with me. Aspiring to become a doctor, especially a female doctor, is no trivial pursuit. The journey ahead may be fraught with challenges and perhaps even harsh criticism. Will you be afraid? Oh, I'm not afraid. The resilience in her eyes broke through, shedding the fragile facade that had cloaked her. A jolt of surprise coursed through Meng Tong's heart. She was utterly sincere. Gently patting the little girl's petite frame, Meng Tong smiled and continued, Remember the words spoken today. From this moment forth, I shall teach you everything I know about medicinal herbs. However, I am not a professional. Once we descend the mountain, I will find you the finest mentor. I believe our will become an exceptional doctor. Really? Thank you, Mother. Of course. It is true. Overwhelmed with emotion, Louis rushed into Meng Tong's embrace, the warmth of familial approval and support filling her with indescribable happiness. She would become the most formidable female doctor in the Great Wei Kingdom. Chapter 42. Building a courtyard without spending a penny as Lu Yin witnessed the scene before her. She felt a sense of bewilderment. Her small hands intertwined, a flicker of struggle danced in her eyes before she resolutely approached the two. With all her might, she flung her little arms open, enveloping both Meng Tong and Lu He in her embrace. With a sweet smile, she declared, Yinner will support her sister too. From now on, if Yinner falls ill, there will be no need to spend money on a doctor. How wonderful that would be! Her face radiated with innocent joy, instantly lightening the atmosphere. Meng Tong, with a hint of exasperation, drew the girl closer and asked, So, Yinner, do you have any dreams of your own? Does tasting all the delicious food in the world count? Puffed. Lu He, still with tears glistening in her eyes, could not contain her laughter. She playfully poked Lu Yan's chubby cheek, both affectionate and resigned, saying, Oh, you'll turn into a plump girl in the future. Being chubby is adorable. Lu Yan replied, looking up to Meng Tong with curiosity. Will Mother dislike it if I become a plump girl? Of course not, Meng Tong replied, deliberately elongating her tone. The little girl inhaled sharply, her big, glistening eyes filled with wonder. Mother wouldn't really dislike me, would she? As she pinched the soft flesh at her waist, Lu Yin felt a profound internal struggle. Did it mean she had to forsake the delicious treats prepared by her father? No, please. Observing the captivating transformation of emotions on Lu Yin's face, Meng Tong couldn't help but chuckle. She gently cupped the little girl's chubby face and said softly, Mother was merely teasing you. I would never disapprove of our lovely Yinner. Being able to savor the delicacies of the world signifies your talents. Just remember to maintain moderation while indulging. Being plump or not does not matter as long as you are healthy. Mother is the best. With that, Lu Yin nestled into Meng Tong's embrace, her heart brimming with joy, already envisioning the culinary delights she would soon experience. She had heard that the imperial city was filled with countless delectable treats, and she planned to taste them all, bringing the finest back for her father and mother. The trio of mother and daughters engaged in conversation for an entire afternoon. Upon returning to the foundation, Lu Chuan distinctly sensed the subtle atmosphere among the three, as if their bond had grown even closer. However, he refrained from probing into their interaction and simply remarked to Meng Tong, My dear, I'm going to take a shower first. I'll come back to prepare dinner shortly. Sure, go ahead. Meng Tong nodded, casting a glance at the wall Lu Chuan had built. Truly, he was a gifted craftsman. Not only was his speed impressive, but the quality was exceptional as well. observing the neatly aligned walls. A satisfied smile graced Meng Tong's lips. Squatting beside the fire pit, Meng Tong was not one to wait idly for Lu Chuan to return to cook. She was quite capable of tending the fire, boiling rice, and chopping vegetables. The trio worked harmoniously, with some washing the vegetables and others chopping them, so that when Lu Chuan returned, he would only need to manage the cooking. For this, the typically reticent Lu Chuan unexpectedly complimented them, exclaiming, "Wonderful." This delighted the sisters immensely. They flitted around him, eagerly offering to serve dishes or give him a back rub, leaving Meng Tong feeling a twinge of envy. As dusk approached, the family gathered for dinner before darkness fully enveloped the sky. The sun had set, leaving behind a gentle glow that illuminated the clear stream. Listening to the soothing sounds of flowing water, Meng Tong felt an unparalleled sense of tranquility and freedom. She wished for this idyllic life to continue indefinitely. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was early June. Lu Chuan's construction of the house was nearing completion. The once empty valley now boasted a quaint courtyard built from blue bricks, serene and pleasing to the eye. Today was yet another fine day. After breakfast, the family busied themselves with cleaning the house and acquiring furniture. They placed all the items scavenged from the town in the courtyard, while Meng Tong sat in a chair, allowing the three men to choose what they desired. With a mere gesture of her hand, she could transport any chosen item into the house without exerting the slightest effort. "Mother, I want this black table. It seems perfect for my meals." "Mother, I prefer that yellow one. It looks comfortable for herbs." "My dear, I want the largest, sturdiest bed." Meng Tong was left speechless, but ultimately acquiesced to their wishes. Suddenly, a twinge of discomfort emanated from her slightly protruding belly, accompanied by a plaintive little voice in her mind. "Mother, I want a nest too." Almost forgetting about the little one inside her, she pondered, didn't he deserve the right to make choices as well? Yes, yes. "Mother, I want the bed chosen by father. I can move if I wet the bed." Meng Tong understood the little one's intentions all too well. Even before birth, he was already vying for his father's possessions. Wouldn't he get into trouble? Meng Tong cast a glance at Lu Chuan, who was still diligently selecting items. Whatever he chose, the baby seemed to echo his preferences. Meng Tong found herself reasonably suspecting that he was doing this intentionally. With a soft sigh, Meng Tong gently caressed her slightly rounded abdomen, her voice imbued with an unprecedented tenderness as she said, "A boy should earn his own way to feel truly confident. Don't compare yourself to your father." "Really?" "Yes. Dear, I adore boys with determination." "All right then, let those old things be for father. When the baby arrives, he could buy the best for mother." "Very well." Suppressing the upward curve of her lips, Meng Tong cast a furtive glance at Lu Chuan in the courtyard. The man remained oblivious to her subtle change, occasionally lifting the massive screen to carry it inside or picking up a dressing box to place before her. He promised to bring flowers tomorrow to fill it. What if it was shabby? It was all collected by her own hands. An afternoon that had begun in emptiness was now adorned with furniture. A nearly new pair wood table and chairs, fresh bed linens, and even the tools for artistic expression, ink, paper, and brushes. In short, the courtyard was filled with everything one could desire. Without spending a single coin, she had created a sanctuary that felt entirely her own, a place that was comforting from every angle. Seizing the moment, they decided to move into their new home on this auspicious day. After decorating the little courtyard, the family settled in, and lying on her own small bed, Lu He and Lu Yin could not contain their smiles. They were now girls with their own rooms. Meanwhile, seated on the bed in the chamber, Meng Tong and Lu Chuan exchanged silent glances, both seemingly filled with unspoken words, unsure of where to begin. It was only when Lu Chuan's hand clasped tightly around hers that Meng Tong turned to meet his gaze. The man appeared darker, yet his spirit remained undiminished, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. During these past days, Meng Tong had been channeling her abilities to alleviate his fatigue, and in doing so, her own powers had notably intensified. Even a fully grown tiger might not rival him, save for Bai Yi, who was not to be underestimated. Chapter 43. The 100 million worth of Lingji with their fingers intertwined, they gazed into each other's eyes until they found themselves enveloped in a broad, warm embrace. A low, rich voice reached her ears, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, my wife." Suddenly, shadows enveloped her, and a chill brushed against her lips, leaving Meng Tong, who had never experienced romance, momentarily bewildered. Yet, there was an undeniable charm to it. Releasing her tightly clasped hands, Meng Tong lifted her arms to encircle Lu Chuan's neck, a clear gesture of acquiescence. The warmth of his large hand on her back and the sound of his steady breathing made it evident that Lu Chuan was acutely aware of the situation. However, she was pregnant. The reckless teasing stirred a mix of love and anguish in him, beads of sweat dampening the strands of hair at his forehead. With a hint of playful vulnerability, Lu Chuan nestled in her neck, murmuring, "My wife, have mercy on me. You started it. I'm sorry." A man of great stature knows when to bend. Lu Chuan felt no remorse, his piercing dark eyes fixed on Meng Tong, his affection reaching unprecedented heights. This was unlike any previous moment. He understood that this was true love, an unwavering adoration for her in this very instant, regardless of her identity. Once more, he bent to draw her close, his voice grave as he implored, "Do not leave me." Meng Tong offered no response, living only in the present. To celebrate their move, Lu Chuan prepared a feast of 12 dishes that evening, half of which were meat. The lavishness of the meal surpassed that of any tavern in town. Lu He and Lu Yin were overjoyed, engrossed in their meal, oblivious to the peculiar tension between the two adults. As Meng Tong watched the meat in her bowl, teetering on the brink of overflowing, she could not resist stealing a glance at Lu Chuan. The man paused his actions and, with an awkward smile, remarked, "My dear, please eat. I can reach it myself. You needn't keep serving me." Just then, a particularly succulent piece of chicken was placed into his bowl. Resigned, Meng Tong began to eat and said, "Tomorrow, I wish to go out and see the world. If you desire anything, I shall go and find it for you." Lu Chuan halted his chopsticks, gazing at Meng Tong, a hint of tension in his eyes as they flickered towards her slightly protruding abdomen. It was evident that this burgeoning belly had made him acutely aware of the life within. Now, even the simple act of getting out of bed and putting on shoes became a task he forbade Meng Tong from bending down to accomplish. "I'm perfectly fine. I know my limits. Besides, aren't you coming with me?" she asked. "Of course I will." "Then it's settled. We shall set off together at dawn." "But, dear mother, can you and my sister join us as well?" Upon hearing the prospect of going out, the children's eyes sparkled, especially Lu He, who was eager to learn more about medicinal herbs. During this time spent with their mother, she had already memorized all the plants in the medicinal garden, and her mother had thoughtfully explained their uses to her. The more she learned, the more fascinated she became. With wide eyes fixed intently on Meng Tong, she feared a negative response. "Very well. Yay, that's wonderful." Their jubilant exclamations destined Lu Chuan's plans for failure, and he decided not to dwell on it any longer. After all, with him around, he would ensure that the trio of mother and daughters remained unharmed. Sharpening the hatchet left in the courtyard to a brilliant shine, Lu Chuan rose early the next day to prepare breakfast. By the time the three women awoke, it was perfectly ready for them to eat. "Daddy, this meat bun is delicious. Will you teach Yuer how to make it later?" she asked. "Once Yuer learns, she will prepare it for both you and mother." "Of course." Lu Chuan affectionately ruffled the hair of his daughter, who was eagerly devouring the meat filling, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction in his heart. Once they were all full, Meng Tong placed the remaining buns into their storage space, carrying nothing in her hands, while Lu Chuan shouldered a basket containing 2 hatchets. They walked along the stone path that Lu Chuan had laid, heading towards the cave, with Lu He and Lu Yiwer leading the way, while Lu Chuan held Meng Tong's right hand, trailing behind. As he observed the lush green rice paddies, wheat, and other grains in the distance, a smile never left Lu Chuan's lips. All of this was thanks to his beloved wife. Gently squeezing her delicate hand, Lu Chuan said as they walked, "My dear, in just a few days, we shall be able to harvest these grains." "Yes, in about 5 or 6 days." "That should be the case," Meng Tong replied. She then sidestepped Lu Chuan and bent down to pluck a grain hanging from the rice stalk. The grain was plump and full. Each rice plant bore an abundance of fruit, bowing under its weight. Indeed, Having survived the apocalypse had made a remarkable difference. Not only was the growth cycle shorter, but the yield was also abundant, which Meng Tong adored. It was only June. If they worked a bit faster, they could even plant another crop. As they surveyed the fields, even after seeing them daily, Lu Chuan remained incredulous. This harvest could potentially surpass that of the village's most bountiful year. Meng Tong remarked that it was still lacking. As they ventured into the cave towards the exit, the enigmatic Bai Yi trailed leisurely behind Meng Tong, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Since being threatened by Lu Chuan, this fellow had shown a modicum of discretion, refraining from intruding upon Meng Tong's presence, instead occasionally bringing her wild chickens to enhance her meager diet. Having spent nearly 3 months in the valley, today marked the family's first excursion outside. Observing the several towering trees that adorned the exit, Lu Chuan cast a discreet glance at Meng Tong. He knew he must exert himself further. Otherwise, he could not adequately protect his beloved. She was truly extraordinary. Upon exiting the valley, the sisters Lu He and Lu Yin transformed into remarkably obedient companions, their small hands clutching the hem of Meng Tong's garment as they followed her every movement, displaying an endearing compliance. "My dear, let us venture this way first," Lu Chuan suggested, pointing to the right. As they were out for a leisurely stroll, Meng Tong had no objections, nodding in agreement for Lu Chuan to lead the way, with the 3 of them following closely behind, Bai Yi bringing up the rear. As they walked in step with Lu Chuan, the young ones began to survey their surroundings with curious eyes. Meanwhile, Meng Tong gradually activated her abilities to scour the flora nearby, drawing energy from the plants as she did so. Her powers now extended to a radius of 10 kilometers. With her range expanding, she soon discovered a medicinal herb to her right, the name of which eluded her, but its emanating energy suggested it was anything but ordinary. Strolling towards it, Lu Chuan was the first to notice its presence, recognizing its uniqueness even without prior acquaintance. "My dear, what is this?" he inquired, leaning closer. As she crouched down to examine it more closely, Meng Tong identified it. This is a Ganoderma, and a particularly rare variety known as the fragrant blood Ganoderma. "Mother, is it very expensive?" Lu Yin asked cautiously. "Indeed, it is more valuable than ginseng," Meng Tong replied. She had learned of the fragrant blood Ganoderma by chance. In ancient times, she was uncertain of its worth, but in her era, it was rumored to be valued at an astonishing 100 million. 100 million? How much is that? Upon hearing Meng Tong's assertion that it was pricier than ginseng, Lu Chuan and the others instinctively gasped, pondering its immense value. Watching Meng Tong delicately pluck the herb, Lu He leaned in closer, her eyes brimming with fascination. The Ganoderma was not particularly large, its coloration a dark, mottled red, and its surface rather unassuming. Yet, as Meng Tong extracted it, a crimson tint stained her fingers, an unsettling sight indeed. "Would you like to feel it?" Meng Tong inquired, glancing at the intently focused Lu He. "Can I?" came the hesitant reply. "Of course," Meng Tong assured her. Lowering her hand, she gently guided Lu He's small fingers to the surface of the Ganoderma, allowing her to experience its texture. Contrary to her expectations, a spark of wonder ignited in Lu He's eyes. At that moment, Lu Yin approached, eager to share in the experience of this extraordinarily expensive treasure, hoping to bask in its auspicious aura. With a sincere heart, she extended her small hand to lightly touch the surface of the Ganoderma, her spirit soaring as she envisioned a future filled with delightful culinary adventures and great wealth. The corners of her lips curled into a subtle arc as Meng Tong raised her gaze towards Lu Chuan, who stood nearby. "Why don't you give it a try?" she suggested. The man waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need," his eyes reflecting a hint of resigned amusement. After stowing the Lingji into her spatial pocket, the family continued their journey. They walked for nearly half an hour when the landscape before them suddenly opened up, revealing an upward sloping stone hill. Based on Lu Chuan's extensive experience in the mountains, he surmised that ahead lay a cliff. He reached out to stop Lu He and Lu Yin, who were eager to press forward, and turned to Meng Tong, speaking in a hushed tone, "My dear, there is no path ahead. It's a cliff." Meng Tong cast a glance in the direction of the stone slope and nodded. "Then we shall not proceed." Let's take a break here and return the way we came. Very well. Finding a shaded spot, Lu Chuan set down his backpack for Meng Tong to sit upon while he and the sisters settled on the ground. Meanwhile, Bai Yi had mysteriously vanished. From a spatial pocket, Meng Tong retrieved a bamboo tube filled with water and also pulled out the remnants of yesterday's and this morning's meals. Thanks to the space's preservation feature, the food remained fresh and warm. Holding a cucumber in her hand, Meng Tong took a bite and stood up, addressing Lu Chuan. You all enjoy your meal. I will go take a look. She pointed towards a cliff. Naturally, Lu Chuan objected. After all, it was a cliff, and a moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. However, unable to withstand Meng Tong's insistence, he ultimately relented, his dark eyes fixed intently on her retreating figure. On her part, Meng Tong felt no trepidation. Even if she were to fall, her abilities would allow her to ascend once more. Casually munching on her cucumber, she made her way up the stone slope, her view expanding and the sound of flowing water reaching her ears. Upon reaching the summit of the stone slope, she beheld a breathtaking vista, a seemingly endless expanse of verdant mountains. Yet, the most stunning sight was the waterfall to her right, which surpassed even those in the valley in both size and height, cascading like a celestial river. Surrounding, it was a mist of white vapor. And with the sun shining above, a small rainbow formed around the waterfall, creating a particularly beautiful view from above. Meng Tong began to understand why the valley's temperature was cooler than the surroundings. With so much water nearby, how could it not be? Dear, get away, it's dangerous. Suddenly, from behind her, the desperate shouts of Lu Chuan and the sisters pierced through the tranquility. Meng Tong turned to look, but it was too late. A full-grown black panther, emerging seemingly from nowhere, charged towards her with an alarming ferocity. The scene was alarmingly perilous, and Lu Chuan, witnessing the panther's rush towards Meng Tong, felt his heart race as he shouted, "Move aside, quickly!" Yet it was all too late, as the panther lunged with all its might. Its speed was akin to a fleeting shadow. Despite Meng Tong summoning her abilities to shield herself, she found herself plummeting down the cliff alongside the panther. "Aya, mother!" Lu Chuan's anguished cry echoed alongside the sisters' frantic sobs as they stumbled towards the top of the stone slope, his legs weak and unsteady, unable to carry him further. He could scarcely believe the horrifying reality unfolding before him. At the base of the cliff, in stark contrast to Lu Chuan's despair, Meng Tong remained surprisingly composed. In truth, just moments ago, she had made a calculated decision to leap from the cliff a second earlier. Had she encountered the panther, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The scenery before her ascended wildly, while the fierce winds whipped at her face, compelling Meng Tong to steady her mind, allowing her abilities to channel towards the vines on either side. In less than 3 seconds, a web was rapidly woven along the edges of the cliff, and Meng Tong landed securely atop it. "Mother, are you all right?" A small boy's voice echoed in her mind, prompting Meng Tong to respond, "I am fine." Yet her gaze surveyed the surroundings, revealing an unexpected scene below, akin to falling into a bottle with a wide body and a narrow neck. The crevices stretched long and narrow in front and behind her, with sheer cliffs rising at a right angle on either side, adorned with countless vines. Standing amidst the cliffs, Meng Tong appeared as diminutive as a sparrow perched on a branch, light and insignificant, looking down into the abyss, which remained bottomless. An inexplicable desire for exploration surged within her. However, with others awaiting her above, she felt conflicted for a moment before decisively retrieving paper and pen from her space, detailing her situation and sending it up the cliff via the vines. At that moment, Lu Chuan lay despairingly at the edge of the cliff, his elongated, red-tinted eyes filled with a resolute determination to descend and seek out his loved ones. Whether human or spirit, he was determined to bring his wife home. Grasping the vines that clung to the cliff, Lu Chuan descended step by step, just as the vine carrying Meng Tong's message ascended, striking him unexpectedly on the backside. Sensing the unusual sensation behind him, the man glanced over his shoulder. A vine, wrapped with a note, swayed before his eyes. "Wife!" Lu Chuan exclaimed with excitement, yet fortunately, his reason remained intact. After a few quick steps, he eagerly seized the note and unfolded it. I am well. I shall ascend after my exploration. This simple message brought solace to Lu Chuan's heart. As long as she is alive. Father, woo-woo, cried the sisters, their faces streaked with tears, their voices hoarse. As they were held back by Yi from rushing to Lu Chuan. They had already lost their mother and were unwilling to lose their father as well. Regaining his composure, the man descended with a note, and Yi timely released the two girls. They rushed towards him. Lu He and Lu Yin colliding into Lu Chuan's embrace, weeping. Father, do you not want Yinner anymore? Chapter 45. The Stone Lion Behind the Waterfall. Within lies a giant python. I am sorry. It was my impulsiveness, Lu Chuan said, bending down to gather his daughters into his arms, gently wiping away their tears. He unfolded the note for them to see. Did Mother write this? Indeed, your mother has not perished. She is a fairy with divine artifacts. Yes, Mother possesses divine artifacts. How could she possibly die so easily? Lu He and Lu Yin sighed in relief, then carefully took the note from Lu Chuan's hand, repeatedly examining it with tender care. How wonderful! Mother is alive. Yi observed this scene silently, as if everything was within its control. At the bottom of the canyon, amidst towering cliffs, a turbulent river, measuring several dozen meters in width, flows from west to east, its depth seemingly reaching similar depths as its hue suggests. Standing upon a net woven for vines, Meng Tong finds no place to set foot. Her sharp gaze scans the surroundings, revealing the same sheer cliffs above. The only difference being the presence of a few tall trees, which precariously grow at an angle along the cliffs. Harnessing her extraordinary abilities, the vines extend towards the trees. As Meng Tong strides forth with the ease of a sovereign surveying her realm, observing her surroundings as she walks. As she follows the river's course eastward for several hundred meters, Meng Tong spots a tributary. Glancing upward, she realizes it leads to the magnificent waterfall she had seen earlier. Mother, we can enter from here. I know, just remain silent. In such a tranquil canyon, her sudden call to her mother is undeniably startling. The baby is sulking. Oh, ignoring the remark, Meng Tong continues along the tributary's cliff, enveloped in a mist that grows denser the further she ventures, creating an illusion of stepping into a fairyland. The sound of rushing water fills the air, resonating loudly enough to cause discomfort to her eardrums. Consequently, Meng Tong elevates the vines higher, soaring above the encroaching mist. Before her, a breathtaking waterfall cascades vertically from a height of over 100 meters, and the rainbow she had glimpsed earlier now graces her view. As stunning as a scene from a dream. How beautiful! Meng Tong cannot help but exclaim, marveling at nature's exquisite craftsmanship. To observe more closely, she approaches the waterfall along the cliff, only to discover a stone lion. Indeed, a stone lion. This is rather peculiar. How could such a creature appear in this location? Especially behind a waterfall? It seems her descent today was fortuitous, as visions of secretive families vying for hidden treasures flash through her mind. Without hesitation, Meng Tong strides towards the stone lion, retrieving an apocalyptic raincoat from her spatial storage to don. Although there's still about a meter separating the cliff from the waterfall, the dense mist would quickly drench her attire, and she certainly does not wish to return looking like a drenched chicken. Standing before the stone lion, with the curtain-like waterfall behind her, she faces a moss-covered stone door, with a narrow stone step beneath her feet. Below it lies a sheer cliff leading to an unfathomable pool of water. Gripping the vines on the cliff with her right hand, Meng Tong angles her body and gently pushes the stone door with her left hand. There is no immediate response, but she can faintly hear some noises within. There's likely a mechanism inside. Hesitant to act recklessly, Meng Tong uses her abilities to weave the vines into a net beside the stone lion. Surely, no one would include the stone lion within an attack range. What purpose would it serve to place it there otherwise? Would it not be a waste of resources? With everything prepared, Meng Tong retrieves a hammer from her spatial storage and strikes the stone door with force. Instantly, a rain of arrow feathers bursts forth from the partially ajar stone door, unleashing a relentless barrage that would not cease until it had transformed the area into a sieve. Meng Tong's anticipation for what lies within grows ever more fervent. For a full quarter of an hour, each time Meng Tong felt desolate, another arrow would strike, as if someone were meticulously aiming at a target. After 5 shots, it finally ceased. Meng Tong descended from the platform, kicked aside the arrow feathers on the stone steps, gently nudged the misaligned stone door, and stepped inside. Upon entering, she was engulfed in darkness, unable to discern anything, yet the vastness of the space was palpable. She rummaged through her belongings for a flashlight designed for apocalyptic scenarios. The moment she switched it on, it illuminated the surroundings as if she had unleashed the brilliance of the mountain's peak. This was a particularly intricate trap-laden cavern, and Meng Tong dared not wander recklessly. As the beam of her flashlight traversed from right to left, she beheld various ominous sights: an arrow rack suspended in midair, a poisoned long knife, and to the far left, a slumbering giant python. The light from her flashlight roused the serpent, its hissing resonating ominously in her ears, a formidable presence. "Mother, we must flee," it growled in fury. Silence. Meeting the gaze of the now-alert python, Meng Tong displayed no trace of fear. It was akin to facing a level 2 zombie from the apocalypse. A slight discomfort radiated from her abdomen. She could sense the agitation of her companion. A thread of energy slowly flowed into her, soothing the pain. "What a nuisance you are," she mused. The sounds of hissing and the friction of scales against the ground filled her ears. She stood her ground, the flashlight continuing to beam into the creature's eyes. This action was undoubtedly provocative, inciting the python's wrath as its massive jaws opened wide, unleashing a foul odor that assailed her senses. Meng Tong was left speechless. How long had it been since the creature last brushed its teeth? As the giant python advanced, Meng Tong harnessed her energy to ensnare the whip in her hand, launching herself into the air towards a position she had previously scouted. It was a spiraling stone staircase, leading to what she presumed was the treasure it guarded. Ascending the stone steps, she cast a challenging glance at the python, surprised to find it did not pursue her. Instead, it retreated to coil back in its lair. It seemed to lack much prowess after all. A smirk graced Meng Tong's lips as she ascended leisurely. Approximately a minute later, she arrived at a brand new cavern, the sight within leaving her utterly astonished. She had expected impenetrable darkness, yet it was as bright as day, with countless luminous pearls hanging in the air, dazzling her eyes. The chests strewn across the ground were unmistakably treasures. Upon casually opening one, she found it brimming with gold, silver, and jewels. At a glance, there must have been hundreds of chests. While she had anticipated finding riches, she never dared to imagine such abundance. This treasure was likely more opulent than the national treasury of today. Casting a sidelong glance at the stone staircase on her left, Meng Tong clapped her hands and approached it. She was eager to discover what other wonders lay above. Chapter 46. The Mystery of the Cave. The exit leads to my home. Continuing her ascent up the stone staircase, Meng Tong arrived at a third cavern. The ceiling still glimmered with luminous pearls, but instead of gold and silver, the ground was lined with rows of wooden cabinets, each sealed with some transparent glass, housing numerous precious herbs. In this place, much like the fragrant blood cordyceps she had harvested today, there were indeed plenty, occupying nearly an entire wooden cabinet. This cabinet, however, was no ordinary one. The precise material eluded Meng Tong, yet its exquisite hue and the aroma it exuded hinted at its exceptional nature. As she meandered between the neatly arranged cabinets, Meng Tong felt a sense of numbness from the sheer abundance before her. Pausing before the third stone step, she gazed upward with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, feeling akin to a treasure hunter. With her slightly elongated skirt in hand, she ascended further, walking for approximately 10 minutes. This particular stone step was remarkably lengthy. Upon encountering the familiar luminous pearl once more, Meng Tong realized she had arrived at the fourth cave. In comparison to the treasures and medicinal herbs below, this chamber appeared somewhat lackluster. Once again, there were rows of wooden cabinets, but they housed merely commonplace books, some even missing pages or in disrepair. Grabbing one at random, Meng Tong flipped through a couple of pages. It was a travelogue, annotated in red with the words dog excrement. The vigorous strokes conveyed a sense of nonchalance. And Meng Tong could almost envision the annotator's expression at that moment. An odd sentiment washed over her. She had spent a full half-hour in this cave, perusing numerous volumes, all adorned with the same individual's annotations, denouncing them with terms like dog dung, bull dung, and pig dung. One could only wonder if this person had an unusual affinity for excrement. With a slight pout, she returned the book to its place and approached the fourth stone step, which she presumed would be the last. As the saying goes, the most exquisite treasures are often the most precious. What could await her? Continuing her ascent, she reached the luminous pearl in less than 3 minutes. Expecting to discover a miraculous artifact, she was instead confronted with heaps of items enclosed in bags. Upon inspecting one, she found it contained grain. The entire cave was filled with burlap sacks of grain, astonishingly free from pests or decay. Grasping a handful of unhulled rice, Meng Tong rubbed it between her fingers and discerned a fragrant medicinal aroma. These were seeds, not mere food. Who would preserve seeds in such a manner? Her pupils widened in realization. Had she unwittingly stumbled upon the seed vault or treasury of the Great Wei Kingdom? With such an abundance of gold, silver, precious gems, rare herbs, and annotated books, the presence of seeds only reinforced her suspicions. This must be the legacy of a former emperor, which surely indicated that someone would be searching for it. Was this not the very premise of countless novels, where princes fought fiercely over such treasures? Considering the chaos of the outside world, Meng Tong felt a surge of clarity. Resolute and undeterred, she decided to claim her fortune, reasoning that since she had ventured in, there was no reason to relinquish any of it. Narrowing her eyes, she waved her hand, causing all the seeds within the cave to vanish. Instead of hastily retreating, she turned her gaze toward the stone steps that had reappeared. Their concealed position suggested that, had she not gathered all the seeds, even she might have overlooked them. Hidden so deeply, does this imply that what lies above is the most precious of treasures? Meng Tong, eager and ready, approached the winding stone staircase, which was narrow enough for only one person to pass through and stretched on for quite a length. After a 10-minute trek, she finally arrived at a cave. Strangely, there were neither luminous pearls nor any other objects present. It was completely empty. A sense of disappointment washed over her. As Meng Tong wandered around, she prepared to head back when, at a corner of the wall, she discovered an iron door embedded in the stone. With a heart full of excitement, she approached the door and tentatively pushed against it twice, but it would not budge. Why was it set into the stone? Confused, she reached out to press the edge of the stone. Clang! The stone shifted, revealing that the iron door was merely a facade. Bending down to peer through the stone door, Meng Tong caught sight of a faint glow and heard the sound of flowing water. Was this the end? Puzzled, she moved toward the weak light, and upon seeing the scene before her, Meng Tong was once again taken aback. Through the cascading waterfall, she glimpsed the house built by Lu Chuan and a hazy expanse of greenery. She had circled back home. Meng Tong was astonished, and the little one within her was equally bewildered, filling her mind with its cries. "Mother, we are home. Mother, mother, we have struck it rich." After 5 minutes of regaining her composure, Meng Tong realized she needed to find the exit quickly to reunite with Lu Chuan and the others. Behind the waterfall was indeed another cave, albeit smaller in size. With her flashlight, Meng Tong could see it clearly and easily locate the exit. At the edge of the waterfall, there was a moss-covered stone door. Meng Tong tentatively pushed against it, but unlike before, it resisted her efforts. Even with all her strength, it would not budge an inch. "Mother, let me try," the little one suddenly spoke up. Stopping her actions, Meng Tong asked, "How can you help?" "Mother, you must not underestimate me. The baby has grown quite strong now." As the words left its mouth, the previously immovable stone door began to shift, producing a dull grinding sound. Meng Tong saw a narrow path that could only accommodate a single person. "Mother, let us go. Am I impressive?" "Indeed," Meng Tong replied, a smile gracing her fair cheeks as she gently caressed her belly. The little one was particularly joyful, moving energetically within her like a lively fish. Emerging along the narrow path, Meng Tong found herself at the entrance of the cave where her family used to reside, and the so-called stone door was actually where they used to sleep. The protruding wall was the entrance. Suppressing her astonishment, Meng Tong turned and walked outside, eager to reunite with Lu Chuan. Today had certainly startled them. She wondered how the three would react upon seeing her return, and her heart swelled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan and the others had regained their calm, sitting obediently in the shade of a tree, all three pairs of eyes fixed on the direction of the cliff. Only Bai Yi, who pretended to doze with his eyes closed. An hour had passed, and the sky had darkened. Lu Chuan continued to hold the two little ones, gazing intently at the cliff's edge. In truth, his heart was in torment, his deep, dark eyes veiled in crimson veins. The woman had promised to return, and he was to wait for her. Lu Chuan Hayat Yonat. Chapter 47. Returning to the valley cottage, Meng Tong's three clingy little ones. The gentle breeze carried the whispers of longing, and a once dormant gaze flickered with surprise. The two sisters, leaning against Lu Chuan, sprang up and dashed toward Meng Tong, who stood not far away. "Mother, I thought I would never see you again. Mother, please don't leave here. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I want to do it again." Kneeling down, Meng Tong enveloped the two little ones in her embrace, her eyes glistening with moisture. Lu Chuan, rising from his place, observed the tender scene of mother and daughters entwined. His hands hung at his sides, trembling slightly, and his ruggedly handsome features bore a smile of relief, though his deep, reddened eyes brimmed with unshed tears. The originally sprawled out Bai Yi stood up, circling around Lu Chuan, his fluffy head, warm with fervent breath, nuzzling against his leg. Losing his balance, Lu Chuan stumbled a few steps back. "Really, with your wife back, you should embrace her, instead of relying on me, the tiger, for assistance." Bai Yi cast a resentful glance at Lu Chuan, filled with disdain. Meng Tong noticed the commotion and, smiling, ruffled the heads of Lu He and Lu Yan. She stood and called out to Lu Chuan, her voice bright with affection. "Lu Chuan." A warm gust of wind met her, and suddenly, darkness enveloped her as she fell into a comforting embrace that exuded safety. The rich, husky voice of the man echoed in her ears, "Wife, do not leave me." Meng Tong reciprocated the embrace, her lips curling into a smile. "All right, mother. The baby can't leave you either. You must always remember the baby." The little one in her womb chimed in, and Meng Tong, in a good mood, responded cheerfully. After a quarter of an hour, the family finally settled into tranquility. Yet, three clingy little ones remained by Meng Tong's side, two small hands grasping her fingers while the large hand around her waist was impossible to ignore. Meng Tong chuckled at the innocent and pitiful expressions of the three. "Very well, let be as you wish." Looking up at the sky, she returned to the matter at hand. "Shall we go home?" "Yes." The three nodded, yet remained close to her. Meng Tong gently stroked Lu He and Lu Yan's heads, reassuringly saying, "Here, Yin'er, please walk ahead. I promise I won't lose you, nor will I leave you." The little ones looked up, somewhat reluctant, but ultimately released Meng Tong's fingers, saying, "All right, mother keeps her word." "Yes, I do. Let's make a pinky promise." Lu Yan suddenly extended her little finger toward Meng Tong. "All right, pinky promise for 100 years, no changing." Meng Tong complied, and the little one's lips curled into a smile as she took her sister Lu He's hand and walked ahead. The silently observant Bai Yi glanced at Meng Tong before gracefully trailing behind the family. No one would ever know that today, as unexpected events were orchestrated by him. Upon returning to the valley cottage, the sky had turned completely dark. After a day filled with tumultuous emotions, the sisters Lu He and Lu Yan had fallen asleep in Lu Chuan's backpack. Initially intending to return them to their own room, Meng Tong reconsidered and said to Lu Chuan, "Let us keep them in our room. They were frightened today, and I will stay with them to help them rest." "All right, my dear, you take care of them while I prepare dinner," Lu Chuan replied, carefully lifting the two little ones from the backpack. Perhaps due to their fright, they slept fitfully, and as Lu Chuan moved, they murmured, "Mother, don't leave me." Hearing this, Meng Tong felt a pang of guilt and tenderness. Once Lu Chuan laid them on the bed, she nestled beside them, gently patting their shoulders. Her eyes brimmed with affection and warmth, which stirred something tender in Lu Chuan's heart. Lowering his voice, he quietly said to Meng Tong, "I will step out. Thank you for your hard work, Meng Tong replied, gazing at the weary man beneath the dim light. In that moment, she grasped her significance in their lives. Accustomed to solitude in the apocalypse, Meng Tong was not one to heed others' advice, often acting on her own whims. Yet, now that she had something to care for, she would consider their feelings in her future actions. That evening, dinner consisted of simple fare, a hasty meal to satiate their hunger, after which the family washed up and retired for the night. During the night, Lu Chuan clung to Meng Tong, whining like a small dog whenever she tried to distance herself. Meng Tong found herself speechless, wondering how he could be so wild yet so endearing. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the spacious bed where the petite woman lay nestled against the broad chest of the man. Lu Chuan, already awake, gazed down at the woman in his arms, and the unease in his heart subsided upon seeing her serene, sleeping face. He gently leaned down and placed a kiss on Meng Tong's forehead before carefully rising to leave the room. "Mother, Daddy kissed you." A cheerful little voice broke through Meng Tong's sleepy haze. Groggily opening her eyes, she warned, "If you keep using your powers to pry into my life, I will make you regret it." "Ah, Mother, do you not love your baby anymore? You said you loved me yesterday. If you don't misuse your powers, then Mother will love you." As Meng Tong sat up, she scolded her son while preparing to put on her shoes. Just then, Lu Chuan entered as if monitoring her every move. "Why didn't you call me when you woke up? I told you I would handle bending down for you. I knew you were outside," Meng Tong replied, feeling a bit embarrassed as she glanced at the man helping her with her shoes. She quickly changed the subject after breakfast. "I'll take you somewhere." "Where?" he asked, having finished putting on his shoes and helping her to her feet. "I can't say just yet. You'll find out when we get there. I discovered it yesterday." "Are we going to the cliff again?" he inquired, his expression darkening as he held her garment. Pondering whether to wear it, Meng Tong quickly reassured him, patting Lu Chuan's shoulder with a smile. No, we're staying at home." "Really?" "Of course. Why would I lie to you?" Meng Tong cast a playful glare at Lu Chuan before reaching for her clothes to dress. "Very well, I shall accompany my wife shortly," she declared. "By the way, have He and Yin awakened yet?" "Not yet." The man, gently untangling Meng Tong's long hair, responded, "Perhaps they exhausted themselves yesterday. They ought to rest a bit longer today." "All right." Once dressed, the two exited the room and made their way to the kitchen. Lu Chuan had already prepared hot water and, retrieving a wooden basin from the corner, poured water for Meng Tong. He returned to his usual attentive self, nearly ready to assist her with her ablutions. Chapter 48. Enlightening Lu Chuan. Raiding the cave's treasures after completing their morning routines, Meng Tong chose to remain in the kitchen, assisting Lu Chuan. As the newly constructed stove crackled to life, Meng Tong found a new pot from her space for the past few days. Lu Chuan had been seasoning the pot with oil. Intrigued, she watched from the side, occasionally seizing the spatula to stir, while Lu Chuan merely reminded her to be cautious of the hot oil. "I understand," she replied, her eyes fixed on the bubbling oil, captivated by its undulating dance. Lu Chuan, busy preparing vegetables, stole a glance at Meng Tong's rare display of childlike wonder, a faint smile gracing his lips, his dark eyes filled with affection. Before long, Lu He and Lu Yin awoke, dressed, and dashed into the kitchen seeking Meng Tong. The trio of mother and daughters was soon ushered out by Lu Chuan. Initially intending to fetch water to wash the girls' faces, Meng Tong decided instead to wash their hair in the courtyard when Lu Yin complained of an itchy scalp. The morning sun rose steadily, casting a pleasant warmth in the air. Lu He and Lu Yin obediently squatted by the drainage ditch in the yard, while Meng Tong sat on a stool, washing their hair. In recent months, with improved nutrition, the girls' hair had regained its luster, now dark and shiny, a stark contrast to the previous dryness. The lice that once plagued them had vanished, too. In the living room, Lu Chuan had prepared 6 dishes for the day: braised pork, garlic eggplant, tomato and egg soup, stewed noodles with green beans, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and smashed cucumber salad. Most of the ingredients came from the garden Meng Tong had cultivated. With over an acre of crops, their family of 4 could hardly consume it all. She had preserved a considerable amount in her space, while leaving some in the ground to see if there was any difference from the original seeds. "Behave yourselves at home while your mother and I step out for a bit," Lu Chuan instructed. Where are you going, father? Lu Yen, who had been enjoying her meal, looked up at Lu Chuan, tears welling in her big eyes. Lu He, pausing her own eating, turned to Meng Tong and asked, Mother, where are you going? Can't you take me and my sister with you? Do not worry. Your mother and I are not heading to any perilous places. You and Yinner should stay at home. We shall return shortly, Meng Tong reassured as she gently patted Lu He's head. Very well. My sister and I will wait for you at home. Please return early. Of course, Lu Chuan replied, his calm demeanor easing the girls' worries. They felt reassured that their father would not lead their mother into danger. After the meal, Lu Chuan summoned Bai Yi, who was sleeping in the cave, and instructed him to keep an eye on the two children. He then followed Meng Tong toward the cave entrance. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave, Meng Tong abruptly halted, leaving Lu Chuan perplexed, yet he refrained from asking questions. Clutching his machete, he observed Meng Tong standing curiously before an outcropping of rock. Suddenly, with a clatter, the wall shifted. Lu Chuan instinctively stepped forward, pulling Meng Tong close, his dark eyes fixated on the narrow passage that had appeared. Do not be afraid. Let us proceed, he urged, grasping Meng Tong as she prepared to enter. With a lick of his lips, he added, I shall go first. You follow closely behind. Very well, Meng Tong replied without hesitation, for she had already traversed this path. Taking her right hand with his left, Lu Chuan ventured into the passage, his machete held before him in cautious exploration. Upon arriving at the cave behind the waterfall, astonishment flickered in Lu Chuan's eyes as he turned to Meng Tong, inquiring, Is this the place you spoke of? Of course not. Come with me. I have been here once before, and you need not fear. There is nothing to worry about. Is it feasible? Lu Chuan hesitated, but upon meeting Meng Tong's gaze, he acquiesced. Let's go. They continued through the iron door Meng Tong had exited from the previous day. She retrieved her flashlight from her space. This is a treasure from within the artifact. It illuminates the darkness. As she switched it on, Lu Chuan was momentarily blinded, but soon discerned the surroundings of the cave. Yet, his interest lay not in the cave itself, but rather in the flashlight held by Meng Tong. Dear wife, may I have a look? He asked, pointing at the device. Certainly. Here you go. Meng Tong casually handed him the flashlight and proceeded toward the stone steps. Follow me. There are surprises below. All right. A spark of excitement ignited within Lu Chuan as he wielded the flashlight in one hand and the machete in the other, trailing closely behind Meng Tong as they ventured into the cave where books were stored. Upon spotting the egg-sized luminous pearl nestled in the ceiling, Lu Chuan could hardly contain his astonishment. This is a luminous pearl. Indeed, there are many more below, Meng Tong replied. Take a look at these books. She casually handed him one volume and inquired, Have you heard of any emperor who amassed great wealth? I have not, he replied, flipping through the pages while pondering. Although he had been somewhat naive in his youth, he excelled in reading, recalling what others needed 3 attempts to memorize after a single reading. He could write characters that others needed to practice thrice with just 1 attempt. This had once brought great joy to old Lu, who believed his son was destined for greatness. However, after less than half a year of study, old Lu forbade him from continuing, reasoning that a fool who learned to read would achieve little. And it was better for him to hone his hunting skills, to earn money for the family, to support Lu Feng and Lu Qian's education. At that time, Lu Chuan did not resist. To him, reading was merely a pastime. In contrast, he preferred hunting and companionship with animals. After glancing over the annotations on 2 pages, he frowned and returned the book untouched. He raised his eyes to Meng Tong and said, My dear wife, shall we descend to explore the others? Certainly. Continuing downwards, Meng Tong posed several questions to Lu Chuan, all of which were met with the same response. He had never heard of them. Meng Tong could not help but harbor some doubts. Could it be that these treasures belonged not to the royal family, but to some clandestine clan? Nevertheless, regardless of their origin, they now belonged to her. Upon entering the cavern of precious herbs, Lu Chuan had already prepared himself, in contrast to his earlier astonishment. He had composed himself considerably. Watching Meng Tong sweep her hand and collect everything into her spatial pouch, the man merely blinked, choosing not to utter a word. Displaying remarkable composure, Meng Tong continued to lead him deeper. This time, however, Lu Chuan could no longer contain his awe. He had never encountered such an abundance of gold, silver, and jewels. This is far too much. Is it excessive? Meng Tong waved her hand again, gathering everything into her pouch, completely forgetting her own astonishment at the sight. She was just as impressive as Lu Chuan in this regard. My dear, could this be too much? Who knows who took these treasures? Even if they found out, where is the evidence? Where are the items? Meng Tong appeared unfazed, as if she were a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Chapter 49. Encountering the giant python again. Lu Chuan, who can control beasts. Lu Chuan fell into silence. Meng Tong's reasoning did seem valid. Who could ascertain who had claimed these possessions? In any case, they were not the ones who had taken them. Let us go. We should make haste for the luminous pearl above, he urged. There's still a way down here. Lu Chuan pointed towards the stone steps on the left. Meng Tong, while controlling her powers to secure the luminous pearl, cast a cryptic glance at Lu Chuan and asked, "Are you certain you wish to descend?" "Yes, since we are already here." "Very well, but do not regret it later." A smile graced Meng Tong's face as she gestured for Lu Chuan to lead the way. The man held the flashlight ahead, while Meng Tong followed behind, toying with the egg-sized luminous pearl in her hands. "Wow, it is indeed bright," she exclaimed, feeling its cool surface. As they descended the stone steps, Lu Chuan's keen senses, enhanced by the powers Meng Tong had bestowed upon him, proved exceptional. Halfway down, he paused, turning to Meng Tong and whispering, "There are living creatures below." "Yes." "A giant python," Meng Tong replied calmly. "A giant python?" "Indeed. It must be over 10 meters long. Its head is quite large, and it has an awful breath." "You seem to know quite a bit about it," Lu Chuan remarked. "Do you still wish to go down?" Meng Tong questioned, her eyes sparkling with playful mockery. The man's pride was at stake. Lu Chuan solemnly declared, "My dear, ensure your safety. I shall confront it." "All right, I will not hinder you." "Very well." The two continued their descent, while the slumbering giant python in the darkness stirred awake, excitement flashing in its slit-like pupils. "Hiss!" Standing on the stone steps, Lu Chuan directed the flashlight straight at the giant python. The two locked eyes, and Meng Tong sensed the creature's exhilaration. Glancing at the composed Lu Chuan, she silently gave him a thumbs up. His composure was commendable. "Hiss!" The giant python continued to flick its tongue, but curiously, it did not slither forward. It merely raised its noble head, gazing at the two intruders. Meng Tong felt a twinge of confusion. Was it possible that the python sensed Lu Chuan's good nature? "My dear," Lu Chuan called softly. "Yes." Meng Tong turned her head towards him. The man had taken 2 more steps down, raising his gaze to advise her. "Stay safe up there. Do not act recklessly. This is a giant python." "I understand." The man descended without hesitation, and Meng Tong found herself unable to intervene. Her earlier jesting had merely been a playful banter. She felt quite content with his achievements thus far. Yet, unexpectedly, he continued his descent, and Meng Tong began to comprehend the emotions that Lu Chuan had experienced the previous day. A steady stream of supernatural energy surged from the palm of her hand, causing the luminous pearl she held to gradually change hue, now suffused with a gentle green essence. Her gaze remained fixed on the interaction between the man and the serpent. Should any danger arise, Meng Tong would not hesitate to thrust the pearl into the creature's eyes. Below, Lu Chuan had reached the giant python. Truth be told, he was uncertain why, but a voice deep within seemed to be conversing with him, reminiscent of his prior encounter with Bai Yi. The python's broad head loomed above, flicking its tongue, and Lu Chuan was met with an unpleasant odor. His companion was indeed correct. The creature had foul breath. Silently, he took 2 steps back, raising a hand to halt the advancing serpent. "Stop." It obeyed, its vertical pupils betraying a hint of unnoticeable grievance. Meng Tong was astonished. Lu Chuan possessed such extraordinary ability. It seemed reminiscent of the ancient title of beast tamer. Reflecting upon Bai Ye's submission to him, Meng Tong felt confident in her conjecture. No wonder his hunting skills were so extraordinary. It all made sense. However, it appeared that he remained unaware of this talent. Meng Tong's mind began to wander into bold speculation. Considering the circumstances of Lu Chuan's upbringing in the Lu family, It was likely he was not their biological child. Could it be that a clandestine family of beast tamers had lost him, only for him to be found and raised by the Liu clan? Yet, the matriarch of the Liu family seemed oblivious to this fact. As her thoughts raced, Meng Tong fixated on one individual, Old Man Liu, that unscrupulous fellow who was said to be as honest as they come, yet was anything but. He was likely the only one privy to Liu Chuan's true origins. Unbeknownst to Meng Tong, her speculations would soon materialize. Meanwhile, Liu Chuan gazed at the motionless giant python, a flicker of delight crossing his eyes. He had surmised that his earlier encounter with Bai Yi was no mere coincidence. He indeed possessed the ability to communicate with animals. Although the voice in his mind was indistinct, he could faintly discern a few words. Wait long, master. What did this mean, master? Liu Chuan turned his attention to the coiled python. What did you mean by that? The python hissed, master. Liu Chuan was astonished. How had he effortlessly acquired a giant serpent? Did it perhaps resemble its former master? A haze of confusion enveloped his thoughts. He wished to inquire further, but the python had already closed its eyes and succumbed to slumber. Liu Chuan, what is it? Why'd you come down? A man encircled the woman who had unexpectedly appeared behind him, his eyes carrying an undeniable intensity as deep as a vortex. Meng Tong shook her head, slightly dazed, avoiding his gaze and turning instead to the now slumbering python. Why has it fallen asleep? I don't know, Liu Chuan replied, shaking his head. He then stepped forward, squatting to gently stroke the python's head. Meng Tong shook her neck, feeling goosebumps fall like leaves around her. Though she was not afraid, she was unwilling to touch. The cold, slippery sensation inspired a chill in her heart. Yet Liu Chuan appeared utterly unperturbed. From the contact, he sensed a tinge of sadness and loneliness. Sleep now. A hoarse, muffled voice echoed in the cave, and the giant python visibly relaxed its coiled form. It had guarded for far too long. After emerging from the cave, Liu Chuan unexpectedly fell ill, and Meng Tong's daily attempts to infuse him with energy proved futile. Anxiety gnawed at her, causing blisters to form on her lips, which pained both Liu He and Liu Yin to witness. Even the little one in her womb refrained from bantering with her and occasionally offered her comforting words. Mother, do not worry, father will be fine. How do you know? I guessed. Meng Tong was at a loss for words. For 3 consecutive days, Liu Chuan suffered from recurrent fevers, mumbling incomprehensible phrases, though it seemed Bai Yi understood. The creature would often wag its tail, pacing the room, observing its leisurely demeanor. Meng Tong sensed something amiss. But what could it be? Resting her head on her hand, she sat in a chair, gazing out at the birds flitting by the window. Suddenly, as if struck by an electric current, Meng Tong sprang to her feet and walked toward the bed. The chill emanating from her startled Bai Yi, resting at the bedside, opened its languid yet imposing eyes. That woman knows. In Chapter 50, Liu Chuan's origins, preparing to gather supplies in a room, a human and a tiger exchanged glances, the cold aura radiating from Meng Tong, causing Bai Yi to shudder involuntarily. The mighty king of the mountains was intimidated by the woman before him, a humiliation to his pride. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Bai Yi huffed a few growls through his nostrils, laced with a hint of provocation. Why you act this way? Roar. The Black Panther from yesterday. Was that your doing? What is Liu Chuan to you? Who are you guarding this place for? Roar, roar, roar. Speak in human terms. Bai Yi, flustered, watched Meng Tong scratch her ear, realizing that she had overlooked this creature. The area near the water was guarded by the giant python, but what of the forest? It seemed too coincidental. Bai Yi's lair was here, suggesting someone had instructed it to remain, someone with a blood connection to Liu Chuan, perhaps a father or a grandfather, an ancestor. In any case, Meng Tong felt thoroughly deceived, a sensation she detested. The atmosphere around her grew increasingly frigid, and Bai Yi's imposing presence gradually diminished as it curled beside Liu Chuan's head, casting furtive glances at him, imbued with a plea for help. Even if he awakens, he cannot save you. If you do not cooperate, I shall skin you and make a cloak from your hide. Now, I shall pose a question to you. Merely nod or shake your head in response. Think carefully before answering, as I despise being deceived. Pulling a chair closer, Meng Tong felt as if she were conducting an interrogation. Bai Yi blinked and nodded, knowing it had no choice. First question, you were not tamed by Lu Chuan. Rather, you followed him willingly upon discovering his true identity. After a brief moment of contemplation, Bai Yi nodded slightly. Meng Tong narrowed her eyes and continued her inquiries. If yesterday's events were intentional, she would affirm with a nod. If there were external orchestrations, she would shake her head. This distinction was crucial. Meng Tong needed clarity as it pertained to whether the family would remain here. Once again, Bai Yi nodded, this time more emphatically than before. He was not deceiving her. With a sigh of relief, Meng Tong shifted her posture and continued her questioning. This interrogation lasted a full hour, nearly probing into whether he had a wife. Her suspicions were confirmed. Lu Chuan was indeed not a child of the old Lu family. The true master of the cave was likely Lu Chuan's ancestor. It seemed that he and the giant python had been safeguarding these treasures for nearly 40 years, waiting for their master's return, yet they were greeted instead by Lu Chuan and his family. Thankfully, they were all possessions of their kin, which Meng Tong accepted without reservation. Since Bai Yi and the giant python had consented, she bore no blame. 2 days passed, and with the matters clarified, Bai Yi appeared to shed his burdens. His once lively and playful nature resurfaced as he took Lu He and Lu Yin, the sisters, on spirited excursions. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan, who had been delirious with fever, awoke. His demeanor remained unchanged as he went about his daily routine. Regarding his heritage, he merely remarked, "As long as she is my wife, that suffices." This comment left Meng Tong blushing, and ultimately, the matter faded into obscurity. Whether true or false, it mattered little. What was paramount was to live their lives well. In the kitchen, preparations began for harvesting the ripe rice, wheat, and other crops. Early that morning, Lu Chuan rose to prepare breakfast. Remembering Meng Tong's craving for dumplings, he ventured into the vegetable garden to gather fresh chives. Thus, they would feast on chive and pork dumplings that morning. After kneading the dough and setting it aside to rest, Lu Chuan began chopping the meat. The rhythmic thudding attracted the attention of the sisters, who were playing in the yard. Peering over the doorframe, Lu Yin innocently asked, "Father, are you making buns?" "No, we are making dumplings," he replied. "I want to learn," exclaimed the little girl, her eyes sparkling. Lu Chuan nodded, signaling her to wash her hands. "Yay, we're making dumplings." They flitted into the washroom like two delicate butterflies and soon returned with clean hands, ready to assist in the kitchen. At that moment, Lu Chuan had completed all preparations. Gathered around the spacious table in the living room, the three males sat together, wrapping dumplings. "Father, is it like this? Why does the meat keep slipping into my hands?" "Your hands are too small. Place it on the table and slowly pinch the edges like this." "Father, do you think my dumpling looks nice?" "It looks lovely," came the man's gentle and patient voice. Just then, Meng Tong returned from the restroom, having resolved her personal matters, and she was greeted by this endearing scene. A sense of what one might call happiness filled her heart, her porcelain-like face adorned with a soft smile. Meanwhile, Bai Yi, teasing a timid rabbit in the yard, cast a sidelong glance at Meng Tong's expression. Appearances, after all, are merely superficial. After approximately 15 minutes, Lu Chuan completed wrapping all the meat filling. Lu He and Lu Yin, still craving more, went to wash their hands, while the man placed the dumplings into the boiling pot. Once the dumplings began to float to the surface, they were nearly cooked. One by one, they were scooped out and placed into the prepared soup bowls. Today's chive and pork dumplings were finally ready to be savored. The family of 4 gathered around the dining table, each with a bowl brimming with dumplings. Meng Tong casually picked one up and took a bite. The thin skin encased a generous filling with a delightful chewiness. The fresh, tender pork enveloped in the fragrance of chives was utterly intoxicating, especially when paired with a bowl of soul-soothing broth. "Delicious. You've worked hard." "Not at all, as long as my dear enjoys it," the man replied, a radiant smile illuminating his face, his deep, dark eyes filled with affection. "Mother, try the dumplings made by Yin and my sister." "All right." After taking a couple of bites of the not-so-aesthetically pleasing dumplings, Meng Tong still offered high praise. Ultimately, a well-seasoned filling made any preparation delectable. After finishing their meal and, changing in a fresh attire, the family set off towards the rice fields. The golden expanse was a sight to behold, bringing comfort even to those unfamiliar with the joy of harvest. It was simply splendid. Upon arriving at the fields, Lu Chuan casually kicked a rice grain, which was plumper than any he had ever seen, even surpassing the rice currently brought home by his wife. A fragrant aroma wafted from it. This outcome was beyond Meng Tong's expectations. Could a genetic mutation yield such results? It seemed she needed to investigate further. Lu Chuan, take he, and yin, to the wheat fields to gather potatoes and sweet potatoes. I will handle the rice and wheat here. Sounds good. Be careful, and call me if you need anything. Let he stay here with you. Lu Chuan almost forgot that his wife possessed extraordinary abilities, yet he remained concerned. Thus leaving Lu He behind to accompany her. Meng Tong nodded in agreement. Mother, see you soon. All right. Waving her hand, Lu Chuan led Lu Yin and the ever-following Bai Yi to the patch where potatoes were planted. Chapter 51. Harvesting rice and wheat with superpowers. Speed is key. Meanwhile, finding a shaded spot to sit, Meng Tong began to channel her supernatural abilities. A continuous stream of energy surged forth, enveloping the entire expanse of rice. With a slight lift of her hand, the rice, which had been rooted in the soil, was promptly uprooted. Wow, Mother is amazing. Lu He gazed in disbelief at the scene before her eyes brimming with admiration for Meng Tong, her small hands clapping excitedly. Stealing a glance at the delighted little one, Meng Tong smiled and continued to channel her powers, simultaneously absorbing energy from the surrounding plants to replenish herself. With all the rice uprooted, Meng Tong controlled the grains to rise gently, and unexpectedly, a machete from Lu Chuan's basket also levitated. Hey, father, look, your knife is flying. Huh? Lu Chuan, who was bent over digging for potatoes, looked bewildered. What did it mean that his knife was flying? Following Lu Yin's gaze, surprise flickered in Lu Chuan's eyes. So it could be done this way. A blade danced through the air, severing rice stalks with precision, leaving the ones bearing grain neatly piled on the ground. Did you think this was the end? No. After dealing with the roots, Meng Tong once again summoned a vine from her space. The previously grounded rice began to rise anew as a 7 or 8 meter long vine, seemingly sentient, began to strike the rice stalks. Plump grains fell like rain, yet they did not touch the earth, vanishing at a certain point instead. Meanwhile, Meng Tong's space filled with an abundance of fresh, unhulled rice grains, eventually resembling a small mountain. A rough estimate suggested around 18 tons. A remarkable yield considering Meng Tong had cultivated merely 25 acres of rice. In less than half an hour, the harvest was complete, leaving only the shredded rice stalks behind. The three elders stood in bewilderment, as if caught in an unreal dream. Truly impressive. Father, your knife has returned. Indeed. Extending his hand to receive the hovering blade, Lu Chuan gazed toward Meng Tong in the distance. Even from afar, he could sense her proud demeanor. Father, Mother is amazing. I want to go play with her. With that, Lu Yin dropped the small potato she was holding and darted away, leaving Lu Chuan momentarily stunned, his smile faltering. It seemed his daughter had dismissed him. Throughout the morning, Lu Chuan diligently wielded a hoe, digging for potatoes. Though his pace could not rival Meng Tong's, it was remarkably swift compared to an average person. The row of potatoes behind him was undeniably impressive. After finishing the rice, Meng Tong moved on to harvest wheat, employing the same method as before, completing the task in under 20 minutes, as there was less wheat than rice. Next came the corn. The tender ears had already been gathered into her space for leisurely consumption, while the current harvest was reserved for seeds. The corn harvest proceeded swiftly, requiring only her powers to snap off the mature ears, leaving the stalks intact for future use as fertilizer through burning. In the course of a single morning, Meng Tong accomplished what would typically take others 10 days to 2 weeks, bringing Lu He and Lu Yin to where Lu Chuan was digging potatoes. Meng Tong glanced at him, eager for acknowledgement. What do you think of my speed? Indeed, my dear, you are remarkable. I shall prepare a delicious meal for you shortly. I want to eat braised pork. Very well. A smile graced the man's face, particularly charmed by Meng Tong's playful demeanor. Gathering all the potatoes Lu Chuan had unearthed into her space, the family leisurely returned home, with the two little ones nestled close to Meng Tong, showering her with compliments as if they were free of charge. Meng Tong felt a wave of contentment, while Bai Yi, trailing behind, reevaluated his perception of her. Upon returning home, Lu Chuan began to cook, while Meng Tong placed some of the freshly harvested produce in the kitchen. The rice and wheat were not yet ready for consumption, so she used a winnowing basket to spread them out in the yard for drying. She intended to sample their flavors first. The rest would be stored in her space for later experimentation when time permitted. In the kitchen, Lu He and Lu Yin assisted Lu Chuan with washing and preparing vegetables, while Meng Tong headed to the bathing area for a shower. After a busy morning, she found herself perspiring, especially as the frequent exertion of her abilities proved somewhat taxing. Nonetheless, the endeavor greatly benefited her, particularly in her mastery of her powers. At noon, Meng Tong, adorned in a refreshing lake blue cardigan and flowing skirt, with her lustrous black hair simply braided and draped across her chest, entered the living room. Her unpretentious appearance radiated a graceful vitality, reminiscent of a delicate butterfly flitting among blossoms. Upon her arrival, the three men in the room were immediately captivated by her presence. The man closest to her gazed at her with awe and genuine admiration. "Mother, you look beautiful. I want a braid like yours," the little one exclaimed, sliding off his chair and eagerly surrounding Meng Tong with praise, their tiny hands clasping her fingers, their eyes sparkling with delight. "Shall I braid your hair tomorrow?" Meng Tong asked, smiling as she held one child in each hand. They responded in unison, their excitement palpable as they began to ponder what dresses they would wear the following day. In contrast, Lu Chuan exhibited a more reserved demeanor, merely smiling and remarking, "You look lovely. I shall buy you more dresses in the future. Let's eat. I have prepared your favorite braised pork," he added, presenting a bowl brimming with rice and succulent pork, its savory juices glistening enticingly. Meng Tong accepted it with a smile, feeling content in Lu Chuan's attentive care. The braised pork was rich yet not greasy, imbued with a unique sweetness and aromatic flavor that paired perfectly with the rice. Meng Tong found herself able to devour 3 bowls in one sitting. Lu Chuan's culinary skills had indeed improved remarkably. After the meal, Meng Tong rested at home, while Lu Chuan took the children to finish harvesting the remaining potatoes, leaving the rest for Meng Tong to gather the following day. After strolling around the yard, Meng Tong made her way to the fruit orchard, having neglected it for several days. Her watermelons were nearly ripe. The wild cherries she had previously planted, having thrived under the influence of her abilities, had grown large and sweet. Even Lu Chuan, who typically did not favor them, could consume a dozen in one sitting. Now, with the other fruits gradually ripening, it was the season for enjoying watermelons. Thump, thump, thump. In the watermelon patch, Meng Tong crouched on the ground, gently tapping the large watermelon before her. The sound seemed just right, though she could not truly discern its quality. She had merely emulated what she had observed others do. "It should be ready to eat," she mused, slightly furrowing her brow as she retrieved a knife from her space and carefully cut away the vine before slicing into the watermelon. Oh my! Chapter 52, Eating Watermelon. The moment the knife touched the watermelon, a crack formed and the bright red flesh revealed itself, the rind as thin as paper. Though she had consumed many watermelons before, Meng Tong had never encountered one like this, her heart soaring with joy akin to unboxing a prized durian. Cautiously lifting the watermelon, she applied a gentle force, and the two halves separated with a satisfying crunch. Placing one half into her space for preservation, Meng Tong cut a piece from the other half and bit into it, savoring the sweet, juicy, and refreshingly cool taste. Meng Tong's eyes sparkled with delight as she savored a watermelon of such unique flavor for the very first time. After devouring a few bites, she continued to slice the fruit, at which point Bai Yi, lying nearby, expressed his displeasure. Could he not see the enticing watermelon? With a series of small, indignant growls, Bai Yi nudged Meng Tong's left hand with his head, as if to say, "Give me a piece." Casting a sidelong glance at Bai Yi's forlorn expression, Meng Tong's eyes twinkled with amusement. She then cut a slice of watermelon and held it teasingly to his nose. Bai Yi took a few steps forward, eager to taste the watermelon, But Meng Tong swiftly withdrew her hand, accompanied by the sound of her melodic laughter. If you promise to heed my words from now on, I shall grant you a taste. Ah, the watermelon was divine, sweet, fragrant, and refreshingly cool, perfect for such weather. Delicious, Meng Tong exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the conflicted Bai Yi. She had long since unraveled his facade. His calm demeanor was merely a pretense. And beneath it lay a playful little pup with a voracious appetite. With a little coaxing, he was easily swayed. Already, he was beginning to nuzzle against her arm, emitting soft, endearing sounds of submission. Meng Tong could hardly resist his charm, but today she was determined to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he might dare to repeat his previous mischief. If you agree to my terms, I shall reward you with a slice, and, if that is not enough, I can fetch you a whole one. Oh, and there were also cantaloupes, grapes, and many other delectable fruits nearby, if only he would comply. Bai Yi conjured it, lifting his head to nod at Meng Tong. Wonderful. From this day forth, I shall be your second master. You must seek my permission before undertaking any task, understand? Bai Yi nodded in agreement and was finally rewarded with a piece of watermelon. Meng Tong even plucked an additional 2 slices for him as a treat. Cold and refreshing. Even under the sun, it exuded a unique sweetness that Bai Yi adored. After meandering through the orchard and gathering the ripe fruits, Meng Tong, still enjoying her watermelon, made her way to the potato field. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan was nearing the end of his potato harvesting. The 2 sisters, squatting in the soil to find small potatoes, were the first to spot Meng Tong. They immediately stood and called out to her excitedly, "Mother, hey, what are you 2 up to?" Meng Tong inquired. "We're picking small potatoes. Father said he would fry them for us tonight," they replied affectionately, glancing up at her. Upon noticing the watermelon in her hands, Lu Yan's eyes brightened, and she asked, "Mother, is this the watermelon you mentioned?" "Indeed, I just picked it from the field. You shall taste it shortly." "Yay. We'll come to eat once we finish gathering the small potatoes," they exclaimed eagerly. Lu Chuan had assigned them tasks, and they could not rest until everything was complete. "All right, I shall await your return," Meng Tong replied, choosing not to assist them, as it was important to see tasks through to completion. Finding a patch of potato sprouts, she sat down, enjoying her watermelon while observing the 3 of them at work. Lu Chuan noticed her approach, yet the man remained at a distance, as he was nearly finished with his task. In less than half an hour, Lu Chuan completed the digging of all the potatoes, while sisters Lu He and Lu Yin, with remarkable speed, scampered about the field like 2 little squirrels. Amidst their playful antics, Lu Yin stumbled over a potato that Lu Chuan had unearthed and laid on the ground, mashing its fresh skin beneath her foot. Embarrassed, she rose to her feet, clutching the potato she had stepped on, rushing toward Meng Tong as if fearing she might miss out on a delectable treat. Lu Chuan, trailing behind, shook his head, a wry smile illuminating his dark eyes. "Slow down. There's plenty to eat. Why the haste?" "Hey, Mama, I want to eat watermelon," exclaimed the little girl. Her rosy cheeks flushed, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, yet her spirit remained vibrant, her big eyes sparkling with excitement. "Here, enjoy." Meng Tong offered the potato wrapped in a leaf. "All right, thank you, Mama." Lu Yin carefully accepted it and sat beside Meng Tong, relishing her meal. Lu He, however, halted her playful dash midway and obediently followed Lu Chuan back. "Mama, yes, come sit by me," Meng Tong beckoned, patting the ground where potato vines spread out. She gently brushed the damp hair from the little one's forehead and handed her a piece of watermelon. "Is it ripe already?" "Yes, it's nearly all ripe. I've harvested most of it, with some still growing." "Thank you, my lady." Lu Chuan, seated opposite the 2, accepted the watermelon slice Meng Tong offered. As he bit into it, a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. The fruit was refreshingly cool and sweet, quenching both thirst and heat. After devouring a few bites, he nearly consumed the rind, marveling at its thinness. Noticing his satisfied expression, Meng Tong understood his fondness for the fruit. She retrieved an entire watermelon from her storage, taking on the task of slicing it, as she had already had her fill in the patch. The 3 of them seemed like a juicing machine, and fearing they might overindulge and suffer from an upset stomach, Meng Tong decisively declined further servings after they finished one. With a contented burp, Lu Yin licked her lips and cheerfully declared, "Mama, I want to eat watermelon every day from now on." "Me too," chimed in Lu He. Meng Tong glanced at Lu Chuan's childlike enthusiasm, her lips twitching before she ultimately acquiesced. They were merely indulging in something novel. Having never tasted such a delight before, they would likely tire of it in time. After finishing the watermelon, the family settled down to rest on the ground as the sun began its descent, the previously stifling air gradually cooling. Having spent a few months in the deep mountains, Meng Tong reflected on the valley's weather, which could be unbearable at noon. She dared not imagine the conditions outside. How were the villagers who had fled faring? Yet, it mattered little to her. Her only wish was for those like Aunt Lu, who had aided her, to reach their destination safely. Chapter 53. Sparks from foot massages after resting in the fields. Meng Tong rose to gather all the potatoes that Lu Chuan had unearthed, while the small potatoes picked by Lu He and Lu Yin were carried in a basket by Lu Chuan. Upon returning home in the evening, they could wash them and prepare a delightful dish of fried potatoes. As they strolled towards the courtyard under the evening glow, the two little ones frolicked ahead, playfully chasing Bai Yi, while Lu Chuan held Meng Tong's hand with one hand and the basket in the other. Pregnant for over 5 months now, Meng Tong's belly resembled a balloon, consistently round each day. The baby's movements had become quite pronounced. Ever since she had instructed the little one not to pry into her life, he had obediently complied, though he would occasionally kick in response to her gentle caresses of her belly. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lu He and Lu Yin dutifully went to the washroom to clean their faces and hands, while Meng Tong busied herself with the rice and wheat laid out in a winnowing basket to dry. Given the modest quantity and the pleasant sunshine, it was nearly ready after just one day. She called for Lu Chuan to bring the basket back to the kitchen, announcing that they would have the new rice for dinner. Lu Chuan nodded, lifting the basket into the kitchen where he retrieved the tools for milling the rice. He poured the grains from the basket into a container and began to pound them vigorously with a pestle. In no time, the pristine white grains began to emerge. "My dear, this rice is remarkably easy to husk," Lu Chuan remarked as he continued to strike, and within a quarter of an hour, it was nearly done. Meng Tong was unaware of the husking quality of rice from the village, but Lu Chuan's experience suggested it was indeed favorable. After returning the husked grains to the winnowing basket, Lu Chuan sifted through them a couple of times, revealing all the outer shells floating at the surface. He discarded the shells with a gentle blow, unveiling the glistening grains of rice, each one plump and perfect. He grasped a handful of rice, letting the grains slip through his fingers, and a deeper smile spread across Lu Chuan's face. He had never encountered such fine rice. Indeed, it could rival the premium rice consumed by affluent households. "Let us cook some and have a taste." "Very well," he replied, pouring the rice into a wooden basin on the stove designated for storing rice. The quantity was modest. After husking, it amounted to nearly 2 pounds. He rinsed the rice before cooking it, just as Lu He and Lu Yin returned. Meng Tong joined them in the courtyard to wash and peel the small potatoes, while Lu Chuan prepared the meat and vegetables in the kitchen. "Mother, this little potato is so adorable." "Adorable indeed. Let us keep it." "No, I want to have father fry it separately, then give it to mother." After half an hour of washing a basket of small potatoes, the three of them managed to prepare just one plate by the time they sat down to eat, which was quickly devoured with only a few bites per person. However, the taste was delightful, especially as Lu Chuan had expertly fried them to a golden crisp, making them utterly appetizing. After dinner, they proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. Life in this ancient setting lacked much in the way of entertainment, and Meng Tong was gradually acclimating to this routine of laboring at dawn and resting at dusk. In Meng Tong's room, a luminous pearl hung from the ceiling, casting a radiant light that transformed the dim room into a bright sanctuary. Meng Tong, freshly washed, reclined languidly on her bed, a travelogue in hand, one she had retrieved from a cave. This narrative chronicled the journey of a destitute scholar traveling to the capital for the imperial examination, detailing his observations and experiences along the way. It was the sole book marked with annotations of high merit, perhaps due to its raw authenticity. Indeed, between the lines, Meng Tong sensed the profound helplessness and despair of an individual She was utterly engrossed in her reading when Lu Chuan entered, carrying a basin of warm water. "My dear, it's time to soak your feet." "All right." Closing the book, Meng Tong sat up. The man bent down at the opportune moment to support her waist, and the lingering warmth of his post-bath scent wafted into her nostrils. With a hint of a uniquely masculine fragrance, her heart fluttered uncontrollably. Perhaps it was due to her pregnancy. She mused, feeling a twinge of something. Oh dear, could it be pent-up emotions? Her mind began to wander as her expression remained serene. Dipping her feet into the warm water, Lu Chuan knelt beside her, gently massaging her feet while softly inquiring, "What are you reading, my dear?" "A travelogue I brought from the cave," Meng Tong replied, casting a glance at Lu Chuan. "Have you ever considered searching for your biological parents?" "No," he responded firmly. "Why not? Aren't you curious?" "Curiosity or lack thereof, it matters not. I simply wish to remain by your side, living a carefree life as we do now. As for them," a flicker of coldness crossed his gaze, "they are merely strangers." After a moment of silence, Meng Tong patted Lu Chuan's shoulder. "That's true. We should focus on living our own lives. I inquired only to understand your thoughts. If you wish to seek them, I will support you wholeheartedly. If not, you still have me, and and yin, we are your family. And your mother has a nest." The little one in her womb protested, as if reminding her not to forget him. Meng Tong chuckled softly, lifting Lu Chuan's hand to rest on her rounded abdomen, a smile of restrained joy gracing her lips. He felt the gentle pulse beneath his palm, and surprise illuminated Lu Chuan's dark eyes as he tenderly caressed her belly. "Thank you, my dear," he said, warmth flooding his heart, a sensation he had never experienced in over 20 years. Grasping her small hand resting on her knee, he rose to place a gentle kiss on her forehead, the affection in his gaze causing Meng Tong to blush. Unbeknownst to her, she was deeply moved by this man. His sincerity, thoughtfulness, and patience resonated with her, but most importantly, his kindness stood out. Meng Tong did not yearn for an extraordinary partner, be it in prowess, appearance, or wealth. What she needed was someone who truly cared for her. Of course, if there were additional qualities on that foundation, it would be a delightful bonus. Fortunately, Lu Chuan encompassed all of these traits. Not only was he ruggedly handsome, fitting her ideal perfectly, but he was also undeniably affluent, possessing resources that she could never exhaust in 10 lifetimes. In this moment, the barrier that had long existed within gradually dissipated. A glimmer of light flashed in Meng Tong's eyes as she called out to the man who continued to knead her feet, Lu Chuan. At the instant he lifted his gaze, he felt a shadow come toward him, followed by a cool sensation upon his lips. 3 seconds later, as his vision sharpened, Lu Chuan regarded Meng Tong with a mixture of surprise and an inexplicable fervor. "What are you staring at? Hurry and continue with the foot massage. The water will grow cold." "All right." His voice, deep and husky, resonated, and Meng Tong felt a tingling sensation in her legs. By the time she registered this, it was already too late. Chapter 54. After a great drought, a great disaster is sure to follow due to her pregnancy. They did not proceed to the final step, but they had experienced everything else. With her rosy cheeks resting against the robust chest of the man, Meng Tong's mind replayed the earlier moments. Those hands were truly strong. After a refreshing sleep until dawn, her already fair and beautiful face appeared even more radiant, exuding a unique charm. When the man, just awakening, beheld this sight, he could hardly contain the heat within. His gaze nearly incinerated Meng Tong. Ultimately, however, he merely leaned down to plant a light kiss upon her rosy lips. He drew a thin blanket over Meng Tong and, with his bare upper body, exited the room, heading directly for the bathroom. Inside, Meng Tong's eyelids fluttered, and a faint smile graced her lips before she turned over to continue her slumber. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that Lu Chuan emerged from the bathroom, feeling quite cool, and made his way to the kitchen. After boiling water for their daily wash, he returned to the room to assist Meng Tong with her shoes and clothing. The intimacy between them had significantly deepened. "After we harvest the remaining crops today, let us plant another batch. I wish to convert the land originally designated for wheat into cotton." "As you wish, my dear." "But why cotton?" Lu Chuan inquired, slightly puzzled, as he guided her out the door. Have you heard the saying? After a great drought, a great disaster must follow. As they crossed the threshold toward the kitchen, Lu Chuan's expression shifted slightly as he murmured, I haven't heard it. Perhaps it's my lack of experience. I previously only knew about hunting in the mountains, and my focus was limited. Are you suggesting that this year's drought may lead to other calamities? That's about the gist of it. However, it's merely a conjecture. Better to be prepared. If we plant some, and if the weather turns cold, I can make a few winter garments for you and the children. Meng Tong replied, pulling a chair for her to sit. He dutifully poured water for her to wash her face. Hearing her words, a smile flickered in Lu Chuan's eyes. His wife was thoughtful. By the way, this afternoon, I wish to venture outside and see if I can hunt some game. I have been in the mountains for quite some time and have yet to procure any game for you. Lu Chuan's words were laden with implication, and Meng Tong understood immediately. With a smile in her eyes, she nodded in agreement. After all, one must practice hunting. Neglecting it for too long could lead to a decline in skill. After a simple breakfast, the family headed towards the fields where the crops had yet to be harvested. Mother, can we leave this area for Yenner and sister to dig themselves? The adorable little ones clutched the small hoe that Lu Chuan had crafted for them in recent days, pointing toward a corner of the sweet potato field. That particular area had been intentionally left for them by Meng Tong to cultivate, with a small patch already excavated, which Meng Tong had hastily harvested for an early taste. Of course, we can dig them out and have your father carry them for you, she suggested. No, my sister and I want to dig and carry them ourselves. Didn't Team Mother say we must take full responsibility for our tasks? They replied, this patch is under the care of Yenner and my sister. Meng Tong chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling their hair, and encouragingly said, very well then, I look forward to the sweet potatoes you harvest. Your mother will prepare a delicious meal for you this evening. All right. Lu He and Lu Yin nodded vigorously before eagerly getting to work on their designated section of the sweet potato field. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan followed closely behind, carrying 2 small baskets to assist them in collecting the sweet potatoes. On the other side, Meng Tong settled herself in a relatively flat and shaded area, effortlessly summoning her unique abilities. The withering sweet potato vines were uprooted with ease, revealing large, plump sweet potatoes one after another, compared to rice cultivation. This was an effortless task. The sweet potatoes hanging from the vines were simply tugged into her spatial realm, while those buried in the earth were located and collected without leaving a single one behind, all within a mere 10 minutes. In contrast, Lu He and Lu Yin had only managed to unearth 2 small clusters of sweet potatoes during this time. With a smile gracing her cheeks, Meng Tong proceeded to gather other crops. She had also planted soybeans, sorghum, and various other plants, mainly to experiment with making soy sauce and sorghum wine. Before long, an hour had slipped away unnoticed, and Meng Tong completed her harvesting tasks. The couple chose not to disturb the industrious sisters, instead following behind them, offering encouragement as they worked. The final moments turned into a friendly competition between the sisters to see who could harvest more sweet potatoes. However, Lu Yan's impulsive nature ultimately led her to lose to Lu He, the primary reason being that she was overly focused on the competition, resulting in her pulling up damaged sweet potatoes, while Lu He maintained a steady pace, yielding perfect specimens free of any dirt. This reflected their distinct personalities. At last, the entire morning had culminated in the successful harvest of over 100 acres of previously barren land. The sisters' baskets brimmed with sweet potatoes, while the remaining harvest was gently coaxed into Meng Tong's spatial realm with patience. The family returned to the courtyard, basking in the midday sun. Lu Chuan took 1 basket into the kitchen to prepare lunch, while Meng Tong led the sisters to the bathing area to wash off the sweat and grime accumulated from a morning of hard labor. Their little faces were smeared with a mix of mud and perspiration, which felt particularly uncomfortable. Yet, one must commend the 2 for their resilience. In the afternoon, Lu Chuan ventured out for a hunt, while Meng Tong remained with the little ones in the courtyard. The trio donned matching light green cardigans and skirts, their hair intricately braided in identical styles, resembling a charming ancient family ensemble. This attire was crafted by Lu Chuan from fabric Meng Tong had scavenged from her spatial realm, as she herself struggled with sewing. On a rare day of leisure, Meng Tong decided to showcase her culinary skills. Today, she would begin by experimenting with 2 small sweet potatoes to make sweet potato cakes. She instructed her 2 sisters to place the sweet potatoes from their basket into a wooden basin while she prepared water nearby. The first step was to wash the sweet potatoes thoroughly, then slice them, boil them until soft, and mash them into a puree. Meng Tong recalled these steps from the many short videos she had watched before. While her eyes had learned the process, she was uncertain about her hands. Nevertheless, every endeavor has its first time, and one must be brave enough to try. Failure is not to be feared, but rather the lack of courage to attempt. In the courtyard, the 3 of them divided their tasks clearly. The 2 younger sisters were responsible for washing the sweet potatoes, while Meng Tong took on the task of slicing. After placing the sliced sweet potatoes into the steamer, Lu Yin eagerly asked, "Mother, is this what you meant by delicious?" "It's still early. You 2 go play for a while. I will call you when the food is ready," Meng Tong replied. "Don't you need our help?" Lu Yin inquired. "No need." Meng Tong waved her hand dismissively, not admitting her fear of a culinary mishap. Once out of the kitchen, Lu He and Lu Yin went off to play with Bai Yi, while Meng Tong busied herself with the sweet potato cakes. She took the steamed sweet potatoes, placed them in a wooden bowl, and began to mash them slowly. From her supplies, she retrieved some glutinous rice flour and sugar, mixing them until smooth and free of lumps, ready to be kneaded into a dough. After a quarter of an hour, a smooth ball of dough appeared before her. And thus far, Meng Tong felt quite satisfied with her progress. Dusting the wooden table with flour, she tore off small pieces of dough and shaped them into round cakes, ultimately crafting over 30 of them, completely using up the dough in a basin. The final step was to heat oil in a pan to fry the sweet potato cakes. This stage required careful control of the heat. It was best to fry them slowly over low heat until both sides turned golden brown. Meng Tong adhered strictly to the methods she had observed earlier. Although the initial attempts resulted in some burnt cakes, her skills improved as she continued, and the results began to resemble those from the videos. After an hour of labor, a plate of golden sweet potato cakes finally emerged, releasing an irresistible sweet aroma that drew her sisters and Bai Yi from their play. The 3 of them peered eagerly into the kitchen, and Lu Yin nearly drooled at the delightful scent. "Mother, what have you made? It smells incredible. Can we eat now?" "They are sweet potato cakes," Meng Tong replied. "Pierre, come in and take a plate. They should be cool enough now." "Okay." The little girl scampered in, her hands cradling the wooden platter as she made her way to the living room, with Lu Yin and Bai Yi trailing behind her. After tidying up the kitchen, Meng Tong followed suit. "Quickly, tell me how they taste. This is my first time making them," she exclaimed, handing each of them a cake. Observing Bai Yi, who was eagerly watching from the ground, Meng Tong hesitated before asking, "Can you eat this?" Bai Yi nodded, drawn by the enticing aroma. "Here, have a taste." With excitement, Bai Yi lowered its head and savored the sweet potato cake, its tail instinctively wagging in delight. "Delicious. Mother, I am fond of this sweet potato cake. Indeed, it is delightfully sticky and sweet." With a mouthful, the little one chewed while admiring Meng Tong, her lips glistening with the oil seeping from the cake. Meng Tong sat beside them, using a clean cloth from the table to wipe their mouths, her eyes sparkling with joy. "If you enjoy it, then have a couple more. But do not overindulge. Let us save a few for your father to taste, and we shall keep the rest for tomorrow, shall we?" "Good," the 2 answered obediently. Meng Tong herself consumed only 3, as the addition of glutinous rice could lead to indigestion if eaten excessively. As dusk fell, the sky grew dark, and Lu Chuan had yet to return from hunting. The dining area was prepared with meals waiting, yet the 3 women lacked the appetite to eat, their gazes frequently drifting towards the courtyard. "Mother, why hasn't father returned?" "He will be back soon. He must have caught quite a bit, making it cumbersome to carry," Meng Tong reassured as she gently patted the heads of her 2 daughters. She then called for Bai Yi, who was resting outside. "Please keep an eye on your sisters while I check by the cave." "Roar." "All right." Bai Yi responded with a couple of playful roars before gracefully striding over to Lu He and Lu Yin, rubbing its plush head against their legs. Normally, Lu He and Lu Yin would have laughed heartily, but today their attention was solely on Meng Tong, their eyes glistening with worry. "Mother, don't be afraid. I am just going to take a look. Stay here and wait for me and your father, all right?" Meng Tong bent slightly to comfort the tearful Lu Yan, then turned to the relatively composed Lu He. Take good care of your sister. I will return shortly. With who keeping you company, there's no need to fear. Bai Yi, eager to assert its presence, roared mightily, nearly shaking the roof, yet had an unexpectedly calming effect. The little one's spirits stabilized, for in their eyes, Bai Yi was still an omnipotent protector. Clutching the luminous pearl in her hand, Meng Tong ventured towards the cave, channeling her abilities to seek out Lu Chuan's whereabouts. Regrettably, there was no trace of him within a 10-kilometer radius, and Meng Tong's expression grew grave. Could he have encountered some formidable beast? Meanwhile, over 10 kilometers away, in a dense thicket, Lu Chuan was drenched in sweat, carrying a bloodied man on his back. The man, in his 40s, was unrecognizable. His black robe was in tatters, and his exposed skin bore the gruesome marks of a wild buffalo's assault, with a gaping hole punctured in his left arm. The sight was horrifying. As the darkness deepened, urgency flickered in Lu Chuan's eyes. His wife and daughters would surely be worried. He quickened his pace, eager to return to the valley. Suddenly, a wild deer leapt into his path, obstructing his way. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow as the man's deep, dark eyes became fathomless, resembling a whirlpool at sea. Get out of the way, he shouted in anger, yet the deer remained unmoving, its innocent, clear eyes reflecting a sense of urgency. What did it mean? What was it anxious about? As Lu Chuan found himself lost in thought, a few wild deer leapt away into the distance, their forms blending into the dim shadows of the night, emitting a sharp cry directed towards him. A vague voice echoed in his mind once more, compelling him to gaze into the deer's eyes. It seemed to beckon him, urging, "Follow me." With his lips pressed together in contemplation, the man hesitated for but a moment before lifting his feet to match the deer's pace. In the enveloping darkness, Lu Chuan, who had lost his sense of direction, finally began to tread upon the correct path. Within half an hour, he had entered the range of Meng Tong's extraordinary abilities. 2 individuals? At the mouth of the cave, Meng Tong opened her eyes and glanced to the left. Approximately 8 or 9 kilometers away, she sensed the presence of 2 people. Yet, Lu Chuan had ventured out alone. Had he encountered others while hunting? Pondering these uncertainties, Meng Tong nonchalantly retrieved a chair from her spatial realm and settled at the cave's entrance, awaiting the return of Lu Chuan. If it were indeed him, she was curious to discover who he had brought back. If not, a chilling glint flickered in her striking eyes. She would not mind eliminating 2 more individuals. Time passed slowly. The moon ascended to its zenith, and Meng Tong, who had been resting with her eyes closed, abruptly opened them, her gaze sharp and filled with an imposing aura, directed towards the bounding deer. It was then that she noticed the silhouettes of 2 figures trailing behind. Due to Lu Chuan carrying someone in the dense shadows of the trees, she was momentarily unable to discern their identities. With narrowed eyes, a continuous stream of energy flowed from her palm, and a vine on the ground eagerly prepared to spring forth. It is I. Chapter 56. The Arrival of the Relief Hall's Master. A Blessing or a Curse? A hoarse voice, tinged with joy, emerged from the shadows of the trees, prompting Meng Tong to retract her energy and focus on the speaker, Lu Chuan. The man gently set the bloodied figure he had been carrying down a short distance away and took a few steps towards Meng Tong. As the moonlight illuminated the area near the cave, Lu Chuan caught sight of Meng Tong's form and her movements. Fortunately, he had spoken in time. Otherwise, he would have faced the wrath of his wife. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "What do you think?" Meng Tong replied, her expression a mix of incredulity and exasperation as she turned her head towards the shadowy figure beneath the trees. "What is the meaning of this?" He is someone I encountered during my hunt today. He was being dragged through the underbrush by a wild bull, his arms skewered. I thought he still had life in him, so..." Lu Chuan explained, casting a sidelong glance at Meng Tong. To be honest, he had felt conflicted about rescuing the man. In these chaotic times, he could not guarantee the intentions of those he met. Moreover, they were deep in the mountains, a place where ordinary people rarely ventured. Ultimately, he had decided to save him after recognizing his face. This man was Yu Feng, the master of the town's relief hall. known as the physician from the capital among the townsfolk. Lu Chuan had met him previously when he had gone to the town for medicine after suffering an injury while hunting. Back then, he had been without a single coin, and it was Yu Feng who had graciously waived his fees. This was also the reason Lu Chuan had carried him to this valley. Yu Feng was in essence his benefactor. Didn't T the relief hall leave before the arrival of the refugees? Meng Tong inquired, perplexed. You were present at that time, were you not? You even took him to see about his foot. It seemed there was more to the story than met the eye. Lu Chuan replied, my lady, would you mind taking a look at him for me? Certainly, but I must first state my conditions. Please do go on. I can save him, but you must not bring him into the valley. That is my bottom line. Agreed, Lu Chuan responded without hesitation. He had never intended to let him enter the valley, for it harbored the family's secrets, and he was not foolish enough to allow an outsider inside. Very well then. With that, Meng Tong walked towards the man beneath the tree's shadow, with Lu Chuan closely following, his left hand gently resting on her arm. Upon reaching the man, Meng Tong retrieved a luminous pearl and handed it to Lu Chuan, illuminating the previously dim forest. She then assessed the man's condition on the ground. The term bloodied was no exaggeration. His entire body bore wounds, especially his left arm, which was barely attached by a strip of skin. Slowly kneeling down, Meng Tong felt for the man's pulse, which was faint and barely discernible. Without hesitation, she infused him with her powers, decisively withdrawing once she ensured he was still alive. Rising with Lu Chuan's assistance, she turned to the weary Lu Chuan and said, I have saved him. From here on, he must rely on himself. Thank you, my lady. Lu Chuan replied gratefully, supporting her waist. I shall escort you back to rest. May I leave him at the cave's entrance for now? That is acceptable, Meng Tong responded. After expending her powers, it would be unwise to let him be dragged away by wild beasts upon entering the valley. Carrying Yu Feng to lay at the cave's entrance, Lu Chuan escorted Meng Tong back to the small courtyard in the valley. The two exchanged no words along the way. Lu Chuan attempted to speak several times, but upon seeing Meng Tong's expressionless profile, he found himself at a loss for words. Upon entering the courtyard, the luminous pearl in the living room still shone brightly, and Bai Yi emerged upon hearing their arrival. You should take Lu He and Lu Yin back to their room to sleep. The sisters have been waiting for you all night and fell asleep in the living room. Understood. Releasing his hold on Meng Tong's waist, Lu Chuan stepped into the living room. Indeed, Lu He and Lu Yin had already fallen asleep, their faces resting on the table, with traces of unshed tears at the corners of their eyes. A pang of sorrow filled his heart as he approached the table, carefully lifting Lu He into his arms before striding toward her room. Perhaps sensing her father's warmth and security, the little girl, who had previously been tense, relaxed as soon as she fell into Lu Chuan's embrace, her small face nestling against him as she murmured, Daddy. The darkness in her eyes softened, and Lu Chuan felt all his weariness dissipate in that moment. After laying her down gently in her room and wiping away the tears from her eyes, he returned to fetch Lu Yin for her rest. Upon returning to the room he shared with Meng Tong, he found her already in bed, having removed her outer garments. Upon noticing Lu Chuan's entrance, she slightly raised her gaze and pointed to a package on the table with her left hand, saying, These are all supplies for external injuries. You may try them. Thank you, my lady, he replied with a smile. Approaching her, he planted a gentle kiss on her cheek before advising her to rest early, then departed. In the stillness of the room, Meng Tong stared at the ceiling, hoping fervently that Lu Chuan had not saved the wrong person and that his arrival was indeed a true stroke of fate. The following day, as Meng Tong awoke, her gaze fell upon Lu Chuan, who lay prostrate at the foot of her bed. It seemed he had returned only at the break of dawn, choosing to rest there so as not to disturb her slumber. A flicker of compassion crossed her features as she quietly rose, reaching for a nearby blanket to drape over him. Just then, the man stirred, his bloodshot eyes meeting hers. Rubbing his eyes, Lu Chuan inquired, My dear, have I disturbed your rest? No, not at all. Please, come up and sleep. I must rise soon, she replied. You needn't come to me, he insisted. Oh, with alacrity. He climbed onto the bed, lying down obediently while casting a sidelong glance at Meng Tong. He closed his eyes, surrendering to sleep. Ah, he murmured, too cautious to make any further movements, and within a minute, Meng Tong felt the rhythm of his steady breathing. How selfless he was, exhausting himself for her sake. Having donned her shoes, Meng Tong stepped outside, first visiting the restroom. After taking a stroll around the courtyard and noticing the absence of Bai Yi, it appeared that Lu Chuan had sent him to the cave entrance. She hoped he wouldn't frighten the benefactor. "Mother, where is father? Has he returned?" Lu Yan's voice broke the silence. "Shoo," Meng Tong whispered to her daughter near the door. "Your father has returned and is sleeping. Shall we not disturb him?" "Okay." Lu Yan complied, lowering her voice and tiptoeing closer to Meng Tong. "Mother, last night, was it father who carried me back to my room?" She had a vague recollection of her father returning, yet it felt elusive, prompting her to investigate, only to find Meng Tong wandering outside. Thus, the scene unfolded as it did. Gently caressing the chubby little face of her daughter, Meng Tong smiled and reassured her, "Indeed, it was your father." "Mother, where did father go yesterday?" "My sister and I waited at home for ages. We endured our drowsiness until we could no longer hold back our tears and finally drifted off to sleep. Once your father awakens, you may ask him. He has kept our dear Heer and Yinner waiting for far too long." All right. Chapter 57. The function of zombie crystal cores. Altering seed kernels? After the trio enjoyed breakfast, they refrained from disturbing Lu Chuan until the echo of Baiye's roar resonated from the cave, prompting the man to rise from his slumber. Having regained much of his vigor, Lu Chuan dressed as Meng Tong entered the room. "My dear, I instructed Baiyi to stand guard at the cave entrance to monitor the situation. I just heard his call. I must go check on him. You and the children stay here and wait for me." Meng Tong nodded and then raised her gaze to Lu Chuan. "What are your plans should he awaken?" The man fell silent, having not contemplated that possibility. Yet Meng Tong's implication was clear. "Lu Chuan, think carefully. You're even with him now. My intervention to save him was out of respect for his prior assistance to you. The valley is our home, and I cannot allow an ambiguous figure to linger outside. Do you understand my meaning?" "I do," Lu Chuan replied. "If he awakens, I will ensure he departs." "Very well, go on. The kitchen holds the provisions I prepared. Please take some with you." Her tones softened, and the man nodded, making his way to the kitchen. After gathering the food Meng Tong had prepared, Lu Chuan proceeded toward the cave. Dazed and bewildered, Lu He and Lu Yan wished to follow along, but were halted by Meng Tong's call. "Mother, where has father gone? It won't be like yesterday, will it?" Lu Yan's little face was etched with concern. Meng Tong gently pulled the two children closer, one in each hand. As she reassured them, "Your father has gone to meet an old friend. He will return shortly." "Ah, are there other people in this deep mountain?" Lu He and Lu Yan exclaimed in astonishment. Having lived here for so long, they had yet to encounter anyone besides their parents. Could it be that others had ventured into the mountains? Would that pose a danger? With a flurry of anxious thoughts, the two children nervously tugged at Meng Tong's fingers. "Mother, could there be bad people coming in?" they asked. "Fear not. Even if there are, I will ensure you remain unharmed," Meng Tong replied, soothingly patting the sisters' backs, her eyes flashing with a cold intensity. She would not allow anyone to disturb her tranquil and leisurely life. At the mouth of the cave, Yufeng leaned against the uneven wall, his pale face beaded with cold sweat. What had he just witnessed? A tiger. There was indeed a tiger here, and he had encountered it. Glancing at the bandaged marks on his arm, an ominous thought crept into Yufeng's mind. Had his benefactor fallen prey to the beast? Painful chill filled his gaze as he cautiously peered into the cave, realizing it was the tiger's lair. With this understanding, panic washed over him. Dragging his battered and weakened body, Yufeng gritted his teeth and steadied himself against the wall. He needed to return swiftly and alter the route for others venturing into the mountains. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Regrettably, he mourned the loss of his savior. If only he were still alive. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, and the middle-aged man, nearing 50, bowed deeply 3 times toward the cave. This life's gratitude shall be repaid in the next. Stumbling to his feet, he cautiously made his way toward the cave's exit, afraid to make a sound for fear of alerting the tiger within. Not long after he left, Lu Chuan arrived at the cave's entrance with Bai Yi. Where is he?" Lu Chuan exclaimed in confusion, turning to Bai Yi. He hasn't been devoured by you, has he? Bai Yi let out an enraged roar. Suddenly, a vague voice echoed in Lu Chuan's mind. I did not. Where had the man gone? Puzzled, Lu Chuan scanned the area outside the cave. Finding no signs of animals having entered, the only possibility was that he had left on his own. His furrowed brow relaxed as a realization dawned on him. This was fate. If he had departed, so be it. It spared him the need to speak. Tidying up the cave entrance, Lu Chuan retraced his steps back to the valley courtyard. Seeing the man return so quickly, Meng Tong was somewhat surprised and inquired, "Why have you returned so soon? Is he not awake?" "He is awake. He left on his own before Bai Yi, and I even arrived," Lu Chuan replied. With narrowed eyes, Meng Tong sensed something amiss. Upon meeting Bai Ye's gaze, the realization struck her. Had it truly frightened him? Once Meng Tong summoned her abilities to cover the valley, she swiftly discerned Yu Feng's silhouette. He was departing towards the direction he had returned from the previous day. Why the haste? Was someone awaiting him, or was he genuinely fearful of the White Knight? Meng Tong could not ascertain the truth. However, in the ensuing days, she would employ her powers to investigate the external circumstances. Fortunately, everything appeared to be normal. The family within the valley resumed their routine labors, as the first harvest of crops had been gathered and preparations for the second planting were underway. The incident of the transformation of tigers into plow oxen recurred, albeit this time it was considerably simpler than the first. The grandfather and his two grandsons donned the hats chosen by Meng Tong and set off to till the fields, while she remained at home, resting. Seizing this opportunity, Meng Tong entered her consciousness space to meticulously explore the matter of seeds. She felt that attributing such significant changes in seeds solely to genetic mutations was rather hasty. Before the bounty of seeds scavenged from the apocalypse, Meng Tong was met with what appeared to be mountains of them. As she surveyed the heaps, she spared no detail, and indeed, while sifting through a pile of fruit seeds, she finally uncovered an object emitting a green glow. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a zombie crystal core. Could this be the source of such phenomena? Meng Tong was skeptical. In the apocalypse, she only understood that zombie crystal cores could enhance an ability user's powers, yet she had never heard of them altering the core of certain materials. Nevertheless, she could not dismiss the possibility outright, for the awakening of ability users in the apocalypse was also due to particular substances. It was conceivable that this zombie crystal core contained elements capable of transforming seeds. Grasping the crystal core in her hand, Meng Tong continued her search, eventually unearthing a purple crystal core from a pile of rice and a yellow crystal core from a heap of corn, while the rest were uniformly placed in a corner. In total, there were approximately 100 cores of various sizes and colors, all collected by Meng Tong herself. The formidable individuals of the apocalypse typically scorned such items for enhancing their strength, relying instead on tangible experience. Yet, unwilling to let others take advantage, Meng Tong had accumulated these cores in a corner of her space. As for the seeds, it was evident that someone had introduced them into the base during experiments in the apocalypse. Who possessed the cleverness to conceive such a method? The corners of Meng Tong's mouth nearly stretched to her ears. If the zombie crystal cores were indeed the catalyst, she could already foresee a prosperous life ahead as a landowner, with bountiful yields. Chapter 58. A near fratricide to validate her hypothesis, Meng Tong retrieved 2 crystal cores from the corner and approached a bag of wheat seeds she had scavenged from the village chief's home. Opening the bag, she reached in and grasped a handful to examine. The grains were underdeveloped, containing various impurities. Noting their initial state, Meng Tong placed the crystal cores into the bag, burying them beneath the wheat seeds with a gentle stir. In a similar fashion, she gathered the other seeds she had collected, ensuring that each contained at least 1 crystal core. Now, she awaited the results. Having completed her tasks within the space, Meng Tong withdrew her consciousness and emerged. As the day was still early and the weather delightful, Meng Tong moved several sieves that had been tidied away in the kitchen out into the yard. Having enjoyed 2 meals of freshly harvested rice, the flavor was simply exquisite, not only fragrant and tender, but also imbued with a subtle, delicate aroma. The entire family adored it. Meng Tong contemplated drying more, so they could indulge whenever they wished. Having spread approximately 100 caddies of unhulled rice, she constructed a makeshift drying platform with wooden planks in the yard, covering it with a clean cloth, and finally spread over 100 caddies of wheat to dry as well. Once her tasks were completed, Meng Tong reclined under the eaves, resting, while a small table beside her overflowed with an array of fruits and snacks. Life was quite bountiful. In the evening, shortly after the sun had set, Lu Chuan and his 2 grandsons returned, while Bai Yi had ventured into the valley in search of food. Just as Meng Tong put the rice on to cook, she offered the fruits to the 3 men, who were also resting under the eaves, and asked, "So, today was not as exhausting as the initial days of clearing the land, was it?" "Indeed, it was not," Lu Chuan replied. "Just one more day of work, and we can start planting." The tilled land consisted primarily of the rice plot and the area for wheat. As for the vegetable garden, it had already been tilled a few days prior, and with plenty of fresh produce still available, Meng Tong felt no urgency to plant. Her current focus was to cultivate more grains, ensuring that they would not go hungry in the future. "Tomorrow, I'll harvest the remaining watermelons and cantaloupes, then till the soil again for other crops." "What will you plant, my dear?" one of the men inquired, as he nibbled on a slice of watermelon, his dark eyes reflecting pure curiosity. Popping a large, juicy grape in her mouth, Meng Tong mumbled, "Let us plant rice. The rice mother used to grow is so delicious." "Yes, it's fragrant and soft." In her dreams, here is always in the rice bin. The 2 sisters, momentarily distracted from their watermelon feast, suddenly chimed in. Their little faces were smeared with the bright red juice, yet they seemed oblivious, playfully licking their small tongues around their mouths. "What messy children," Meng Tong chuckled, rising to wipe Lu He's mouth with a clean cloth from the table, a helpless smile gracing her lips. "Eat slowly, or you'll get it all over your face." "Mother, please wipe it for me," Lu Yin said, tilting her face toward Meng Tong, her eyes sparkling with delight. Observing this scene, Lu Chuan smiled softly, his gaze fixed on Meng Tong as she diligently wiped Lu Yin's mouth. "She's truly beautiful," he thought to himself. Having finished the last piece of watermelon, the man energetically stood up to gather the drying items in the yard, then headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. On the stove lay the fresh ingredients Meng Tong had just retrieved from the storage: potatoes, green beans, cabbage, carrots, ribs, chicken, and a slab of fresh pork belly. His mind raced, and within moments, he determined the evening's menu. One dish, sweet and sour potato strips, was inspired by his own take on sweet and sour ribs, a surprising favorite among the sisters, so he decided to prepare it again. Following that, he would make the usual dry-fried green beans, carrot and rib soup, garlic chicken pieces, and stir-fried pork belly. As for the cabbage, it was because Meng Tong desired a light vegetable soup. Lu Chuan cut half a cabbage to prepare a small pot for her. In no time, he skillfully prepared 6 dishes. The family gathered around the dining table in the living room, and Meng Tong, along with Lu He and Lu Yin, sang Lu Chuan's praises. The man's eyes sparkled with joy, clearly relishing their admiration. Sitting beside Meng Tong, Lu Chuan served her rice and placed the soup she craved before her. Faced with the meticulous man, Meng Tong found it hard not to be moved, and ended up eating an extra bowl of food. "Father, these potato strips are delicious." "Well then, eat more." "Father, in the future, I want to learn to cook from you, so I can prepare meals for you and Mother." "All right, when you grow a bit older, I will teach you." Lu Chuan patiently responded to the talkative Lu Yin, and the atmosphere at the table was harmonious. Another day passed, and early in the morning, Lu Chuan went to plow the fields, while the sisters Lu He and Lu Yin were still fast asleep. After dressing, Meng Tong stepped outside and saw the rice and wheat that had been laid out to dry in the yard. It was evident that Lu Chuan had done this. Walking towards the kitchen along the corner of the courtyard, Meng Tong first washed up briefly, then carried the porridge from the stove to the living room. Lu Chuan rose early, and if he left the porridge in the kitchen, it would cool by the time they woke up. After fetching bowls and chopsticks, Meng Tong first went to Lu He's room. The little girl was quiet, and her room appeared rather elegant. Lifting the floral cloth hanging by the bed, Meng Tong gently bent down and called softly, "It's time to wake up for porridge." Mother." With just that call, the little girl woke up without a trace of morning grumpiness. Rubbing her eyes and grasping Meng Tong's hand, Lu He emerged from her blankets. Here is so good. Dress yourself and wash your face. Mother will go call Yenner. Okay. The sweet, soft voice warmed Meng Tong's heart. She cupped Lu He's small face and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, ruffling her little head before heading to Lu Yan's room. In contrast to Lu He's elegance, Lu Yan's room was more eclectic. Upon entering, one was greeted by an array of colorful flowers and plants, some dried, others nurtured by Lu Chuan in pots, creating a vibrant display. Approaching the bedside, Meng Tong gently patted Lu Yan's shoulder and softly called, Yan, Tom, wake up. There was no response. Calling again, Lu Yan, who had buried her head in the blankets, sleepily opened her eyes. Upon seeing her mother at the bedside, the little girl exclaimed brightly, Mother. She then sprang up and enveloped Meng Tong in a bear hug, nearly knocking her off balance. Fortunately, Meng Tong steadied herself, not succumbing to the sudden onslaught. Mother, are you all right? I'm fine. Now get up and put on your shoes. Meng Tong, noticing the little one's hint of guilt, bore no expression of reproach. As long as she recognized her misstep, that was sufficient. After quickly donning her shoes, Lu Yan took Meng Tong's hand, and together they made their way to the kitchen. Feeling her heart race, Lu Yan blinked, thinking to herself, I almost caused a catastrophe for my dear brother. Chapter 59. Harvesting cantaloupes and planting cotton in the living room. The three women savored the rice porridge that Lu Chuan had thoughtfully prepared. Meng Tong instructed her sisters to guard the rice and wheat in the yard while she made her way to the watermelon field. Not far from the courtyard, she spotted Lu Chuan diligently working in the fields, a single hand steadying the plow, while the white knight was leisurely at his side. It appeared to be as easy as he had claimed. Following the small path created by Lu Chuan towards the watermelon field, Meng Tong took a moment to check on the medicinal herb garden. The plants were thriving, and she would often visit to infuse them with her unique abilities. Upon arriving at the watermelon field, Meng Tong inspected the watermelons that had not yet been harvested. For those that were underdeveloped or noticeably smaller, she would use her powers to hasten their ripening. She collected dozens of watermelons, and to ease Lu Chuan's work later, she also gathered the vines. Next came the cantaloupes. Meng Tong had left many unpicked, hoping that a few more days would enhance their sweetness. However, it seemed the time had come. Sitting on the ground, she sliced open a cantaloupe, its fragrant and sweet flesh glistening a vibrant yellow. Taking a bite, the juice flowed abundantly, perfectly sweet. After devouring half, she prepared to store the remaining cantaloupe in her space, only to see Lu Chuan approaching. Dressed in gray-blue work attire, his muscular arms, tan from exposure, radiated strength and a sense of security. What brings you here? He asked. Why, you wanted to rest, so I let it lie down for a bit. I came to check on you, Lu Chuan replied, glancing at the half-cut cantaloupe on the ground. Wife, is this like the watermelon? Not quite, but you'll know once you taste it, Meng Tong said, handing him the remaining cantaloupe. Scoop out the seeds and place them here. The rest is just like eating watermelon. She pointed to a nearby leaf. Lu Chuan understood and settled beside her. With deftness, he scraped the seeds onto the leaf and then cut the cantaloupe into long, rectangular pieces. Here, I've had my share. You eat now. Seeing that Meng Tong had indeed had enough, Lu Chuan did not insist further. He quickly polished off a piece of cantaloupe. Though it did not evoke much astonishment in his eyes, he preferred watermelon instead. What do you think? Meng Tong inquired, tilting her head towards him. Quite good, but I still prefer watermelon, he replied honestly. Is it too sweet, or just not to your taste? She asked. Too sweet, Lu Chuan admitted candidly. He had never been fond of sweet foods, a fact Meng Tong fully understood. After consuming 2 pieces, Lu Chuan stopped eating, and Meng Tong stored the remaining pieces and the seeds in her space. Supporting Meng Tong to her feet with his right hand, Lu Chuan inquired about the cantaloupes in the field. Are these all ripe? Yes, I'll harvest them now. You can come over to till the soil afterward. All right. Watching Meng Tong work, Lu Chuan was already accustomed to her methods, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. Look at how capable my wife is. Lu Chuan accompanied Meng Tong as they strolled through the orchard, collecting not only the ripe fruits but also the vines of the cantaloupe. After gathering the harvest, Lu Chuan assisted Meng Tong back to the small courtyard, reminding her sisters to keep a watchful eye on their mother before returning to his work in the fields. Meng Tong, however, was not one to remain idle. Shortly after Lu Chuan departed, she gathered her sisters in the living room to engage in the art of fruit preparation. Alas, her space lacked yogurt. Otherwise, she could have concocted a delightful fruit salad. Lotus Swallow, please help your mother by cleaning the fuzz off this peach and the white frost from these plums, she instructed. What delicious dish are you preparing, mother? They inquired. You will find out soon enough, Meng Tong teased, though it was merely a simple arrangement of fruits designed to please the eye. With ample time and patience, she meticulously cleaned the fruits and placed them in a bamboo basket, taking a seat to slice them slowly. The process was oddly therapeutic. Her sisters, hesitant to disturb their mother's focused demeanor, sat quietly across from her, watching intently. When they beheld the wooden platter adorned with neatly arranged, vibrantly colored fruit cuts, Lu He and Lu Yin could not help but gasp in admiration. Their mother possessed an indescribable elegance. Here, each of you take a plate. It is beneficial to consume more fruit, Meng Tong offered. Thank you, mother, the sisters replied, accepting the wooden plates filled with cubed watermelon, diced cantaloupe, oval plums, and peach slices resembling little boats. The variety of shapes and vivid colors harmonized beautifully, captivating the sisters' curiosity. Lu Yin, reluctant to disturb the aesthetic, shyly asked, Mother, is this how the affluent families in town enjoy their fruits? No, it's simply an arrangement of different fruits, Meng Tong replied with a smile. Each fruit offers its own unique benefits. I merely wish for you both to experience a taste. All right. The sisters immediately relaxed, raising their freshly washed hands to savor the delightful morsels. Meng Tong refrained from interrupting. They were free to enjoy the fruits as they pleased. Lu Chuan spent the entire day tilling the available land. Upon returning home that evening, Meng Tong rewarded each of them with a touch of extraordinary ability. Bai Yi was overjoyed, circling around her with a wagging tail, eliciting a shake of the head from Lu Chuan at the comical display. That night, they dined simply as a family and then retired to rest, for the following morning would require an early rise to plant rice and cotton. The next day, Lu Chuan was the first to awaken, followed by Meng Tong, and lastly, Lu He and Lu Yin. The family of four gathered in the living room for breakfast. Wife, what do we cultivate, cotton? Lu Chuan inquired. I'm not quite sure, Meng Tong replied honestly. While she was unaware of the specifics of cotton cultivation, she did possess cotton seeds in her space. She reasoned that they could be sown directly into the earth, and if necessary, she would infuse them with a bit of her extraordinary ability to ensure their survival rate. After finishing their meal, they set out for the fields. Taking advantage of the mild morning sun, the rice seeds were placed in the ground as before, with the three elders scattering them, while Meng Tong took charge of the cotton. She retrieved all the cotton seeds from her spatial storage and, employing her abilities, evenly scattered them across the soil, subsequently infusing them with her energy. Upon witnessing the emergence of tender sprouts, Meng Tong ceased her efforts, allowing them to grow at their own pace. Remarkably swift, she completed the task in less than half an hour. Just as she was about to withdraw her energy, she suddenly sensed a commotion outside the valley. Bai Yi, resting at the cave entrance, stood up, emitting a fierce warning growl. Chapter 60. Bai Ye's Strength. A single bite to slay a leopard. Bai Ye's unusual behavior drew the attention of Lu Chuan and the two little ones. The trio abandoned their tasks and hurried toward Meng Tong. Lu Chuan's dark, icy gaze reflected his instinctive concern that Yufeng had returned. My dear, take the children back home. I will take Bai Yi to investigate. Glancing towards the cave, Meng Tong turned to the visibly frightened sisters and replied, after a moment of contemplation, All right, but please be careful. Okay, without further ado, the man strode purposefully toward the cave. Meng Tong held one child's hand in each of hers, their eyes fixed on Lu Chuan's retreating figure. Mother, will father be all right? Lu Yin anxiously inquired, her beautiful, dark eyes brimming with tears. Lowering her gaze and gently wiping the sweat from the little one's forehead, Meng Tong reassured her softly. He'll be fine. Let's go home. Your father will return shortly. Mother, will he really be safe? He will. Trust your mother. Didn't Hu accompany him as well? Come now, trust in me. Grasping Lu He's left hand, Meng Tong patiently reassured her. Yes, He believes in Mother. So does Yenner. Following Meng Tong, the three settled in the courtyard, awaiting Lu Chuan's return. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan advanced toward the cave's entrance with Bai Yi by his side. As he neared, the furious roars of animals became increasingly pronounced. Ordinarily, the presence of Bai Yi would deter any creature from approaching the cave, indicating that something must have transpired in the forest, compelling them to come forth. While a sense of relief washed over him, questions lingered as he reached the cave's mouth. Before him stood a massive wild buffalo, and not just one. Bai Yi, being a tiger with a fiercely protective nature, transformed from its previously languid elegance into a fierce beast upon seeing the agitated buffalo at the cave's entrance. Its sleek, glossy coat bristled, and its regal gaze fixated on the buffalo, as if prepared to pounce and deliver a fatal bite at any moment. The tension in the air compelled Lu Chuan to halt, his powerful right hand firmly pressing against Bai Yi's head, which had risen in defiance. His deep, resonant voice resonated with an undeniable authority. Bai Yi, with a growl of reluctant indignation emanating from its nostrils, Bai Yi begrudgingly positioned itself beside Lu Chuan, yet its eyes remained locked in a fierce glare at the buffalo. Similarly, the restless bison at the mouth of the cave sensed the oppressive aura of Bai Yi. In the past, they would have fled without hesitation, yet today they lingered, pacing at the entrance and even using their horns to prod the large tree planted by Meng Tong. This behavior was exceedingly unusual. Lu Chuan refrained from acting impulsively. He knew well the destructive power of the bison and feared they might recklessly charge inside, potentially harming the three women in the valley. Standing a few paces away from the cave entrance, Lu Chuan's ebony eyes fixed upon the bison closest to him. Its skin was a deep shade of black, and the fur connecting its head to its neck was slightly curled, resembling a singed mass. Observing its back and abdomen, he noted varying degrees of charred marks and scratches. This confirmed two of Lu Chuan's suspicions. Either they had encountered a wildfire, or someone had attempted to trap them using firebrands or other incendiary objects. Neither scenario boded well, and Lu Chuan's brow furrowed as he gradually advanced towards the cave entrance for a closer inspection. Bai Yi, ever vigilant, mirrored his movements. Upon reaching a large tree at the mouth of the cave, Lu Chuan pressed his chest against the trunk, casting a sidelong glance to the left. To his surprise, he discovered not only bison but also several wild boars and deer gathered beneath a few trees, all observing the bison near the cave entrance, creating an eerie equilibrium among the three groups. As ominous thoughts multiplied in his mind, Lu Chuan beckoned Bai Yi closer and whispered a few words before slowly retreating. Just then, a leopard, concealed within the foliage, sprang forth with astonishing speed, its serrated fangs aimed directly at Lu Chuan's neck. Animals possess great intelligence. The leopard had been monitoring Lu Chuan and Bai Yi's movements. When it judged that they were no threat, it launched a counterattack without hesitation. Lu Chuan's retreat, coupled with Bai Yi's compliance, signaled to the leopard that the pair posed no danger. The events unfolded with breathtaking rapidity, leaving Lu Chuan no time to react. However, Bai Yi had already leaped into action. With a powerful bound, it soared over 2 meters high, its taut muscles and robust limbs forming a perfect arc in midair. Seizing the moment, Bai Yi clamped its jaws around the leopard that was rushing towards Lu Chuan, pinning its writhing body to the ground. Like capturing a wild chicken, it delivered a fatal blow. With a firm grip on the leopard's neck, Bai Yi calmly gazed at the bison and other creatures still observing from a distance. Releasing the lifeless leopard, Bai Yi threw back its head and unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed far and wide, startling all nearby animals into a frenzied escape. The entire encounter transpired within a minute, leaving even the typically composed Lu Chuan astounded by Bai Yi's formidable prowess. Truly remarkable. With another 3 resounding roars that conveyed absolute dominance and a warning, Bai Yi finally fell silent, gracefully striding back to Lu Chuan's side. He is an unwavering loyalist. Once he has chosen his master, he will defend their safety with his very life. The recent actions of the leopard were undoubtedly suicidal. Suppressing his inner excitement, Lu Chuan crouched down to stroke Bai Yi's head, a sincere smile gracing his face. Excellent. When we return, I shall have my wife reward you. How wonderful! Bai Yi wagged his tail in delight. As for Lu Chuan, he carried the lifeless leopard back to the valley, an invaluable medicinal herb with various health benefits. Note: leopards are protected animals and cannot be hunted in reality. In the valley courtyard, Bai Ye's 3 furious roars caught the attention of Meng Tong, Lu He, and Lu Yan. Rising from her seat, Meng Tong cast a glance towards the cave, her eyes filled with a murderous intent. She had already sensed through her powers that a group of large animals lurked at the cave entrance. Initially, she harbored no concerns, but upon hearing Bai Ye's voice, her unease grew. Pierre, Yenair, find a place to hide inside. I will go take a look. Mother, I don't want to. Be obedient. Pierre will take your sister back inside. All right. The little girl, displaying a measure of rationality, pulled the tearful Lu Yan into the house. Mother is formidable. She will surely be fine. We would only serve to trouble her and father if we remain outside. Chapter 61. Exiting the Valley. Seeking the secrets of the large animals with her 5-month pregnant belly, Meng Tong approached the cave, wielding Lu Chuan's machete. Should any hint of danger arise, she would not hesitate to strike. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan was unaware of Meng Tong's approach, as he followed Bai Yi while carrying the leopard. Thus, the two encountered each other within the cave. My dear, what brings you here? I heard Bai Yi's voice and came to see. Her gaze discreetly assessed the situation, and upon confirming that both Lu Chuan and Bai Yi were unharmed, Meng Tong exhaled in relief. She then turned to the lifeless creature on the ground and inquired, "Is it dead?" "Yes, Bai Yi killed it." At the mention of this, Lu Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly recounted Bai Yi's achievement to Meng Tong, even requesting a small reward for it. When she heard that the leopard had intended to bite him, a sharp glint flashed in Meng Tong's eyes. However, upon realizing Bai Yi's valor, she unhesitatingly infused it with some of her powers. Such bravery deserved recognition. What about the situation outside? Meng Tong asked as she walked alongside Lu Chuan. I can't provide specifics, but many large animals have arrived. I noticed a wild bull with traces of carbon ash on its body. Carbon ash? Meng Tong pondered, her mind racing, and a chill settled in her eyes. This was not a good sign. Noticing Meng Tong's expression tighten, Lu Chuan reassured her, Don't worry, my dear. I will take Bai Yi outside to assess the situation shortly. I want to go too. Lu Chuan shot her a disapproving look, clearly indicating his concerns about her visibly protruding belly. This was not a matter to be taken lightly. Despite her formidable capabilities, Lu Chuan was resolute in his disapproval of her risking herself. Yet, Meng Tong was determined to accompany him, ultimately forcing Lu Chuan to relent. The two returned to the valley cottage, where Lu Chuan was busy dealing with a leopard by the stream at the door, while Meng Tong went inside to inform the sisters, Lu He and Lu Yan. Mother, can't my sister and I go together? Lu Yan asked. No, Meng Tong replied resolutely. It is too dangerous and inconvenient for your father and me to take you along. Stay at home with your sister. I've left some delicious treats in the kitchen for you. Be good and wait for your parents to return. You must not go near the cave. Do you understand? Meng Tong reassured Lu He, who, despite her delicate demeanor, displayed remarkable maturity and wisdom. In contrast, Lu Yan was impulsive and heavily relied on both Lu Chuan and Meng Tong. So it was imperative for Meng Tong to clarify things with her to prevent her from wandering off to the cave. When will Mother be back? The little one asked, her eyes and nose red from crying, clutching Meng Tong's hand tightly. Gently wiping her tears, Meng Tong said softly, very soon. Your mother and father will return once they finish their business. Then I'll wait for Mother at home, Lu Yan replied. Yes, that's a good girl. After soothing Lu Yan, Meng Tong turned to Lu He, who stood silently beside her, her hands clenched tightly and her lips pressed together, her round eyes reflecting both fear and anxiety. Meng Tong felt a pang of sympathy, knowing she was trying to hold herself together. Embracing Lu He, Meng Tong leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Don't be afraid, my dear. You are the bravest little girl. In a little while, I will give you a special tool to protect yourself and your sister. All right? Really? Lu He's eyes sparkled with interest at the mention of the special tool. Of course, but you must be ready to fulfill the task I assign you. What task? I will do my best. Lu He looked up at Meng Tong eagerly. It's simple. Keep an eye on your sister and don't let her wander off. Just wait patiently for Mother to come back. Okay, that's easy. I can do it. Lu He responded confidently. Understanding her sister's nature, Meng Tong knew that without prior warning, Lu Yin might persuade Lu He to join her in mischief. To preempt any potential trouble, Meng Tong retrieved a black object resembling a water gun from her space and handed it to Lu He. This is the special tool your mother is giving you. Remember, if you encounter anything threatening, aim it and spray. This was a tranquilizer she had utilized in the post-apocalyptic world, highly effective. Upon contact with the skin, it would incapacitate even the strongest bull within 3 seconds. Holding the so-called special tool carefully, a strong sense of responsibility surged within Lu He. She looked up at Meng Tong with seriousness, saying, "Mother, I will protect my sister and wait for you and father to return." "Good, you are wonderful." Meng Tong affectionately patted Lu He's little face before turning her gaze to Lu Yin, who sat in the corner, looking small and forlorn. A smile graced Meng Tong's lips as she winked at Lu He before stepping outside. "Have you finished giving instructions?" Lu Chuan inquired as he noticed Meng Tong approaching. "Yes. Perhaps we should leave Bai Yi at home. The girls are still young, and I worry about them." "No need," Meng Tong replied. "I have left a divine artifact for here, which will protect them. Once we exit the cave, I will seal the entrance." The man sighed in relief and then picked up the machete he had prepared on the ground. He gestured towards the stones by the stream, saying, "I have taken care of the leopard. My dear, you may keep it until we return to prepare a meal." "Very well," Meng Tong nodded. She glanced at the items on the stones, waved her hand to collect them into her space, and together with the tiger, they made their way out of the valley. Inside the dwelling, Lu Yin, who had been holding back her tears, could no longer contain herself and began to cry, her small frame trembling as she squatted in a corner, looking quite pitiful. Blinking her eyes, Lu He approached to comfort her, employing some unknown trick. Lu Yin was soon laughing through her tears, her eyes glimmering with expectation as she looked at Lu He. Once outside the valley, Meng Tong stood before the few trees she had previously planted and waved her hand to fill the cave entrance with toxic thorns. Yet, she was not satisfied. She sprinkled a powder meant for dealing with zombies atop the thorns. Colorless and odorless, it was invisible, but the entire expanse of thorns was thoroughly coated. Should anyone or any creature intrude, only a pool of blood would remain. Meng Tong did not believe their bodies were stronger than that of zombies. With everything prepared, Meng Tong brushed the dust off her hands and said to Lu Chuan, "Let us be on our way. We should return early while there is still light." "Very well," he replied, taking Meng Tong's left hand as they ventured into the forest on their left, while Bai Yi followed behind to clean up. In a wide, clear river that was not particularly deep, a glaring stream of red flowed downstream, gradually fading. Chapter 62. The Corpses on the Shore. The other end of Prison Mountain. Additional update. The source of the crimson hue was 6 half-submerged corpses at the riverbank. They were clad in the poorest quality of burlap garments, their exposed skin dark and cracked, evidently having gone without a bath for at least 3 months. After pursuing wild buffalo and other creatures for a day and night, what Meng Tong and Lu Chuan encountered was this gruesome scene. While across the river, the once lush forest lay charred, the sound of cracking branches from the fire still audible. Furrowing his brow, Meng Tong's gaze shifted back to the 6 corpses by the river. Why were they here, and what had led to their demise? "My dear, I will wade into the water to investigate. You wait for me here." "All right," Meng Tong nodded, finding a flat patch of grass to sit on while her eyes scanned the surroundings. Thankfully, there was a river here. Otherwise, this great fire would likely continue to spread. The cause of the sudden rampage of large animals had been identified, yet Meng Tong now pondered who had set this fire. And what was the story behind the corpses in the river? Prison Mountain stretched for miles. Meng Tong could not possibly know the entirety of its expanse, nor was she aware of what lay 1,000 miles away. In chaotic times, there was no shortage of the audacious. If one family dared to enter the depths of the mountain, others might similarly risk their lives to venture in. Were the 6 bodies in the river refugees who had already been deep in the mountains, or were they fleeing from pursuers? Meng Tong could not ascertain. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan swam across to the opposite bank, shaking his hair as he approached the 6 corpses. The stench was nauseating as 12 stiff, swollen legs lay grotesquely sprawled upon the riverbank. Some garments had been washed away, while others were trapped beneath the water. The scene was undeniably eerie. Holding his breath, Lu Chuan bent down to grasp a tattered cloth, seizing one of the individual's ankles. With a forceful tug, the body that had been submerged in the river was revealed. A visceral reaction compelled Lu Chuan to turn his head and gag, his dark eyes glistening with moisture. The image replayed in his mind, intensifying his feelings of revulsion. The individual he had unearthed was headless. Releasing the ankle from his grip, Lu Chuan instinctively understood the fate of the remaining 5. Who could be so cruel? Although he had encountered many corpses, this particular sight was unbearable. After a prolonged internal struggle, as he prepared to turn away, he noticed his wife, Meng Tong, squatting by the riverbank, meticulously examining the 6 bodies. "Dear, when did you arrive?" he inquired. "I came while you were retching," Meng Tong replied, her gaze steady upon the pile of human remains. Judging by the degree of decomposition, it appeared they had been dead for nearly 5 or 6 days. This revelation unsettled Lu Chuan, and he looked at Meng Tong in disbelief. Did she not feel fear or disgust? A flash of concern crossed his mind. He realized that she must have endured scenes far more horrific than this. Suppressing his own discomfort, Lu Chuan quickly approached and helped her to her feet. "I'll handle this. You just observe," he said. "You're not. I'm fine," he awkwardly reassured her, shaking his head. Having been too close earlier, he felt it was best to follow her lead now. After a moment's silence, Meng Tong agreed. "First, remove all their clothing and check for fatal injuries," she instructed. "Understood." With brisk efficiency, Lu Chuan reminded himself that this was merely a mass of flesh. He stripped the bodies of their clothing, examining each one meticulously. Each corpse bore various unhealed wounds, but the fatal injuries were concentrated around the neck. Jagged lacerations and flesh that had been sliced but remained attached confirmed a grim theory. They had likely been repeatedly beaten into submission before being methodically slain with a knife. Murder was not surprising. What puzzled Lu Chuan was why this had occurred deep within the mountains, employing such a barbaric method. And what of their heads? Was it to conceal their identities? Meng Tong sensed this was a premeditated murder, and the arson was perhaps intended to create a false narrative. A fog of uncertainty enveloped her thoughts as she turned to Lu Chuan, who stood in a daze, and asked, "Do you know what lies on the other side of the prison mountain?" "Huh?" He snapped out of his reverie, his face pale. "What's wrong?" Meng Tong asked urgently, reaching out to steady his arm, her eyes reflecting concern. "I'm fine. There's no need to worry. Are you certain you're all right?" As the words hung in the air, Lu Chuan bent over and retched, nearly expelling his bile. Meng Tong hurriedly supported him away from the riverbank, guiding him to sit upon the grass, where she began to channel her powers to soothe him. On the opposite bank, Bai Yi paced anxiously, his keen gaze fixed upon the two, while Meng Tong continued to lend her abilities to Lu Chuan. She glanced at Bai Yi and raised her right hand in a gesture of reassurance, signaling that all was well. With the infusion of her powers, Lu Chuan's condition began to improve. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, he cast a sidelong glance at Meng Tong and quietly remarked, "I must have embarrassed my wife." "What is there to be embarrassed about? It would be more concerning if you didn't vomit," Meng Tong replied. The odor was overwhelming, and had it not been for her abilities, she too would have succumbed to nausea. It was merely a physiological reaction, entirely natural. Seeing Lu Chuan nearing recovery, Meng Tong withdrew her powers and settled beside him, inquiring, "What do you think their situation is?" "Perhaps it is a vendetta," Lu Chuan responded. "Were you asking about the other side of Laoshan?" "Yes," Meng Tong nodded, her gaze fixed upon him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he continued, "To be honest, I'm uncertain. When I was around 10, a man in his 30s visited our village, claiming to hail from Dawn Island." "Dawn Island? What connection does it have with Laoshan?" The village chief had later inquired about this island, and the man had replied that it lay on the other side of Laoshan. "Are you suggesting that the far side of Laoshan connects to an island?" "Indeed, but I cannot be sure, as none of us have ventured there, and the man's words may not be entirely trustworthy." Meng Tong fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing Lu Chuan's words, She felt an unsettling certainty that this was true and that the 6 individuals had originated from there. Lacking substantial evidence, she refrained from making any hasty assertions. Her concern stemmed from an instinctual desire to avoid entanglement in any danger. If individuals possessed the capability to venture into the depths of the mountains and commit murder, it implied that their family was not entirely safe either. A cold glimmer flitted across her eyes. She would not permit anyone to disrupt her life. She was not yet strong enough. Chapter 63. Secretly practicing control over maternal powers after resting on the grass for half an hour, Lu Chuan and Meng Tong returned to the riverbank. Once they had buried the 6 bodies in place, they ventured into the charred remnants of the forest behind them. What was once a lush green expanse now lay in a state of ashen desolation, exuding an oppressive atmosphere. Whether it was due to her awakened plant abilities or a sense of loss, Meng Tong felt despair and sorrow emanating from the barren trunks. A mournful whimper escaped from the smoldering ashes, and a small, shadowy creature crawled forth. Its skin bore the marks of burning, rendering its original form unrecognizable, yet its dark, glistening eyes held an extraordinary beauty, embodying the pure innocence of childhood. Meng Tong was deeply moved. The two approached it cautiously, and Lu Chuan attempted to communicate. "Ah, it hurts." The voice of the creature resonated in Lu Chuan's mind, prompting him to turn to Meng Tong and say, "Wife, it says it is in pain." "Yes, it has been burned by the fire," Meng Tong replied, gradually bending down to cradle the small creature in her hands, a fragile bundle marred by injury. The supernatural energy gradually flowed into the small creature's body, causing it to languidly collapse in Meng Tong's hands, its eyes fixated on her. "Ow, mother." This was a newly born wolf pup, and in the presence of Meng Tong, who radiated kindness and a natural maternal instinct, it had entirely adopted her as its mother. Its damp little tongue playfully licked Meng Tong's fingers, and under the influence of the supernatural energy, the pup slowly drifted off to sleep. Gently caressing the rising and falling belly of the little one, a smile graced Meng Tong's lips. Since it had called her mother, she would embrace it wholeheartedly. Handing the nearly healed wolf pup to Lu Chuan to hold, Meng Tong surveyed the desolate surroundings. Then, a continuous stream of supernatural energy flowed from her right hand, while her left hand absorbed the energy from the distant jungle. The once lifeless forest began to revive slowly. Meng Tong sensed the joy emanating from every flower and blade of grass, as if they were whispering their gratitude. The loss of supernatural energy caused the little one sleeping in her belly to stir restlessly. It kicked against her rounded abdomen, and a familiar, long unheard infantile voice echoed in her mind. "Mother, what are you doing?" Meng Tong chose to ignore it, focusing intently on her task. Yet, she underestimated the little one's capabilities. The flow of energy from her right hand suddenly ceased, while the absorption of energy through her left hand doubled in speed. "What are you doing?" Doesn't Team Mother know that she cannot expend her supernatural energy excessively? The little one's voice carried a tone of admonishment, yet it was not irksome. As Meng Tong's belly continued to expand, the supernatural energy she expended increased correspondingly. Part of it was to sustain her own abilities, while the other part was required by the being within her. Though it had awakened the ability to control supernatural energy, it was still just a child, and its normal growth necessitated Meng Tong's botanical powers. Thus, it could also manipulate her energy. The abundant supernatural energy coursed through her body, restoring the pallor of her complexion to a vibrant hue. She had intended to enhance herself by depleting her energy, but this unexpected development had taken her by surprise. Observing her unease, Lu Chuan stepped closer with concern. "What is wrong, my dear?" "Nothing," she waved him off, then inquired of the little one within her. "When did you learn to control my supernatural energy?" "Just now." Meng Tong was clearly skeptical. Such proficiency suggested that the little one had been practicing stealthily while she was distracted. Indeed, when a child was silent, mischief was surely afoot. After closing her eyes tightly for a moment, Meng Tong shifted her approach. "Since you can control my supernatural energy, could you possibly accelerate my absorption rate and slow down the output?" This energy was akin to currency. It was easy to spend but difficult to earn. However, With this unexpected boon at her disposal, Meng Tong decided to overlook the little one as clandestine practice. Her voice was laced with lightness and delight as she felt movement within her abdomen. The speed of energy absorption quickened once more, while the output from her right hand gradually proceeded. The sensation of comfort surged within her, and Meng Tong felt as though her perceptive range had expanded. In the northeast, more than 20 kilometers away, she discovered 15 individuals. Observing their retreating figures, Meng Tong chose not to dwell on their presence. As long as they did not provoke her, they could do as they pleased. Withered trees sprouted tender green buds, and the once thick layer of black ash on the ground revealed a faint hint of green. Meng Tong seized her exertion of supernatural abilities. After spending 2 full hours, she had anticipated a formidable struggle, yet unexpectedly found herself enhanced in the process. Her powers now extended over a radius of 50 miles, with a significantly heightened sensitivity. Indeed, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Noticing Meng Tong's pause, Lu Chuan hurriedly approached, his dark eyes reflecting concern and a hint of guilt. He blamed himself for not possessing greater strength, which had led to Meng Tong's hardship. Resolving to change, he subtly shifted his gaze and casually supported Meng Tong as they settled on the grassy bank by the river. They shared some provisions that Meng Tong had retrieved from her spatial storage. "My dear, should we not return now?" Lu Chuan inquired. "Yes, it is about time," Meng Tong replied, biting into the watermelon in her hand. "Lu He and Lu Yin must be worrying. Let us rest for a moment, then we shall set off." "Very well." After finishing their meal, Meng Tong utilized her abilities to construct a wooden bridge between the banks, crossing gracefully, while Lu Chuan took a leisurely swim. Meng Tong traversed the distance in less than 5 seconds. Upon reaching the opposite shore, Bai Yi approached, wagging his tail eagerly. "Roar, roar, roar," he greeted, a mix of inquiry and affection that Meng Tong understood without the need for translation. Gently stroking the plush head of the tiger, she smiled. "Let's go home now." "Roar, all right." Bai Yi pranced ahead, exuding an uncontainable joy. Just then, Lu Chuan spoke up, pointing toward the river. "Dear, wait a moment. I shall bring that buffalo back with us." "Ah, are you certain?" "Indeed, it will assist us in plowing the fields. If that fails, we shall slaughter it for meat," he declared confidently as he strode toward the buffalo. Meng Tong squinted, feeling a twinge of concern. Lu Chuan's mastery over his beast was, in truth, far from complete, and often unreliable. Achieving true control would likely require systematic study. With little expectation, Meng Tong settled on a patch of grass to await his return. However, within 10 minutes, 3 buffalo ambled leisurely behind Lu Chuan. Chapter 64. Returning to the valley cottage for barbecue, rising to her feet. Meng Tong supported by Ye's head and turned to Lu Chuan, her face alight with a smile. "Did you really manage to accomplish that?" "My dear," he replied, taking a few strides closer, his eyes sparkling with delight. "I persuaded 2 additional ones. We shall need a small plot of land back home to plant some grass for them, as I promised." "That sounds fine." Meng Tong chuckled as she patted Lu Chuan's shoulder. "I will reserve 2 acres for you. Let's go." "Thank you, my dear." As they walked towards the valley, Bai Yi cast a wistful glance back at the silently following buffalo. "Humph, thinking of stealing the glory, not a chance. I'll have you 3 chopped up for dinner." The bison trembled in fear. After clarifying the situation, their pace became significantly slower compared to their earlier journey. Along the way, Meng Tong utilized her abilities to gather numerous useful items, including medicinal herbs and edible provisions, to prevent a recurrence of previous incidents. She also scattered many misleading doomsday plant seeds on their return journey. After expending 2 days' time, they finally arrived outside the valley, relieved to see the intact thorn vines. With a wave of her hand, she stored all the thorn vines in her space, revealing the original cave entrance. As they needed to bring the bison into the valley as well, Meng Tong uprooted 2 trees near the cave entrance, replanting them only after both humans and animals were safely inside. Back in their territory, Bai Yi resembled an exuberant puppy, frolicking in front of Lu Chuan and Meng Tong, occasionally roaring like a tiger and suddenly charging at the 3 bison behind them, creating a cacophony of noises along the way. in the small courtyard of the valley. The sisters Lu He and Lu Yin, sitting and gazing toward the valley, heard Bai Ye's voice and instantly sprang to their feet in excitement. It was the sound of a tiger. Father and mother must have returned. They hastily ran towards the cave to greet their parents. Upon meeting at the cave entrance, Lu Yin pouted and shouted at Meng Tong, "Mother!" Then, like a little calf, she dashed toward Meng Tong, but was intercepted by Lu Chuan, who appeared out of nowhere and blocked her momentum. The little girl crashed into Lu Chuan's embrace. "Father, I want mother." "Then slow down, don't rush so fast, or you might bump into your mother," Lu Chuan replied, slightly vexed, before stepping aside to allow the little one to hug Meng Tong's waist. "Mother." Lu Yin nuzzled against Meng Tong's stomach, exuding an aura of excitement, unaware that the little one within her mother's womb had just kicked her. Meng Tong gently placed her hand on her abdomen, crouching down to meet Lu Yin's gaze, and asked softly, "Did you listen to your sister at home?" "Yes." "Did you eat on time?" "Yes." Meng Tong's every word prompted her to nod obediently, her eyes sparkling like stars. Meanwhile, Lu He, who approached leisurely, appeared less agitated. She first came to Lu Chuan and sweetly said, "Father, I miss you so much. Did you and mother encounter any trouble?" "No, we did not." The man replied with a smile in his eyes, embracing his daughter and whispering, "Father missed you too." The family of four appeared so harmonious, while the three bison at the cave entrance seemed somewhat bewildered. It was Lu Yin who first noticed them. Releasing herself from Meng Tong's embrace, she pointed at the bison and asked, "Mother, why were they allowed in?" "They were permitted by your mother. Henceforth, they will be a part of our family," Meng Tong explained. As she spoke, she took Lu Yan's hand and walked toward Lu Chuan and the bison, gently saying to Lu He, "Come here. Let mother take a look at you." Stepping away from Lu Chuan's embrace, the little one hurriedly approached Meng Tong, while Lu Yan's eyes darted around before she also dashed into Lu Chuan's arms. It was time for fatherly affection. After exchanging sweet nothings, Lu Chuan, charmed by his daughter, smiled broadly, cradling the little one in one arm. He then leaned towards Meng Tong and softly suggested, "My dear, why not go rest in the house? I will take these two for a stroll in the fields and plant the unplanted rice." He gestured towards the rice seeds scattered on the ground. "All right, I shall return then," Meng Tong replied, turning to inquire about the three wild bulls. "Will they remain in the cave?" "Let them stay here for now." Lu Chuan contemplated before responding. "Very well," Meng Tong said as she strolled back to the small courtyard. It was only around noon, so she could still catch a nap. The previous nights spent outdoors had not provided her with restful sleep. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan tirelessly led the sisters in finishing the rice planting that had been left undone, while the wild bulls meandered leisurely towards the waterfall. The weather was rather warm, prompting them to wade into the water for a playful dip. By evening, Lu Chuan and the girls had successfully completed their tasks. When Meng Tong emerged from her slumber, she found Lu Chuan setting up a fire pit in the yard. Rubbing her eyes in confusion, she approached him and asked, "What are you doing? Why are you building a fire pit in the courtyard?" "Oh, my dear, you are awake." Lu Chuan looked up at her and continued, "Tonight, we shall feast on roasted meat. The kitchen is not suitable for cooking, so I thought it best to set up a fire pit outside for convenience." "Roasted meat? Oh, right. We did acquire a leopard the other day," Meng Tong recalled, realizing there was indeed a prepared leopard in her space. She had never tasted leopard meat before, and excitement bubbled within her. Taking a chair from the courtyard, she sat down, observing Lu Chuan's preparations. "Where are He and Yinner?" she casually inquired. "They're sleeping inside. They helped me with so much work today," Lu Chuan replied, a smile of happiness gracing his lips. His chiseled features appeared particularly striking under the glow of the setting sun, complemented by his robust physique, which captivated Meng Tong. She blinked a couple of times, then cleared her throat nonchalantly, casting her gaze towards the azure sky, unaware that the temperature had risen a few degrees. "You haven't planted rice in the 2 acres left for the wild bulls, have you?" Lu Chuan looked up, momentarily taken aback, then returned to his task, saying, "I left that area near the waterfall unplanted to make it easier for them to access water and graze." "All right, that works," she replied. As they chatted about mundane matters, they gradually transitioned into the stage of preparing for the roast. Lu He and Lu Yin had awakened by then, Lu Chuan placed the sliced meat onto the iron plate over the fire pit, seasoning it slowly with spices from Meng Tong's space as he flipped it. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, even drawing the attention of Bai Yi, who had been sleeping in the cave, and he rushed over, unable to resist the temptation. As Lu Chuan placed the perfectly roasted pieces into the bowls of the three ladies, Meng Tong found herself yearning for a can of beer. Unfortunately, her space did not contain any. However, she mused to herself, she could brew her own. The sorghum she had stored away had yet to be put to use. Just as the farm chores were completed, there was a moment to indulge in these activities. Fortunately, although there was no wine, Meng Tong rose and made her way to the kitchen, retrieving several bamboo cups and using the juicer to prepare more than 10 cups of refreshing juice. The crisp drink, paired with the aromatic roasted meat, was simply divine. "Mother, what are you doing with these raw vegetables?" Lu Yin inquired, pointing at a plate of freshly washed vegetable leaves prepared by Meng Tong. Lu Chuan and Lu He, seated nearby, also turned their attention. "Wife, do you wish to eat vegetables?" Lu Chuan assumed a posture ready to fetch whatever Meng Tong desired. However, Meng Tong shook her head and explained, "I intend to use them to wrap the roasted meat." With that, she took 2 pieces of golden, juicy meat and placed them onto a leaf, adding a few strands of scallions and a dab of spicy sauce before wrapping it up and taking a bite. Indeed, this was a celestial way to enjoy roasted meat. The savory richness of the meat combined with the fresh aroma of the vegetables, enhanced by the scallions and spicy sauce, transported Meng Tong back to her previous life. Relishing each bite, Meng Tong's expression was one of sheer delight, prompting Lu Yin to salivate. She mimicked Meng Tong, taking a leaf and stuffing it with all the roasted meat from her bowl, adding a touch of every condiment available, until it was nearly impossible to wrap. Yet, a foodie always finds a way. With her mouth wide open, Lu Yin took a hearty bite, her eyes instantly lighting up. "So delicious," she exclaimed. Unlike mere roasted meat, which only carries the scent of meat, this wrapped version offered a rich and satisfying texture. With her small hands cradling the vegetable wrap, Lu Yin enjoyed her meal with gusto. Lu Chuan and Lu He exchanged glances and silently followed suit. Despite already being somewhat full, they managed to squeeze in several wraps, complemented by the icy watermelon juice, creating an exquisite experience. Bathed in the soft moonlight, the yard radiated as bright as day, where the family feasted to their heart's content. Meanwhile, the little wolf, Bai Yi, and the wild ox reveled in the joy, particularly Bai Yi, who playfully pestered the little wolf, occasionally knocking it over with a playful nudge, leaving the little wolf exasperated yet bemused. They lingered in the yard until nearly the hour of C, when Lu Chuan began to tidy up, while Meng Tong took the 2 sisters to the bathing area. "Mother, will my brother still bully you?" "No, he's quite well behaved." "When will he come out?" "Sister and I want to play with him." "In a few months. Once he-er and yin-er are ready to be big sisters, he will come out." In the tranquil valley, the sounds of the 3 women occasionally drifted from the bathing area, while Lu Chuan stood outside, a smile gracing his lips as he felt a wave of happiness. After ensuring the sisters were clean and tucked back into their room, Meng Tong sought out Lu Chuan in the kitchen. The man was seated, pouring hot water, a nightly ritual to prepare foot-soaking water for Meng Tong. After days of walking, it was essential to indulge in a good soak. Upon seeing Meng Tong enter, he rose to offer her the seat. "The water will be ready shortly, my dear. Would you like to test the temperature?" "No need. You always pour it perfectly." Receiving praise, the man's handsome face brightened with a smile as he lifted the wooden basin. Glancing down at Meng Tong, he inquired, "My dear, would you prefer to soak inside or in the courtyard?" "Let us stay in the courtyard. It has been so long since I last gazed at the stars." The sky tonight was exceptionally beautiful, with each star shining vividly, and Meng Tong had no desire to retreat indoors just yet. Lu Chuan concurred, carrying the basin to the courtyard, and he brought over the lounge chair she often reclined in. Lying back would allow her to admire the stars while soaking her feet, a delightful 2-fold benefit. Supporting Meng Tong as she settled down, Lu Chuan took a small stool opposite her, his slightly rough hands gently cradling her petite feet, all the while observing her expressions. In the dancing light, the girl wore a pale green dress, her once slender waist now subtly rounded, radiating a reassuring warmth. On her fair and beautiful cheeks, he could see a pair of tranquil, joyful eyes, the long, curled lashes casting gentle shadows, akin to a small fan, soothing Lu Chuan's restless heart. Below were her delicate, prominent nose and rosy lips. For reasons unknown, Lu Chuan found his beloved wife to be utterly enchanting in every regard. His dark eyes glimmered with affection as he maintained a gentle pressure with his hands, lowering his voice to ask Meng Tong, "How do you feel, my dear?" "Very comfortable. You should soak your feet too," she replied. "All right. Tomorrow, I wish to try brewing some wine using sorghum. Have you ever seen anyone in the village do that?" Reclining in the chair, Meng Tong softly queried Lu Chuan. The man paused for a moment, his gaze drifting into contemplation, before finally looking up at Meng Tong and replying, "I've never seen sorghum, but I have seen wheat being used." Although he had been foolish in the past, he had always harbored an interest in craftsmanship. Once, while accompanying Lu Qian to the town to sell game, he had witnessed an elderly man brewing wine with wheat. At the time, Lu Qian had not permitted Lu Chuan to accompany him, wanting to keep the profits from their game. Seeing Lu Chuan motionless before the elderly brewer, Lu Qian had cunningly decided to leave him there. In the end, Lu Chuan had even helped the old man carry 2 large vats of wine, meant for a place that sold liquor. In the Great Wei Kingdom, private brewing for sale was strictly forbidden. Only a few designated establishments were allowed to brew each month for the sale of liquor. Even the alcohol supplied to taverns had to be purchased from officially recognized shops. Consequently, the craft of brewing was quite rare, and fortuitously, Lu Chuan was one of the few who possessed the skill. Switching to the other foot, Lu Chuan casually asked Meng Tong, "Do you wish to drink wine?" He recalled that pregnant women were advised against alcohol. "Is there something troubling you, my dear?" His eyes darkened with concern, and his movements slowed considerably. Upon hearing this, Meng Tong realized he had misunderstood her, supporting herself against the side of the lounge chair. She sat up and smiled. "I certainly cannot drink now. I was merely thinking of brewing some to save for later." "Ah, then shall we first try with wheat tomorrow? As for the sorghum, I will research how to brew it," he replied. "Sounds good. With someone knowledgeable to assist, I shall refrain from meddling. I will simply follow your lead when the time comes." After spending about half an hour in the courtyard, the playful Bai Yi and Little Wolf had settled down in their own nests, drifting off to sleep. After taking a refreshing shower, Lu Chuan entered his room and embraced his fragrant wife, drifting into slumber. Chapter 66. Enhancing Abilities. The rice matures in just 2 days the following day. Lu Chuan indulged in a rare lie-in, rising alongside Meng Tong. He assisted her in donning her shoes and clothes, as well as styling her hair, before they both ventured into the kitchen. "My dear, we need to soak the wheat for a day or 2 before we can proceed to the next step. I will carry the wooden basin to the living room. You can place the wheat in it, and I will fetch water to soak it shortly." "All right," Meng Tong replied. Following Lu Chuan's lead to the living room, the man set down 3 wooden basins, designated for washing vegetables, in a corner. Meng Tong placed the wheat directly into the basin. Lu Chuan crouched down to inspect the grains meticulously, ensuring that the wheat intended for brewing was plump and free from insect damage, mold, or impurities. Fortunately, the wheat appeared pristine, each kernel full and of high quality. The 3 basins contained approximately 200 pounds of wheat, though Meng Tong was uncertain how much wine could be produced. However, as it was the initial attempt, they would start with this. Bringing clean spring water from the kitchen, Lu Chuan filled the basin, completely submerging the wheat. "Let it soak for 2 days before cooking. This will ensure it cooks thoroughly," he murmured. "Okay," Meng Tong nodded obediently, her understanding of the process still somewhat limited. With the basins left to soak in the house, Lu Chuan returned to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, while Meng Tong fetched a chair to sit in the courtyard, absorbing the energy from the plants beyond the valley. She resolved to strive for self-improvement, seeking to restore her abilities to their former strength from the apocalypse, so that she could confidently protect those she cared for in the face of danger. "Mother, do you need my help?" "Yes." With a sense of entitlement, Meng Tong accepted the assistance. The continuous flow of energy coursed through her limbs, her skin becoming remarkably smoother as she closed her eyes to relish the moment. Suddenly, A small voice interrupted her reverie. Mother, you need to output energy too. Only then can you stimulate your abilities to grow stronger. But there is nothing to output now. Meng Tong turned her gaze towards the newly sown crops in the valley. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, and a smile graced her lips. What a delightful twofold benefit. Lifting her right hand, she channeled her abilities into the crops, while her left hand welcomed the energy from the valley. The scene mirrored that of the previous day. In the field, the rice and cotton seeds, which had been slowly growing, began to sprout at a visibly accelerated rate. The 2 acres of land, previously reserved for grazing cattle, burst forth with vibrant green shoots. Upon closer inspection, they were indeed grass, with a steady influx of abundant energy into the soil. Within half an hour, the rice had begun to form ears, while the cotton plants developed buds at an astonishing pace. This extraordinary spectacle left Lu Chuan, who had been busy in the kitchen preparing a meal, momentarily speechless when he glanced at the lush green rice in the field. Can you believe this? These are the seeds I sowed just yesterday. He turned to Meng Tong, who had now risen, pointing at the flourishing crops, rendered momentarily speechless. Bored, I decided to experiment with the miraculous tool to hasten growth, only to find that I had applied too much force unexpectedly. Unfazed, Meng Tong remarked calmly. After a brief silence, Lu Chuan inquired about possible side effects. After all, this was akin to forcing growth, and at an alarming pace. No, it merely shortens their maturation cycle, Meng Tong replied, patting Lu Chuan on the shoulder. With an unwavering resolve, she added, if I use it again tomorrow, they might just be ready for harvest. A wave of dizziness washed over Lu Chuan. He could scarcely believe that these rice plants had only been sown for 2 days before reaping the rewards. He struggled to accept this new reality, feeling that such occurrences would likely become more frequent. A flicker of concern crossed his eyes as he wrapped his arms around Meng Tong's waist, asking, will this tire you? Not at all, Meng Tong answered cheerfully. She had discovered a method that not only elevated her own capabilities but also benefited her family. She felt no fatigue whatsoever. That's good. If it harms you, please refrain from doing it, he said. Yes, I understand, Meng Tong replied, pleased by his concern. She then pointed to the rooms of the sisters, Lu He and Lu Yin, saying, I'll go call them for breakfast. I shall go. My dear, you head to the living room first. I have prepared red date porridge, Lu Chuan offered. All right, Meng Tong said. Her spirits lifted as she made her way to the living room, while Lu Chuan went to rouse the sisters. The 2 girls had also struggled to sleep well in recent days, plagued by worry and fear. Last night, however, they managed to enjoy a restful night, and both Lu Chuan and Meng Tong had agreed not to disturb them. After waking them, Lu Chuan led his 2 daughters to the bathroom to freshen up, and then, taking one by each hand, they made their way to the living room. The sweet, fragrant red date porridge was already set on the table. Once the trio sat down, they eagerly began to eat. At that moment, Lu He spoke up, pointing to the wooden basin behind Meng Tong. Mother, what is that for? That is preparation for the brewing process by your father and me, Meng Tong explained. Brewing? Yes, when you and Yinner grow up, you will be able to drink it. But not now. Mother, what does wine taste like? Is it delicious? Lu Yin asked, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she glanced up between bites. If it weren't tasty, Mother wouldn't brew it, would she? Besides, Grandpa, no, I mean old man Lu, loved wine and always brought some back from town, Lu Yin recalled. She had secretly sniffed it once and found it quite fragrant, though she had yet to taste it. Now, with an opportunity at hand, she eagerly questioned Meng Tong. If it tastes good, I must drink it in the future. It's sweet and spicy. You will know soon enough, Meng Tong replied. Sweet and spicy? Lu Yin was unfamiliar with such descriptors, yet she felt somewhat disheartened, convinced it might not be very palatable. Perhaps it was merely something that her parents enjoyed. After breakfast, Lu Chuan accompanied Meng Tong on a stroll around the fields, while also scattering some grass seeds on the 2 acres of pasture for the wild buffalo. Upon arrival, they found a lush expanse, with the buffalo happily grazing. The potency of this ability was indeed remarkable, casually tossing a handful of seeds in the slightly sparse areas. He inspected the growth of the rice and cotton before returning home. According to Meng Tong, if she were to hasten their growth once more the following day, the rice and cotton would indeed be ready for harvest. This speed was something Lu Chuan could never have anticipated, and the sense of urgency within him grew ever stronger. The profound depths of his eyes turned pitch black, resembling an abyss that one dared not gaze into. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Chuan was gradually enhancing his beast-taming abilities. For instance, he could now distinctly comprehend the language of beasts, provided he permitted it. "Awoo, mother, mother." Upon entering the small courtyard, the clumsy little wolf scurried toward Meng Tong, its forelegs splayed awkwardly, wagging its tail with jubilant abandon, its eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Chuan cast a somewhat resentful glance at the little wolf as it called Meng Tong its mother, implying that he would then be the father. Yet, with such a foolish and obsequious child, Lu Chuan found it difficult to accept. "Awoo, father." Chapter 67, Tailored for Success. A second bountiful harvest circling around Meng Tong and Lu Chuan. The little wolf was incessantly vocal, nudging Meng Tong's leg with affectionate cries of mother, and then pawing at Lu Chuan, calling him father. It was quite astute, prompting Bai Yi to lazily remain in the corner of the courtyard, basking in the sun, while sisters Lu He and Lu Yin squatted nearby, grooming it. On this rare, leisurely afternoon, Lu Chuan moved a chair into the living room for Meng Tong to rest beneath the eaves, while he retrieved several bolts of fabric from their space, intending to craft a few cool garments for the three of them, as well as himself. Early July heralded the scorching summer, and even within the valley, the temperature had risen several degrees since their arrival, rendering their previous attire rather cumbersome. Fortunately, during their scavenging in town, he had collected an abundance of fabric, including several bolts of sheer gauze suitable for making beautiful cardigans and skirts for the three women. Placing the fabric on the table under the eaves, Lu Chuan turned to Meng Tong and inquired, "My dear, do you have a preferred color?" The fabrics presented three options: a light green, a deep blue, and a soft yellow. All were quite lovely, yet Lu Chuan desired Meng Tong to select her favorite. Upon hearing Lu Chuan's question, Meng Tong straightened, her gaze lingering on the fabrics as she replied warmly, "I think this light green would be lovely. The soft yellow would suit the two children well, as they are more vibrant. It will look nice on you as well." She smiled and looked up at Lu Chuan, asking, "What about you?" "I believe the deep blue would be quite fitting. I'm agreeable to whatever you decide. Let us choose the deep blue as you suggested." With only 3 colors to choose from, the decision was straightforward. Meng Tong selected the light green, Lu Chuan the deep blue, and Lu He and Lu Yin the soft yellow. Retrieving the fabrics indoors, Lu Chuan fetched the soft measuring tape used previously for making clothes to take the measurements of the mother and daughters. "Let us begin with you, my dear." "All right." Rising with the aid of the chair, Lu Chuan earnestly took Meng Tong's measurements. To his surprise, there had been considerable changes, particularly in her bust and waist. The garments she wore had indeed become somewhat snug. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Chuan bent to measure her waist, Meng Tong softly suggested, "When you make them, please allow for a bit of extra room. The baby will grow." "Understood," he replied gently, committing the measurements to memory before calling for the 2 sisters who had been lounging in the corner of the courtyard. "Is father making beautiful clothes again?" they exclaimed joyously, as Lu Yin approached with her large, dark, grape-like eyes filled with hope, gazing at the measuring tape in Lu Chuan's hands. Likewise, Bai Yi and the little wolf scampered over, eager to join in the excitement. "Roar, howl. I want it too." The little wolf's tail wagged excitedly as it approached Lu Chuan's leg, clearly requesting, "Make something for me." A chuckle escaped Meng Tong's lips as she observed Lu Chuan's bewildered expression, finding it quite amusing. "Let's first take measurements for Heer and Yinner. If there's enough fabric left, we can fashion a vest for it, to spare it the disappointment of being turned down as it wears a look of utter dejection." "All right, as you wish, my dear." Lu Chuan snapped back to reality, bending down to gently push the little wolf aside. "This clever creature. Here, come here first." Lu Chuan gestured towards Lu He, who was still petting the tiger's head. "Okay." With eager steps, Lu He dashed over, beads of sweat forming on her flushed cheeks, her eyes sparkling with clarity. Affectionately pressing against Lu Chuan, the little girl stood obediently, ready for any action he would request. Taking note of Lu He's measurements, Lu Chuan beckoned Lu Yin, who was seated by Meng Tong's side. With a whole grape stuffed in her mouth, Lu Yin clumsily scrambled to Lu Chuan, her lips moving in a futile attempt to speak. One whole grape at a time, and you're not worried about choking? Lu Chuan remarked, measuring her dimensions while observing her exasperated expression. This is the best way to eat. Lu Yin giggled, her eyes narrowed into slits, relishing the delightful sensation of having her mouth filled with food. Seeing her enjoyment, Lu Chuan held his tongue, merely advising her to be cautious of her throat. Once he had measured the 3 women's sizes, it was Lu Chuan's turn. Though his measurements had not changed significantly, the dark gleam in his eyes flickered as he handed the soft tape to Meng Tong. My dear, might I trouble you to measure my size? With all the indulgence lately, I fear I may have gained some weight. Accepting the tape without suspicion, Meng Tong rose to her feet. The first measurement was his waist. Her slender hands, almost as if embracing him, encircled his waist. Lu Chuan gazed down at her, a smile growing wider at the corners of his mouth. The man, feeling quite pleased, obediently followed Meng Tong's instructions until all measurements were complete, only then realizing the implications of the situation. Casting a scrutinizing glance at Lu Chuan, she found it difficult to decipher whether he was being genuine or playful. However, it was not a matter of great concern, and Meng Tong chose not to delve deeper. After recording the family's measurements, Lu Chuan returned to the house to begin cutting and sewing the garments. His hands are the most skilled Meng Tong had ever seen. Anything that passed through his grasp transformed into sheer perfection. Time flew, and soon it was early July. Under Meng Tong's deliberate nurturing, the rice and cotton in the fields had fully ripened. The golden rice ears and the fluffy cotton formed a picturesque landscape in the valley. After breakfast, Lu Chuan accompanied Meng Tong out of the courtyard as she resolved to harvest all the rice and cotton that day. She wanted to experiment with the ordinary seeds from her space, now imbued with zombie crystal cores, to see if they truly had the power to alter the seeds. As before, Meng Tong utilized her abilities to collect the rice and cotton, this time achieving nearly double the speed of her prior efforts. As he watched the endless rice grains vanish, the stalks of rice snapped and fell to the ground, becoming fertilizer. Lu Chuan felt as if he were witnessing a magic trick. In just half an hour, all the rice was harvested, and next came the cotton. Standing amidst the cotton fields, Meng Tong raised her hand to pluck a fluffy, soft white tuft, which brought a sense of comfort just by gazing at it. My dear, this cotton will suffice for our family for a lifetime. Oh, that surely isn't enough, Meng Tong replied with a smile. Is it for something else, my dear? You'll find out in due time. In the future, He-er and Yin-er will need it too. As Meng Tong spoke, she began to use her extraordinary abilities to gather the cotton. One of the reasons for her cotton cultivation was to create a rudimentary version of sanitary napkins. From the memories of the original owner, she recalled using strips of cloth, which had to be cleaned and stored for future use once they were soiled. Meng Tong found this intolerable. Thus, she had always planned to grow cotton, and fortunately, there were cotton seeds in the space. Upon hearing Meng Tong's words and considering the uniqueness of the 3 of them, Lu Chuan began to surmise. If that were the case, then indeed, it would fall far short of what they needed. Chapter 68. My dear, why is your face flushed? After storing all the cotton in her space, Meng Tong infused some of her abilities into the bare cotton stalks, aiming to extend their productive lifespan. Typically, cotton can be harvested for about 2 years, but with her powers, Meng Tong believed it could last 5 years or even longer. The entire process of harvesting the rice and cotton took Meng Tong approximately 1.5 hours, a pace that was nothing short of miraculous. My dear, shall we visit the medicinal herb garden? As they walked back along the stone path, Lu Chuan turned to Meng Tong and inquired. Having not visited the herb garden for about 7 or 8 days, Meng Tong promptly turned toward its direction upon hearing Lu Chuan's question, with Lu Chuan diligently following behind. The morning sun was gentle, and the temperature in the valley was quite pleasant. As they approached the herb garden, Meng Tong spotted several beautiful butterflies and even bees. It was the season for various flowers to bloom, with an array of colors adorning the cliffs and corners of the valley. Naturally, the herb garden was no exception. Standing on a small path beside the garden, Meng Tong surveyed her surroundings. The medicinal herbs were thriving, though there were some weeds and wildflowers, possibly due to an overabundance of nutrients. Without delay, she summoned her abilities and, in just a quarter of an hour, removed all the weeds and wildflowers from within. Lu Chuan, who was squatting on the ground, pulling them out by hand, had grown accustomed to this. After brushing off his hands and discarding the weeds he held, he looked at Meng Tong with admiration. "My dear, you are truly remarkable." She had single-handedly achieved true agricultural integration. Receiving Lu Chuan's praise, Meng Tong accepted it graciously, a smile gracing her lips as she took a leisurely stroll through the fruit tree grove before they both returned to their little courtyard. Meng Tong went inside to change her clothes, while Lu Chuan washed his hands and headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Just then, their little one, Lu Yin, peeked in. "Father, may I learn to cook with you? Are you certain you want to learn?" Lu Chuan, sharpening his knife, looked up at Lu Yin and asked. Previously, it was thought that the little one was merely playing, and Lu Chuan did not pay much attention. However, observing her earnest demeanor now, it was evident that she genuinely wished to learn. Lu Chuan harbored no biases regarding gender. His primary concern was to shield his daughter from hardship. Yet, Lu Yin was unfazed by such considerations. With her sparkling eyes fixed upon Lu Chuan, she nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. "Father, Yinner is serious. I believe cooking can bring me joy. I also wish to prepare delicious dishes to earn praise from Mother and you." "Then let me teach you," Lu Chuan replied, affectionately ruffling the little girl's hair with a smile. Seeing her genuine enthusiasm, he felt reluctant to refuse. Everyone possesses their own passions and interests, and he should not deprive her of this opportunity. Otherwise, he would be no different from the old man Lu. Having received her father's consent, Lu Yin was overjoyed, her entire being radiating excitement. However, Lu Chuan did not immediately allow her to begin cooking. Instead, he instructed her to observe and listen to his explanations first. In the kitchen, Lu Chuan's deep, patient voice occasionally resonated, while in the courtyard, Meng Tong conversed with Lu He about what they had encountered that morning in the medicinal herb garden. Thus, both daughters had inadvertently discovered their respective interests. Noon arrived. After lunch, Lu Chuan tidied up the living room and carried 3 wooden basins from the corner into the kitchen. The sisters had already retreated to their room for a nap, leaving only Meng Tong and Lu Chuan, along with a playful little wolf occasionally darting in and out. After cleaning the pot and filling it with water, Lu Chuan poured the soaked wheat into the pot, while Meng Tong sat by the stove, responsible for adding firewood. "What is the next step after cooking the wheat?" Meng Tong inquired, watching Lu Chuan stir the wheat with a wooden spatula. "The next step is to remove the cooked wheat and let it cool. Afterwards, we will add the fermentation starter and place it in the jar for saccharification," he explained. "Is it really that simple?" she asked, eyebrows raised. "Of course not," Lu Chuan chuckled softly. "These are merely preparatory steps. After saccharification, we will need to use the distillation apparatus you retrieved a few days ago to distill the liquor." So this contraption was a distillation apparatus. Meng Tong glanced sideways at the copper cylindrical object, initially mistaking it for a steamer. She had underestimated the complexity of brewing liquor, assuming it merely required adding some fermentation starter. After chatting for about an hour in the kitchen, the wheat was finally cooked. To determine if it was fully cooked, one simply needed to check if it had blossomed. If it had, then it was indeed done. Turning off the stove, Lu Chuan scooped the cooked wheat into the previously cleaned wooden basin with a copper ladle, while Meng Tong sat beside him, using a small spoon to spread out the heap of wheat. Once everything was prepared, Lu Chuan lifted the basin and placed it under the eaves of the courtyard to cool. Then he went to the living room to bring out the jar he had washed and set aside the day before. This jar was sourced by Meng Tong. Otherwise, they would not have had such resources at their disposal. Setting the jar in a corner of the courtyard, Lu Chuan awaited the wheat to cool to approximately 27 degrees Celsius. The next step involved adding the fermentation starter and stirring it uniformly. Throughout the process, Meng Tong observed attentively. Indeed, the procedure was quite intricate. Finally, the wheat infused with the fermentation starter was placed into the vat for saccharification and fermentation, a process expected to last 3 to 5 days. While Lu Chuan busied himself, Meng Tong ventured into the kitchen to fetch a knife and a cutting board. Feeling somewhat ineffectual, she decided to slice a few pieces of watermelon and other favorite fruits for him to enjoy later. Sitting on a chair beneath the eaves, Meng Tong began to cut the watermelon. Lu He and Lu Yin, having awakened from their midday slumber, soon joined her, each taking a piece to munch on before scampering off to observe Lu Chuan at work. Suddenly, Meng Tong felt a tug on her dress. Looking down, she was met with the sight of a small wolf, eager for a share. She picked a piece of the freshly cut watermelon and placed it before the little creature, bending down to gently stroke its newly grown fur, smiling as she said, "You must behave after eating this, or there will be no more for you in the future." The wolf responded with a playful yelp, then resumed devouring the watermelon, its little ears perking up adorably. After half an hour, Lu Chuan finally transferred all the wheat into the vat, now awaiting fermentation. He washed the wooden basin and returned it to the kitchen. Just as he was wiping the sweat from his brow, Lu Yin, gleefully holding a piece of watermelon, dashed over and exclaimed, "Father, watermelon." "Thank you, my daughter," Lu Chuan replied, quickly rinsing his hands before accepting the watermelon. A bite into the fruit instantly cooled him down. He walked towards Meng Tong, basking in the sunlight with his hair still damp from washing, causing her heart to race slightly. "Quite attractive," she mused. "My dear, why is your face flushed?" he inquired. "Oh, it's just a bit warm," she stammered, awkwardly clearing her throat as she offered him a piece of watermelon. "Are you truly all right?" he asked, his concern evident. "Quite well," she assured him. Chapter 69. My dear, has the water been drawn? Noticing Meng Tong's steady breathing, which suggested she was not unwell, Lu Chuan suppressed his worries and accepted the watermelon. Sitting beside her on her left, he munched on the fruit while inquiring, "What do you plan to do with the land we have cleared today?" "I intend to continue planting rice and wheat," Meng Tong replied. "Shall I till the soil?" he offered. "There's no need," she replied. "I wish to experiment with direct sowing to see if it will yield normal growth." "That sounds reasonable." Lu Chuan reflected on the state of the fields. Although a crop had already sprouted, the rapid growth left traces from recent tilling. The ground was not overly compacted, and if his wife's method of hastening growth was applied, it likely would not have significant repercussions. The only potential issue might be the weather, which can necessitate diverting water from a waterfall. With these thoughts, Lu Chuan relayed his considerations to Meng Tong, who nodded thoughtfully and said, "Then let us address the water issue first thing tomorrow before we proceed with sowing." Indeed, Lu Chuan agreed, nodding in affirmation. The following day, before the sun had risen, Meng Tong and Lu Chuan rose early. After a brief wash and changing into light clothing, they stepped out of their small courtyard. Lu Chuan carried a backpack containing tools they would need shortly, while he held Meng Tong's hand with his right. Together, they made their way to the waterfall, where a refreshing, cool mist greeted them. Finding a dry and spacious stone slab, Meng Tong settled down as Lu Chuan rolled up his sleeves and retrieved his hammer and other tools from his backpack. Though the water pool was not far from their cultivated land, a protruding stone lay in between, which was the reason why the water from the pool did not flow into the field. Lu Chuan's primary task was to bore a hole in the stone large enough to accommodate a water pipe. This way, they could easily turn on the water directly by twisting the pipe's head. If he merely chiseled the stone aggressively, the field would inevitably be inundated. Grasping a black iron rod approximately half a meter long, Lu Chuan targeted the spot on the stone where he intended to drill. He began to strike the rod with the hammer. The stone, having endured years of icy water erosion, remained unbroken, showcasing its remarkable hardness. Meng Tong observed from the side as Lu Chuan hammered away for quite some time without any apparent change in the iron rod. Narrowing her beautiful eyes, she rose and approached him. As Lu Chuan swung his hammer, he halted upon noticing her presence and inquired, "What is it, my dear?" "It's nothing. I just found something in the artifact that should assist you," she replied. "What is it?" Lu Chuan asked with curiosity. Without uttering a word, Meng Tong handed him a small drilling tool and explained, "Grip this handle tightly, place the tip against the stone, and it will self-drill." "How marvelous! I shall give it a try," Lu Chuan exclaimed, a spark of interest igniting within him. Following Meng Tong's instructions, he positioned the drilling tool against the stone, and it immediately emitted a buzzing sound, surrounded by a cloud of white powder. "Quick, my dear, step back. The stone may fly around," he warned. "All right," Meng Tong replied. casting a satisfied glance at the speed of the drilling tool before advising, "Just be careful." She then returned to her previous seat on the stone slab. The sound of the waterfall drowned out the buzzing of the drill, but within a mere quarter of an hour, Lu Chuan observed water flowing from the drilled hole. As the hole was not as wide as the water pipe, Lu Chuan instinctively began to grind the drill against the stone, and within a minute, the water flow increased significantly, ample enough to accommodate the pipe. What took several hours to accomplish was resolved in just a quarter of an hour. Lu Chuan felt that working alongside his wife was remarkably efficient. Stopping the drill, he found himself covered in water and stone dust. But he paid it no mind as he approached Meng Tong with a beaming smile, presenting her with the tool. "My dear, this artifact is truly exceptional. It's a gift for you." "Really?" Lu Chuan's dark eyes sparkled with delight. He had indeed contemplated asking his wife for it, but realizing it was an artifact, he hesitated to voice such thoughts. To his surprise, Meng Tong directly offered it to him. Caught in a moment of indecision, he felt both gratitude and reluctance. He genuinely cherished the tool. Seeing the man's conflicted expression, Meng Tong chuckled softly, saying, "It's not a precious item. Since I've given it to you, just take it. I merely noticed how hard you were working, so I wandered through the space to see if there was anything that could aid you. I stumbled upon this drilling tool." She had an abundance of items in her space, and if they remained unused, they would only gather dust. So she decided to put to practical use. "Thank you, my dear," Lu Chuan replied gratefully. With utmost care, Lu Chuan gently wiped away the dust from the drill. Captivated by its allure, already envisioning its potential uses in his mind, Meng Tong, merely going along with the flow, had not anticipated that Lu Chuan would create numerous unexpected items with this drill. He requested Meng Tong to hold onto the drill while he eagerly proceeded to the pond to install the water pipe. This step was remarkably straightforward. His drilling skills were quite proficient, and the direction of the water flow formed a gentle slope. All he needed to do was firmly insert the pipe to secure in place. Within a few minutes, the pipe was completely embedded in the stone hole, allowing the water to flow seamlessly through the black pipe to the other end. As Meng Tong approached to observe, water began to trickle out of the pipe. Though not in a substantial volume, it was sufficient. "My dear, is the water flowing?" Lu Chuan inquired gently as he walked towards her. She held the black pipe with one hand, a steady stream of water cascading forth, forming a slender column. Meng Tong raised her hand slightly to indicate the flow. Lu Chuan took a couple of strides to her side, examined the water within the pipe, then scanned the surrounding area before turning to Meng Tong, asking if it would suffice to let it flow freely. "Yes, the lack of water is not overly critical, and since it is on a slope, the water will naturally flow downwards," she replied. "Let us leave it here. I'll come back to secure it after lunch." "All right." Taking the water pipe from Meng Tong, Lu Chuan placed it on the ground and then took her right hand, leading her back towards the courtyard. What he initially thought would take an entire morning or longer was resolved in less than half an hour. The sun had only just begun to rise. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lu Chuan went inside to change clothes while Meng Tong headed to the kitchen. Noticing the meager ingredients left on the stove, she rummaged through her space and procured a bounty of fresh vegetables, meats, fruits, and seasonings. She was akin to a mobile pantry for the household. Chapter 70. Sewing intimate garments, the peril of the white night at noon. After finishing lunch, Lu Chuan ventured into the fields to find a wooden plug to seal the still-flowing water pipe. He then relocated it to a corner beside the cave entrance to prevent it from being trampled by wild buffalo or bursting under the sun's relentless heat. The soil, now dampened by the seepage, was not immediately suitable for Meng Tong to sow seeds. Instead, he decided to let it dry out a bit before planting. This was partly because the soil was too moist and loose. Sowing seeds now would lead to them being baked by the sun and compacted into the earth, adversely affecting germination rates. Moreover, he simply wished to shield Meng Tong from the harsh sunlight, which was indeed scorching. Lu Chuan dared not imagine what the temperature would be outside had they not retreated into the depths of the mountains. Having attended to the matters in the fields, Lu Chuan returned to the small courtyard. First, he checked the wheat in the corner barrel, which was fermenting satisfactorily, but it had not yet fully fermented and would require another day. After taking a cold shower in the bathing area, he returned to their room. Their quarters were the largest, separated from the main hall by a screen. At that moment, the sisters Lu He and Lu Yin were inside, seemingly engrossed in something, their curious eyes fixated on Meng Tong's hands. Lu Chuan entered without glancing back. The man softly closed the door, effectively shutting out the oppressive heat from outside. On the table beside the window lay a small black box, continuously emitting a refreshing coolness, rendering the room's temperature quite pleasant. Lu Chuan cast a brief glance at the object by the window before striding directly toward Meng Tong and her daughters. "What you all up to? Is father back?" Lu Yin cheerfully looked up and replied, "Mother is making clothes for me and sister." "Making clothes?" Lu Chuan inquired, casting a puzzled look at the pieces of fabric in Meng Tong's hands. There were several small scraps of pink material, varying in width, yet all undeniably diminutive. Lu Chuan furrowed his brow, wondering what garments could be fashioned from such scant fabric. Taking a seat on the chair to his left, he asked Meng Tong, "What kind of clothes are you making, my dear?" "Underclothes," Meng Tong responded. During the previous bath she had given to Lu He and Lu Yin, she had noticed that the sisters lacked proper undergarments. Perhaps the original owner had overlooked this due to their tender age, but Meng Tong felt otherwise. She believed that girls should be taught to safeguard their modesty from a young age. So she had decided to take advantage of her free time today to rectify the situation. To avoid forgetting again, she had gathered several soft pieces of fabric from her storage to create a few sets of undergarments for the sisters. "You truly are attentive, my dear." Lu Chuan had not considered such matters. To him, having clothes was sufficient, and he was rather oblivious to the nuances of feminine attire. Realizing that it was inappropriate for him to linger there, Lu Chuan rose and moved to the table nearby, where his own unfinished fabric and garments awaited him. "If you're crafting undergarments, then I shall focus on outerwear." Sitting upright in his chair, he attentively began to cut and sew, exuding a certain charm, especially as the sunlight streamed through the window, softening his previously rugged features. Meng Tong glanced at him momentarily before returning her focus to the small garments she was stitching. Though she was not particularly skilled in needlework, her basic sewing was adequate. She was making camisole-style tops for the sisters, featuring slightly wider straps that provided both modesty and comfort. It did not take long for her to complete 2 pieces for each of them. Peering at the remaining fabric on the table, she contemplated and decided to craft 3 small, triangular pieces as well. In the future, if she were to create simple sanitary pads, these little triangles would prove indispensable. "What is this, mother?" "Yinner and sister have never seen such a thing," Lu Yin inquired, pointing to a light pink triangular piece she had just sewn. Louie picked it up to examine it, her little mind whirring as she began to understand. "Mother, is this something worn underneath pants?" "Indeed," Meng Tong nodded, smiling as she said, "You are so clever here. How did you guess so quickly?" "Hee hee." Louie shyly rubbed her face, responding, "I just guessed." Lu Yin, who had not grasped the concept, appeared bewildered. Was she really that slow? The little girl flipped the triangular piece around in her hands, unsure of how to wear it. However, she was a curious child, unafraid to ask questions. Leaning closer to Lu He, she whispered, "Sister, how do you wear this?" "Well, this part and this part should go around your legs, and this opening goes around your waist," Lu He explained. Lu He gestured patiently, and Meng Tong tilted her head to acknowledge her correctness. It appeared that this little one possessed a keen observational spirit. After sewing the small triangles, Meng Tong retrieved several wide rubber bands from her space to attach to them. For without elasticity, the garments would not fit the children properly. Having toiled for an entire afternoon, Meng Tong crafted 4 little camisoles and 6 small triangles. Although the designs were somewhat unappealing and the stitching a bit rough, the 2 children received them with great enthusiasm, showing no signs of disdain. Especially Lu Yin, who clutched her new garment with fervor, eager to return indoors and try it on. However, Meng Tong intervened. "Wait until your mother washes and dries them," she cautioned. "Even I am sweating just holding them, and the table and fabric are not clean. Wearing them could be detrimental to your health." "All right," the sisters replied, understanding her words. Without needing further prompting, they hugged their new clothes and made their way to the bathing area. After washing the garments, Meng Tong hung them out to dry in the courtyard. Though evening was approaching, the sun had yet to set, and within the hour, the clothes would be dry. Inside, Lu Chuan continued diligently crafting clothing, and the three women chose not to disturb him. Meng Tong instructed the sisters to play with the little wolf in the yard while she took a leisurely stroll to the fields. The soil, having been watered and sun-drenched for the entire afternoon, had dried out but still retained a hint of moisture beneath the surface. This condition was ideal for planting. Without hesitation, Meng Tong retrieved the seeds from her space, scrutinizing their appearance compared to those that had not been infused with the zombie crystal core. The once shriveled grains of wheat now appeared noticeably plumper and glistened with a radiant sheen. Indeed, her assumption regarding the efficacy of the zombie crystal core proved correct. With her hypothesis validated, it was time to plant and observe any further differences. Channeling her unique abilities, Meng Tong effortlessly scattered the seeds evenly across the soil. This time, she divided the plot, sowing half with rice and the other half with wheat. As for the over an acre of vegetable garden, she planted as she had before. As the supplies from her space had nearly been consumed, in less than half an hour, the third batch of crops was entirely sown. Meng Tong dusted off her hands and ambled back to the small courtyard. To an outsider, her actions might seem otherworldly, as typically one would only cultivate 2 seasons of crops in a year. Her existence was indeed against the natural order. Upon returning, she found Lu Chuan preparing dinner. Noticing her arrival, he inquired if she had finished planting. Yes, Meng Tong nodded, taking a turn around the yard before asking, "Where is Bai Yi?" "I haven't seen him all day. He must be out foraging," Lu Chuan replied. Little did they know the dangers that awaited Bai Yi. Chapter 71. A demon approaches the mountain, the so-called beast mastery technique in a shallow lowland, 100 miles away. Bai Yi had been sprinting through the jungle all day and now approached the water source with grace. His once pristine white fur was now tainted with blood. Not his own, but that of a recent prey he had hunted. The air around his tiger-like jaw was thick with the scent of blood. Bai Yi extended his tongue, licking his lips before lowering his head to drink from the water. In the tranquil jungle, the occasional chirping of birds and the murmuring of insects filled the air. Bai Yi gazed at the water's surface, where layers of ripples spread across the low-lying area, his eyes shifting from tranquility to depth. Suddenly, with a whoosh, 3 cold arrows, sharp as blades, hurtled toward him. With a nimble leap, Bai Yi evaded the attack, a surge of fierce energy erupting from his form, his blood-colored fur bristling. His penetrating gaze fixated on the direction of the arrows. A warning roar, filled with oppressive rage, echoed through the jungle, prompting the 4 men hiding behind the trees to exchange glances. "Boss, this one looks tough to capture. Should we call for Lord Xian?" One of the guards, clad in a gray-black long robe, suggested to the man leaning against the tree bough, an arrow in hand. The man, seemingly in his 20s, possessed a handsome visage, yet his eyes betrayed a complex depth, brimming with ambition. Hearing his subordinate's words, a chill flickered in his eyes as he swiftly retaliated with a punch, growling softly. "Who does he think he is? Today this white tiger will be mine. Go, you 3, surround him, 1 on each side. This treasure took me so long to find. If you let it escape, don't blame me for being ruthless." "Yes." The 3 guards exchanged wary glances, refraining from further comment, and cautiously advanced towards Bai Yi. Bows drawn, Bai Yi, poised and alert, fixated on the man behind the tree, dismissing the approaching trio entirely. Understanding the adage, to catch the thief, one must first capture the king, he remained resolute. The pressure emanating from the white tiger left the man behind the tree swallowing hard. Yet the thought of the hefty bounty ignited a greedy malice within him. Leaning against the great tree, he inhaled deeply, adjusting his bow and arrow, then slightly tilting his head to glance toward Bai Yi. However, as he turned, a pair of lethal claws lunged at him. The robust body, towering over 2 meters, collided with the tree, sending the man crashing to the ground. Unable to scream or retaliate, Bai Yi's jaws clamped down on his slender neck with lethal precision. "Boss, was he killed by the white tiger?" Panic ensued among the 3 guards as they witnessed the gruesome scene, the man flailing like a toy in Bai Yi's grip. his body reduced to a mere puddle of flesh in less than a minute. They turned to flee, glancing back at Bai Yi in terror. Such a formidable white tiger. Fear, desire, and turmoil surged within them, yet they reluctantly sprinted towards the east, unwilling to succumb. After running for about an hour, drenched in sweat and with their clothes torn by branches, they finally slowed upon spotting a clearing with tents. "Why are you running? Where's your boss?" A man with a sharp, mischievous countenance approached, a mocking smile on his lips. His slanted eyes darted between the three, a smirk of schadenfreude creeping onto his face. "So, your boss is dead? Get off me." Gasping for breath, the lead guard pushed away the man's hand resting on his shoulder. "Where's Lord Xian?" "I don't know. You would do well to tell me the truth. Otherwise, the white tiger we encountered today will be upon you." The man's face instantly transformed with joy, and he swiftly turned to dash towards the tent behind him. After searching for an entire month, he had finally located the king of the mountains, and he would surely be elated when he learned of it. Inside the tent, a modest military shelter housed merely a bed, a table, and 4 stools, with some provisions tucked away in a corner. A man adorned in a black brocade robe lay on the bed, his eyes, previously closed, open to reveal a sinister glint as he regarded the newcomer. The scrawny man, too intimidated to meet his gaze, knelt and spoke. "Master Xian, the scout reports they encountered a white tiger. Are you certain?" The man, known as Master Xian, flipped over to sit up. In his 30s, he appeared relatively composed and earnest, yet his eyes gleamed with a venomous cunning, reminiscent of a rat lurking in the shadows of a drain. Grasping an object resembling a whistle at the bedside, he strode purposefully towards the entrance, the timid man trembling behind him. Outside the tent, the 3 scouts shivered, their minds haunted by the gruesome images of the white tiger's lethal attack. Yet, a deep-seated desire urged them to cling to hope. After all, Master Xian possessed the rare ability to command beasts. Should the white tiger fall under his dominion, the rewards would surely be bountiful. Tempted by the allure of wealth, the scout steeled himself, and upon seeing Master Xian emerge, he almost groveled before him, bowing deeply. "And Master Xian, where's the white tiger?" Impatience flickered in the man's voice as he inquired, his gaze laced with disdain and arrogance, unwilling to squander even a moment on trivialities. He, Meng Xian, was the only individual in the Great Wei Kingdom capable of taming beasts, having earned the favor of a notable figure. Such lowly beings were unworthy of conversing with him. Intimidated by Meng Xian's imposing presence, the scout dared not withhold any information and hastily divulged everything he knew. "Go, bring me the 6 wolves tethered behind the tent. Today, I shall claim that white tiger." Meng Xian commanded the man beside him. "And Master Xian, I dare not. The wolves only heed your command." The scrawny man quivered, provoking Meng Xian's contempt, yet he secretly relished the flattery. With a disdainful glimmer in his eyes, Meng Xian personally approached the rear of the tent, where 6 robust wolves were chained to a tree. The air was filled with mournful howls, but Meng Xian remained unfazed, perhaps misunderstanding their cries as cheers for his arrival. A shadowy smile spread across his face as he brandished the object in his hand, then knelt to unfasten the chains binding the wolves. With bared fangs, one wolf howled furiously at him, its aura radiating a fierce intent. Humanity was the true devil in this world, having burned its kin, friends, and offspring in a single blaze. Yet, confronted by the enraged creature, Meng Xian felt no fear. Instead, a chilling smile crept onto his lips as he placed the object into his mouth. A sharp, piercing sound erupted, disorienting the furious wolf and robbing it of its will to fight. They lay in agony upon the ground, their mouths slowly revealing white froth. This is what Meng Xian referred to as the art of beast mastery. Chapter 72. You let the tiger return to the mountain. The tormented wolves learned to surrender. When the deafening roar in their ears finally ceased, they emerged as if drawn from water, their thick fur soaked with sweat, their vigor utterly diminished. With a sense of triumph, Meng Xian gathered the items in his possession and grasped the rope on the ground, pulling it gently. Instantly, it felt as if a colossal hand had seized the wolves by their necks, rendering even the simplest act of breathing a struggle. Their indomitable will to survive compelled them to persist. Yet their once proud tails now lay flat against their hindquarters, their eyes shimmering with sorrow. Truly, Master Xian possesses remarkable skills. The diminutive man approached, offering flattery, while Meng Xian waved his hand and turned to the man in charge, demanding a guide to find the white tiger. Should you dare deceive me, your fate shall be dire. Very well, Master Xian. Everything we say is the truth. Please follow us. With a sycophantic smile, they led the way, while Meng Xian, accompanied by 6 wolves, trailed behind. The small man had also summoned 6 men from a nearby tent. Their quarry was the wild and untamed White Knight, roaming freely through the jungle. After dispatching a victim, White Knight sniffed the corpse, pawing and nudging it with its nose. Before long, a jade pendant, hanging from the inner side of its waist, fell to the ground. The pendant, a deep green hue and of modest quality, was nonetheless cherished by White Knight's mistress. Grasping the pendant gently in its mouth, White Knight continued its search, uncovering hidden silver notes and concealed weaponry from the victim's garments. With a swift swipe of its claws, it tore away the hem of the man's long robe, gathering all the treasures in a piece of fabric, which it then clutched in its jaws as it sprinted towards the valley. Today there were no prey, but there were gifts. 100-mile distance might seem daunting to a human, but for White Knight, it was merely a matter of speed. With robust limbs, it leaped through the jungle, arriving at the valley's edge in less than an hour. Shaking off the clinging foliage, White Knight gracefully entered the valley. Meanwhile, the Lu family was enjoying their dinner. Upon seeing White Knight's return, sisters Lu He and Lu Yin rushed out with joy, squatting before it with their bowls in hand. "Where have you been, Tiger?" Lu Yin asked, placing a piece of chicken on the ground. "What is this?" "Sister, come see. Tiger has brought us a gift." "What gift?" Lu He inquired, walking over with a chicken leg in her hand. To her surprise, she discovered a fabric bundle lying on the ground, while White Knight lay contentedly, munching on a chicken piece, affectionately nuzzling Lu Yin. "What is this?" Lu He asked, equally perplexed as she crouched down for a closer look. She then handed her bowl and chopsticks to Lu Yin, saying, "Hold this for me while I take a look." "Okay," Lu Yin replied obediently, as Lu He carefully unwrapped the cloth, revealing an eye-catching stash of silver notes. "This is a fortune. Sister, is this something wealthy families wear at their waists?" Lu Yin pointed at the jade pendant. "I don't know," Lu He responded. "Shall we call Mother and the others to come and see?" "Yes." Then Lu He sprang up and dashed to the living room. "Mother, Tiger has brought back a cloth bag filled with a considerable amount of money and a particularly exquisite object." Money and a beautiful item?" Meng Tong paused for a moment before exchanging glances with Lu Chuan. They both set down their bowls and chopsticks and headed towards the courtyard. "Mother, come quickly and see. Tiger has brought back many things." Squatting beside Bai Yi, Lu Yin took a bite for herself and then fed Bai Yi a mouthful. Upon seeing Meng Tong and Lu Chuan approaching, the little one hurried over, cradling her bowl. "Slow down." Lu Chuan gently grasped her, bending slightly to say, "Eat your meal properly. Don't run about. Quickly return inside." "Oh." Obediently, she followed Lu He back indoors, while Meng Tong and Lu Chuan knelt beside Bai Yi. With the light from the courtyard, Meng Tong quickly scanned the contents of the cloth. There were several silver notes of 100 taels, a jade pendant, and an assortment of peculiar iron objects. "Where did you acquire these?" she inquired, picking up an item from the ground for a closer inspection and tilting her head to question Bai Yi. "Roar, roar, roar. Kill and seize." Bai Yi answered janditi. Meng Tong turned to Lu Chuan, whose expression had suddenly shifted, asking, "What did it say?" Lu Chuan did not respond to her question, but instead placed a reassuring hand on hers, and then fixed his dark gaze upon Bai Yi. "You encountered others." "Roar, yes." "Roar, roar, roar. They wanted to kill me." Bai Yi confessed. Lu Chuan's eyes darkened. Then he turned to Meng Tong, stating, "Bai Yi said it met others outside, and they wanted to kill it. Did you kill anyone to obtain this?" Meng Tong asked Bai Yi. It nodded in affirmation. "Well done," she remarked, collecting everything into her space, leaving only the jade pendant in her hand. After inspecting it from various angles, she found nothing unusual. It was undoubtedly a symbol of someone's identity. She extended the jade pendant to Lu Chuan. "Have you seen this before?" He took it, examined it closely, and shook his head. No, it seems this secluded mountain is not entirely at peace. Meng Tong sighed. Settling into a chair beside her, she asked Bai Yi, "How many people want to kill you?" Bai Yi pondered for a moment before extending its fluffy yet razor-sharp claws. Meng Tong glanced down, noting no change. "Roar 4. Bai Yi answered with a hint of resignation, and Lu Chuan turned to Meng Tong to inform her. "That means 3 have escaped. Roar TSK. You let the tiger return to the mountain." Meng Tong licked her cheek, dissatisfied with Bai Yi's handling of the situation. With its current abilities, it could have easily killed them all, allowing them to flee. What does that mean? Should we wait for them to bring reinforcements to eliminate us? Even after living in this tranquil mountain for several months, Meng Tong's fierceness had not diminished. In fact, it had intensified, regardless of guilt or innocence. Once one chooses to harm others or creatures, they must be prepared for death. A coldness emanated from her otherwise calm gaze as Meng Tong stood and addressed Bai Yi. "For the next few days, observe the area outside the valley closely. If anyone is drawn to you, you know what to do without needing my instruction." Roar, roar, roar. Understood. The once languid body instantly sprang into action as Bai Yi turned and dashed towards the valley's edge. This time, it was indeed a mistake on its part. It should not have left potential threats that could return to endanger its master. Will anyone follow? In the quiet courtyard, Lu Chuan turned to Meng Tong, his dark eyes reflecting a hint of murderous intent. "I cannot be certain," replied Meng Tong. "If they dare to take the risk of hunting a full-grown tiger, it indicates that there are more of them." She pondered their motives for capturing Bai Yi. Could it be that they intend to hunt it? Suddenly, Meng Tong glanced towards the eastern direction. Chapter 73. This night is destined to be sleepless. Just moments ago, her abilities sensed a group of individuals moving towards the valley. "What is it?" Lu Chuan asked, worry creasing his brow as he noticed the change in Meng Tong's expression. "There are 11 people heading this way, along with 6 wolves." Meng Tong replied uncertainly, her face paling. Although they were still several dozen kilometers from the valley, if they continued at this pace, they would likely arrive by tomorrow evening. Were they in pursuit of Bai Yi, or had they discovered their trail? Regardless, Meng Tong was unperturbed. Should they dare to come, she would not hesitate to kill. Taking a deep breath, she regained her composure and turned towards the living room. Lu Chuan followed closely, softly inquiring, "My lady, should I go take a look?" "No need. Let's eat first." Understood. Having heard his lady's words, Lu Chuan refrained from further questioning, resolving to remain vigilant that night. Returning to the living room, the family of 4 dined normally, with Lu He and Lu Yin unaware of their parents' unusual demeanor. In the darkness, Meng Xian led 6 wild wolves through the center, while Qiao Zi and 2 others held torches at the front. Following behind were the thin man and another 6 men, tasked with trailing last. The occasional howls of the wolves echoed through the night, yet they encountered no other large animals along the way. However, Meng Xian's patience had worn thin. His grim eyes scanned the 3 torchbearers trudging ahead, and he suddenly halted. "Why have we stopped, Master Xian?" Tiao Zi queried. "Shut up." Meng Xian's fiery gaze shot towards the thin man behind him, then turned to the halted trio ahead. Licking his slightly darkened teeth, he barked angrily. "Where's the white tiger? Do you think I am to be trifled with?" "And no, Master Xian, I assure you, the tiger must have escaped. If you are weary, I can find you a place to rest. We can pursue at dawn," Tiao Zi stammered. With a powerful kick, Meng Xian struck Tiao Zi in the chest, sending him sprawling to the ground, snapping branches beneath him. The other 2, trembling in fear, dared not speak, their faces drenched in cold sweat. "Where has that white tiger gone?" "Please, Master Xian, do not be angry," the thin man interjected, attempting to mediate. With a forced smile, he whispered, "Why don't we find a place to rest first? The white tiger will surely be found. At this late hour, it is likely back in its den. We will never find it like this. Once we are well rested in the morning, you will surely capture that beast with ease." "Ah, you certainly know how to speak." Meng Xian's volatile emotions eased, his gaze towards the thin man now tinged with appreciation. Lying on the ground for half a day, the thin man, with his eyes slightly narrowed, felt a growing fire within. Wasn't that what he had just said? He raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly got up, beads of cold sweat still glistening on his forehead. Yet a smile lingered on his face. He declared, "I shall find a place for Master Xian." "Get lost," Mont Xian replied, sitting down on the ground to rest, his slightly plump body drenched in sweat. If it weren't for the indignity he was enduring, he would not have come at all. The 6 individuals trailing behind the thin man busily went about their tasks, while the thin man and his companions walked towards the distance. "Shouldn't we make a run for it now?" one of them suggested. "Indeed, our lives are at stake," another echoed. "Even if we manage to lead that brat to the White Tiger, do you truly believe he will grant us mercy or share the bounty?" In a secluded thicket, the 3 men huddled together, discussing their options. The thin man, brimming with hostility, felt his anger subside somewhat upon hearing their words. Yet his cold eyes still glimmered with a hint of murderous intent. Observing the situation, he deduced that the brat's ability to command beasts relied solely on the item he possessed. If he were to acquire it, would it not imply that he too could master beasts? With eyes aflame with determination, he turned to his companions, his brothers who had followed him this far. In this unforgiving world, survival necessitated a tightening of one's belt. Noting the fearful and hesitant expressions on their faces, the thin man experienced a moment of internal conflict, which ultimately resolved into resolve. He quietly asked them, "Do you wish to undertake a significant endeavor?" "What do you mean?" one inquired, while the other remained silent. "I know of a drug that can incapacitate a person. Tonight, we can deal with that brat and seize the item in his possession." "No way. Master Xian is a person of great importance. If we kill him, we shall not survive. I'm out. You all can deliberate amongst yourselves. I am leaving now." "What do you mean, Li Degu? Are you abandoning us at such a critical moment?" The thin man glared angrily at Li Degu, who had already risen to leave. In the darkness, the thin man's murderous intent became evident. Leaving would not be so easy. They had sought him out, pledging to follow him through thick and thin. "I, Li Degu, only wish to survive. For over a month, I have not had a single peaceful night as sleep. I have my elderly mother, my wife, and my son to care for. Even if it means living in poverty or starving, I must stay with them. I will not partake in this endeavor. And you?" The thin man turned to the other man. The man, Li Zhu, from the same village as Li Degu, secretly leaned towards Li Degu's perspective. Though their village was impoverished, it was not as desperate as others, where people fled in fear. "Very well. Since you wish to leave, I shall not stop you." "Really?" Li Degu looked at the thin man with skepticism. Though he was a rough character, he could read the hearts of men. "Get lost," the thin man muttered under his breath, turning away from the two. Exchanging glances, Li Degu and Li Zhu began to retrace their steps, subtly avoiding Mont Xian and the others. With a venomous glare directed at their retreating figures, the thin man clenched a wooden stick tightly in his hand, contemplating violence to seize their possessions. All of this was witnessed by a pair of eyes hidden in the darkness, as a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the sounds of white nights snoring. A fleeting shadow rushed by, and the follower behind Li Degu was immediately bitten to death. The commotion startled both Li Degu and his companion, rendering them paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling to the point of near incontinence. The white tiger had made its appearance. "What do we do?" "Don't speak. It shouldn't have seen us," Li Degu whispered, covering Li Zhu's mouth. In truth, it was mere self-deception. After casting a glance at the two, the white tiger turned towards the direction of Meng Xian. The reason it spared their lives, Bai Yi attributed to their lingering conscience. Feeling as though a great burden had been lifted, the 2 men ran for their lives in the night, causing a group of small squirrels, who had ventured out to play, to scurry back into their tree hollows. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Chapter 74. Return with 6 wild wolves. Meanwhile, Meng Xian leaned against a tree, listlessly eating a flatbread. The anger that had begun to dissipate surged once more, and the 6 wild wolves curled up nearby silently shifted their positions. Their closed eyes slowly lifted towards a dark thicket, having caught the scent of a formidable presence. A sense of vigilance coursed through their veins, and the wolves stood up, ears erect. A series of howls echoed, drawing the attention of Meng Xian and his companions towards the thicket. The thin man quickly picked up a long knife from the ground and jogged over to Meng Xian. "Master Xian, is there something moving? You You should go take a look. Ah. The thin man looked bewildered, but seeing Meng Xian's serious demeanor, he sensed that this was no jest. The smile on his lips froze. Master Xian, what if we let the wolves check it out first? If the white tiger comes, I can't handle it. Go. Meng Xian's expression was grave as he disregarded the thin man's feigned smile. In his eyes, his own life was even less valuable than that of the 6 wolves. Pulling something from his sleeve, he pushed the thin man with urgency, hissing, "Hurry up." Master Xian trembling with fear, the thin man ultimately succumbed to Meng Xian's intimidation and approached the thicket, covered in cold sweat. He cautiously pried apart the branches with his long knife. Ah! A scream reverberated through the forest as the thin man, terrified, collapsed to the ground, wailing, while a nest of little white rabbits scampered out from the thicket, brazenly passing by him. As his tense body gradually relaxed, Meng Xian looked disdainfully at the prostrate thin man and scoffed, "Useless. A mere bunch of rabbits can scare you like this. Master Xian, behind you, huh? Do you think I am as cowardly as you?" Meng Xian paid no mind, his lips curling into a mocking smile. "I am one who can command beasts. In this forest, I am the king." Master Xian, the thin man, had curled up in a ball, his eyes wide with terror, fixated on what lay behind Meng Xian. The laughter ceased as Meng Xian sensed a sound behind him, accompanied by a heavy scent of blood. The iron chain he held in his left hand clinked rhythmically, while the wolves at his feet paced anxiously. They all gazed towards his rear. Meng Xian's heart involuntarily raced. He grasped a whistle-like object and placed it in his mouth. Then he turned around. A formidable white tiger loomed before him, its size and stature far exceeding his expectations. He had never encountered a white tiger so towering and formidable. The fear in his eyes transformed into astonishment. Tonight, he was determined to capture it. A smirk of unwavering confidence graced his lips as a sharp command escaped from his mouth, rendering the wolf on the ground motionless, kneeling in submission. Meanwhile, the white tiger, Bai Yi, sensed discomfort. The air was pierced by a cacophonous roar, and its head spun in a dizzy haze, a wave of nausea washing over it. The surroundings blurred, and it struggled to focus on the figure before it as everything swirled around. Stumbling, Bai Yi shook its head in an attempt to regain composure, but with every shake, dizziness intensified, ultimately leading to a collapse on the ground. "Ah, you dare to challenge me?" Meng Xian chuckled with satisfaction. Removing the item from his mouth and striding towards Bai Yi, a chain prepared in hand. What a tiger! It would soon bow at my feet, obediently complying, and thereafter it would enjoy a life of ease. As he spoke, Meng Xian crouched down to fasten the chain around the white tiger. However, just as he thought victory was at hand, Bai Yi, which had appeared to be unconscious, sprang to life, its eyes sparkling with clarity, unaffected by the previous turmoil. It had been waiting for this moment. With a swift motion, its sharp fangs latched onto Meng Xian's neck, not killing him outright, but drawing blood that flowed freely. "Help! Help!" Meng Xian panicked, feeling as though he were a mere ornament dangling from the tiger's jaws, blood trailing down as he attempted to raise his hand to retrieve something, but found himself utterly devoid of strength. "Help! Help!" The thin man was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder, his gaze toward Bai Yi filled with terror. He attempted to retreat and flee, but Bai Yi was no longer prone to mistakes. With a gentle yet firm bite, Meng Xian felt the essence of life ebbing away, sending him into unconsciousness. Casting Meng Xian aside onto the ground, Bai Yi had run out of patience, launching itself forward in a powerful leap, leaving the thin man no chance to scream as he was severed in two. Once more seizing the unconscious Meng Xian, Bai Yi glanced at the silent wolves before dashing towards the valley. In the darkness, the moonlight filtered through the trees, revealing Bai Yi pursued by 6 other wolves, all racing alongside. After a night of deep slumber, Meng Tong awoke to find Lu Chuan sitting upright. In his hands, he clutched 2 gleaming machetes. "What are you doing?" she inquired. "Ah, my dear, you are awake," he responded, turning to set down the machetes and assisting Meng Tong in getting out of bed. "Did you not sleep last night?" she asked. "I did," he replied. "Then what is the meaning of this?" Meng Tong questioned, pointing to the machetes on the table. "Are you warding off evil?" No, Lu Chuan stammered, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. He was merely apprehensive about the possibility of someone intruding into the valley under the cover of night. Hence, he had taken the two machetes to guard Meng Tong. What about Lu He and Lu Yen? Are they not coming? They have lost interest, he replied. Has Bai Yi returned? Meng Tong shifted the topic as she sat at the table. Just before sleeping the previous night, she had sensed Bai Yi moving towards that group of people. She had refrained from intervening, yet she could not disregard it. The reason Bai Yi had remained undisturbed by the noise was due to Meng Tong's intervention. She had utilized her abilities to create a barrier. Yes, would you like to see, my dear? Lu Chuan inquired. Just a quarter of an hour ago, he had returned, on the verge of succumbing to a brief nap, only to be met with an astonishing surprise. Lu Chuan's heart was tumultuous, prompting him to retrieve the kitchen cleaver that he had initially set aside, only for Meng Tong to fortuitously witness this scene. Let's go take a look. Meng Tong rose and made her way toward the cave, with the little wolf nestled in the courtyard, wagging its tail in eager pursuit. Having caught a whiff of a familiar scent, upon entering the cave, Meng Tong was greeted by the sight of 6 wild wolves. As she had anticipated, the wolves had indeed accompanied them. Awu! The little wolf, trailing beside Meng Tong, howled and dashed toward the wild wolves. Meng Tong cast a glance but paid it no heed, instead approaching Bai Yi, who was lying next to an almost lifeless man. With a growl, Bai Yi nudged Meng Tong, and then, with a swift motion, he stepped on Meng Xian. The forceful kick nearly sent Meng Xian to his demise, but it did succeed in rousing him. Cough! Who the hell are you? Meng Xian stared at the two figures before him in bewilderment. You need not know who we are. What is imperative is that you answer my questions honestly, or else. Bai Yi amplified the pressure, causing Meng Xian to instinctively retract his neck, though a defiant glint lingered in his eyes. What do you wish to ask? What brings you to the mountains? Survival. The world outside is chaotic, forcing one to seek refuge in the mountains. You two are no different, are you? Meng Xian scoffed, only to receive another kick from Bai Hu. Ouch. Chapter 75. Eradicating the roots requires ruthlessness. Clutching his abdomen, Meng Xian was drenched in cold sweat. Casting a furtive glance at Lu Chuan, who stood beside Meng Tong, a figure flashed through his mind, and he straightened his posture, gritting his teeth as he spoke to Lu Chuan. I speak nothing but the truth. By what right do you apprehend me? I'll give you one last opportunity. Meng Tong's expression remained impassive. She had little patience for those who evaded issues with slick rhetoric. Channeling her unique abilities, she communicated with the little one inside her. Can you control this fellow's consciousness? Yes, I can. A bright, childlike voice chimed in, before Meng Xian could react. A stream of pale green energy surged toward his forehead, causing his gaze to become vacant. Mother, would you like me to take you into his world? It's a bit messy. All right, Meng Tong nodded. Let us go. The state of cleanliness is of little concern. Standing before Meng Xian, Meng Tong slowly closed her eyes, and a particularly adorable, rosy-cheeked little boy materialized before her. This was the manifestation of the little one's consciousness. Mother, he exclaimed, rushing over for a bear hug, his soft body enveloping Meng Tong's face, his cherubic lips nuzzling against her cheek, leaving traces of saliva. Come down. I don't want to. Mother never plays with me. I miss you. Can I come out early? Absolutely not. Meng Tong sighed, exasperated. What could a 6-month-old baby possibly do? He merely exhibited early cognitive development. Raising her hand, she cradled the chubby infant, gazing down at him as she said, "Take me into his world." Okay. The infant remained silent. Yet Meng Tong could discern the sound of its distress. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision. She swayed slightly, and peculiar noises began to resonate around her. Master Xian, did I serve you well tonight? Well, it was somewhat tolerable. Before the latter part of the statement could escape, Meng Tong swiftly interrupted. That is rather vulgar. Do not corrupt my child. Raising her hand to cover the tiny mouth that was gnawing on her finger, she gently inquired of the infant. Can you access your recent consciousness? It pertains to our venture into the mountains and your identity. Of course. With a kick of its chubby little legs, the infant began to whirl Meng Tong's vision into a rapid spin, as if projecting a film on a luminous screen, revealing every secret of Meng Xian without reservation. It turned out he was a servant from Dawn Island who had stolen a beast-controlling whistle from his master, subsequently fled. On the other side of the prison mountain was not Dawn Island, but an expansive fishing village. Due to its coastal and mountainous geography, few refugees sought shelter there. However, survival was challenging. One had to either risk the sea for fishing or venture into the mountains for foraging. Initially, this was sustainable, but as the weather worsened, food sources around the mountain's periphery dwindled, and the fish in the sea also diminished significantly. At that critical juncture, a mysterious figure appeared in Meng Xian's memory, clad entirely in black, obscuring even his eyes. He posted a notice in the fishing village, promising a reward starting from 100 taels of silver and even 1,000 pounds of grain for anyone who could bring back a live, ferocious beast from the mountains. This presented a tremendous temptation for the villagers, and Meng Xian seized the opportunity. Armed with the stolen whistle, he approached the man in black, leading to their expedition into the mountains. Is there any memory regarding the man's motive for seeking ferocious beasts? Meng Tong inquired after absorbing the entirety of the recollection. The answer was negative. All right, I understand. You may return. Okay. With that, the infant brought Meng Tong back to reality, playfully kicking her in the stomach before settling down obediently. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan, who had been observing her, expressed his concern upon seeing her open her eyes. My dear, are you all right? She had just turned cold again. Had Meng Tong not remained still, he would have been drenched in cold sweat once more due to the prior occurrences. I'm fine. Supporting herself with Lu Chuan's left hand, Meng Tong soothingly patted him and smiled. This person is of no further use. Eliminate him. Lu Chuan was momentarily taken aback, but upon meeting the calmness in her gaze, he comprehended immediately. His wife had acquired what she sought. I shall take him away. You return to the house first. With a swift motion, Lu Chuan lifted the unconscious Meng Xian and made his way toward the valley's exit, while Bai Yi followed closely behind. Meng Tong nodded, and after watching the duo depart, she turned her attention to the 6 wolves. Upon her approach, the most excited was the little wolf, its sparse fur failing to hinder its playful demeanor. It sank its tender teeth into the hem of Meng Tong's garment, signaling her to follow it to the side. Although she did not comprehend the reason, she complied nonetheless. As she stood before the 6 wild wolves, the young wolf released its grip and scampered towards one of the larger wolves. The 6 wolves, 1 small and 5 large, gazed up at her, emitting a resonant howl in unison before all lying down on their sides, exposing their most vulnerable throats. This was a display of submission from the wolves. Meng Tong felt a wave of confusion wash over her, quickly followed by elation. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she observed the 6 wild wolves. They were robust and fierce, yet they appeared drained and devoid of spirit. The only hint of their wildness lay in their sharp, piercing gazes. Having submitted to her, she had no intention of treating them poorly. A continuous stream of her extraordinary energy flowed into their bodies, instantly revitalizing their weary forms. Contented grunts emerged from their mouths, and the wolves regarded Meng Tong with eyes brimming with absolute submission and gratitude. Outside the valley, the unconscious Meng Xian had his neck seized by Bai Yi, and within a mere second, he departed this world peacefully. Lu Chuan, having spent considerable time with Meng Tong, had shed any penchant for cruelty. He had developed a distaste for procrastination and the need to eliminate problems at their roots. After being thoroughly looted, Lu Chuan glanced at the whistle in his hand and, with a decisive effort, rendered it useless, for retaining it would only pose a threat to wildlife. Bai Yi, go dig a hole, he commanded. Bai Yi hesitated, but upon encountering Lu Chuan's imposing gaze, complied. After all, they had taken a human's possessions. This would serve to prevent any foul odors and act as a benevolent deed. A group of individuals, aside from the fleeing Li Dego and Li Zhu, met their silent demise deep within the mountains. Upon returning to the valley, the family continued their lives as usual, now accompanied by 6 wild wolves. Chapter 76. Dark clouds gather. A storm approaches. Time flew by, and the tranquil existence within the valley passed for over 2 months, swiftly arriving at mid-October. The crops in the fields had undergone several cycles, and Meng Tong would sit in the courtyard daily, drawing energy from outside the valley. As her belly grew larger, her range of movement became limited. Today, as she rose early once more to absorb energy in the courtyard, Lu Chuan busied himself preparing breakfast in the kitchen. The courtyard was strewn with plump seeds of various kinds. As Meng Tong drew energy with her right hand, she simultaneously infused the seeds with her left. Gradually, the seeds began to sprout, grow, and eventually blossom into fruit. Over the span of 2 months, Meng Tong's extraordinary abilities had progressed remarkably. She could nurture seeds without planting them in the ground, and the sprawling mountains were entirely under her control. Through the sheer force of her powers, she could ascertain all that transpired beyond her immediate surroundings. As the light dimmed slightly, Meng Tong reclined beneath the eaves, her beautiful eyes lifted to the heavens. The sky remained a vast expanse of blue, yet it felt stifling compared to before. Even while seated, she found herself perspiring. Grabbing a clean cloth from the table, she wiped the beads of sweat from her brow, then rose to her feet, leaning against her pregnant form as she made her way to the kitchen. "My dear, what troubles you?" Lu Chuan inquired. "Do you not think it particularly warm today?" Taking a seat on the chair he had pulled out, Meng Tong turned her gaze to him and asked. The man donned a grayish-white vest, his robust muscles exposed to the air, particularly the enticing contours of his 8-pack abs, glistening with a fine sheen of perspiration. As Meng Tong gazed upon his strikingly handsome and rugged visage, she noticed he too bore beads of sweat. Hearing her words, the man's lips curled into a wry smile as he remarked, "It's quite hot. My dear, would you be so kind as to fan me?" Lu Chuan's deep, dark eyes playfully regarded the handheld fan she clutched. The woman cast him a sidelong glance, her slender, pale arm lifting slightly, producing a gentle breeze from the fan. The taut surface of his abdomen prickled with goosebumps, while the affection in Lu Chuan's gaze was almost palpable. With his left hand stirring the contents of the pan, he turned his head to look out at the sky. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, "It seems a change in weather is imminent." Meng Tong blinked in agreement, acknowledging Lu Chuan's insight. "It might indeed rain heavily today. I shall gather everything in the yard and the crops from the fields today." Rising from her chair, Meng Tong turned to Lu Chuan, who remained silent, merely tilting his chin toward the door as he replied, "You tend to the yard first. I shall assist you with the fields shortly." "Very well," she acquiesced, as his concern for her safety kept her within his sight. Exiting the kitchen and standing beneath the eaves, Meng Tong raised her hand to draw all items in the yard into her spatial storage, including the wine tucked away in a corner, before heading to Lu Hie's room. The sisters were already awake but were enjoying their time indoors. Upon seeing Meng Tong enter, Lu Hie sprang up and rushed over, supporting her left arm and sweetly advising, "Mother, watch your step." "All right," she replied. Just a few steps later, Lu Yin joined them with exuberance, her adorable, chubby face glowing with youthfulness, resembling a delightful doll. Grasping Meng Tong's right hand, she cheerfully inquired, "Mother, can we eat now?" "Not yet." Meng Tong chuckled resignedly as she made her way to Lu Hie's bed. When the house was constructed, Meng Tong had requested Lu Chuan to install a window on the back for ventilation. Situated near a cliff, she felt uneasy about potential rockfalls during a torrential downpour. So she entered to ensure the window was securely closed. "Mother, let me do it," Lu Hie offered, approaching to assist, while Lu Yin dutifully supported Meng Tong to refrain from letting her exert herself. "Father said that carrying a baby is quite challenging for Mother. We must help her as much as we can." The sisters demonstrated their willingness, and whenever Lu Chuan was absent, the two little ones stayed close to Meng Tong, along with the household's little wolf, Bai Yi, and others, all under Lu Chuan's directive. Once the window was shut, the trio of mother and daughters proceeded to Lu Yin's room. After ensuring everything was in order, Lu Chuan arrived. His tall frame entered the room, bringing an undeniable sense of gravity, yet the tenderness on his face alleviated much of it. Casually wrapping his left arm around Meng Tong's waist, Lu Chuan lowered his gaze and gently suggested, "Let's eat first." "All right," Meng Tong nodded, having grown accustomed to his gestures. As they walked toward the living room, Lu Hie and Lu Yin exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. The sky was a brilliant blue, yet within the span of less than an hour. A chilling wind arose, and ominous clouds gathered on the horizon. A flock of swallows soared above the valley, leading Meng Tong towards the fields. Lu Chuan glanced at the dark, heavy clouds, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. It seemed that rain would be quite substantial. Casting a sideways look at the waterfall and then at the small courtyard, Lu Chuan felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that rising waters might inundate their home. "My dear, should we consider spending the night in the cave?" he suggested. "Why?" Standing on the stone path, Meng Tong summoned her abilities to gather the crops, some of which were still immature. However, she remained unperturbed, for she was capable of processing them. "Today's rain is likely to be heavy. I fear the waterfall may swell and flood our home." With a sideways glance at the layout of the waterfall and the courtyard, Meng Tong narrowed her eyes slightly and softly said, "We'll assess the situation shortly. If there are any issues, we shall retreat to the cave." "Very well." With urgency, they collected all the crops from the field, including the cotton stalks. Then, the pair turned back towards the small courtyard. Just then, a sudden and deafening clap of thunder erupted in the sky, startling Meng Tong nearly off her feet, her heart racing unexpectedly. "My dear, are you all right?" Lu Chuan enveloped her in his embrace, his gaze filled with worry. "I'm fine. Let's hurry home." "He, and Yin, must be frightened," she replied. Indeed. He guided Meng Tong back to the courtyard, where the sisters, Lu He and Lu Yin, were indeed frightened. The two little ones clung to each other, while a much larger little wolf wagged its tail, ears perked up, circling around them with vigilant eyes, scanning their surroundings. Upon returning home, Lu He and Lu Yin rushed to Meng Tong, wrapping their arms around her. Lu Yin looked up with trepidation and asked, "Mother, was that thunder just now?" "Yes, it was thunder," Meng Tong replied, gently pinching her cherubic cheek and bending down to speak softly. "It's going to rain soon. You two must stay inside and behave." All right, but what about you, Mother?" the little ones chorused. Meng Tong's eyes sparkled as a smile graced her lips. "Mother will also be inside." "Really? That's wonderful." "Yinner is so scared of thunder," Lu Yin exclaimed. "Do not fear, Mother is here." Chapter 77. The downpour and sudden drop in temperature, a fierce wind swept through the trees, producing a rustling sound, as some animals wandering in the wild sensed the unusual conditions of the day. Meanwhile, Bai Yi and 6 wild wolves were hastening back towards the valley. With a rumble, a lightning bolt illuminated the dark sky, followed closely by a tremendous roar. Seated beneath the eaves of the house, Lu He and Lu Yin nestled against Meng Tong, their gazes fixed upon the heavens. Their feelings were quite complex. They wished for rain, yet hoped it would not be too torrential. "Mother, look, the tigers are back," Lu Yin exclaimed joyfully, pointing at the entrance where Bai Yi and the wild wolves appeared. They all carried traces of prey, and upon hearing Lu Yin's voice, they turned to her before making their way straight to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Lu Chuan was tidying up when he noticed Bai Yi entering with an elegant stride, a smile playing on his lips. He then cast a sidelong glance at the wild wolf trailing behind him. "Put it down. It's about to rain. Don't wander outside," he commanded. With a low growl, Bai Yi and the wolves released what they held in their mouths and obediently exited, curling up under the eaves. The eaves, intentionally extended over a meter during construction, provided just enough shade for them to rest comfortably. However, today was different. Meng Tong instructed Lu He to open an empty room for the wolves to enter. A little creature inside her gently kicked her abdomen, then fell still. She raised her hand to gently caress her belly and turned her gaze toward the outside. Rain was approaching. Large droplets struck the ground, vanishing almost instantly, only to be replaced by even larger ones. "Lu Chuan, it's raining. Come back inside," the man called out as he headed toward the kitchen, while Meng Tong rose to lower the window slightly. In mere seconds, the rain intensified, reducing visibility to about a meter. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth mingled with warmth. At that moment, the man decisively set down his tasks, secured the kitchen, and strode into the house. In a short distance of 10 meters, he was drenched by the downpour. "Father, let me dry your hair," Lu He cheerfully offered, handing him a cloth from beside the chair. "Thank you, my dear daughter," he replied, taking the cloth and casually drying his hair before walking behind the screen. Moments later, he emerged in a fresh, crisp outfit. He hung the cloth on a clean wooden rod and approached the mother and daughters by the window. The sound of the rain was so loud that it masked his footsteps, and it wasn't until he felt warmth at his waist that Meng Tong realized it was him. She glanced at the damp strands of hair on his forehead and softly admonished, "Why didn't you dry it properly? You'll catch a cold." "I want tea." Lu Chuan chuckled in response. He settled beside her, and the four of them gazed out at the mist-covered ground. The dryness and heat were quenched by the rain, droplets splashing against the ground and soon drenching the walls. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed as the rain persisted for 2 full hours before gradually subsiding. Although there was some pooling in the courtyard, it was not excessive. As dusk approached and the sky darkened, the rain finally ceased. Lu Chuan stepped outside with a hoe, while Meng Tong retrieved a luminous pearl from her space to hang in the courtyard. The man carved a small trench to direct the water away before returning to the kitchen. During the past few hours, the family had remained indoors, snacking on dried fruits and jerky, so they were not particularly hungry. "Mother, I feel a bit cold," Yané remarked. "Me too," Louis chimed in. The rain had left the air fresh, and they had intended to step outside for a breath of fresh air. However, as soon as the door opened, a chill swept in, causing Lu He and Lu Yin to shiver in their single-layer garments crafted by Lu Chuan. Meng Tong quickly shut the door and fetched 2 thicker garments from her space for the sisters to wear, then changed into something warmer herself. Indeed, the weather was quite unpredictable. Releasing the white knight and the wolves from the vacant house, Meng Tong strolled around the courtyard, where a damp chill permeated the air. Gazing up at the sky, not a single star was visible. Meng Tong's eyes flickered momentarily before she proceeded to the kitchen. The temperature was dropping. "You should return indoors shortly to change into a thicker garment to avoid falling ill." "All right, I shall heed my lady's advice." The man, still clad in his short attire, glanced at Meng Tong before heading inside to change. "Whatever my lady instructs is undoubtedly wise." After finishing their dinner, the family retired early for the night. Upon waking the next day, Meng Tong distinctly sensed a significant drop in temperature, with a palpable chill enveloping the air. "My lady, dress warmly. The weather is particularly cold today." The man, dressed in a long black robe, approached the bedside, assisting Meng Tong to sit up as he continued, "This weather is peculiar. I fear snow may arrive within a few days. While it is still bearable, I wish to venture into the valley." "Very well. Just be cautious and take White Knight and the others along." "Of course." After helping Meng Tong into her clothes, the man retrieved a white cloak from his side. It was crafted during his leisure hours, made from rabbit and tiger fur, ensuring warmth. Fortunately, Meng Tong had foreseen the need for warmth, and their home was well stocked with provisions and firewood. Even if the family did nothing, they could sustain themselves for over a year. Supporting Meng Tong as they made their way to the kitchen, Lu Chuan's gaze lingered on her belly, his dark eyes reflecting concern. Now nearing 9 months, his anxiety intensified, especially with no midwife or doctor available in the remote mountains. He genuinely feared unforeseen complications. Clenching his hand tightly, Meng Tong tilted her head to glance at Lu Chuan, whose brow was furrowed as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she inquired, "Are you worried about the child?" "No, I'm concerned for you, my lady." After a brief pause, Meng Tong chuckled softly. "Do not fret. Did I not assure you? With the divine artifact, the child will be born safely. I will be safe as well." However, Lu Chuan halted, wanting to express something, yet Meng Tong's gentle interruption stilled his tongue. "Trust me." Looking into her steadfast and serene eyes, Lu Chuan's heart settled, and he grasped her hand with a smile. "Very well." The family donned warm clothing, including little vests for the young wolves and White Knight, which Meng Tong helped them wear. Joyfully united, they remained unfazed by the sudden drop in temperature, unlike others. When torrential rain fell, both the refugees still journeying along the official road and those who had reached the north rejoiced exuberantly. Clad in thin garments, they frolicked in the rain, even bathing, believing that better days were imminent. Alas, the abrupt drop in temperature caught everyone off guard, particularly those reveling in the rain. Lacking sufficient warm clothing, Many fell ill in a mere night. The entire Wei kingdom has plunged into a true state of chaos, where no one tends to the lives of the common people, while the so-called royal family continues its internal strife for the illusory glory of supremacy. Outside matters, Meng Tong remains indifferent and uninterested. She is solely focused on living a good life. After breakfast, Lu Chuan set off from the valley, carrying a basket and accompanied by Bai Yi and 6 wild wolves, while Meng Tong stayed home with the sisters Lu He and Lu Yan. With nothing pressing to occupy her time, Meng Tong contemplated attempting to create sanitary pads. She procured a table and placed it in the room, extracting some unprocessed cotton from her supplies, still speckled with cotton seeds. Sitting on a chair, she began to sort through the cotton slowly, while Lu He and Lu Yan eagerly gathered around to assist her. "Mother, what are you going to do with the cotton? Are you making beautiful and warm clothes?" Lu He inquired, her small hands clutching a fluffy clump of cotton, her eyes shining with curiosity. Meng Tong smiled softly, a hint of mystery in her voice as she replied, "No, dear, what I am making is something that will be beneficial for us girls." What is it?" Lu Yan asked, her face a picture of curiosity as well. Continuing her task, Meng Tong glanced at the 2 sisters and realized this presented a splendid opportunity for enlightenment. Thus, she cheerfully asked, "Do you know the difference between boys and girls?" "Mother, I know," Lu Yan exclaimed enthusiastically, her voice ringing out. Meng Tong nodded encouragingly for her to continue. The little girl smacked her lips a couple of times and leaned closer to Meng Tong's ear, whispering, "I once saw the village head's grandson. He has a protruding thing that I don't." She pointed to her abdomen, her eyes wide with innocence. "Is this the difference between boys and girls, Mother? Grandma always says boys have a handle, and I think the village head's grandson is just like that." Meng Tong found herself momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, she gently patted Lu Yan's head, her eyes filled with warmth. "You are quite astute, Yen'er. That indeed is one difference between boys and girls, but what I wish to discuss is another distinction." "Is there another difference?" Lu He chimed in, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Setting the cotton aside, Meng Tong embraced both girls and tenderly shared all the knowledge she had about femininity with them. Lu Yan appeared somewhat astonished, struggling to fully grasp the implications of Meng Tong's words. With a hint of trepidation, she looked up at Meng Tong and asked softly, "Mother, will bleeding make one die?" "Of course not," Meng Tong replied firmly. "It is a normal occurrence for us girls. In the future, if you experience this, you must promptly tell Mother, all right? Do not be afraid. It is a sign that you are growing up, and when that time comes, I will celebrate it with you." "Really? Mother will celebrate with us?" Lu He asked, her bright eyes wide with excitement. She seemed to recall a time when she had seen her mother bleed, and Grandma had mentioned it was very unlucky. Yet, now Mother spoke of it as a cause for celebration, leaving Lu He momentarily confused about who was right. Meng Tong observed the sisters' naive yet seemingly enlightened expressions, and she chose to remain silent, allowing them ample time to digest the information. In her eyes, this was indeed a matter worthy of celebration. Thus, the 2 sisters planted a seed of faith in their mother deep within their hearts. After spending an hour meticulously selecting the cotton, Meng Tong retrieved a roll of gauze from her space, which, unlike other fabrics, boasted superior breathability. The next step involved cutting the gauze to the appropriate dimensions and adding a waterproof cloth beneath to prevent leakage. This waterproof cloth was a serendipitous find during Meng Tong's scavenging in the apocalypse, and now it was perfectly suited for a purpose. With preparations complete, Meng Tong was uncertain of her method, so she proceeded according to her instincts. She compressed the clean, fluffy cotton and wrapped it in gauze before sewing it onto the waterproof cloth. However, upon examining her handiwork, she was left speechless. It was far too thick. Acknowledging her failure, she sighed, realizing she was ill-suited for such tasks. After a tedious afternoon of crafting a rather unrecognizable object, she placed it on the table and glanced at her sisters, saying, "Let us head to the kitchen and prepare something to eat. Are you hungry?" "Yes." Both Lu He and Lu Yan nodded obediently, following Meng Tong outside as a cold breeze swept through, prompting the trio to tighten their garments. The weather was indeed fickle. In the kitchen, Meng Tong scanned the area, indulging in a few fresh grapes before inquiring about their preferences. Mother, I would like roasted sweet potatoes, Lu Yin expressed. And I want roasted potatoes, Lu He added. All right, I shall roast them for you, Meng Tong replied, realizing she was also uncertain about what to eat. Taking a seat, she tended to the fire on the stove and retrieved some sweet potatoes and potatoes from her space, tossing them into the flames. The chilly weather called for something warm and comforting, making roasted sweet potatoes the perfect choice. Once the sweet potatoes and potatoes were thoroughly cooked, Meng Tong retrieved a corn cob from a nearby sack, skillfully scraping off the charred skin of the potatoes, revealing a hard, golden exterior that exuded the delightful aroma unique to potatoes. Mother, it smells wonderful, Lu Yin exclaimed. Indeed it does, Meng Tong smiled, placing the freshly prepared potatoes and sweet potatoes onto a wooden platter before rising to carry them to the living room. Lu Yin, please fetch the bottle of chili sauce from the stove. Lu He, go get 3 pairs of chopsticks, she instructed. Okay, the sisters responded in unison, eagerly retrieving the chili sauce and chopsticks, after which the 3 of them sat in the living room to enjoy their meal. Meanwhile, outside the valley, Lu Chuan continued his hunt in the biting wind. A plump wild boar was unusually wandering about, grunting as it vigorously foraged around a tree, completely unaware of the sharp cleaver soaring toward it from behind. With a precise strike, the cleaver lodged itself into the boar's neck, and in mere moments, it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Emerging from the shadows, Lu Chuan, burdened with several wild chickens and hares, was followed by Bai Yi and a wolf, each carrying their own share of the spoils. Approaching the now deceased boar, Lu Chuan's deep, dark eyes glimmered with satisfaction. He crouched down, extracting the cleaver from the boar's neck and placing it into his backpack. Need a hand? Bai Yi growled softly, dropping the game in his mouth, but received no response from Lu Chuan. Setting down his backpack, Lu Chuan retrieved 4 wild chickens and 3 wild rabbits from within and placed them on the ground. He then crouched down and effortlessly lifted the over 200 pounds of wild boar, securing it in his backpack. Rising with ease, he carried the boar on his back while holding the wild chickens in one hand and the wild rabbits in the other, making his way towards the valley. Bai Yi and the wolves trailed behind him, their tails tucked in. He had indeed grown remarkably stronger. Chapter 79. Mother, quickly call father to welcome me back. By the time Lu Chuan returned, night had fully descended. The man, drenched in sweat, carelessly set the wild boar down in the courtyard before heading inside to check on Meng Tong. Darling, I'm home. Why are you back so late? Are you all right? Meng Tong looked up from the items she was tending to, her gaze falling upon the man beside her, dressed in a clean black robe. There were no signs of wear or injury, which eased her worries. I have a pot of rib soup simmering in the kitchen, along with some roasted sweet potatoes and baked potatoes. Why don't you eat something first? A smile graced the ruggedly handsome features of the man as he raised his hand to pick up a cotton flower. Darling, what are you planning to do with this? You go eat first. I'll tell you in a bit. You might even need to help me. Meng Tong playfully nudged Lu Chuan's back. All right, I'll head to the kitchen. He added, oh, by the way, I hunted quite a bit today. There's a wild boar in the yard. I'll make braised pork for you tomorrow. Sound good? The woman nodded and continued her work. Lu Chuan glanced at her before exiting the room, closing the door securely behind him as he made his way to the kitchen. The rib soup was bubbling gently on the stove, releasing a rich aroma that filled the entire house, stirring Lu Chuan's appetite. He pulled a nearby stool and sat down, serving himself the rib soup and a few still warm roasted sweet potatoes. Accompanied by the sweet, tender potatoes, he devoured the remaining ribs and soup with fervor. He was truly hungry. After tidying up the kitchen, Lu Chuan boiled a basin of hot water and then headed to the bathing area for a warm bath. As Meng Tong had advised him, he needed to take care of his body. Once he had finished, it was quite late. After Meng Tong stored the wild boar and other game in their space, the couple returned inside. Lacking sleepiness, they sat by the table, chatting, while Lu Chuan's gaze wandered to the items Meng Tong had prepared. Darling, what are you making? He examined the long cloth strip filled with cotton. His curiosity piqued. This is my menstrual belt. Menstrual belt? The man's surprise was evident, his face flushing with an unaccustomed hue, as he had never encountered such a thing before. Do you think it's inappropriate? Meng Tong regarded him sternly, as if ready to strike should he utter an affirmative. Fortunately, Lu Chuan was perceptive and had no such thoughts. He shook his head gently, speaking softly. I've never seen anything like this before. Please don't be upset, darling. Would you like me to help you make some? Having merely glanced at it, Lu Chuan had already grasped the essentials. The concept of menstruation had been whispered about by some unsophisticated villagers, who claimed that a woman could only conceive if she experienced bleeding. At that time, Lu Chuan was rather naive, and others mocked him, insisting that he would never know the sensations associated with such matters. Observing the cotton-filled items that Meng Tong was preparing, Lu Chuan understood their purpose, to absorb that which was natural. In truth, it was not exclusively for his use. Once he and Yin reached maturity, they too would require it. Ah, I see, he said, his gaze fixed intently on the cotton, devoid of any trace of disdain. Before long, I shall become a father. And this may be necessary then. I must prepare accordingly. Lu Chuan lifted his eyes to Meng Tong and inquired, Is there anything else we need? Fear not, my dear, for ignorance is not a flaw. What matters is the willingness to learn. Once the baby arrives, you must also embrace your responsibilities, she replied. Indeed, I shall, he affirmed with a serious nod. In the past, he had been foolish, relying solely on his wife during her pregnancy and childbirth, while the Lu family had offered little assistance. A flicker of guilt passed through his dark eyes, quickly replaced by a resolute determination. He vowed to become a worthy father and husband. As the days grew colder, a heavy snowfall blanketed the ground within a mere fortnight. One early morning, Lu Chuan rose and donned his warm winter garments before snugly covering Meng Tong with a thick quilt. She lay curled up, revealing only her head. For her sleep had been restless in the later stages of pregnancy. Any movement from him roused her. Squinting against the bright light streaming through the window, Meng Tong hoarsely asked, Is it snowing? Yes, it began last night. Would you like to sleep a bit longer while I step outside to have a look? He offered. Very well, she replied, blinking sleepily. I hope he and Yin are not too cold. Not at all. I had them sleep in the same room last night, and they were well covered with an extra quilt. That's reassuring, Meng Tong said, settling back comfortably, closing her eyes to return to sleep. Though her thoughts were with the little one within her. Have you decided to come out yet? Dear child, will it be cold outside? It feels quite warm in here. Perhaps you should wait until spring. Meng Tong sighed, exasperated. Did the baby think she was giving birth to a deity? Firmly, she continued, You have fully developed. I promise to protect you once you arrive, and you shall not feel cold. Really? A voice tinged with skepticism responded, clearly more mature than before. Indeed, she affirmed. Do you not wish to see the snow? It is quite beautiful. Then I shall come out now. Before she could stop him, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, followed by the voice in her mind. Mother, hurry and call father to welcome me. I promise I won't cause you pain. Wait, she urged. Just give me a moment to rise. Please don't make a mess on the bed. Enduring the discomfort in her abdomen, Meng Tong found it bearable, akin to her previous menstrual experiences. Clad in lightweight attire, she hastily retrieved a prepared mat from a nearby basket and slowly removed her trousers. Finally, she called out, Lu Chuan, it's time. It's time? Outside. As Lu Chuan was shoveling snow, his hand trembled, prompting him to dash into the house without a backward glance. The two sisters next door, just rising from their slumber, followed suit. Upon entering, they beheld Meng Tong lying on the floor, covered with a quilt, with another cushion beneath her. A sigh of relief escaped Lu Chuan as he hurried over, crouching down to cradle Meng Tong's head in his arms, his voice laced with concern. How are you? I'm Famine. Just bring me the things you prepared earlier. You'll cut the umbilical cord shortly, she replied. Understood. Lu Chuan, his hands trembling, had just risen when the sisters, Lu He and Lu Yin, rushed in, careful to close the door behind them. Mother, is the baby coming? Yes. A thin sheen of sweat formed on Meng Tong's forehead as she glanced at Lu Chuan approaching, silently urging in her mind, Come forth. All right, let my father catch me, she thought. In Chapter 80, My Dear Wife, Let me clean you. Lu Chuan placed the prepared items beside Meng Tong, kneeling before her with trembling hands. Taking a deep breath, he looked at her with tenderness and softly inquired, My dear, what should I do? Just watch. Remember to support his head once it emerges. she instructed. Nodding, Lu Chuan gently lifted a corner of the quilt covering Meng Tong, his gaze earnest, his heart a blend of anxiety and excitement. The arrival of new life felt profoundly mysterious. "Mother, I'm coming." "Yes." A voice, filled with youthful exuberance, echoed in her mind, followed by a release in her lower abdomen, leading to Lu Chuan's slightly raised voice. "My dear, he is here. What should I do next?" Cradling a soft bundle in his hands, Lu Chuan's body was taut, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and back. The sisters, Lu He and Lu Yen, dared not look or interfere, instead sitting quietly beside Meng Tong, one cautiously wiping her sweat, while the other gazed in wonder at Lu Chuan's flustered expression, realizing that even their father could display such emotions. Drawing upon her abilities to gradually adjust herself, Meng Tong leaned against Lu He's petite form and signaled for Lu Yen to retrieve the scissors resting nearby. The scissors had been sterilized in her space. After confirming their readiness, she handed them to Lu Chuan, instructing, "Use these to shorten the umbilical cord. Be careful." "Okay." In just a few minutes, beads of sweat dotted Lu Chuan's face as he meticulously adjusted the little one in his hands. The infant, turning slightly, glanced at Lu Chuan with bright eyes before settling contentedly in his palm. Taking the scissors, Lu Chuan inhaled deeply and, with a resolute snip, the umbilical cord was neatly severed. He then used the prepared items from the bamboo basket to clean the newborn and wrapped him snugly in a small quilt. "My dear, you don't need to worry about me. I'm perfectly fine," Meng Tong reassured him as she harnessed her abilities to expel any remnants from her body, simultaneously purifying her womb. By the time Lu Chuan had laid the child down on the bed, Meng Tong was already able to rise, appearing far from the look of someone who had just given birth. The man's eyes flickered with concern as he took a few strides to Meng Tong's side. Without uttering a word, he bent down and cradled her in his arms, murmuring words of helplessness and tenderness, urging her not to move, for she had just given birth and was still quite weak. "Is there anywhere you feel discomfort?" he inquired, to which Meng Tong replied with a faint smile. Her heart warmed by his care. Resigned, she leaned into his embrace and softly requested, "Carry me to the bed, and then fetch me some warm water." "Very well," he replied, ensuring she was snugly settled on the bed. He then called for Lu He and Lu Yen to keep an eye on her before stepping out to the kitchen to boil water. While waiting for the water to heat, he returned to tidy up the room, where the three ladies had gathered around the tiny baby nestled beside Meng Tong. The delicate little mattress was crafted by Lu Chuan himself. It was not only warm and comforting, but also beautifully made. The rosy bundle was anything but the wrinkled appearance typical of newborns. He was irresistibly adorable. His large, bright eyes sparkled with clarity, darting around to take in the smiling visage of his mother and the curious gaze of his sister. He even seemed inclined to stretch out his tiny arm to touch Lu Yan's chubby face as she leaned closer. "Mother, my brother is so beautiful. Given how cute he is, I want to let him eat cow dung," Meng Tong teased her older sister. With a giggle, Lu Yan bent over the bed, her plump little finger pointing at Lu He as she laughed. "Sister, he is too young to call you sister. He is not even as clever as Yin er. Come on, brother, smile for us," she coaxed. To their delight, the little one responded with a beaming grin, revealing a set of toothless gums adorned with bubbles of saliva. Seemingly teasing Lu Yan, the siblings shared a moment of pure joy. Lu He, blushing slightly, stole a glance at Meng Tong before turning back to the cheerful brother and sister, thinking, "Oh dear, another little fool has arrived." Once the room was tidied, Lu Chuan brought the bathing tub into the room and poured the hot water he had prepared into it. After soaking a clean cloth and wringing it out, he approached the bedside. Here, why don't you go play outside for a while? Father will help your mother clean up." "Okay," Lu Yan readily agreed, standing up and then asking, "Should we take brother outside?" "No need," he replied. "All right," she said, turning back multiple times as she exited. Lu Chuan settled beside the bed and gently laid the baby, wrapped in a soft mattress, onto the inner side. "Darling, I'll help you clean up." "No, I want to take a bath right away," Meng Tong protested, attempting to sit up, feeling perfectly fine. However, Lu Chuan would not permit it. He gently but firmly supported her shoulders, drawing her back into his embrace, whispering, "Be obedient. It's too cold for a bath, and you could fall ill. Besides, you've just given birth. You mustn't catch a chill. But I'm fine, she started to argue. Listen to me, he interjected with a hint of firmness. In this regard, Lu Chuan was rarely accommodating. Ensuring she remained warm, he carefully wiped Meng Tong with a warm cloth, treating her as if she were a precious treasure, his thoughts devoid of anything else. Yet, Meng Tong could not help but feel a rush of shyness as she clutched the blanket over her chest. Her face flushed with a delicate hue. Although they had shared intimate moments before, she wondered, why should she still feel shy? After all, they were already an old married couple. Meng Tong endeavored to console herself, striving to extricate her thoughts from the peculiar sensations enveloping her. Yet all her attempts proved futile. Once Lu Chuan had assisted her in redonning her garments, her face flushed deeply. Alarmed, Lu Chuan broke into a cold sweat. And after a series of inquiries to ascertain her well-being, he finally felt at ease. My dear, please rest for a moment. I shall fetch some water and prepare a nourishing porridge to replenish your strength. You have worked hard today. His gaze held a deep affection, and, as he smiled, it conveyed both tenderness and concern. He gently pressed a soft kiss to the corner of Meng Tong's lips before casting a glance at the little one beside her and stepping outside. In the outer chamber, Lu He and Lu Yin returned to keep Meng Tong company, engaging her in conversation and amusing the baby. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan busied himself with other mundane tasks. After emptying the bathwater, he took special care to rinse the tub thoroughly with hot water before carrying it back inside, ensuring that there would be ample water for Meng Tong's sponge bath later on. Outside, the snow continued to fall, seemingly growing heavier, and a hint of green punctuated the blanket of white. In the cave, Bai Yi and the wild wolf returned from their foraging and entered the small courtyard, just in time to see Lu Chuan holding a steaming pot of red date porridge. Bai Yi emitted a series of low growls as it approached Lu Chuan, its nostrils flaring slightly as it detected a faint scent of blood. Chapter 81. Lu Chuan. The prattle of an old woman casting a sidelong glance at Bai Yi and the wild wolf, who were circling the courtyard. Lu Chuan smirked slightly and remarked, "Quiet down. She has just given birth and requires peace to recuperate." This statement left Bai Yi momentarily bewildered, but it quickly became even more animated. The matriarch had given birth. Its tail twirled like a little propeller as it bounded over to Lu Chuan, exuding an aura of affection. With a series of purring sounds, Bai Yi rubbed against his leg, its intentions clear. It wished to enter the house and see. However, Lu Chuan denied the request, gently pushing Bai Yi's head aside before resolutely stepping indoors. He left them with a command: watch over the cave's entrance. Reluctantly, Bai Yi cast a lingering glance back at the house before obeying Lu Chuan's directive and heading toward the cave. Inside, Lu Chuan set the pot down on the table, then bent to fill a bowl for Meng Tong before walking over to the bedside. It's time for your porridge. I'm here to see you and the children. He affectionately ruffled Lu He and Lu Yan's hair, speaking softly. The two little ones, indeed a bit hungry, exchanged glances with Meng Tong before heading outside. Lu Chuan placed the bowl on the bedside table, then helped Meng Tong sit up, supporting her with a soft, cotton-stuffed pillow. I can do it myself. I'll feed you. The bowl is too hot. Ignoring Meng Tong's protest, Lu Chuan busily blew on the spoonful of porridge he had scooped. Here, he offered a perfectly warm spoonful of red date porridge to her lips. Though she was initially hesitant, she eventually opened her mouth. The sweet, fragrant taste of the red dates awakened her appetite. Despite not having exerted herself too much, she still felt hungry. Is it delicious? Yes, it's quite tasty. Huh. With a light chuckle, the man smiled contentedly, his hands never ceasing their motion. Lu Chuan raised his gaze to glance at Meng Tong, who was puffing her cheeks adorably. In a deep, mellow voice tinged with sweetness, he inquired, "Is there anything in particular you wish to have for lunch? Perhaps braised pork might be too rich. Shall I prepare a pig's trotter instead?" "That sounds fine," Meng Tong replied, not one to be picky, especially since Lu Chuan's culinary skills had yet to disappoint her. Besides, it had been quite a while since she had savored pig's trotter, and she had heard that adding yellow beans could enhance lactation. Fortunately, she had some yellow beans on hand. After quickly finishing a bowl, Lu Chuan asked Meng Tong, "Would you like more?" "No, thank you. You all enjoy. she responded. All right. Then wow. The previously quiet baby suddenly burst into tears, prompting both of them to look toward him. The little one's beautiful eyes glistened with moisture, and his tiny tongue eagerly licked his lips, clearly displeased that he had not yet been fed. After a brief pause of about 30 seconds, Meng Tong realized she did not hear any thoughts in her mind. It seemed that once he had left her womb, their connection had faded. Observing his distressed cries, Lu Chuan gathered the baby into his arms, his deep, dark eyes fixed upon the small, rosy bundle. What's wrong? Are you hungry? His voice, though somewhat stiff, remained gentle, bringing Meng Tong back to her senses. Looking down at her own engorged chest, she felt a sense of pressure. You go ahead and eat. I will nurse him. He must be quite hungry. With that, Meng Tong reached out to take the child from Lu Chuan's embrace and began to slowly unbutton her clothing. Standing by the bed, Lu Chuan felt a faint flush in his ears and a tightness in his throat. Casting a lingering glance at the small one, he gently bent down and said softly, If you need any assistance, just call for me. All right, go ahead, she replied, her voice a soft murmur. After one last look at the little one, Lu Chuan stepped into the adjoining room, while Meng Tong, feeling a bit flustered, continued to unfasten her garment. With her pale skin filled with the nourishment intended for the baby, Meng Tong carefully guided a portion of her soft flesh towards the child's mouth. His agile little tongue wrapped around it, and she found the experience to be quite enchanting. Within moments, she witnessed the baby's swallowing motion, and a wave of satisfaction and joy washed over her, radiating a maternal glow. Gazing down at the tiny creature in her arms, Meng Tong gently caressed his little face. And to her delight, he suddenly opened his mouth and smiled. Utterly adorable. With her grip slightly tightening, she settled back against the edge of the bed, finding solace in simply watching the baby nurse. In the adjoining room, having finished the remaining red date porridge, Lu Chuan cast a sidelong glance at the scene on the bed before stepping outside. He needed to take advantage of this moment to clear the accumulated snow at the entrance and attend to other matters. The sisters, Lu He and Lu Yen, had only watched Meng Tong for a short while before retreating to their own room to prepare gifts for their younger brother and mother. Having eaten his fill, the little one, with a fine sheen of sweat on his forehead, clutched the remnants of the red date and drifted off to sleep. Meng Tong chuckled softly, removing the morsel from his mouth, and, after adjusting her clothing, she gently laid the baby back down on the bed. It is indeed easy to care for him. Once he is well fed, no matter how Meng Tong tries to rouse him, he remains undisturbed. After tucking him in, Meng Tong donned the sturdy cloak tailored by Lu Chuan and descended from the bed. With the enhancement of her abilities, her health was quite robust. However, Lu Chuan remained unconvinced and insisted she remain in bed. Yet, after a mere 2 hours, Meng Tong found it increasingly difficult to stay still. Seizing the opportunity, while Lu Chuan was absent, she meandered around the room several times. Suddenly, the door swung open without warning, and Meng Tong, holding dried fruit, met Lu Chuan, who was carrying something. Ah, you're back, she exclaimed. Disobedient, Lu Chuan remarked, his brow furrowing and his tone turning serious. Quickly return to bed. Aren't you worried about the potential consequences of being underdressed? I am. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Chuan swept her into his arms and proceeded towards the bed. After tucking her into the warm blankets, he gently admonished her, You have just given birth. Do not wander about carelessly. What do you wish to eat or do? Just call for me. Dress warmly. You are still young. He rambled on with a stream of advice, and Meng Tong found herself surprised by the extent of his words. Resembling a rather loquacious elder, it seemed she could not act on her whims. Complying, Meng Tong settled obediently against the bed, then shifted the conversation, asking, What did you bring just now? The bamboo crib I wove for the child, along with some freshly laundered diapers. A bamboo crib? Meng Tong was taken aback. When had he crafted it without her knowledge? They had cut numerous diapers together a month prior, drying them thoroughly under the sun. Had he secretly woven a surprise for her? Chapter 82. Lu Chuan's potential as a postpartum caregiver. As Meng Tong pondered, Lu Chuan returned from the outer room, carrying the bamboo crib, which held neatly arranged diapers. Did you make this? She asked in delight, pointing to the exquisite little crib. The crib was entirely black, its surface polished to a remarkable smoothness, with a woven railing surrounding it, ensuring the child would not fall out. The materials were likely sourced from the black bamboo grove beyond the valley, which she had seen during her previous outings. She was astonished that Lu Chuan had secretly undertaken such a significant task. Raising her gaze to him, she softly inquired, "When did you weave this? Why didn't you tell me?" "Apologies, I wanted to surprise you," Lu Chuan replied, chuckling softly as he sat on the edge of the bed. "From now on, he will sleep in this little crib, and at night, we need not worry about rolling over onto him." He shared this sentiment because, during his childhood, Lu Lao Tai had actually given birth to a daughter, Lu Chuan's sister, which had brought him great joy. He would often sneak in her room to check on her, touch her sparse hair, and playfully poke her bubble-blowing mouth, eliciting giggles from the tiny creature. Unfortunately, before she reached half a year, she had tragically been smothered during the night by Lu Lao Tai and Lu Lao Han. This left a shadow on Lu Chuan's heart. The bamboo crib had been gradually prepared after learning of Meng Tong's pregnancy. Upon hearing Lu Chuan's intentions, Meng Tong wholeheartedly agreed, nodding with a smile, "Sure. Why don't we try it out now?" "Very well." Rising, Lu Chuan carefully retrieved the items from the bamboo bed and placed them upon the quilt. He then bent down to lay out the prepared mattress beneath, ensuring it was warm and soft. Gently, he lifted the little one who had been sweetly slumbering and placed him back into the bamboo bed. Upon touching his own little cot, the small pink bundle stirred his mouth a couple of times, clearly displaying signs of enjoyment. Observing his adorable demeanor, both Meng Tong and Lu Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. After covering him with a small blanket, Meng Tong stood beside the bamboo bed, supported by Lu Chuan, gazing down at the child. The height was quite suitable, allowing Meng Tong to hold the baby without needing to bend over, which was rather considerate. As they watched the peacefully sleeping little one, Meng Tong turned her gaze towards Lu Chuan and softly inquired if he had contemplated any names for the baby. "Yes, I had thought of a few. My dear, perhaps you could offer some guidance," he replied, guiding Meng Tong to sit down and sharing the names he had in mind. "Lu Huai, Lu Wen, and Lu Wu. What do you think, my dear?" he asked, feeling no objection to these names, though he was particularly inclined towards Lu Wen, wishing for his child to be well educated and achieve great things in the future. After a brief silence, Meng Tong responded gently, "All are quite lovely, but I lean towards Lu Huai." The little one had been quite restless even in her womb, and Meng Tong found the name Lu Huai to evoke a sense of elegance and grace, while still embodying resilience, making it perhaps the best choice for him. "Very well. We shall heed your preference and name him Lu Huai," Lu Chuan declared, firmly finalizing the child's name. With that, the name of the little one was beautifully settled, and Lu Chuan ensured the comfort of both mother and child before heading to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Meng Tong lay down to rest. At noon, a thick layer of snow had accumulated outside, and the sky continued to fall softly. The courtyard, which had been cleared in the morning, was now blanketed in white once more. After arranging the hot dishes in the kitchen, Lu Chuan made his way to Lu Hie's room. "Hey, Yan. It's time for your meal." "All right, coming." Inside, the two sisters were engrossed in their activities on the bed. Upon hearing Lu Chuan's voice, they quickly tidied up and scampered to Meng Tong's room. A table full of steaming dishes awaited them, featuring stewed pig trotters with yellow beans, clear chicken soup, and pork rib soup with red dates and corn. All were light yet nourishing. Meng Tong thought that Lu Chuan displayed great potential as a caregiver. Assisting Meng Tong to sit down, Lu Chuan personally served her a bowl of rice, followed by a steaming bowl of chicken soup. "Careful, it's hot," he cautioned, placing the soup before her. "Drink this to warm your stomach first." "All right," she replied obediently, and with that, Meng Tong enjoyed her meal with great satisfaction. "Father, does my little brother have a name yet?" At the dining table, Lu He inquired, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gnawed on a pig trotter. Lu Chuan cleared his throat softly and replied, "His name is Lu Huai." "What a beautiful name," she exclaimed. "Yes, it is lovely, just like he, and yin, Lu Chuan responded. Amidst their warm conversation, the meal came to a close. Lu He and Lu Yin assisted Lu Chuan in clearing the dishes, while Meng Tong returned to the inner chamber to check on Lu Huai. Just then, he had awakened, likely due to hunger or a desire for attention. his cries resonating loudly. Meng Tong approached the bamboo bed and cradled the little one with the pouting lips in her arms, instantly silencing his cries. Ah, what a clever little creature. Meng Tong chuckled softly, then sat down on the edge of the bed, somewhat clumsily lifting her garment to feed the wailing infant. Next, she pulled back the blanket enveloping the small bundle to check his diaper. To her dismay, it was thoroughly soaked and emanated warmth. So, the little one had been crying due to a full bladder. Meng Tong couldn't help but feel a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Gently, she removed the wet diaper, cleaned his tiny bottom, and replaced it with a fresh one from the bedside. Throughout the entire process, the little one remained remarkably well-behaved, nibbling on his food while his bright eyes roamed curiously. Utterly adorable. I know you can understand your mother's words. Shall we make a pact? Meng Tong proposed. From now on, when you need to relieve yourself, just let out a sound. If you wish to nurse, cry a couple of times. And if you're feeling unwell or have any other issues, simply wriggle your little body, all right? She leaned down to explain the rules to the infant. And judging by his earlier behavior, he should grasp her meaning. Releasing his food, the little one beamed a smile before taking it back again. And Meng Tong knew he understood her. The bond between mother and child swiftly deepened, leading to a point where Meng Tong could accurately anticipate the little one's needs. Giving birth is a monumental event and, simultaneously, a joyous occasion. Although Meng Tong's healing abilities allowed her body to recover swiftly, the solace for her spirit was irreplaceable. Fortunately, during her confinement, Lu Chuan, Lu He, and Lu Yin treated her exceptionally well, providing comprehensive care from all angles. Remarkably, even before completing her confinement, she felt a desire to relax completely. Time flew, and on the day Meng Tong completed her month of confinement, heavy snow fell incessantly, confining the family indoors. Today, the rare sunshine brought a slight rise in temperature. Early in the morning, Lu Chuan, now accustomed to the role of a nurturing father, took little Lu Huai to the bathing room to clean him up. Meanwhile, Meng Tong lay comfortably in her warm bedding, rejuvenated by a month of Lu Chuan's attentive care and her own powers. Her complexion was radiant, skin delicate and rosy, and her waist had returned to its original slender form, without an ounce of excess flesh. Even clad in thick winter garments, her graceful figure remained evident. In the bathing room, the chubby and rosy Lu Huai hung on Lu Chuan, who held him with one arm while using the other to lift his diaper for a cleanup. The overnight diaper had caused some discomfort, leaving the little one's bottom slightly red. Lu Chuan leaned down for a careful inspection. Suddenly, Lu Huai let out a couple of grunts, followed by an unexpected fountain that splashed onto Lu Chuan's face. The man froze, unsure of how to react, as warmth trickled down his handsome features. In the tranquil bathing room, only the sound of a soft sigh escaped his lips as he continued to clean the little one. Meanwhile, Lu Huai reveled in the comfort of his father's embrace, playfully tugging at his clothing and poking at his hands, completely unfazed by his own mischief. After cleaning him up, Lu Chuan carried the little one back into the room, just as Meng Tong awoke. Upon observing the unnatural pallor and dampness on the man's face, Meng Tong inquired, "What is the matter? Surely he hasn't urinated on you again?" "Well, this time it's on his face," came the reply. Meng Tong gasped in astonishment, unable to suppress a chuckle. How amusing it was that this little rascal took such delight in making a mockery of his father. Each time Lu Chuan held him, he either soaked his clothes or produced an indescribable mess. This time, however, he had managed to urinate directly onto his face. With a resigned smile, Meng Tong remarked, "Didn't I tell you? Whenever he makes those sounds, it means he needs to relieve himself." "I know, I was careless just now," Lu Chuan admitted, his gaze softening with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Observing his continued patience as he dressed the little one, Meng Tong gently suggested, "Why don't you wash up? I'll take care of dressing him." "All right," Lu Chuan nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my dear." With no further ado, Meng Tong bent down to lift the little one from the bamboo bed, retrieving a red outfit set aside for him. Today marked Lu Huai's first month celebration, and Meng Tong and Lu Chuan had resolved to commemorate the occasion. Just a few days prior, Lu Chuan had crafted a lovely ensemble of red cotton clothing, filled with soft cotton to keep the little one warm. The attire was both cozy and festive. Laying the sturdy child upon the bed, Meng Tong carefully removed his single garment and dressed him in the red cotton jacket. To her surprise, the little one, now a month old, burst into laughter, perhaps out of joy or perhaps due to Meng Tong's playful touches that tickled him. Just then, Lu He and Lu Yin, who had just entered, caught the delightful sound. Dressed in matching, slightly lighter outfits, the sisters resembled two adorable glutinous rice dumplings. They approached the bedside, holding something in their hands. "Mother, what was the little brother laughing about?" Lu Yin asked. "He was just being silly," Meng Tong responded, tilting her head to inquire. "Why are you both awake so early?" "Because we have gifts for you and the little brother," Lu Yin declared with a hint of pride, as Meng Tong continued to dress the little one in trousers. She laughed and asked, "What gifts?" "This," Lu He exclaimed, presenting the items in her hands with a beaming smile. "Mother, do you think it's beautiful?" "Very beautiful," Meng Tong replied without hesitation. Taking the items from Lu He, she discovered two charming little wooden figurines, unmistakably depicting Meng Tong and Lu Huai. Though not large, about the length of her middle finger, each was intricately carved and utterly endearing, instantly capturing one's affection. Embracing Lu He and planting a kiss on her cheek, Meng Tong warmly stated, "They are delightful. Both mother and the little brother adore them." "Really?" Lu He asked, her eyes sparkling. "Of course, truly. Did your father teach you how to make them?" Lu He nodded and then pointed at the eager Lu Yin behind her, saying, "Sister has a gift for you and the little brother too." "Mother, this is a handkerchief I embroidered for you and the little brother," Lu Yin said, sheepishly presenting two somewhat rough fabric squares. She felt a tinge of embarrassment, having ruined several handkerchiefs in the past month without showing much improvement. However, Meng Tong held a different view. One hand cradling Lu Huai, the other placed a small wooden carving on the bedside table, and then she accepted the handkerchief from Lu Yin with both hands. Upon unfolding it, she discovered an embroidered family portrait. Although not overtly striking, Meng Tong discerned the intricate stitching that depicted their family of 5. "Mother, do you like it?" Lu Yin inquired, her eyes shining with anticipation. Though it wasn't particularly dazzling, the young girl yearned for praise. Without hesitation, Meng Tong responded, "You did wonderfully, Yin-er. Mother absolutely adores it." "Thank you, and thank you to He-er as well." She drew the two little ones closer and gently patted their heads. Indeed, such little darlings were the most endearing. When Lu Chuan returned from washing his face, he was greeted by the harmonious and delightful scene of the 4 of them together. The man's ruggedly handsome features softened with warmth as he approached and asked, "What are you up to? Why are you all gathered around your mother?" "Because mother loves the gifts that sister and I made," Lu He replied with a beaming smile. The wooden carving had been taught to her by Lu Chuan, while Lu Yan's embroidered handkerchief was beyond his expertise, leaving it to the somewhat knowledgeable Lu He to instruct her. Nonetheless, Lu Chuan was well aware of Meng Tong's fondness for such heartfelt gestures. Casting a lingering glance at the woman beside him, he took the child she was holding and gently placed him in the bamboo cradle. "Let's have the hot pot that you mentioned earlier today," he proposed. "Really?" Meng Tong exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She had longed for it, having discovered several boxes of hot pot base during her confinement. Yet the spicy variety was unsuitable for her, as it would not be good for Lu Huai's breastfeeding. Thus, she had restrained her cravings. The fact that Lu Chuan brought it up filled her with joy. "Shall I prepare the tomato hot pot you mentioned?" he asked. "Of course. As long as there is food," Meng Tong replied, understanding the limitations. A spicy pot was not appropriate for her or the 2 sisters, Lu He and Lu Yin. With lunch decided, the man rose and exited to the kitchen to busy himself, while Meng Tong engaged the sisters in conversation within the room. The full moon gift for Lu Huai would wait until evening. In the kitchen, Lu Chuan chopped fresh, ripe tomatoes and slowly simmered them in a pot, while tending to the small iron stove to kindle a fire. He then proceeded to wash various fresh vegetables and sliced chicken and pork, placing them neatly in bowls. Although he had never cooked it himself, he had gleaned enough from Meng Tong's descriptions to make an educated guess. Once he returned to the room with a pot brimming with tomato soup, Lu Yin exclaimed, "Father, it smells wonderful. I will teach you how to make it," he promised. "Yay!" Lu Yin jumped with joy. She had already learned several dishes in this short time, and they had tasted quite delightful. Yet, the thought of the ingredients she had wasted made her heart ache. Fortunately, Meng Tong had assured her that the hot pot merely required the preparation of the broth, without the need for any intricate techniques or precise timing. It was a simple yet delicious recipe. Placing the broth on the stove, Lu Chuan proceeded to add various ingredients from the table. Meanwhile, the mother and her two daughters settled around the cauldron, each holding a bowl of the sauce that Meng Tong had just prepared. Fresh meats were casually dipped into the boiling broth for a few seconds, and Lu Chuan skillfully picked several pieces for himself. "How does it taste, my dear?" he inquired. "Delicious," Meng Tong replied, coating the meat in sauce before savoring it. The rich flavor of the meat, mingling with the sweet and tangy notes of tomato and the complexity of the sauce, tantalized her taste buds with each bite. "It's truly delightful. The broth is so rich," she praised unreservedly, continuing to enjoy her second piece. "Father, it's absolutely delicious. You must try it." "All right," he responded, a smile curving his lips as he picked up his chopsticks to join in. Outside, the world was frigid, but inside, the atmosphere was warm and inviting. The family gathered around the fireplace, enjoying a hearty tomato hot pot, and Meng Tong felt a surge of happiness, her delicate face adorned with a constant smile. "I truly wish these days could last forever." After lunch, Meng Tong took the little one, Lu Huai, for a nap, while sisters Lu He and Lu Yin assisted Lu Chuan in tidying the house before retreating to rest themselves. As for Lu Chuan, he couldn't remain idle. After clearing the accumulated snow in the yard, he headed towards the cave. The snow along the way was thick enough to reach his knees with each step, turning what usually took mere minutes into a 15-minute trek. Inside the cave, all the valley's animals were gathered. Little bunnies in their nests, 3 wild bulls, a white tiger, and wolves. Perhaps due to the dullness of winter, even the normally alert wild bulls lounged with closed eyes at the cave's entrance as Lu Chuan entered. Sensing his presence, the wild bulls stood up, followed by the white tiger and wolves that rushed out to greet him. "Roar! Howl!" they exclaimed excitedly, circling around Lu Chuan. In his mind, he clearly heard their thoughts. "Master, is there something you need? Did you miss me? Master, I missed you so much." A chorus of playful and self-adoring voices echoed in his head, causing Lu Chuan to sigh with a hint of exasperation. He casually found a dry stone to sit on, lifting his hand to gently stroke Bai Yi, the white tiger, who nuzzled affectionately against him. Today, he simply wished to engage in a dialogue with him. As he released his goodwill, he continued to pet Bai Yi, say sit. Bai Yi wagged its tail obediently, and even the wolves followed suit. It seemed to Lu Chuan, perhaps not without reason, that Bai Yi was the true leader of the wolves, having brought them back in the first place. Continuing to interact with Bai Yi, he unwittingly learned some beast-taming techniques. Of course, his greatest talent lay in understanding them, which is the most challenging aspect of taming beasts. Upon returning from the cave in the afternoon, Lu Chuan carried a bundle of black bamboo. Since there was little to be done in the fields at the moment, he decided to practice his craftsmanship. Placing the bamboo in the empty room, he turned to see Meng Tong. The woman was wrapped in a thick cloak, her flowing black hair cascading loosely, embodying a kind of disheveled beauty. "My dear, you're awake," he said, naturally taking her small hand in his. "Are you cold?" "Not at all," Meng Tong replied. "Continue, what were you doing? What is the purpose of these black bamboos?" Meng Tong handed a chair to Lu Chuan for him to sit down. Lu Chuan replied, "I just took a stroll around the cave and brought back a bundle of black bamboo, intending to try my hand at crafting something different. How are Bai Yi and the others faring? It's been over a month since I last saw them, and I find myself missing them." Meng Tong expressed her sentiments. "I wonder if it's because of the recent births. They haven't come to play with the children. Of course, it might also be the cold weather. They look quite plump now," Lu Chuan remarked with a teasing tone, which put Meng Tong at ease. She observed Lu Chuan skillfully splitting the bamboo and, wrapping her cloak around her, casually inquired, "Do you think the weather will return to normal come spring?" "I'm not certain," Lu Chuan replied, "but a timely snowfall heralds a bountiful year, so it shouldn't be too dire." "I agree. By then we should be able to return to the village." "You wish to go back?" Lu Chuan asked, somewhat puzzled. To be honest, he rather enjoyed their secluded life, just the 3 of them. Yes, Meng Tong nodded earnestly, explaining. I blocked the village's exit with items from the artifact, preventing outsiders from entering. As for those within, we coexist peacefully, but those who don't comply. Her calm gaze momentarily flashed with intensity before returning to normal as she continued. There are over 10 villages in Laozhan town, collectively amounting to around 10,000 acres. Not quite. Lu Chuan interjected. The total land in Laozhan town exceeds 20,000 acres. Xiangshui village is the largest, encompassing nearly 10,000 acres. Though over 80% belongs to the merchant's family in town. The grain merchant. Meng Tong recalled the scene from that night, realizing that their grain originated from the town, contrary to her previous assumption that it was transported from elsewhere. Are you planning to claim all the land in town for yourself? Lu Chuan quickly grasped Meng Tong's intention, yet a hint of concern shadowed his expression. That might not be feasible. Why not? Meng Tong asked, lowering her gaze. Although the town's government has fallen, the property deeds are recorded in the capital. Now that everyone has fled, the land reverts to the capital's ownership. If someone were to come, the land would need to be redistributed. Then we simply let them in, Meng Tong suggested, her reasoning bordering on the audacious. She was determined to seize anything she desired, much like how she had set her sights on Laozhan town, wishing to create a space entirely her own. It was evident that the valley was too small for her aspirations. After hearing Meng Tong's words, Lu Chuan fell silent, ceasing his work to regard her. If you pursue this path, it could attract the military's wrath. This would be akin to banditry. His words were sincere. As a native of the Great Wei Kingdom, Lu Chuan struggled to comprehend Meng Tong's logic. Yet, having made her decision, she had no thoughts of retreat. Leaning closer to Lu Chuan, her eyes narrowed, a smirk gracing her lips as she uttered a rebellious declaration. I want to be a bandit. Chapter 85, Silent Support. I wish to protect my mother with that. The room descended into silence, and a shadow flickered in Lu Chuan's dark eyes. The term madam implies her intention to rebel. Observing the man lost in thought, Meng Tong remained silent, deliberately so. With less than 2 months remaining until the year's end and the arrival of spring, she was contemplating a return to her village to cultivate the land. Undoubtedly, there would be a scarcity of grain outside. Meng Tong was neither a saint nor a villain. Her goal was profit, and if someone was willing to pay, she would sell. In truth, her actions could be seen as aiding the Great Wei in overcoming the hardships of famine. As for the town of Laozhan, she had no intention of relinquishing it once it fell into her hands. Madam, may I take a moment to ponder this matter? Certainly, but I must inform you in advance that I will proceed regardless of your response. Very well. The man nodded, returning to his tasks, while Meng Tong exited the room, heading towards her chamber. As she passed by the rooms of Lu He and Lu Yin, she discerned faint footsteps and whispers. Peering through the window, she spotted the 2 little ones huddled at the door, eavesdropping. With a smile in her eyes, Meng Tong backtracked, knocked gently before pushing the door open. Mother, dear mother. Embarrassed, Lu He and Lu Yin emerged from behind the door, unable to meet Meng Tong's gaze. What are you doing? Closing the door behind her, Meng Tong seated herself in a chair and inquired. We aren't doing anything. Yes. We were playing hide and seek, Lu He chimed in, her hands slick with perspiration. Although she recognized that lying was wrong, she deemed it a lesser offense compared to eavesdropping. Noticing the 2 little ones cowering, clearly startled, Meng Tong realized they had overheard her conversation with Lu Chuan. Given this, she decided to be direct and asked, Do you also believe that Mother-S actions imply rebellion? The 2 fell silent, but just as disappointment flickered in Meng Tong's eyes, Lu Yin spoke up. Curiously, she asked, Mother, Yinner does not think this is rebellion. Yinner is afraid that if Mother does this, others might come to bully you. Father and sister, we fear we cannot protect you. The little one expressed her thoughts candidly. Despite her youth, she understood the implications. They wished for Meng Tong to avoid danger, preferring a life of tranquility. Yet, true to her nature, Meng Tong would not confine herself to such a small existence. A smile graced her lips, and with unwavering confidence in her eyes, she declared, How can I know I will lose if I do not attempt it? Do you think your mother will lose? The 2 little ones shook their heads. Mother possesses a divine artifact. How could she possibly lose? Lu He and Lu Yin were somewhat swayed, but remained concerned for Meng Tong's safety. The three of them fell into silence, while the man outside, his dark eyes flickering, retreated into the house. In the days that followed, the family tacitly avoided discussing the events of that day. However, Meng Tong noticed something amiss with Lu Chuan. Particularly, he spent his days cooking and caring for her, but otherwise vanished from sight. Inquiring with Lu Yin, she learned that he often left the valley, but Meng Tong, utilizing her abilities, could not discern his activities. It feels akin to taking a stroll with the White Knight. As for Lu He and Lu Yin, their roles are quite apparent. One remains indoors daily, immersed in the study of medicinal herbs, while the other dashes around the courtyard with unrestrained energy. Meng Tong seized the little one and inquired, "Yinner, what are you up to? Why do you run around the courtyard every day?" Yinner expressed her desire to strengthen herself so that when she emerges from the mountains, she can protect her mother. Boom! The unexpected revelation left Meng Tong momentarily stunned before she responded. "Are you willing to accompany your mother outside?" "Of course. Both father and sister are willing," Lu Yin replied. "Mother, I must continue running. You should return indoors to rest. It's too cold out here." With that, the little one dashed off once more, her fair face reddened by the biting wind and her hands turned purple from the chill. Yet she never uttered a word of surrender. Meng Tong felt a wave of complex emotions. Wrapping her arms around herself, she returned indoors, lost in thought, oblivious to the unusual occurrence on the bamboo bed. The bamboo bed, once placidly resting on the ground, began to ascend towards Meng Tong, propelled by the little one's burgeoning abilities. Yes, you read that correctly. It was indeed levitating. When Meng Tong finally noticed, an adorable, plump little face suddenly appeared before her. "Zhu, Startled, she reached out to steady the bamboo bed, her disbelief directed at Lu Huai, who, unfazed, responded with a carefree smile, drool shimmering at the corners of his mouth. Meng Tong was bewildered. "Your abilities have improved." Kike. The little one couldn't articulate words, yet his playful expression spoke volumes. It was clear to Meng Tong that this was his first time controlling a physical object beyond mere consciousness. She had not anticipated that he was diligently practicing in secret. "Please lower the bamboo bed." With a sigh, Meng Tong lifted the little bundle into her arms and sat down in a chair, gazing down at him. "Have you noticed any odd behavior from your father and sisters?" Waving his little arms excitedly, Lu Huai's bright black eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, clearly confirming Meng Tong's observation. A mixture of emotions swirled within her. Though she struggled to articulate them, she felt a profound joy, for their family's hearts were united. She too must strive to improve. The blizzard continued to fall. If one did not promptly clear the snow upon stepping outside, it could easily reach up to Lu Chuan's thighs. This was merely the result of a single day and night. Meng Tong shuddered to think of how deep it could become if left unattended. Before her lay an expanse of glaring white, devoid of any other color. Standing beneath the eaves of the courtyard, Meng Tong donned a red padded jacket, complemented by a thick, crimson cloak. Today marked New Year's Eve. Unbeknownst to her, the final day of the year had arrived. Early in the morning, the entire family mobilized, including the almost 2-month-old Lu Huai, who was bundled up like a ball, with only his large eyes peeking out. Wrapped in a black cloak, Lu Chuan held him in his embrace, securing him with a wide cloth strap, reminiscent of a kangaroo mother. "My dear, it's cold. You should return indoors." Lu Chuan called to Meng Tong, clutching a plump chicken that had just shed its feathers as he emerged from the kitchen. "Understood," she replied. Meng Tong chuckled, remarking on how the little creature had found its way on a Lu Chuan's chest. Unable to contain her laughter, she pointed at the small bundle. Lu Chuan cast a glance down at the little one. Smiling as he said, he expressed a desire to come out and see. "Really? But he can't even speak yet." Meng Tong exclaimed in disbelief. "I can hear him in my mind," Lu Chuan replied. "When did this happen?" Meng Tong asked, puzzled. "Why can't she hear him too?" "So, Lu Chuan can not only communicate with beasts but also with people?" In Chapter 86, amidst a scene filled with vibrant emotions, Lu Chuan felt his cheeks flush and his heart race, as Meng Tong glanced at the small creature nestled in the man's embrace. A thought crossed her mind. Perhaps it was due to his extraordinary abilities. She didn't dwell on the fact that she couldn't hear it. Approaching the pair, she extended her hand from her cloak to gently caress the little one's face, then lifted her gaze to Lu Chuan, inquiring if he needed any assistance. None at all. My dear, perhaps you could help me wash the vegetables? The man initially intended to decline, but when he caught sight of the woman's beautiful eyes, glimmering with a hint of eagerness, he found it impossible to resist. He carried a plump chicken into the kitchen and casually placed it on the cutting board, then poured hot water into a wooden basin and added cold water until the temperature was just right. He then brought the vegetables from the basket into the basin. Here, my dear, please sit on the stool and wash them. Once cleaned, place them into this basin. He offered Meng Tong a chair and set a clean wooden basin beside the one brimming with assorted vegetables. Meng Tong gladly accepted, wrapping her cloak around her as she took a seat, diligently washing the vegetables, which included green and red peppers, eggplants, cabbage, carrots, and garlic. As she worked, she glanced at the man chopping chicken pieces at the stove and asked, "What about he and yin? I haven't seen them since I woke up this morning. They're playing inside with Bai Yi," Lu Chuan responded. It turned out that in the early morning, Bai Yi and several wolves had wandered out of the cave and into the small courtyard. Lu Chuan, having just awakened, had prepared some food for them and helped wipe the snow off their fur. The sisters, Lu He and Lu Yen, had then woken up and followed Bai Yi to play in the yard, eventually retreating to the empty room to rest. Meng Tong surmised that they might have simply worn themselves out playing. With no safety concerns, she felt at ease. Seizing the rare opportunity to assist Lu Chuan in the kitchen, the two engaged in light conversation as they worked. Time passed, and soon it was noon. Time for lunch. Lu Chuan hastily stir-fried a few dishes, while Meng Tong stood up to locate Lu He and Lu Yen. In the one spacious room, the two sisters and a tiger filled it to capacity with 7 wolves lying around them like noble guardians. When Meng Tong pushed open the door, she was greeted by the sight of Lu He and Lu Yen sleeping atop Bai Yi, surrounded by the vigilant wolves, who, having sensed Meng Tong's presence, chose to remain silent to avoid disturbing the sisters. However, upon seeing Meng Tong enter, Bai Yi could no longer contain himself. A rumbling sound emanated from him, his soft belly rising and falling as his eyes glimmered with eagerness. Noticing his disheveled fur, Meng Tong understood. Once again, the sisters had been grooming him. With an awkward cough, Meng Tong stepped forward, and the wild wolf lying on the ground wisely made way. Unimpeded, Meng Tong approached Bai Yi. 2 little bundles were curled up on Bai Yi, soundly asleep. Meng Tong wondered where they found such energy. She crouched down and gently patted Lu Yan's small arm, speaking softly, "Yinner, wake up, it's time for lunch." With heavy eyelids, Lu Yan groggily sat up, absent-mindedly smoothing the damp fur on by Ye's abdomen, remnants of her recent drooling. The thought of the myriad delicacies available on New Year's Eve made the little one salivate. As soon as food was mentioned, she awakened. "Mama," she called out sweetly, obediently standing up. Meanwhile, Lu He also stirred awake during their conversation. "Here is awake. How marvelous. No need for Mama to call you. Hey, Manga." The little one beamed at Meng Tong's praise, then affectionately took her hand. "Let's go. Time to eat." "All right." Meng Tong nodded, and Lu Yen grasped her other hand, leading them both outside. Along the way, the little one looked up at Meng Tong and remarked, "Mama, you look so beautiful today." "Thank you." "Is Yenner sweet-talking me?" "Yes, because I ate the malt candy that Father gave me." With that, she released her grip on one hand, revealing a small piece of nearly melted malt candy. It was a recent creation from Lu Chuan's experiments. "You should eat less candy. It's not good for your health," Meng Tong admonished gently. She led the two into the living room, where the table was laden with steaming dishes. Lu Chuan had already set Lu Huai down from his lap, allowing him to lie against the man's thigh. One hand cradled the child's head, while the other offered him warm milk. Over the past month, Meng Tong had been particularly abundant with milk. Sometimes, even after the little one was full, she still felt engorged. Contemplating using her abilities to alleviate the discomfort, she ended up with quite the spectacle. Just recalling that moment made Lu Chuan's mind feel ablaze with a vivid memory. Fortunately, Meng Tong, despite her embarrassment, had searched through her space for quite a while to find a stash of small bags. She would express any excess milk into these bags and place them in the snow outside, where they would freeze within a quarter of an hour. With the increasing amount of milk, Meng Tong had accumulated over 100 bags in just over a month, which she then transferred to her space for preservation. This way, she felt relief, and the little one had ample nourishment. "Shall I feed him while you eat first?" "No, dear, you eat first." The warm milk exuded a delightful aroma. Each small bag contained about a bowl's worth, and Lu Chuan patiently fed Lu Huai with a wooden spoon, one bite at a time. Meng Tong sat beside them, feeling a sudden urge to join in. Since adopting this method, the task of feeding had inadvertently fallen into Lu Chuan's hands. Today, she suddenly wished to try, for herself, to share that intimate bond with her son. "Let me do it. I'm not hungry right now. I can eat slowly later." She reached out to take the little one, and Lu Chuan, without further ado, placed him in Meng Tong's arms and handed her the bowl. "Mama, is this enough for brother?" Gazing at a small bowl of breast milk, Lu Yin felt that Lu Huai was still hungry. Meng Tong chuckled softly, explaining that he was still young, and this amount was sufficient. Before long, he would catch up to Yen'er. "Is that so?" Lu Yin retracted the large piece of tender chicken she had been holding. Having initially intended to feed her brother, without hesitation, she popped it into her mouth and immersed herself in her meal. Lu He, on the other hand, exhibited a ladle-like demeanor. The little one seemed to have matured significantly compared to before. Meng Tong fed him spoonful by spoonful, watching as the tiny lips moved incessantly. Adorable indeed. Casting a sidelong glance at Meng Tong's expression, Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, brow raised, lost in his own thoughts. The sun-kissed cheeks flushed with a hint of red, and the man's pace of eating quickened. Chapter 87. Competing for food with the sun as twilight descended, delicate snowflakes began to fall once more, while the white knight and the wolves donned festive red vests. In the spacious and brightly lit living room, the family gathered around the table, laden with a sumptuous dinner. The roaring fire nearby radiated warmth, rendering the chill of winter insignificant. The bubbling wine warming atop the hearth was a comforting sound. In a corner, the little Lu Huai, having had his fill, lay soundly asleep on the bamboo bed. Raising the bamboo cup filled with fruit juice, Lu Chuan gazed at his wife and daughter, his face adorned with a gentle softness that stirred the heart. In a deep, rich voice tinged with a hint of raspiness, Lu Chuan first looked toward Meng Tong. The affection reflected in his eyes evoked a delightful shiver, yet it was not overwhelming. Meng Tong could sense his genuine fondness for her. "My dear, you have worked hard this year. Without you, I cannot imagine we would be so leisurely seated at home, enjoying dinner, nestled in a warm bed, living such a tranquil life. All of this is thanks to you. I'm truly glad to have met you in this life, and I hope we can grow old together." With that, Lu Chuan raised his bamboo cup and drank deeply, holding back some words he had not fully expressed. Nevertheless, Meng Tong understood, a radiant smile lighting up her beautiful face as she silently drank from her own cup. "This is the result of our joint efforts." Indeed, the man nodded, their gazes meeting in the air before turning towards the two sisters seated upright across from them, producing the items he had prepared in his sleeve. Meng Tong placed them on the table and said, "This is your New Year's gift." Looking at the small pouches on the table, Lu Chuan felt a mix of helplessness and warmth. This was the first New Year's gift he had ever received. Similarly, Lu He and Lu Yin felt the same. Carefully taking the small pouch, Lu Yin eagerly tore it open, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Mother, this is a lot of money." Pulling out 100-tael silver note from the pouch, Lu Yin could not help but swallow hard. This was indeed 100 taels. Such an amount could build a particularly beautiful courtyard in the village. Seeing what Lu Yin held, Lu He and Lu Chuan also opened theirs, and without question, all three contained the same. "My dear, is this not too much?" "Indeed. Mother, there are still plenty of places to spend money once we step outside. I shall forego this New Year's gift." With that, Lu He nonchalantly handed the banknotes to Meng Tong, appearing indifferent to wealth. Yet, who does not appreciate money? Meng Tong chuckled and promptly returned the banknotes, explaining, "I have plenty of money. This amount is nothing. Keep it." Lu He, Lu Yin, and Lu Chuan almost forgot about the items their mother had received. Calmly, Lu Chuan took back the banknotes, leaving the sisters in a state of bewilderment, unaware that they had already become well-to-do children of privilege. Take it. In the future, you will understand that even outside the mountains, your mother will not let you go hungry. All right. Though their mother did not elaborate, the two refrained from inquiring further. Stealing a glance at Lu Chuan, who was diligently serving Meng Tong, Lu He and Lu Yin accepted the banknotes, their excitement barely concealed. From that moment on, Meng Tong's bowl was never devoid of meat. The family dined joyously, and thus the new year was celebrated in perfect harmony. Meanwhile, Bai Yi and the wolves received some rewards from Meng Tong as well. Her abilities had evolved beyond recognition. Even the slightest enhancement felt like a divine gift to them. One could see their increasing strength and the intimidation they exuded. On the first day of the new year, a fresh beginning awaited. Snuggled under a warm quilt, Lu Chuan held Meng Tong close, both lost in a sweet slumber. Their faces radiated satisfaction, hinting at the fervor of the previous night. With her rosy cheeks pressed against Lu Chuan's chest, each breath stirred a yearning within him. The dark depths of his eyes flickered with a struggle of desire, ultimately culminating in a tender kiss upon her forehead. Last night had been sufficiently passionate. He feared his wife might not be able to endure more. Rising from bed, he was met with a constellation of scratches across his back, yet he felt no embarrassment, rather, a sense of pride. Donning a thick winter coat, the man turned and placed another gentle kiss on Meng Tong's forehead, tucking the quilt snugly around her. Upon stepping outside, the snow continued to fall, a sight Lu Chuan had never witnessed before, both in magnitude and duration. It had been snowing for nearly 2 months with only brief pauses, which were insignificant against such intensity. Gazing up at the overcast sky, Lu Chuan instinctively reached for the iron shovel and broom resting in the corner. After spending a quarter of an hour clearing the yard, he made his way to the kitchen. The cold weather had preserved the leftovers from the previous night, as Meng Tong had not stored them away. The man skillfully stoked the fire, warming a basin of water for washing, before beginning to prepare breakfast. Inside the house, Meng Tong had not slept long before she heard the little one in the bamboo bed begin to whimper. It must be hungry. Drowsily, she propped herself up, her cheeks tinged with a blush as she glanced toward the door. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly donned her clothing. The situation truly felt overwhelming. Using her powers to alleviate her discomfort, Meng Tong rose and made her way to the outer room. Here it comes, here it comes. The little one could hardly wait a moment. If he was hungry and not fed, he would continue to whine and wail, though there were no tears, just a pure desire for attention. Holding the little one skillfully, the child nestled in the warm bamboo bed, his back radiating warmth upon being lifted. Wrapping him snugly in her cloak, Meng Tong carried him back to the bed. She gently placed one rosy cheek against the child's lips, listening to the sound of him swallowing, her mind flashing back to fragments of the previous night. When it came to competing for food with her son, it seemed only she bore the brunt. Seizing the moment while Lu Huai was nursing, Meng Tong retrieved a bag from her space, fitting it onto the other rosy cheek. As she applied pressure, a stream of warm, white liquid emerged, alleviating the sensation of fullness. Perhaps it was due to Lu Chuan's ample nourishment that she now found herself in this state. Otherwise, in the past, she had encountered a scarcity of sustenance while browsing short videos. To her surprise, it had now become a veritable abundance. After extracting 2 full bags, Meng Tong stored them back in her space for preservation, then turned her gaze to the little one, who continued to eat earnestly on her lap. His plump, delicate hands clutched her clothing, as if every fiber of his being was exerting effort, beads of sweat gradually appearing on his forehead. Indeed, the vigor with which he nursed was remarkable. "My dear, has the little one just been hungry?" Lu Chuan inquired as he entered the room, only to find Meng Tong feeding their son. His eyes narrowed slightly, and instinctively he swallowed hard. "Was there something last night?" "No, nothing at all." "Then you may leave." "All right." Dazed, Lu Chuan exited the room, patting his flushed cheeks before returning to the kitchen. As for Meng Tong, she merely feigned calmness. Chapter 88. My dear, you are overthinking. After satisfying the little one, he sprawled contentedly, drifting in a slumber, soft snores accompanied by a hint of milk fragrance. Grabbing a clean cloth from a bedside, Meng Tong gently wiped the milk stains and sweat from his face before placing him back on the bamboo bed. Indeed, it was a cycle of eating well and sleeping soundly. Returning to the inner chamber to tidy herself, Meng Tong sat at the wooden vanity, facing a mirror she had retrieved from her space. There, she beheld the reflection of a woman with a rosy, radiant complexion, her cheeks flushed and faint red marks adorning her neck. With a slight glimmer in her eyes, she reached for a rabbit fur scarf hanging nearby, gathered her hair, and stepped out to the kitchen to fetch water for her morning wash. "My dear, shall we make dumplings today?" "Certainly," Meng Tong replied as she washed her face. "Call for me when it's time to wrap the dumplings. I would like to learn." "All right." Continuing to stir the dishes in the pan, Lu Chuan smiled, his heart brimming with happiness. After a simple breakfast, the family of 4 gathered in the living room, surrounded by an array of ingredients on the table. There was pure meat filling, chives, carrots, cabbage, peppers, and more, alongside a basin of flour. Observing the abundance, Lu Chuan expressed his astonishment. "My dear, is this flour not too much? At this rate, we could make hundreds of dumplings. Can we possibly eat all of that?" Lu Chuan questioned, puzzled. Meng Tong rolled up her sleeves and explained, "We'll make extra to keep for later. When the craving strikes, we can simply take some out to boil." Her reasoning was sound, leaving Lu Chuan without rebuttal. "Bring me a basin of warm, clean water," Lu Chuan instructed the 3 women. "You can wash and chop the vegetables. I will knead the dough and later teach you how to prepare the filling." "All right, Father," they responded eagerly, rolling up their sleeves to wash the vegetables alongside Meng Tong. While Lu Chuan focused on the dough, he filled a basin, first moistening half of the flour with hot water, then combining it with the unmoistened part before adding a suitable amount of cold water. The final step involved kneading the dough with considerable strength, a process that tested both his technique and physical prowess. Some individuals can manage to keep their hands and the bowl clean, while others struggle to avoid a sticky mess. Clearly, Lu Chuan belonged to the former group. Under his skilled hands, a lump of dough gradually transformed into a smooth ball, its soft texture particularly pleasing to the touch. After placing the dough in a wooden basin to rest, Lu Chuan approached Meng Tong and her mother. All the ingredients were ready, and Meng Tong's knife skills were commendable. "Let's prepare the pork and chive filling first," he declared. "Good," she replied, as he combined a bowl of minced meat with chives, encouraging her to mix them thoroughly. "It feels sticky," she remarked, but her hand was strong enough to effectively blend the 2 ingredients. "Father, you don't want to try too?" Lu Yin chimed in. "Wash your hands first. You just touched the stove," he replied, permitting her with a simple statement. Lu Yin scampered off to wash her hands, with Lu He glancing after her. As Meng Tong continued to mix the pork and chive filling, Lu Chuan took another basin containing a different batch of minced meat. He added diced carrots along with scallions, garlic, and other seasonings. He handed the bowl to Lu Yin, who eagerly began mixing, imitating Meng Tong, showing a surprising aptitude for it. Lu Chuan prepared another flavor of filling for Lu He to mix, while he took a clean wooden bowl to create a vegetarian filling with diced carrots, scrambled wild chicken eggs, shiitake mushrooms, and minced garlic and ginger. Everything was combined in the bowl, demonstrating how simple it was to create. In total, there were 4 flavors, 3 meat varieties, and 1 vegetarian. With the fillings complete, it was time to prepare the dumpling wrappers. On the table, he spread a layer of flour and tore off small pieces of the risen dough from the basin. Using a rolling pin, Lu Chuan carefully taught Meng Tong the process. Meanwhile, Lu He and Lu Yin, who had learned previously, were not as skilled but managed adequately according to Lu Chuan's modest expectations. Like this, place the filling onto the wrapper, ensuring it's neither too full nor too scant. Then fold the edges together. He demonstrated step by step for Meng Tong. She watched intently, learning earnestly. Within just a few tries, she was able to craft a dumpling that resembled the real thing. "My dear, you did wonderfully," he praised. "Thank you. It's all thanks to your guidance," she replied, placing the dumpling on a wooden tray and sharing a mischievous glance with Lu Chuan, both unable to suppress their laughter. It took them over half an hour to finish all the dumplings. Initially, Lu He and Lu Yin counted them, but eventually they lost track, due to the overwhelming quantity. It became evident that the two of them were not very numerically adept. According to Meng Tong's estimation, there were at least 500. Time passed unnoticed, and before long, noon arrived. Today was the day for dumplings. They placed the neatly wrapped dumplings into the boiling pot, and within moments, they began to float to the surface. Lu Chuan took charge of serving, while Meng Tong collected the remaining dumplings into their space, taking the opportunity to tidy up. Earlier, in a playful spirit, she had smeared flour across Lu Chuan's face. The sisters, Lu He and Lu Yin, followed suit, leaving a scattering of flour beneath the table. Though it was not an excessive amount, as the steaming dumplings were brought to the table, the enticing aroma stirred Meng Tong's appetite. After all that effort, this was the moment she had been eagerly anticipating. I've hidden a coin inside one of the dumplings. Let us see who will be fortunate enough to find it. What? Mother, when did you prepare that? Lu Yin exclaimed, looking up in surprise. How many did you make? Over a dozen, I believe, Meng Tong replied. But this surprise must remain a secret until the last moment. Now, eat up and see who is the luckiest today. Just then, a man who had been listening intently stopped in his tracks. Calmly, he reached into his mouth and placed the coin he had found onto the table. I found it, Lu Chuan announced, swallowing his food. Wow, Father, you're amazing. No way, today I must find it. The two little ones eagerly dug into their dumplings. Meng Tong turned to Lu Chuan with a teasing glint in her eye. You seem quite fortunate. Didn't I just see you put it in? I swear, I didn't. He replied, his tone filled with playful resignation, causing Meng Tong to blush slightly. He turned to pick up the coin from the table and quietly added, continue eating, and let us see how many you can find today. And if I find one, is there a reward? What reward do you desire? I want. Her voice trailed off as she caught the gaze of the man watching her intently, his eyes revealing much more than words ever could. With a swift motion, she playfully slapped his hand that rested on the table. The children are right here. I said nothing inappropriate. With a hint of mischief in his eyes, Lu Chuan chuckled softly. It seems you are overthinking it, my dear. I only wish for you to remain by my side, forever healthy and safe. Chapter 89. My son is the reincarnation of the heavenly emperor on the 10th day of the first lunar month. The long-lasting snowfall finally ceased, and the foggy sky revealed a glimmer of light, soon followed by the long-awaited sun. Upon rising in the morning and stepping out from the restroom, Meng Tong appeared like a beautiful little sprite, clad in a delicate pink jacket complemented by a white rabbit scarf, standing in the sunlight. Raising her hand to shield her eyes from the dazzling light, she gazed at the ground, now finally exposed. The snow had melted away, taking with it the minuscule warmth. And in contrast, Meng Tong felt that the melting snow was even colder. Sliding her hands into her sleeves, she ventured outside the courtyard. Crossing the stream at the entrance, she scanned her surroundings. The frozen waterfall could be heard softly shifting, and the current in the stream was gradually increasing. It seemed the snow had indeed stopped. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as excitement bubbled within her. Soon, her family would be leaving the mountains. With arms outstretched, inhaling the fresh air of the valley, Meng Tong continued to draw energy from the outside world, as she always did. Although her pace had slowed somewhat without Lu Huai's assistance, it was still more than twice as fast as before. As her extraordinary abilities rapidly advanced, she indeed discovered a number of individuals deep within the mountains, presumably refugees who had not left the town previously. Since the snowfall began, she had been absorbing energy every morning, gradually noticing that the number of people was dwindling. The implication was clear. Without adequate preparation, survival in this frigid environment would become increasingly difficult. Her thoughts inevitably drifted to the girl she had saved at the old Lu family home, whose name seemed to be Zhou Man. She wondered if the girl was still alive. Sighing, Meng Tong closed her eyes and continued to absorb energy. She had to grow stronger before venturing out, strong enough to protect the entire prison mountain. Otherwise, her aspirations would one day be thwarted by others, a scenario she simply could not allow. Everyone in the valley was striving, including Bai Yi and the wild wolves. Since the snow had melted, Meng Tong had tirelessly sown seeds over the barren land for 3 consecutive days. This time, she planted only wheat and rice. Utilizing her abilities to hasten maturation, she could achieve an astonishing harvest within a day, much to the amazement of Lu Chuan and his two companions. Even now, the speed of growth remained hard to believe. Cradling their nearly 4-month-old son, Lu Chuan stood beside Meng Tong and gently inquired, "My dear, will we plant at this pace upon returning to the village?" "Of course not," Meng Tong replied. "We will let them grow at their own pace then." She was no fool. She would not expose her capabilities, even allowing them to grow slowly. She would still be harvesting nearly half the time of the normal cycle into Wei. There was no need to reveal herself. Upon hearing Meng Tong's words, Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared she might act otherwise, but it seemed his worries were unfounded. As Meng Tong collected the mature rice and wheat into her space, she seamlessly proceeded to sow more seeds, followed by hastening their growth. Lu Chuan had no opportunity to interject. By the time she finished her tasks, an hour had passed. "My dear, drink some water," he offered. "Thank you," she replied, accepting the bamboo tube from Lu Chuan. After taking a few sips, she continued, "This time, I will not hasten their growth. Let them grow slowly. We should tidy up and prepare to return to the village." "Do we need a rush?" Lu Chuan asked, though the weather had begun to warm. He felt that, in the valley, the temperature would still be low in the forest, and there might even be lingering snow. He worried that hurrying back could lead to complications along the way. "Not necessarily rushing," Meng Tong countered. "There are already people appearing in the town." Lu Chuan's dark eyes widened slightly as he walked alongside her. "Are you implying that those who took refuge in the mountains are returning to the town?" "Yes." "How many?" Lu Chuan turned to ask. "More than 10. Their movements have been heading towards the town for half a month now." "Then let us prepare to return to the village," Lu Chuan said. He had no desire to speculate on their intentions, but he hoped they were not seeking to seize territory. A chill emanated from him as his dark eyes grew cold. The little one nestled in Lu Chuan's arms let out a couple of delighted sounds. And then he heard in his mind, "Daddy, play." He turned his gaze towards the direction of the outstretched hand, and Lu Chuan broke off a long branch to give to him. The chubby little hand clutched it tightly, brimming with joy. Suddenly, the branch soared into the air, hurtling towards a grazing wild buffalo. With a thud, it struck the buffalo's rear, producing a muffled sound. Fortunately, the buffalo's thick hide spared it from pain. Otherwise, the force might have left a bruise. Lu Huai's antics astonished both Lu Chuan and Meng Tong, realizing that the boy possessed a remarkable talent. Meng Tong attempted to feign ignorance, hoping to evade scrutiny. However, Lu Chuan was no longer the same naive man. He had become quite astute. His deep, resentful eyes turned towards Meng Tong, as if questioning, "Do you think I am a fool?" Feeling awkward, Meng Tong rubbed her nose and pointed at the still-playing little one, suggesting, "Perhaps you should let him explain. Honestly, I am at a loss too." Lu Huai gazed up at the man with wide, innocent eyes, scrutinizing him with a hint of guilt as he stole a glance at Meng Tong. The woman turned her head to admire the scenery, distancing herself from the matter at hand. "What is going on?" a deep voice inquired from above. Lu Huai snapped back to reality, his bright, clear eyes spinning with excitement. As he continued to babble incessantly, Meng Tong observed the peculiar exchange between the two, casting an almost imperceptible glance towards the cave entrance whereby Yi and the wolves were eavesdropping, ever eager for entertainment. After a flurry of incoherent sounds, Meng Tong understood none of it, yet she could surmise from Lu Chuan's shifting expressions that the child had been pacified. "My dear, our Huai'er is destined to be a pillar of talent," he declared. "How so?" "He is the reincarnation of the heavenly emperor." Meng Tong, having just taken a sip of water, burst into laughter as it sprayed out, holding her stomach and shedding tears. Where did such confidence come from to utter such words? Her gaze fell upon Lu Huai's smug expression, a mixture of exasperation and amusement crossing her face. "My dear, what are you laughing at?" Lu Chuan inquired, perplexed. "He told me directly. Children do not lie." Meng Tong pondered if Lu Chuan's foolishness had returned, though she found it rather endearing, as he was easily swayed. Suppressing her mirth, Meng Tong linked her arm with Lu Chuan's, grinning as she said, "Come, let us feed the heavenly emperor. Otherwise, he will stir up trouble again." "Very well." Such a curious pair, one bold enough to speak and the other naive enough to believe. They truly were a father and son duo. Lu Huai mused. "I merely mentioned it casually." Who knew my innocent father would take it to heart? Chapter 90. Is there a way to return to the village without walking? Upon returning to the courtyard, Meng Tong cradled Lu Huai and took him inside to change his diaper and feed him, while Lu Chuan headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch. On the warm bed, the chubby little Lu Huai was stripped bare by Meng Tong, his lotus-like limbs flailing joyfully. "Stay still. Mother is changing your diaper," she admonished playfully. Giggling, Lu Huai thought she was merely playing with him, his laughter echoing endlessly. "Mother, you are back." As she pushed open the door, Lu He and Lu Yin hurriedly entered, holding a piece of paper that they presented to Meng Tong. "This is a task assigned by Mother, and both sister and I have completed it." Meng Tong smiled and replied, "Very well. Just place it on the table for now. Mother will look at it shortly." "Okay." They neatly arranged the paper on the table, with Lu He and Lu Yin leaning in to assist. Meng Tong bent down to fasten the ties on the little one's clothing, while the sisters whispered in his ear. They affectionately stroked his thick hair and tender cheeks, their faces radiating joy, entirely different from their earlier demeanor. Observing this loving scene among the siblings, a smile curved Meng Tong's lips. After gently laying the little one back on the bamboo bed, she picked up the items from the table that the sisters had brought. This was the task she had assigned to them that morning, learning to read. Ever since the winter days had turned snowy and idle, Meng Tong had conceived the idea of teaching the children to read, especially since literacy was even more crucial for girls. In less than a month, the sisters had mastered the characters for numbers 1 through 10. Today, Meng Tong instructed them to write out these 10 characters from memory, each 5 times. She required them to write with sincerity and a proper attitude. Opening the folded paper with a serious expression, she was greeted by Lu He's handwriting, delicate and youthful, yet precise. Meng Tong was quite pleased, a smile appearing as she remarked, "Very well done. Here has made great progress," and she offered constructive feedback. Lu He listened intently and made corrections, demonstrating a commendable eagerness to learn. Meanwhile, Lu Yin, clutching her hands and listening to the exchange, felt a flutter of anxiety. When Meng Tong opened her paper, Lu Yin swallowed nervously, stealing a glance at Meng Tong, who wore a serious expression. Was she dissatisfied? Her hands unconsciously tightened into fists. And just as she prepared to apologize, Meng Tong spoke with evident surprise. "Yinner, this is excellent. While it may not be as tidy as Hiras, it possesses a certain free-spirited charm, which pleasantly surprised me." "Really?" Lu Yin asked, her disbelief evident. "Of course it is true." Meng Tong gently ruffled her little head and continued, "You are truly remarkable, Yinner, and here is also quite impressive. Later, let us have your father treat you to some chicken legs, shall we?" "Yay!" The 2 little ones were overjoyed, their voices rising in excitement, startling Lu Huai, who had been dozing off nearby. He shot them a disgruntled look before turning away in disdain, his adorable expression eliciting a chuckle. Feeling a bit embarrassed, the sisters bounced out the door, while Meng Tong remained inside to tidy up. In truth, there was not much to bring. She only needed enough clothing and provisions, as she would return to this place in the future. She began packing some thick winter garments into her space, followed by items that were not frequently used. After searching for a mere half-hour, nearly a third of the room's contents had been cleared away. "My dear, it's time for dinner," came Lu Chuan's voice from outside. Meng Tong responded and picked up the little one, heading towards the living room. As she emerged from the room, she coincidentally encountered a man who naturally accepted the child in her arms. With a husky voice, Lu Chuan said, "Let us be off. Today, I prepare braised pork and braised ribs. It has been quite some time since I last savored braised pork. I truly miss it." Meng Tong exclaimed with delight. With a charming smile illuminating his handsome face, Lu Chuan cradled his son in one arm and wrapped the other around Meng Tong's waist. He added, "Today, you may indulge a bit more." "Yes, I shall have 3 bowls of rice." "Very well." Upon entering the kitchen and taking a seat, Lu He and Lu Yin, the 2 sisters, followed closely, proudly showcasing their morning accomplishments to Lu Chuan before willingly taking on the task of serving Meng Tong. "Here you go, Mother." "Thank you." Here, receiving a full bowl of rice, Meng Tong wore an expression of sheer bliss, leading her to eat indeed 3 bowls of rice, to the point of nearly bursting. After the meal, Lu Chuan prepared to feed the now hungry Lu Huai. Meanwhile, Meng Tong and the sisters took on the responsibility of tidying up the living room. Two washed the dishes while one swept the floor, their cooperation quite harmonious. Once everything was completed, Meng Tong stepped outside, where Lu Chuan was nursing Lu Huai beneath the eaves. His head was slightly bowed, eyes lowered, emanating a serene sense of earnestness. The bright sunlight bathed the scene, evoking a long-lost tranquility within. "Mother, what are you looking at? Why aren't you moving?" "Oh, nothing in particular." Uncomfortably touching her nose, Meng Tong approached the two, with Lu He and Lu Yin trailing behind her. The sky was clear and bright, yet the weather felt pleasantly cool. Gathered under the eaves, Meng Tong pondered for a moment before speaking. "We shall depart back to the village the day after tomorrow." "Mother, are we truly returning to the village?" "Indeed. How swiftly time passes," Lu He remarked. Lu Chuan exhibited little reaction, for he had anticipated this. Lu Yin, however, was quite excited, as it was her birthplace. "Mother, what will happen to this place?" she asked, pointing to the courtyard with a hint of reluctance. The young girl had grown fond of the valley. She truly adored it here. Gently caressing Lu He's small face, Meng Tong replied, "Naturally, we shall preserve it well. In the future, I shall bring you back here to stay from time to time, but it will be a long journey." The thought of it made both Lu He and Lu Yan's heels ache, as their previous trek into the mountains was still vividly etched in their minds. Initially, they were quite excited, yet soon they found themselves unable to continue. Approximately a third of the journey had been borne on Lu Chuan's back. "Do not fret. I have a solution," Meng Tong said mischievously. "What kind of solution were you speaking of, mother?" The three inquired curiously, and Meng Tong blinked twice before continuing. "I can arrange for you to return to the village without walking." "No walking? How then shall we return? Shall we ride an ox cart?" Lu Yin asked uncertainly, casting a glance towards the clearing in the valley, where three robust wild oxen stood. "If it is reliant on them, it is not an ox cart. It is a method that is significantly faster." The three were left in a state of bewilderment, and Lu Chuan quietly inquired, "Is it something from your magical artifact?" "Dear wife, yes, indeed. I almost forgot that mother possesses a magical artifact." "What is it?" "Mother, please let Yenna see." With excitement, Lu Yin eagerly grasped Meng Tong's hand, unable to contain her anticipation. Previously, their mother had bestowed a magical artifact upon her sister, and later their father received one as well. Now, she was the only one left without such a treasure, wondering if their mother would grant her one. However, Lu Yin was hopeful, should she not receive one. The little one would surely understand not to inquire further. Gently patting Lu Yan's eager little hand, Meng Tong rose and turned to Lu Chuan, saying, "Please return Huai to the room." "All right." With a puzzled glance at Meng Tong, Lu Chuan stood and carried the sleeping Lu Huai back into the room, tucking him in before emerging. Standing before Meng Tong, he inquired, "What does my dear wife wish to do? How may I assist you?" "No need, just stand there," she replied. With that, Meng Tong summoned the powers within her, and soon a circle of pale green material appeared beneath Lu Chuan's feet, resembling a delicate green cloud. The three of them were momentarily entranced. "My dear, this is a manifestation of the artifact," Meng Tong explained. "You can sit upon it and try." "Very well." As he sat cross-legged, Lu Chuan felt an extraordinary softness envelop him, akin to cotton, while a gentle fragrance wafted into his nostrils, soothing his mind and spirit. The tension he had felt moments earlier dissipated. "Stay still for now. This is my first time using it as well," Meng Tong whispered, gently patting Lu Chuan's shoulder. The green circle expanded, becoming increasingly vivid. Looking down at the material in his hands, Lu Chuan saw it was a blanket woven from tiny, delicate blades of grass that seemed alive. When he touched them, he felt a tingling sensation in his palms. Remarkable. His dark eyes sparkled with astonishment as he noticed himself rising. "Wow, father, you're flying. Mother, you're amazing." Lu He and Lu Yin exclaimed with glee, their eyes wide as they watched Lu Chuan ascend higher. The two little girls danced around Meng Tong, bursting with excitement over this miraculous phenomenon that allowed a person to soar through the air. Meanwhile, Meng Tong focused intently on Lu Chuan, guiding the direction with her abilities. As they soared above the rugged cliffs of the valley, Meng Tong closed her eyes to sense the direction of Duan Mountain Village. Simultaneously, Lu Chuan sat upon the green carpet, flying toward the village. How beautiful it was! It felt as though he was gazing down upon the entire forest. His perspective suddenly vast and open. He realized how free the birds in the sky truly were. Unable to resist, he spread his arms wide to embrace this beauty, laughter bubbling from his throat. His previously stern and handsome features transformed into a genuine smile, reminiscent of an iceberg melting to reveal its vibrant colors beneath. In less than a quarter hour, Lu Chuan returned to the valley. Although he had not ventured far, the exhilaration lingered in him like an unquenchable thirst. As the green carpet descended back to the ground, Lu Chuan remained seated in silence, motionless, concerned that he might be frightened. Meng Tong stepped forward and gently nudged his shoulder, asking anxiously, "Are you all right?" I'm fine," he replied. Lu Chuan shook his head and then raised his gaze towards Meng Tong, asking, "My dear, can we play for a little longer?" Meng Tong responded, while Lu He and Lu Yin chimed in, "Father, isn't it fun? Is it beautiful up there?" Lu Yin, filled with excitement, tugged at Lu Chuan's hand, eagerly inquiring. "Indeed, it is delightful and beautiful," the man replied, reluctantly stepping off the lush green carpet. Just as his feet were about to touch the ground, Meng Tong interjected, "Wait, let us play a little longer." "Really?" the man asked, surprise evident in his voice. Meng Tong nodded with a smile, saying, "Take Heer and Yinner inside first." "All right." Quickly retracting his feet, Lu Chuan returned to his previous spot, then cheerfully beckoned Lu He and Lu Yin. "Come, father will hold you." "Yay!" Cautiously stepping onto the green carpet, Lu He and Lu Yin obediently nestled into Lu Chuan's embrace, and the three of them looked at Meng Tong with excitement. Shaking her head, Meng Tong smiled helplessly, then unleashed her powers. The green carpet expanded, even rising to form walls, though it did not obstruct their view. It was merely a safety measure. Stepping onto the green carpet, Meng Tong settled beside Lu Chuan, who began to ascend slowly. "Wow, it's so beautiful. Mother, look, we're really flying," the two children exclaimed, pointing at the widening vista and the diminishing ground in the valley, their excitement palpable. Their sparkling eyes scanned the surroundings, eager not to miss a single picturesque moment. "It's truly magical." Following the route Lu Chuan had taken earlier, Meng Tong lingered a bit longer this time. In a stretch of mountains that seemed endless, who could have imagined that four individuals could soar above them, gazing down at the entire range? Surely, no one but Meng Tong could achieve such a feat with a continuous flow of power being emitted. Meng Tong also absorbed it, creating a beneficial cycle. As long as there were plants around, she felt invincible. After circling in the air, Meng Tong directed her energies back towards the valley. All the while, Lu Chuan and the children were filled with joy, their concerns about other matters fading away. Returning to the valley took nearly half an hour, and just as they were about to land in the courtyard, Meng Tong realized she could not control their descent. Thus, the four hovered in midair. "What is happening?" Meng Tong murmured, a hint of anxiety flashing in her eyes. This was a skill she had meticulously developed. It mustn't fail her now. "What's wrong?" Is something before Lu Chuan could finish his sentence, a voice echoed in his mind, tinged with frustration. "Why didn't you bring the baby?" "It must be Huayer's doing," Lu Chuan remarked, turning to Meng Tong, his keen eyes already spotting the bamboo bed in the corner of the courtyard. The child must have woken up and realized they were not home, or that he hadn't been taken along to play, which had made him upset. Meng Tong noticed the bamboo bed as well, sighing at her oversight. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she smiled mischievously, leaning over the edge of the green carpet and calling out toward the bamboo bed. "Oh no, I'm so scared." Whoosh! As soon as she uttered those words, they began to descend slowly, and Meng Tong stifled a giggle behind her hand. The young lad safely landed, and Meng Tong hurried to the bamboo bed, cradling the stubborn little one, who wriggled like a tiny loach in her arms. With a gentle kiss, Meng Tong softly explained, "There's a reason for not bringing the baby along. Your mother is still mastering this skill, and being so young, she must take responsibility for our little one. However, in 2 days, she will be able to take you along to play." The little fellow emitted a couple of low growls, clearly skeptical of Meng Tong's words. Nevertheless, she had her ways. It took nearly half an hour to soothe Lu Huai, who, despite his small stature, was quite clever, pouting and refusing to leave Meng Tong's side. Thus, she had no choice but to bask in the sun with him in her arms. With their journey back to the village approaching in 2 days, Lu Chuan strolled around the courtyard before leading sisters Lu He and Lu Yin to the cave. Bai Yi and the wolves had just returned from foraging and were visibly excited upon seeing the trio. Waving their tails, Bai Yi affectionately rubbed against their calves. Lu Chuan knelt down to meet Bai Ye's gaze, and the two shared a moment of silent understanding, as if they were communicating without words. Meanwhile, the sisters sat obediently on a stone at the cave's entrance, each cradling a small white rabbit. These rabbits had been captured by Lu Chuan and, due to Meng Tong's powers, were now incapable of reproduction. Otherwise, the valley would likely be overrun with them by now. As they stroked the soft ears and backs of the rabbits, joy sparkled in their eyes. Suddenly, Lu He seemed to hear a delicate sound. She lifted her gaze towards her sister Lu Yin, who was playing merrily nearby. Clearly, the sound did not originate from her. Who could it be? Puzzled, Louis glanced at the wolves standing nearby, their sharp eyes revealing loyalty rather than fear. Lowering her head to pet the rabbit once more, she sought to confirm her suspicion, but the sound did not return. Shaking her head, she dismissed it as a figment of her imagination. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan candidly conveyed his family's decision to leave the mountain to Bai Yi, inquiring whether it wished to accompany them. Bai Yi remained silent for a moment before nodding, its eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance as it glanced toward the cave. Understanding its sentiment, Lu Chuan reassured, "In a while, I will take you to see it." "Roar! Really?" Bai Yi exclaimed, excitement coursing through its fur, which bristled with joy rather than fear, as if every strand of hair conveyed its elation and relief. It had been a long time since they had seen each other. After discussing with all the creatures in the cave, Lu Chuan received affirmative responses from everyone, eager to venture out with him. They were close companions, and he did not wish to leave them behind. Returning to the courtyard with Lu He and Lu Yin, Lu Chuan sought out Meng Tong inside the house. "My dear, there is something I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" Meng Tong asked, noticing the serious expression on his face. "Do tell. I shall not blame you. That is not what I meant. I wish for you to take me once more to the cavern behind the waterfall. You wish to encounter the great python." Meng Tong set down the items in her hands and gazed into the man's eyes, which silently confirmed her desire. The woman, her gaze momentarily flickering with tranquility, replied, "Very well. May I bring Bai Yi along?" "Of course. Thank you, my lady." Lu Chuan rose and embraced Meng Tong. In truth, their previous venture had not been as uneventful. The python had bitten Lu Chuan. The circumstances had been unexpected. The creature, previously in slumber, had struck when Lu Chuan turned his back to move forward. The venom coursed through his veins, and he soon found himself ensnared in a state of frigid rigidity, his eyes reflecting the vertical pupils of a serpent, which alarmed Meng Tong. She dragged him away from the python before urgently channeling her abilities to heal him. He recovered swiftly, and Meng Tong believed he was fine. Yet shortly after exiting the cave, he succumbed to a fever and unconsciousness. Truth be told, Meng Tong wished for the python's end, having harmed the innocent. However, Lu Chuan disagreed, and ultimately, they did not revisit the matter, nor did they return to the cavern. It was only when Lu Chuan brought it up today that Meng Tong fell silent, entrusting their home to her sisters and the wolves. Meng Tong led Lu Chuan to the side of the cave. As before, they opened the stone door and, without hesitation, descended to the lowest level, with Bai Yi, agile and alert, following closely behind. The depths of the pitch-black cavern bore a fetid, moldy odor mixed with a faint scent of blood. Clutching the luminous night pearl, Lu Chuan walked ahead, followed by Meng Tong, with Bai Yi bringing up the rear. Step by step, they descended the stone steps. Bai Yi seemed to sense something, restlessly roaring behind Meng Tong. "What is wrong?" Noticing its distress, Meng Tong quickly stepped aside to allow it to communicate with Lu Chuan. Yet, as soon as she moved aside, Bai Yi leapt down the stone steps, emitting a cry that was both joyful and sorrowful. Lu Chuan's dark, profound gaze flickered with vertical pupils multiple times, exuding an intimidating presence. He attempted to suppress the primal urge for freedom within himself and calmly said, "My lady, wait for me above. I shall investigate below." "Very well," Meng Tong replied, and without looking back, she ascended to the second level of the cave, utilizing her abilities to cautiously probe the situation below. In the damp darkness of the cavern, Lu Chuan moved as if endowed with night vision, making his way unimpeded towards the weeping Bai Yi, which knelt on the ground. Indeed, it was crying. Although Lu Chuan had anticipated this outcome, his heart stirred as the light from the night pearl illuminated the scene before him. A massive, yet orderly skeleton stood in one corner of the cave, and Lu Chuan could see its head still tilted upwards, gazing in one direction. There was an absence of sorrow in the air, only the presence of that complete skeleton. Lu Chuan's gaze deepened as he seemed to hear a voice. It spoke, "I am free. The task is complete." What sort of task could be assigned to a great python? Lu Chuan fell into silence, increasingly aware of the thoughts of the giant python, as if it had become a part of him. It was a ludicrous notion, yet he couldn't shake the feeling. The vertical pupils reappeared, this time directed at Bai Yi. The white tiger, lying on the ground, exuded a profound sadness, reminiscent of an orphan child. Considering the age of the giant python, it seemed Bai Yi had indeed been raised by it. As he pocketed the luminous pearl, Lu Chuan gently caressed Bai Yi's head. The bond between man and tiger spoke volumes without uttering a single word, their proximity now imbued with a greater intimacy. Through his touch, Lu Chuan could distinctly feel its joys, sorrows, and even a flicker of malice lurking deep within. Was it resentment towards him? Chapter 93. Departing back to the village. About to embark on a life of landlordship. Everything that unfolded next was known to Meng Tong. She had not anticipated that the giant python was already deceased, especially since they had done nothing to provoke it. The pupils of her eyes reflected confusion, and suddenly she recalled the unexpected attack. Was it possible that biting Lu Chuan was a blessing in disguise? Pacing back and forth while resting her chin on her hand, Meng Tong sensed that the giant python was far from ordinary. Coupled with Lu Chuan's previous transformation, there must be some hidden secret behind it all. But what could it be? Meng Tong had no way of knowing, yet it seemed to currently favor him. Tossing the luminous pearl in the air and catching it deftly, she headed towards the stone steps. The sound of her shoes striking the stone steps echoed dully, pulling Lu Chuan and Bai Yi from their reverie. Suddenly, there was a loud crash as Meng Tong raised the luminous pearl to illuminate the area, revealing that the once intact skeleton of the giant python had collapsed. Wasn't she supposed to wait for her partner up there? She descended to assess the situation. Casting a glance at Lu Chuan's peculiar expression, Meng Tong calmly remarked, "What is the situation?" "It's dead. I saw it clearly." Upon hearing the man's somewhat sarcastic tone, Meng Tong felt a surge of displeasure and thrust the luminous pearl directly in front of Lu Chuan's eyes. She noticed his unyielding vertical pupils, cold and sinister, as if he were a lurking beast of the shadows. Yet, Meng Tong felt no fear. Such trivial tricks would not intimidate her. Observing Lu Chuan's demeanor, she inquired with calmness, "What is wrong with you?" "I'm Fine." His voice was stiff and somewhat mechanical, a stark contrast to the Lu Chuan she knew. Glancing sideways at the lowered head of the white tiger, Meng Tong lightly kicked its rear. There was no response. Had it been possessed? Ignoring Lu Chuan's scrutinizing gaze, Meng Tong stepped towards the now scattered skeleton of the giant python. Crouching down, she gently picked up a small section of the skeleton. The icy touch sent a shiver through her very soul. Truly, as a cold-blooded creature, even its bones were frigid. Continuing her examination, Meng Tong's gaze suddenly fixated on the location of the python's head. Near the eye socket, there was a slightly reddish, triangular bone. It resembled a celestial eye. And filled with curiosity, Meng Tong raised her hand to touch it. Just then, Lu Chuan approached, his large hand gripping Meng Tong's arm. His voice laced with anger and rigidity as he said, "Do not touch that." "Why not?" Meng Tong swiftly shook off his hand, and in an instant, the triangular bone slipped into her grasp. The bone glimmered with a reddish hue, seemingly inconspicuous, yet it felt warm to the touch, as if emanating heat from within. What could this object be? Meng Tong did not believe it could belong to a wholly cold-blooded creature. Casting a sidelong glance at the spot she had just vacated, she observed that the skull of the giant python remained intact, indicating that this triangular bone had been inserted into its eye socket post-mortem. What purpose did it serve? Was it to control it? Madam, how did you come down here? This place is not suitable for you. It's ominous and detrimental to your health. You should return at once. I will join you shortly. She raised her gaze to the suddenly considerate and warm-hearted Lu Chuan, accompanied by the affectionate white knight nuzzling against her leg. Meng Tong once again scrutinized the object in her hand. Did it possess a perplexing effect? Madam, we must leave. What are you staring at? Show it to me. I have nothing to reveal. With a swift motion, she tucked the object into her spatial pouch and smiled. I will ascend first and wait for you. Pointing towards the stone steps, Meng Tong strode forward, with White Knight trotting eagerly behind her. Lu Chuan exhaled deeply, a look of contentment gracing his features. The cave fell back into darkness, silence enveloping them save for the sound of Lu Chuan's breathing. He retrieved the luminous pearl from his sleeve, his vertical pupils returning to their normal dark state, and he reached out towards the giant python's skeletal remains. With a crash, the moment he touched it, the already disassembled skeleton disintegrated into powder. The cave's chilling wind swept through, rendering even its former shape unrecognizable, leaving only a pile of white dust. All peculiar sensations faded away as Lu Chuan rose to survey his surroundings. The cave was thick with cobwebs and dust, and he could even spot a few mice scurrying in the corners. It had appeared quite clean and orderly when he descended moments ago. What caused this change? And what was that object in Madam's possession? Indeed, Lu Chuan had already caught a glimpse of it. However, since she was reluctant to divulge further details, he refrained from pressing her. The strange atmosphere in the cave suddenly felt palpably real, as if all that had transpired prior was merely a figment of imagination. The imagery bore a sense of disconnection. Suppressing his inner doubts, Lu Chuan followed his instincts, shedding his outer garment to gather the pile of powder from the corner, tying it up securely before making his way towards the stone steps. Madam, let us depart. Pausing in her affection for White Knight, Meng Tong straightened and regarded the item in Lu Chuan's hands. Without uttering a word, she nodded gently. Let's go. I am quite famished. Very well. I shall prepare a delicious meal for you shortly. It has been a while since we enjoyed mushroom stew with chicken. Let us savor that tonight. Agreed. The two exchanged words, with Meng Tong maintaining a discreet observation of Lu Chuan's expression. The man appeared unchanged, still tender and considerate towards her. Yet an air of cold intensity seemed to emanate from him. What manner of place was this, that each visit left such an indelible impact on Lu Chuan? With a soft sigh, Meng Tong resolved to fortify herself further. Upon returning to the valley, she and White Knight made their way back to the small courtyard. Lu Chuan ventured outside the valley, carrying his belongings, in search of a serene and pristine location with a water source. With his own hands, he buried the powder from his garments, erecting a small wooden sign in its place. Though the reasoning behind this act eluded him, he felt an undeniable compulsion to proceed as such. He chose to heed the call of his heart. The following day, Lu Chuan and Meng Tong, along with her family, busied themselves organizing the small courtyard. Meng Tong stored away all the items they wished to take, while larger furnishings like the bed and chairs remained behind, as there was ample space for their needs. On a refreshing and pleasant morning, Meng Tong and Lu Chuan rose early to prepare breakfast. Afterward, they summoned the sisters, Lu He and Lu Yin, to join them for the meal. Meng Tong took charge of gathering the remaining items, while Lu Chuan attended to Lu Huai, feeding him and securing the little one to himself. Excited sounds filled the courtyard, as Bai Yi and the wolves roamed about, accompanied by 3 wild bulls. Initially, Lu Chuan had reservations about bringing the bulls along, but with Meng Tong's assurance, he ultimately acquiesced. Mother, sister, and I are ready. Can we depart? Let us see if father is prepared, one of the sisters inquired. Clutching her own small bag filled with treats, the sisters dashed towards the house. Father, mother asks if you are ready, they called out. I'm here, Lu Chuan replied, balancing the child in one arm while carrying the remaining belongings in the other. Meng Tong emerged just in time to witness this scene, unable to suppress her laughter. With hands on her hips, she declared, "Let us set off back to the village." Chapter 94. Clearing the village. Preparing to reclaim the wasteland, the verdant carpet formed by their abilities gradually expanded across the courtyard, encircling the family. Meng Tong gestured for Lu Chuan and the sisters to enter first. She then turned to the obedient Bai Yi and the wolves standing beside her. The green carpet extended beneath their paws, significantly larger than that for the family, consuming a greater amount of energy in the process. To ensure their safety, Meng Tong and Bai Yi remained on the same verdant carpet. With a gentle lift of her foot, she stepped onto it and settled cross-legged, casting a glance at Lu Chuan and the others, who were ready. Slowly, she raised her hand, causing the carpet beneath them to rise. Despite having experienced this once before, the magnificent sight before them continued to leave Lu Chuan and the others in awe, including the little Lu Huai, whose eyes were the only visible part of his face. Excited roars resonated in the sky as Bai Yi and the wolves surveyed the unprecedented vista. Among them, Meng Tong remained the calmest, reclining against the warm belly of the white tiger, feeling remarkably comfortable beneath her sun hat, as if on a vacation. Unceasingly drawing energy from the forest and channeling it into the verdant carpet, Meng Tong felt no fatigue. In less than 2 hours, she beheld the landscape of Duan Shan village. The houses lay in disarray, scattered and dilapidated, while dead branches and leaves littered the village paths, accompanied by the foul stench of decaying foliage. If not for her sharp memory, she would have struggled to discern the location of the old Lu family home amidst the chaos. In the previously vacant square of the village, Meng Tong approached Lu Chuan and the others. "Shall we temporarily reside here for a couple of days until we are ready to move?" "Certainly, I will heed your advice," Lu Chuan replied, glancing around and then at the small square's location. This area appeared relatively clean and level. Most of the houses in Duanshan village were constructed of wood or rammed earth. After enduring such prolonged snowfall, nearly all had collapsed. Their primary task now was to clear away the fallen timber and debris and to replan the village layout.